Su Yi unexpectedly traversed dimensions, finding herself inhabiting the body of the female protagonist Luo Qinghuan from a female-oriented fantasy novel. To her astonishment, she also inexplicably bound herself to an unusual dark investment system. The rules of this system were peculiar. With each instance of Luo Qinghuan succumbing to darkness, Su Yi would reap rewards, and if these rewards were reinvested into the darkening process, the subsequent returns would be astounding. Thus, under Su Ye's deliberate guidance, the path of darkness surged forward with fervor. Originally endowed with an innate pure holy body and regarded as the savior Empress, Luo Qinghuan's aura gradually morphed into something sinister, her demeanor becoming increasingly ruthless and decisive, leaving everyone astounded. The powerful beings of Xiantian were left in shock, unable to contain their disbelief. What happened to the savior Empress? How did she transform into a female demon? As the deities of the upper realm expressed their indignation, clamoring for the eradication of the female demon, Su Yi made her quiet entrance. With her continuous darkening operations and an abundance of rewards to invest, she had already undergone a profound transformation, becoming a terrifying presence that evoked dread. In an instant, the truth was unveiled, shocking the world. Within the body of the female demon Luo Qinghuan lay a dormant ancient demon lord, and the architect of it all was none other than Su Yi. Chapter 1. As the protagonist's golden finger, I bound a dark investment system. Should I send my brain or not? I think you should send one. Have I traversed again? Did I not perish after battling the 10 great demon emperors? Su Yi awoke from a realm of utter darkness, her eyes wide with confusion. Why again? In her previous life, she was a denizen of Blue Star, struck down by an oncoming truck while striving for performance, only to find herself transported into a fantasy novel titled Feng Lin Tian Xian, which she had been reading at the time. Although devoid of a system, she had hoped that familiarity with the plot would empower her to navigate the world with ease. However, she found herself on a different storyline altogether, encountering none of the characters from the book, and was thus relegated to the role of a mere bystander. Nevertheless, through her own efforts, she carved out a niche for herself, ultimately achieving the status of an emperor. Yet, just before her ascent to divinity, she faced off against the 10 demon emperors and met her demise, filled with regret. To her astonishment, upon opening her eyes, she realized she had traversed once more. But where had she ended up this time? Surrounded by an abyss of darkness, she soon discerned a cacophony of voices, as if a group of women were embroiled in a heated debate, mercilessly attacking a young girl with their words, their remarks dripping with shamelessness and insincerity that I in the Xian in holy sect, in the Qing Xian Hall. However, Qinghuan, your talent is extraordinary. You have reached the realm of Tianzuan at such a young age. Consuming this millennium-old holy herb may not yield significant benefits. Why not allow it to be given to Menger? She is still young. At the perfect age to cultivate her roots, this millennium-old holy herb would be ideal for her to establish her foundation. Within the grand hall, the voice of an elderly matron resonated, her hands gripping 2 holy herbs that exuded a potent fragrance, unmistakably indicating their extraordinary nature. Upon hearing the matron's words, the girl in the white dress, possessing a stunningly beautiful countenance, displayed a flicker of hesitation. Qinghuan, as the senior sister, you ought to yield to your junior. Have you forgotten the teachings of your master? Humility is an essential quality for cultivators and a virtue of great worth. Observing the white-dressed girl's indecision, the matron furrowed her brow and gently admonished her. Indeed, senior sister, you have already attained the realm of Tianzuan. A millennium or a century holds no significance for you. Why must you vie for it with your junior? Exactly. Using it would yield no benefit for you. So why not allow your junior to cultivate her foundation? Surrounding girls chimed in, their voices a chorus of chatter that only deepened the white-dressed girl's perplexity. Witnessing this scene, the girl in the green palace dress, hiding behind the matron, couldn't suppress a smug smile, but it quickly morphed into a facade of grievance as she murmured, Master, esteemed sisters, it's all right. These 2 holy herbs were originally obtained by senior sister during her training in the Kunlun Mirror. Menger is truly unworthy to accept them. Moreover, if senior sister is unwilling to give them, Meng'er can simply venture into the Kunlun mirror herself to seek holy herbs for her foundation. With that, the green-dressed girl clenched her fist, her youthful face brimming with determination. Nonsense. The Kunlun realm can only be entered by cultivators of the divine ability realm. You, little girl, would only be courting death there. Upon hearing this, the Taiyin Jinren shot her a glare. Then, turning back to the girl in white, her expression revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Qinghuan, Meng'er has reached the point where she must seek holy herbs in the Kunlun mirror to establish her foundation. As her senior sister, are you truly unwilling to lend a small hand? Exactly. It's surprising that a millennium-old holy herb has revealed the wickedness of human hearts. Sigh, let's not speak of us. Even if Master were gravely injured and required holy herbs for healing, would you not be reluctant to part with this millennium-old herb? Around them, several girls sighed in agreement. Hearing their discussions, the white-dressed girl's eyes reddened, her teeth clenched against her lip, feeling increasingly aggrieved. These two holy herbs were treasures she had painstakingly sought in the Kunlun mirror. She had nearly lost her life to acquire them, and now she bore grave injuries. Yet, her master and the others were indifferent to her plight, instead criticizing her. What holy herbs? What about yielding to the younger? Both holy herbs belong to me. Who are you to claim them? In the depths of darkness, Suyi felt a surge of anger. Wait a moment. Two holy herbs, senior sister Qinghuan? Isn't this precisely the opening plot of the female-oriented novel Feng Lin Tianxian that she had been reading? Had she finally arrived at the main storyline? The female protagonist, Luo Qinghuan, was morally bound to relinquish a millennium-old holy herb, which she had risked her life to obtain, to her junior sister. When Suyi read this part, she had been on the verge of closing the book, filled with fury. She yearned to leap into the narrative and deliver a punch to that insincere junior sister. Just then, the surrounding darkness abruptly transformed into radiant lights. Suddenly, an elderly matron's visage appeared before her. Following that, the figures around her, including the green-dressed girl feigning innocence behind the matron, came into view. At this moment, it seemed as if all their gazes were fixed upon her. Suyi was taken aback, instinctively raising her hand, only to see delicate fingers, slender and exquisite in their beauty. Gasped, in that instant, she froze, her expression shifting dramatically. In her heart, she exclaimed, "Oh my, good news!" She had traversed again. Even better news. She had entered the body of a girl. Moreover, it was the body of the protagonist from Feng Lin Tianxian. Wait, why was this considered better news? So he needed to clarify. She was not a pervert, she was a person of integrity, a gentleman. Congratulations, host. You have bound the exclusive dark investment system. At that moment, a cold electronic female voice echoed. A dark investment system? Upon hearing the system's voice, Suyi was momentarily taken aback. All right, fine. She hadn't received a system in her past life, and now she had one, albeit a rather peculiar one. Under the host's influence, every time Luo Qinghuan succumbs to darkness, rewards will be granted. The rewards can be invested, or not investing in the protagonist will yield even greater rewards. In her mind, the cold voice resonated once more. Then, an image appeared, visible only to her. Protagonist, Luo Qinghuan. Age, 18. Realm, Tianzuan first star. Root bone, heavenly quality upper grade root bone. Physique, innate pure holy body. Innate pure holy body? Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's constitution, Suyi furrowed his brows. He had heard of such a physique in his past life. Those who possessed this sacred body had terrifying cultivation talent, but bore a fatal flaw. That flaw was an exceedingly kind disposition, not naive, but rather lacking in eloquence. It was no wonder she was driven to such extremes. Luo Qinghuan refrained from arguing with the group of insufferable green tea bitches not out of desire, but because her constitution rendered her incapable of retorting. One could only say that the author of this female-oriented novel had some peculiar ideas to craft such an odd setup. This darkening female protagonist system was meant to assist her in transforming this pure and innocent leading lady into a darker version of herself. Ah, I see. Suyi exhibited a look of sudden enlightenment. This meant that by darkening the female protagonist and receiving rewards for such transformations, I could further invest those rewards into darkening her character, thus achieving ever greater rewards. With this layered approach, one would steadily march towards invincibility. Isn't this rather simple? Su Ye's lips curled into a gentle smile. Before his reincarnation, did you think he had no system and was merely an outsider? Was it not through cunning and guile? Ahem, through virtue that he acquired such abundant cultivation resources? The notorious bandit Emperor Su Yi was a title he earned in his previous life, which sent shockwaves through the realms of Tianxian. He recalled that in the book Feng Lin Tianxian, the protagonist Luo Qinghuan had a most tragic fate. Due to her innate pure sacred body, she faced numerous tribulations in worldly affairs, and with her gentle nature, she was often assigned the more arduous tasks within her sect. Such moral coercion was commonplace. In the end, she was deceived by the world and burned her life force to save the masses. It was nothing short of an absurd narrative. However, since he had arrived, these circumstances must be altered. Very well. So you are a pure and innocent leading lady? I shall transform you into a cold and aloof dark heroine. You, who are you? Why are you in my body? I am quite powerful, You had better not act recklessly. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan's melodious yet somewhat anxious voice rang out. As a cultivator of the Tianzun realm, she could naturally sense the presence of a foreign soul within her body, yet for reasons unknown, she felt utterly powerless against it. For a moment, her delicate face turned pale with tension. Could it be the legendary soul snatching was to occur within her? No, I cannot be afraid. The more I fear, the more he will think me an easy target. Hearing her voice, which betrayed her fear yet feigned calmness, Su Yi couldn't help but find it amusing. He then spoke with a serious demeanor. I am Su Yi, your life mentor bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Do not struggle, or else you shall perish. Perish? Luo Qinghuan's small face paled further. Truly, the innate pure sacred body is easily deceived. Su Yi smiled knowingly. Very well. Qinghuan, since you refuse to give this millennium sacred herb to Menger, let her use this century-old herb to refine her foundation. I have taught you many virtues of humility, yet you seem to have forgotten them entirely. I am very disappointed in you. At that moment, Taiyin Jinren cast a disappointed glance at Luo Qinghuan, his aged eyes filled with profound dismay. He then unhappily tossed the millennium sacred herb to Luo Qinghuan before carefully placing the century-old herb into Menger's hands. I never expected my senior sister to be such a person, to forsake the bonds of the sect for mere material possessions. Around them, the disciples of the Xian Yin sacred sect sighed in unison. Humph. Menger, let us depart. Taiyin Jinren snorted coldly, taking the hand of the girl in the green gown, who gazed longingly at the millennium sacred herb in Luo Qinghuan's arms, her expression one of yearning. Menger, do not fret. I shall seek another millennium sacred herb for you later. Taiyin Jinren reassured the girl in green, patting her shoulder. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan felt a wave of grievance rise within her, wanting to voice her thoughts. Yet at that moment, the control of her body lay in Su Ye's hands, rendering her speechless as Taiyin Jinren's first disciple. When she refined her foundation, her master had merely sought her a decade-old sacred herb, a bond she had long since repaid. Over the years, she had ventured into the secret realms alone, offering any treasure she found to Taiyin Jinren in gratitude for his guidance. Yet now, her master spoke such sorrowful words, and the more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Lu girl, since I am your life mentor granted by the heavenly Tao, allow me to teach you your first lesson. At that moment, Su Yi observed the departing figures with a meaningful smile. Ah, Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, and just then, Su Yi spoke, but the voice that emerged was Luo Qinghuan's own. Master, wait a moment. As that cool, melodious voice resounded, she understood her disciple well despite her exceptional talent. Her gentle nature made her quite malleable. Qinghuan, you understand your mistake. Now, quickly bring forth that millennium sacred herb. Chapter 2. The bandit emerges, seeds of darkness. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Yi approached the girl in the green gown, extending his palm. Then let Menger return this century-old herb to me first. Upon hearing this, the girl in green initially thought her senior sister had finally relented and would bestow the millennium sacred herb to her. She happily returned the century-old herb to Su Yi and opened her fair hand. Thank you for the millennium sacred herb. Senior sister Menger will certainly remember your assistance when refining her foundation. As she spoke, A proud smile danced upon the green-clad girl's face. "Oomph. You wish to contend with me? I am the cherished one in the hearts of my master and senior sisters. The sacred herb you fought so hard to obtain will ultimately be used by me. Is that so?" Su Ye's lips curled into a contemptuous smile as he unceremoniously seized the century-old herb from the girl in green. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he activated the spatial ring in his hand, swiftly absorbing both sacred herbs into it. Qinghuan, what is the meaning of this? Seeing this scene, Taiyin Jinren's smile froze, leaving him momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Luo Qinghuan was equally perplexed. As she felt the collective gaze of everyone upon her, a wave of shame washed over her, and she longed to burrow into the ground. As the innate, pure, sacred body, if she were in the blue star, she would be utterly socially anxious. Too kind-hearted, this girl. Truly a disaster of a constitution. Lu girl, this is your first lesson from me. Since both sacred herbs were obtained at the cost of your life, why should you give them to her? Does she even have a say in the matter? As long as you lack morality, they cannot hope to coerce you. Su Yi smiled at Luo Qinghuan. Morality. Coercion. What is that? Luo Qinghuan blinked, momentarily perplexed. Su Yi offered no explanation, instead looking towards Taiyin Jinren with a cold tone. Nothing. Both of these sacred herbs were obtained within Kunlun Mirror. They belong to me. Even if they're useless to me, I have the right to discard them or even feed them to dogs. Master, it seems you lack the authority to meddle. Upon hearing this, Taiyin Jinren and the disciples of the Xian'in sacred sect were taken aback, gazing at Luo Qinghuan, whose exquisite face had shed some of its previous softness, now bearing a hint of indifference. This feeling was as if the person before them was not the familiar senior sister they knew, but someone entirely different. You, senior sister, how can you say such a thing? You would rather throw it to the dogs than give it to Menge? Do you truly deem Menge so unworthy in your eyes? So detestable? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the girl in the green dress turned pale, her delicate teeth biting her crimson lip, exuding a pitiful demeanor. Those who witnessed this scene could not help but feel a pang of compassion. However, at this moment, Luo Qinghuan was not swayed by such theatrics. After all, the one controlling her body was Su Yi, known among the Tianxin practitioners as the Tyrant Emperor. What scenes had he not encountered? Yes, that I find you utterly distasteful. Su Yi nodded, conceding without hesitation. Do not even mention this millennium sacred herb. I would consider it a waste, even if it were a 100-year-old herb used on you. Having cultivated for a year, yet after 15 years, your cultivation is barely at the Linghai realm. Even if applied to a pig, it would surely exceed the Linghai realm, wouldn't it? The moment these words were uttered, the surroundings erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that the usually gentle senior sister would reveal such sharpness and astonishing words at this juncture. Senior sister, even if you disdain me and refuse to grant me the sacred herb, there is no need to humiliate me. So I can seek the sacred herb myself in the Kunlun Mirror to refine my roots. The girl in the green dress bit her silver teeth, still maintaining a pitiable appearance. Very well. Then go ahead. Su Yi crossed his arms, coldly observing the girl in green, before delivering another cutting remark. Remember to hold your life token in your mouth while you go, lest the sect cannot identify you when they find your corpse. After all, only those in the divine realm can enter the Kunlun Mirror, and you are far from it. You Ayuwawu. The girl in the green dress, taken aback by Su Ye's words, was rendered speechless, her eyes gradually reddening before she burst into tears. Just a mere little green tea. Luo Qinghuan, you have gone too far. How could you make your junior sister cry? Upon witnessing the girl in green, sobbing uncontrollably, Taiyin Jinren's expression turned grim, hastily admonishing her. I made my junior sister cry. How could it be said that I made her cry? Su Yi maintained his stance, arms crossed, feigning seriousness. Taiyin Jinren, biting her yellowed teeth, was flabbergasted to see her disciple in such a state. She then coldly huffed, You dare to defy your elders and bully your peers? I shall send you to the law enforcement hall for some serious reflection. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Su Yi remained unfazed, arms crossed, mockingly gazing at Taiyin Jinren. If I recall correctly, our Xian'in sacred sect prioritizes strength, and I am among the most distinguished disciples in our sect. Should the sect leader learn that you are coercing a talented disciple to relinquish a millennium sacred herb of vital cultivation resource for someone whose cultivation aptitude pales in comparison to mine, how might the sacred Lord reprimand you? At this declaration, Tianjinren's lips twitched incessantly. She was well aware of such rules, but previously, due to Luo Qinghuan's soft nature, she felt she could manipulate her at will. Now, however, she was taken aback by this sudden display of strength from the girl. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. How does it feel, Luo girl? Is it exhilarating? Observing their silence, Su Yi smiled and inquired of Luo Qinghuan this. Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, though these words were not her own. They flowed through her lips, evoking an inexplicable sense of personal experience. Yet, there was an underlying feeling, as if something long suppressed was being released that I do not know. After much internal struggle, Luo Qinghuan finally managed to utter a single sentence. Yet that one sentence was sufficient. Su Yi understood that a seed of darkness had been sown in Luo Qinghuan's heart, requiring only patience for it to take root and flourish. Chapter 3. What is mine, but what belongs to them is not mine. That. Who is it, Su Yi? Luo Qinghuan spoke in a delicate voice, timidly suggesting, let us go. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yi held the reins of control over her body, this girl would have likely fled by now. Leave? Where to? Su Yi scoffed disdainfully. What is mine, and does that mean what belongs to them is not mine? Ah. Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind momentarily short-circuiting, her petite face awash with astonishment. Before she could muster any response, Su Yi continued, according to the fee for hiring a guardian, each person must provide me with at least 500-year-old spiritual herbs. My apologies, but I refuse to entertain freeloaders. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a terrifying aura suddenly descended upon the female disciples, and their storage rings were swiftly seized by him. Witnessing this scene, the girls attempted to voice their protests, yet were silenced by Su Ye's overwhelming presence, rendered powerless to intervene as he claimed the storage rings. After all, Luo Qinghuan had already attained a formidable status at the celestial sovereign level. Once they could no longer constrain Luo Qinghuan on a moral basis, they found themselves utterly helpless. Luo Qinghuan, you are so unreasonable. I am ashamed to have a disciple like you. The Taiyan real person, furious at Luo Qinghuan's actions, turned a shade of green. Her yellowed teeth clenched as she pointed an accusatory finger at her. If you do not return the sacred herbs to them, I shall sever our master-disciple bond. However, amidst this torrent of words, Su Yi only registered the final few phrases. To sever the master-disciple relationship? How splendid. Let's proceed with that. Upon hearing the words of the Tianjinren, he felt as though he had encountered an extraordinary stroke of fortune, and he readily acquiesced. Su Yi, what are you doing? She's my master. Luo Qinghuan appeared somewhat bewildered. Child, I ask you, what is the realm of this old fool? The holy emperor realm. Luo Qinghuan replied weakly. Indeed, merely a holy emperor. Our cultivation far surpasses that of this old man. Why should we seek her guidance? When have you ever witnessed the weak instructing the strong? Is she trying to reverse the heavenly cycles? Su Yi retorted with a dismissive eye roll. With his existence as a former emperor, did they truly require the teachings of this old fool for Luo Qinghuan? Qinghuan, I. Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's unhesitating agreement, Tianjinren felt her confidence wane, a hint of regret creeping into her voice as it softened considerably. It was a pretense to claim that having such a disciple brought her shame. After all, Luo Qinghuan possessed tremendous talent, being a prodigy of the Xian-Yin sacred sect. Many elders within the sect envied her for having such a disciple. She had initially thought that threatening Luo Qinghuan would compel her to relent, but to her surprise, Luo Qinghuan agreed so decisively. Luo Qinghuan, you audaciously dare to defy your master. You shall come to regret this. Just you wait. At that moment, the girl in the green dress, biting her silver teeth, glared at Luo Qinghuan with palpable resentment, clearly harboring a grudge over Luo Qinghuan's refusal to provide her with a millennium-old sacred herb. Yet, just as the words of the girl in green had barely left her lips, with the sharp crack of a slap, Su Ye's raised hand fell heavily, leaving a vivid red imprint on Meng Er's delicate face. You dare to call me by my name and threaten me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson in accordance with the sex rules. The sound of slaps echoed coldly. Su Yi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Luo Qinghuan stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her, although Su Yi held the reins of her body. The tangible sensation of the slap that struck Meng Er's face reverberated through her. It was a feeling unlike any she had ever experienced. Having cultivated to the celestial sovereign realm, she rarely found herself in conflict with other cultivators, mostly engaging with beasts in secret realms or aiding her sect in slaying demons. This seemed to be her first encounter with such strife, and under Su Ye's control, she felt like both an observer and an aggressor. The sensation was truly extraordinary. Luo girl, let me teach you another phrase, Su Yi remarked while delivering slaps. A strong person must humiliate the weak mercilessly. After nearly 100 slaps, Meng Er's once cute face transformed into that of an adorable little piglet. At least her essence remained unchanged. She was still charming. All done. Luo girl, let us depart. Su Yi stretched contentedly. Are we just leaving? Shouldn't we check on Meng Er's injuries? Luo Qinghuan glanced at the unconscious Meng Er on the ground and murmured, Oh, are you suggesting we check if she is alive or dead? Luo girl, I didn't expect you to catch on so quickly. Have you already learned to strike the final blow? Very well, I shall proceed to do just that. Su Ye's understanding dawned upon him, and he intended to act in unison. Huh? No. You must leave quickly. Luo Qinghuan was in a state of panic, shaking her head vigorously. Two souls, each possessing entirely different personalities, were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war within a single body, leaving the stunned Taiyin Jinren and others in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to her residence, Su Yi found himself in a room imbued with the fragrance of youth, immaculate and tidy, reflecting the owner's youthful spirit. He relinquished control of the body back to Luo Qinghuan. In his mind, the system's voice resonated. The seed of darkness has already been sown in Luo Qinghuan's heart. Darkening reward, Chaos Demon Seed. Possessing this seed will ensure she becomes a feared female demon among the masses. Would you like to invest? Chaos Demon Seed? Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ye's brows furrowed in intrigue. This was precisely the tool needed to darken Luo Qinghuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to invest. Investment successful. Reward obtained. Great Tao Saint Master. When the host guides Luo Qinghuan and she experiences enhancement, the host will receive 100-fold critical return. Comment: if Luo Qinghuan is destined to become a formidable female demon, then at the time of the host's physical rebirth, he shall be the strongest ancient demon in existence. Great Tao Saint Master? 100-fold critical return? A flicker of delight passed through Su Ye's eyes. This is quite promising. Just then, the melodious voice of Luo Qinghuan resonated through the air. The young girl sat at the table, gazing at her reflection in the copper mirror, as if engaging in a dialogue with another version of herself. Gathering her courage, she spoke, Is there something you need, Night Brother? In the next moment, the boisterous voice of Su Yi erupted. Luo Qinghuan could even perceive the change in her own countenance within the mirror, transforming into one that bore an air of maturity, akin to that of a female bandit. Could you, perhaps close your eyes for a moment? I need to change my clothes, Luo Qinghuan said timidly. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, exuding an undeniable charm. Simple enough. Since I inhabit your body, just cover your eyes, Su Yi replied with utmost seriousness. Oh, that does seem reasonable. Luo Qinghuan pouted in acknowledgement. Following Su Ye's advice, she lifted her delicate hand to shield her beautiful eyes, only to realize a predicament. Su Yi, she called out in her sweet voice. What now? Your Night Brother is quite busy. If you have something to say, do so swiftly, he retorted, preoccupied with pondering how to render Luo Qinghuan invincible. After all, if she were to become unstoppable, what formidable realm would he need to attain? Upon regaining his corporeal form and emerging from her body, he fancied he could even contend with the 10 great demon emperors, perhaps even defy the very heavens themselves. I can't change clothes with my eyes covered. Then simply don't cover them, he suggested. But Luo Qinghuan opened her mouth, her thoughts racing to the fact that this fellow resided within her body, seemingly able to witness everything she did, causing her cheeks to redden even further. It seemed as though she was on the verge of bleeding. The rogue. She bit her silver teeth, feeling utterly wronged. Yet, she could only abandon her struggle and began to rustle as she changed her clothes. Meanwhile, Su Yi observed her with great interest. This girl, whether in beauty or talent, was truly exceptional, albeit somewhat plain. Unfortunately, she found herself in a female-centric narrative with such a foolish constitution. But it mattered not. He would intervene. He chuckled ominously, contemplating how to transform Luo Qinghuan into a dark, powerful heroine, delivering a slight shock to this world. Chapter 4. What use is a saintly figure? Isn't it better to be a female demon? Soon enough, Luo Qinghuan donned a new red dress, as the previous white gown had already been stained with blood. However, how had this fellow ended up in her body? And how could he possibly control her form? Luo girl, how will you handle these sacred herbs? As Luo Qinghuan pondered this, Su Ye's voice resonated in her mind. I don't know. Looking at the 2 sacred herbs within her storage ring, along with a few others that Su Yi had claimed with the rationale of what is mine, and what is hers is not mine. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. Then I shall leave it to you. With a sinister chuckle from Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan felt a jolt as control of her body was seized by him. She exclaimed, pouting in indignation. She was completely unaware of whose body she was inhabiting. This rogue could take control without her consent. At that moment, Su Yi held several sacred herbs, already formulating a plan for how to handle them. A few century-old herbs were employed for healing, while the millennium herbs were intended to enhance Luo Qinghuan's cultivation speed. Once this girl rapidly matured, he would become invincible. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. The great Tao Master has been triggered. The efficacy of the healing elixirs crafted by the host will be amplified tenfold. The cultivation enhancement elixirs made from the millennium sacred herbs will receive a boost. After consuming this elixir, the speed of cultivation and absorption of spiritual energy will increase by 50 times. Oh, quite impressive. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved the alchemical furnace from Luo Qinghuan's storage ring, tossing all the century-old sacred herbs into it. As the spiritual energy emanated from his hand, the flames within the furnace began to rise. The fragrance of the herbs instantly filled the room. Can you really refine elixirs? Luo Qinghuan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Su Ye's movements were deft, and the aroma wafting from the furnace was intoxicating. Even some elders adept in alchemy within the Yin sacred sect lacked such finesse. Did you underestimate your brother Yi? Su Yi scoffed softly. With a wave of his hand, the flames intensified, and as he opened the furnace, a round elixir exuding a refreshing aroma appeared within. This was a 7th-tier healing elixir, the divine healing pill. It was a pity that your foundation in alchemy is not strong. Otherwise, you could have attempted to reach the 9th tier. Su Yi extracted the elixir from the furnace, his tone tinged with regret. 7th tier elixir? Luo Qinghuan gasped, covering her small mouth in disbelief. Within the Yin sacred sect, only elders at the peak of alchemical mastery could concoct 7th-tier elixirs. Look at you, so inexperienced in the ways of the world. You should truly learn the art of alchemy. Do not speak of mere divine-grade elixirs. Your brother Yi could even forge imperial-grade pills for you. Su Yi cast her a sidelong glance. Imperial? Imperial grade? The young girl was thoroughly startled. What kind of terrifying existence had she encountered? Indeed. Here is a medicinal clay. While the divine healing elixir can mend your wounds, it cannot erase scars. It is best for a young lady to avoid such blemishes. This medicinal clay possesses the efficacy to diminish scars. Su Yi retrieved a portion of the clay from the alchemical furnace. Shall I apply it for you? And no. Please don't. Thank you, I will apply it myself. Luo Qinghuan blushed fiercely, shaking her head repeatedly, her eyes reflecting a Na'vi innocence. The location of her injury was rather awkward. Perhaps it would be best to wait until this fellow was asleep before applying it herself. However, she had not considered that Su Yi did not require sleep at all. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan weakly called out, Su Yi, what do you want? Little girl? Who? Who exactly are you? Why are you within me? And why can you control my body? What is your purpose? Though she felt some trepidation at Su Ye's fierce demeanor, her curiosity compelled her to inquire. That, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. You will soon come to know your brother Ye's true identity. As for my purpose, I am here to transform you. Transform. Me? Luo Qinghuan gazed up in bewilderment. Listen, your perceived weakness and susceptibility to moral coercion stem from the negative repercussions of your constitution, rather than your original intentions. The arrival of your night brother is to assist you in altering this reality. Su Yi spoke softly. My constitution? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her life, she had frequently encountered situations of moral coercion, and it seemed she had gradually grown accustomed to it. Yet, did she truly never resist? Or rather, did she wish to resist? Observing Luo Qinghuan lost in thought, Su Yi revealed a satisfied smile. The very act of her contemplating her desires indicated that deep within, she harbored thoughts of wanting to resist. After all, if she truly did not wish to, she would not engage in such contemplation. Indeed, the truth of human nature is unyielding. He was curious to see just how far Luo Qinghuan could descend into darkness. Why strive to be a virtuous maiden when embracing the role of a female tyrant could be so much more appealing? After a moment of silence, Luo Qinghuan inquired, So, will you always reside within my body? Naturally not. Oh, at these words, Luo Qinghuan patted her chest, exhaling in relief. Why are you so eager to meet your night brother? Su Yi teased, crafting elixirs while observing her relieved demeanor. I don't want to. You're too fierce, Luo Qinghuan pouted, shaking her head repeatedly. Fierce? You misunderstand. This is merely kindness, she retorted. No need to elaborate so much. Under the influence of your night brother, I believe you will soon grasp the essence of kindness, Su Yi remarked with a cryptic smile. Your smile is rather frightening. Luo Qinghuan trembles slightly. The two engage in a back-and-forth conversation. Before long, within the alchemical furnace, as the flames gradually extinguish, a fragrant aroma wafts through the air, signaling the emergence of another elixir. Is this the pill crafted from the millennium-old sacred herb? Luo Qinghuan inquires with curiosity. Indeed, this is the 8th grade gathering spirit pill. Upon ingestion, your cultivation speed and the rate of spirit energy absorption can increase by 50-fold. The effects will last for 5 hours, Su Yi affirms with a slight nod. 50-fold. Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes widen in astonishment. Su Yi has once again bestowed upon this girl a minor, yet shocking boon. You need not consume it now. It will be best to take it when you begin your cultivation. With a grand gesture, Su Yi stores the gathering spirit pill within his spatial ring. The host has invested in an 8th grade gathering spirit pill and received a sacred grade soul pill, which can enhance the host's soul strength. As the voice resonates in his mind, Su Yi continues, I recall that the Xianyin sacred sect possesses a cultivation tower. Given your aptitude, you would be capable of ascending to the highest level. You may consume the gathering spirit pill for your training then. However, as his words linger in the air, Luo Qinghuan suddenly falls silent, her voice vanishing. Where do you wish to go? Just as Su Yi perceives her abrupt quietude, he notices that Luo Qinghuan has retreated into a shadowy corner, curling up and drawing circles on the ground, resembling a child who has erred and is too afraid to speak. I can indeed go to the highest level of the cultivation tower, but the jade pendant required to access it has been borrowed by senior sister Gong's son. Luo Qinghuan murmurs softly. Suis remainet si piquis. I desired it. But Sister Gongsun mentioned that her cultivation level was insufficient. Without practicing at the highest tier, she could never keep pace with the training progress of her fellow disciples. Luo Qinghuan timidly remarked, What does her inability to keep up with the training progress have to do with you? Su Yi scoffed. You, my dear girl, are merely hindered by your inferior physique. But it matters not. Your brother Yi shall intervene on your behalf. With that, he intended to set off. Wait a moment. Luo Qinghuan hastily detained him. The training tower closes at night. Yuan-Ti finds Sister Gong's son there. Su Yi furrowed his brow. Then I shall go tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Her cheeks flushed as she bit her lip, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. However, she ultimately mustered the courage to say, This is for you. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, responding promptly, For you. Thank you, Luo Qinghuan murmured softly. Hearing her expression of gratitude, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. After all, this body is inherently yours, so why express thanks? It reminded him of those clear-eyed female university students from his previous life on Blue Star, who, if abducted, would likely still utter a word of thanks. Your brother Yi will handle the cleaning. Who are we to each other? Watching Su Yi control his own body as he entered the bath, Luo Qinghuan stood frozen, her face flushed, her fragile spirit enveloped in a faint mist of embarrassment. Chapter 5. Little Luo, step aside and let your brother Yi take charge. The next day, at the Xianin sacred sect within the training tower, though the cultivation tower has yet to open its gates, a throng of eager disciples has already gathered before it. The Xianin sacred sect, despite being a top-tier force in the wild heaven domain, possesses limited cultivation resources, most of which are acquired by disciples venturing into secret realms. The cultivation tower stands as one of the few public resources available, thus drawing considerable interest from the disciples of the Xianin sect. The tower boasts 9 levels, each ascending layer imbued with increasingly potent spiritual energy. However, entry into the higher levels necessitates a jade pendant, typically bestowed upon disciples of exceptional talent who have made significant contributions to the sect. At this moment, a light cough reverberated through the air. An elderly man, clad in a gray robe and leaning on a cane, had appeared before the tower. His fiery red hair contrasted sharply with his attire as he addressed the crowd with a commanding voice. The time has come. Little ones, step back. I shall now unlock the cultivation tower. With a resounding boom, the entire tower reverberated and the massive doors swung open, releasing a wave of warm energy from within. The cultivation tower is now accessible. As the elder's words faded, a multitude of disciples eagerly surged into the tower in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, a small group of young women gathered at the tower's entrance. Senior Sister Gongsun, are you not going to enter the cultivation tower? If you delay any longer, there may not be a place for you, inquired a girl in a pink dress, glancing curiously at a girl in a red dress who stood motionless as the doors opened. Anren, please do not worry about Senior Sister Gongsun, another voice chimed in. Beside her, a female disciple stifled a laugh, saying, Sister Gongsun is capable of entering the 8th level of the cultivation tower, so she wouldn't compete with us for the lower levels. What? Sister Gongsun can enter the 8th level? The disciple known as Anren exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Isn't Sister Gongsuin's aptitude the same as ours? How could she ascend to the highest tier? Upon hearing her words, the woman in the red dress let out a cold huff, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. Then, a glimmer flashed from the storage ring on her hand, revealing a translucent jade pendant. This, indeed, is a pendant that grants access to the higher levels of the tower. Anren's gaze fell upon it, and upon noticing the character Luo engraved on the back, she suddenly realized, this is Sister Luo's pendant. She lent it to Sister Gongsun? Indeed, Sister Luo is truly kind-hearted, willing to lend out such an item. Anren continued, once Sister Gongsun is finished with the pendant, we should borrow it as well. Since Sister Luo is so generous, she would surely lend it to us too, right? Several other female disciples beside Gongsun, Shui, chimed in with cheerful agreement. Sister Luo possesses extraordinary talent. The cultivation tower is surely inconsequential to her. Leaving it unused would be a waste, so why not let me assist Sister Luo by utilizing it? Sister Luo should thank me for making use of this pendant. Gongsun Shui raised her alabaster neck and spoke coldly. All right, you all go ahead. We wouldn't want to find the cultivation tower fully occupied. She waved her hand at a few people. Upon hearing this, Anren and the others could only nod in envy. Sister Gongsun, just as they turned around, a melodious voice like silver bells suddenly rang out from the side. A girl in a flowing white dress, whose beauty could make even flowers pale in comparison, approached. Sister Luo? Upon seeing her, Anren and the others were momentarily taken aback. Junior Sister Qinghuan, what brings you here? Gongsun Shuoyo furrowed her delicate brows, swiftly concealing a jade pendant with a flick of her hand. After ensuring everything was in order, she revealed a smile and stepped forward to greet her. At that moment, the girl bit her red lip, her lovely face reflecting a hint of turmoil. Luo girl, why are you standing there in a daze? As the girl remained rooted to the spot, Su Ye's exasperated voice echoed in her mind. I don't know how to begin. Luo Qinghuan hesitated. Did I not instruct you on how to express yourself? Su Ye continued. Or do you wish for Brother Yi to guide you once more during your bathing? I, I don't want that. At these words, Luo Qinghuan's charming face flushed a deep crimson. Listening to the girl, Su Yi imparted a heartfelt lesson to alter her circumstances. She must conquer the negative impacts of her nature and bravely take the first step, for that is the beginning of success. Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, a newfound determination illuminating her delicate features. Gathering her breath, she lifted her beautiful eyes and gazed at Gongsun Shui. Sister Gongsun, please. Please return my cultivation tower jade token. Upon hearing that Luo Qinghuan was coming to request the cultivation tower's jade token, Gongsun Shuoyo furrowed her brow, a fleeting expression of displeasure crossing her features. Nevertheless, she managed to smile, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Oh, so that is the case. After your breakthrough, I shall certainly return it to you. In truth, Luo Qinghuan had approached her several times in the past for the same request. Each time she did, a look of embarrassment would cross her face, and she would leave empty-handed. This time, however, it seemed likely to unfold in a similar manner. Yet, the girl boldly declared, Senior sister, I too wish to cultivate. This time, she met Gongsun Shuoyo's gaze resolutely. Despite a hint of timidity on her small face, her eyes betrayed no retreat. Gongsun Shuoyo was momentarily taken aback by Luo Qinghuan's words. She had not anticipated that the usually yielding Luo Qinghuan would stand her ground this time. Luo, junior sister, she began, given your exceptional talent and my own lack thereof, I must rely on external means for cultivation. We are both disciples of the same school. Could you not extend this small favor? Is there truly no camaraderie between us? Furthermore, with your remarkable gifts, you hardly need the cultivation tower for your training, do you? What do you all think? As she spoke, Gongsun Shuoyo cast a knowing glance at the others nearby. With the exception of Enran, the rest quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, senior sister Luo, your realm is already so advanced. Why not allow us the opportunity to use the cultivation tower? They chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, yes. They all echoed, recognizing that after Gongsun's senior sister had utilized the jade token, they would also need to borrow from Luo's senior sister. Luo Qinghuan opened her mouth in confusion. It was her first attempt at change, yet the scenario presented was somewhat overwhelming for her. Su Yi shook his head. However, at the very least, she had taken that initial step. There was no rush. She could take her time. All right, my dear Luo, you may step back now. It is time for your brother Yi to take over. Chapter 6. The fearsome senior sister Luo when Su Ye's voice resonated. Luo Qinghuan felt a profound sense of security for the first time. After all, she had always perceived this fellow as rather intimidating. Yet, as Su Yi assumed control of her body, a peculiar and extraordinary sensation enveloped her. With Su Ye's presence, no one noticed the subtle shift in the atmosphere surrounding the young girl. Thus, senior sister will hold onto this jade pendant for now, dear junior sister. Once I achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation, I shall express my gratitude properly. Seeing Luo Qinghuan fall silent, Gongsun Shui assumed she had once again succumbed to weakness. And a smug smile crept across her face, though her promised gratitude was merely a casual remark. Gongsun, is that really appropriate? This scene was even too much for Enran to bear. It was well known that senior sister Luo possessed remarkable talent, an excellent candidate for cultivation, potentially destined to become a figure akin to a holy maiden or empress. Yet, her gentle disposition often led her to concede in various situations. Suddenly, the girl's melodious voice, as clear as silver bells, interrupted Enran's thoughts. Very well. If senior sister Gongsun wishes to express her gratitude, I do not require anything overly extravagant. A few sprigs of millennium-grade sacred herbs will suffice. Upon the utterance of those words, Gongsun Shui and her companions were momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising their heads to gaze at the young girl before them, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. The enchanting visage of the girl no longer bore any trace of fragility. Her beautiful eyes were icy cold, and her face was adorned with an air of severity as she fixed her gaze upon them, enveloping the group in an intangible sense of oppression. A millennium-old sacred herb. Luo Shimi, do not jest with me, Gongsun Shui implored. I'm not jesting. Su Yi retorted, arms crossed, offering no respite whatsoever. I do not possess a millennium-old sacred herb. As Suyi showed no regard for her dignity. A pallor of displeasure swiftly spread across Gongsun Xue's fair face. Her silver teeth clenched as she spoke. Do you not? Then, Gongsun Shiji, what does your sluggish cultivation have to do with me? A waste is a waste. It has been over 10 days since I lent you my jade pendant. Yet you have not made a single advancement in your realm. A cold laugh escaped Su Ye's lips, her eyes directed at Gongsun Xue, brimming with scorn. What? Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing the girl's words, Gongsun Xue's expression transformed into one of profound dismay, the term waste piercing her heart like a dagger. Luo Shiji, even if your talent surpasses ours, you ought not to speak of Shiji in such a manner. One of Gongsun Xue's female companions hastily interjected. Begone, Luo Shiji. You, depart. In the wake of her command, Gongsun Xue and Ran found themselves momentarily stunned, gazing at the girl's exquisitely beautiful yet utterly indifferent countenance, as if the very essence of Luo Qinghuan had transformed into someone entirely different. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan's spirit lingered in a small corner, observing Su Yi, whose eyes sparkled like tiny stars. You, Luo Qinghuan, if you are unwilling to lend it, why must you demean me with such words? Here, take it back. Gongsun Xue gritted her silver teeth, her delicate hand flipping to reveal a jade pendant, which she then hurled to the ground with a toss of her hair. Intent on departing. Pick it up. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ye's expression remained indifferent as he calmly addressed her. If I do not pick it up, what can you do? Boom! Before Gongsun Xue could finish her sentence, a terrifying aura from the Celestial Lord realm swept across the area. An overwhelming force struck her abdomen with tremendous impact, sending her flying and crashing heavily onto the ground, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing from her crimson lips. At this moment, Gongsun Xue's eyes were filled with terror. She never anticipated that the seemingly weak Luo Qinghuan would directly take action against her. Being merely half a step into the realm of divine powers, how could she possibly contend with the Celestial Lord? I shall say it once more. Pick it up. Su Ye's voice resonated again. Gongsun Xue struggled to lift her head, her gaze falling upon the young girl's extraordinarily indifferent yet stunning eyes. Her beautiful face void of any expression as she simply reiterated that one command. However, Gongsun Xue sensed an icy, formidable killing intent emanating from her, as if any further words might cost her life. In that instant, without a trace of hesitation, and disregarding the pain radiating throughout her body, fear surged within her heart as she hurriedly crawled towards the jade pendant she had discarded on the ground. Ah, what an ominous aura was that! The pressure from a celestial sovereign? In an instant, when Suyi unleashed his terrifying might, the surrounding disciples of the Xian sacred sect turned their gazes. Huh? Is that senior sister Gongsun Xue? Why does she appear so disheveled, sprawled on the ground? The young maiden in the white dress before her is stunning. Who is she? You do not recognize senior sister Luo Qinghuan? She is the youngest celestial sovereign of our Xian sacred sect. Hiss, a celestial sovereign. The terrifying pressure, just now, was indeed emanating from senior sister Luo. The disciples of the Xian sacred sect began to chatter and speculate. Soon, an eyewitness among them spoke up to clarify. It seems that senior sister Luo kindly lent Gongsun Xue jade pendant for the training tower. But after several requests for its return, Gongsun Xue not only refused, but also disrespectfully threw the pendant to the ground. Consequently, senior sister Luo was provoked into action. The sect does not intervene in such matters. Did you not see Elder Yin turning a blind eye? A disciple of mediocre talent daring to disrespect a prodigy. Did she not deserve to be reprimanded? Upon hearing this, many turned to look. Indeed, they spotted the red-haired elder before the training tower, eyes closed in meditation, clearly uninterested in intervening. Yet, did they not say that senior sister Luo has a gentle temperament and a soft disposition? How could she possibly strike Gongsun Xue? What do you understand? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. As the disciples of the Xian sacred sect continued their spirited discussions, Gongsun Xue, despite enduring excruciating pain and an overwhelming sense of fear, crawled to the jade pendant before her, retrieving it and then presenting it to Su Yi with trembling hands. Luo. Sister Luo, this pendant is yours. This matter is my fault. I apologize to you, she stammered. Su Yi accepted the pendant, barely casting a glance in her direction, and turned to stride towards the cultivation tower. Meanwhile, he conversed silently with Luo Qinghuan in his mind. Little Luo, did you see that? This is how power is wielded. One must suppress decisively. In his thoughts, the petite spirit clad in white fervently nodded in agreement. Yes, absolutely. Chapter 7. Little Luo takes her first step into darkness upon arriving at the cultivation tower. Su Yi found Elder Yin, who had just been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and smiled warmly at him, acknowledging the recent events without any intention to intervene further. Qinghuan, the 8th level is now accessible. You may ascend directly. Thank you, Elder Yin. Su Yi responded with a slight nod before turning to enter the tower. Left behind were the disciples of the Xian holy sect, who gazed at each other in astonishment, their eyes wide as they whispered among themselves. Although Sister Luo differed from the rumors of her weakness, this version of Sister Luo was undeniably impressive. All right, little Luo, it's your turn now. Your brother Yi has logged out, and the next part is for you to handle. Upon reaching the 8th level of the cultivation tower, Su Yi relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Logged out? What does that mean? Luo Qinghuan inquired, taken aback. It signifies the restoration of bodily autonomy. Su Yi elucidated, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in his eyes. Next time you allow your elder brother Yi to take control of your body, remember to shout, Elder brother Yi, please take the stage, and let us have a demonstration. Luo Qinghuan opened her mouth, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson, utterly unable to utter a sound, for it was far too mortifying. Ah! Su Yi chuckled heartily, choosing not to tease her further. That mischievous Su Yi. Upon realizing that Su Yi was merely jesting, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth and stamped her foot in frustration. Although the presence within her was formidable, his demeanor was rather unscrupulous, occasionally resembling a rogue or a brazen scoundrel. Luo Shimmy? At that moment, a young man's unexpected voice resonated within the 8th level. A handsome figure clad in azure approached, his features striking. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan, his gaze brightened noticeably, and a self-satisfied smile crept onto his lips as he greeted her. Luo Shimmy, what brings you to the cultivation tower today? Lin Shixiang? Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze, her slender brows knitting together. Who is he? Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. This individual is named Lin Yu, a disciple of the heavenly sacred peak of the Xianin sacred sect, regarded as a prodigy within the sect. Luo Qinghuan explained in her thoughts. The Xianin sacred sect comprises 8 major peaks, of which she is a disciple of the Frost Sword Peak. Upon hearing this, Sui nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent. May I inquire why Luo Shimmy has the time to visit the cultivation tower today? Noticing Luo Qinghuan's silence, Lin Yu assumed she had not heard him clearly and repeated his question with a light-hearted chuckle. Driven by curiosity, I have come. Luo Qinghuan spoke softly. I see. Lin Yu revealed a look of sudden understanding, then smiled. However, today marks a pivotal moment for my breakthrough to the sacred emperor. Might you grant me the favor of leaving for today? Leave? Luo Qinghuan paused for a moment. Indeed, Luo Jr. sister, you possess a kind heart, surely. You would not refuse such a minor request. Lin Yu said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed, and a hint of difficulty appeared on her charming face. Earlier today, upon arriving at the training tower, Su Yi had advised her to consume the spirit-gathering pill, which had a potency lasting only 5 hours. If she were to depart now, wouldn't it be a waste of the effort Su Yi had invested in concocting the pill? Luo Jr. sister, what troubles you? Today's training is of utmost importance to me. Surely, you would not be so callous as to watch your senior brother fail to break through? Noticing Luo Qinghuan's silence, Lin Yu pressed harder. It was widely known within the sect that, despite Luo Qinghuan's extraordinary talent, her gentle nature made her easy to manipulate. After all, while the spiritual energy on the 8th floor was indeed abundant, it was limited. He felt uncertain about competing for it against someone as gifted as Luo Qinghuan. In the realm of the soul, Su Yi crossed his arms and let out a cold snicker. Your cultivation is important, but mine is not. Yet, he refrained from speaking, choosing instead to observe how Luo Qinghuan would navigate this situation. After all, his aim was to gradually alter her, to darken her essence slowly, rather than to do everything himself. Lin, senior brother. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan's cool voice resonated. At this moment, the young girl trembled slightly, her delicate teeth biting into her crimson lips, as if she were striving to resist something. Is this the so-called innate pure holy body? At this instant, Sui furrowed his brows. Within his gaze, he could distinctly observe the radiant holy light emanating from Luo Qinghuan's delicate form. These brilliant rays resembling chains that ensnared her entire being. The moment she attempted to utter a word, the brilliance intensified, obstructing her, clearly indicating that this innate pure holy body was exerting its power in secret. Witnessing this scene, Sui could not help but curse under his breath. Alas, with this entity present, it seemed unlikely that the young lady could transcend the chains of confinement anytime soon. With a sigh, just as he prepared to take action, a sudden sound of a chain snapping reached his ears. Though faint, it was unmistakably a break. Simultaneously, Luo Qinghuan's somewhat anxious yet earnest voice emerged. Lin, senior brother Lin, your cultivation. What does it have to do with me? The girl's face flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly. This was her first time speaking to someone in such a manner. Yet at the very least, she had accomplished it. That scoundrel Su Yi would surely be taken aback, right? However, just as she reveled in her small triumph, Su Yi's uncontrollable laughter echoed in the air. Though she was emulating him, her adorably foolish demeanor was more of a playful jab than an affectionate tease, utterly lacking in any form of intimidation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She had at least taken the first step. Luo Qinghuan has taken the first step towards her transformation, earning the divine-level technique, devouring demon art, capable of consuming all origins to enhance her own power. To invest or not, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Oh, is it a divine-level technique? The swallowing heaven demon art? This is indeed a remarkable treasure. He had initially planned to find an opportune moment to teach this girl an imperial-level technique, for, as a formidable emperor, the techniques he possessed were undoubtedly superior to those cultivated by Luo Qinghuan. However, with the system now intervening to bestow upon him a divine-level technique, there seemed to be no need to offer her a lesser imperial-level one. Yet, he chose not to invest immediately. Hearing Su Yi's suppressed laughter in her mind, the girl's already flushed face turned even redder, wisps of white steam rising from her head. She disregarded Lin Yu, who stood there in utter bewilderment, and hurriedly made her way deeper into the 8th layer. Was that truly what junior sister Luo had just uttered? Your cultivation. What concern is it of mine? Lin Yu remained rooted in place, his eyes filled with shock. He could hardly comprehend that the kind-hearted junior sister Luo would utter such cold and unfeeling words to him. He found it difficult to accept. If he successfully broke through to the Saint Emperor realm, it would benefit the entire sect. How could it possibly be unrelated to junior sister Luo? Junior sister Yu. He reluctantly chased after her. Get lost. However, her previously innocent and naive gaze suddenly transformed, becoming frosty and devoid of warmth. A mere glance cast in his direction caused Lin Yu to feel as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, rendering him paralyzed in place. With that, the girl continued her descent into the depths of the 8th layer. Su Yi, why have you suddenly logged in? There is no need to waste time with such trivial matters. Su Yi shook his head. Luo Yatu, listen carefully. If you encounter such shameless individuals who attempt to moralistically bind you again, simply remember to tell them to leave. Oh, Luo Qinghuan pondered thoughtfully, lightly nodding her head. But what if they refuse to leave? It becomes even simpler. Just eliminate them. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes, bewildered and flustered. Lin Yu stood frozen in place, taking a long while to react. Watching the graceful figure in the white dress depart, his expression grew increasingly grim. Is it merely because their talent surpasses mine that they behave so arrogantly? Since you insist on stay. Chapter 8. Devouring Heavenly Demon Arts, Tian Enzi. In the depths of the training tower, on the 8th floor, Luo Qinghuan found a spot and asked Sui, what should I do next? Just sit cross-legged, operate your technique, and freely absorb the spiritual energy, Su Ye's voice resonated in her mind. Then, as if fearing she might overthink, he added, "Do not worry about causing trouble for others. The path of cultivation is a survival of the fittest. If you do not strive, others will seize your opportunities." Upon hearing Su Ye's profound wisdom, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, she began to channel her technique. Soon, a sacred white radiance enveloped her. "Wait, Luo Yado, what technique is this?" Observing Luo Qinghuan's practice, Su Yi furrowed his brow. "It is the Pure Heart Sutra of the Xian Yin Holy Sect." The Pure Heart Sutra? Su Yi furrowed his brows even tighter. He could distinctly sense that when Luo Qinghuan practiced this technique, the radiant white light surrounding her intensified. This primordial aura was identical to that of her innate pure holy body. If Luo Qinghuan continued to cultivate this technique, the constraints of her innate pure holy body would grow stronger. Was this mere coincidence? Or was it possible that someone was secretly manipulating events, deliberately guiding Luo Qinghuan toward a preordained path? Su Yi, what is wrong? Luo Qinghuan's playful voice broke through his thoughts. "It's nothing. Just practice this from now on." Without further ado, he waved his hand, and a technique materialized in Luo Qinghuan's mind. "This is the sky-devouring demon technique?" As she gazed at the rows of dark characters forming the technique, curiosity sparkled in her eyes. However, upon reading the introduction, a pallor washed over her delicate face. Such power, such brutality in this demonic art. Should I practice it? Su Yi said little, simply posing a question, thereby entrusting the choice to Luo Qinghuan. Would she become the Empress who saves the world, yet is used by others, or the feared demoness whom all respect? It all rested on her decision. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth and nodded resolutely. "All right." Su Yi nodded in satisfaction and cautioned her, "Close your eyes and concentrate. I will transmit the technique to you." As his words fell, Luo Qinghuan felt the once obscure characters transforming into something comprehensible, leaving her in awe. Luo Qinghuan has mastered the sky-devouring demon technique. The Great Path Sage has been activated. In the depths of Su Ye's mind, the system's voice resonated. Utilizing the primordial energy of the devouring sky demon technique, a 100-fold critical strike will be bestowed upon the host. A smile graced Su Ye's lips at the thought of such a boon. As Luo Qinghuan grew stronger, so too would he. Host's dark transformation investment successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. The indestructible soul scripture. The mention of the indestructible soul scripture momentarily stunned Su Yi. He immediately began to examine the details of this new acquisition. Devour the souls to enhance one's own spirit? His eyes sparkled with intrigue. There were two paths to his ascent. One was through Luo Qinghuan's cultivation, which would grant him the critical strike return, and the other was through the indestructible soul scripture. As he currently possessed a soul form, he was unable to absorb spiritual energy and, thus, could not elevate his cultivation. However, with the indestructible soul scripture, active cultivation was within reach. With this dual avenue of empowerment, his strength would only amplify. "Very well, let us commence our training," he declared, stowing away the indestructible soul scripture. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly before settling into a meditative posture. Her hair cascaded down her fragrant shoulders, gracefully draping over her delicate figure. As the 8th layer of the devouring sky demon technique began to channel forth spiritual energy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 8th layer, Lin Yu retrieved a pill, his gaze fierce. Once I consume this pill, my rate of spiritual energy absorption will quintuple. Luo Qinghuan, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Once I ascend as the holy son of the sect, I shall ensure you become my prized possession. In the next moment, he could distinctly perceive a significant enhancement in his ability to sense and absorb spiritual energy. Immediately, Lin Yu began to fervently draw upon the spiritual energy of the 8th layer. However, at that moment, a resounding boom erupted, accompanied by a terrifying suction force. The spiritual energy of the 8th layer vanished in the blink of an eye, akin to a desiccated river, leaving not a single drop behind. Lin Yu and the disciples cultivating in the 8th layer opened their eyes in bewilderment, gazing in astonishment towards the source of the dreadful suction. There, they beheld a slender figure in a white dress seated cross-legged. Was that Sister Luo? Meanwhile, as Su Yi guided Luo Qinghuan into the cultivation tower, Master Taiyin had arrived at the entrance of a tightly shut cave with Meng'er, who had been reduced to a pitiful state. Elder Tianyin, I seek an audience with Meng'er, the old matron declared. Meng'er? Soon, a frail voice resonated from within the cave, harsh and grating. Reminiscent of the sound of a saw scraping against wood, my beloved great-granddaughter is not in such a wretched state. Great-grandmother, I truly am Meng'er, the girl protested, her voice thick with grievance, on the verge of tears. What? You are indeed Meng'er? With a thunderous crash, the cave door swung open. A gaunt old woman materialized before them. Upon seeing the battered Meng'er, her expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of rage igniting in her hollow eye sockets. Who dares to reduce my beloved great-granddaughter to this state? Wah! Great-grandmother, you must stand up for Meng'er, she cried, desperately seeking justice. Luo Qinghuan's misdeeds were recounted with an embellishment that rendered them even more egregious. Devoid of virtue and affection. Is it beyond her capacity to possess even a modicum of magnanimity? Does she not realize that aiding her fellow disciples is tantamount to aiding herself? Such insolence infuriates me. Taiyin, how could you possibly instruct your disciples in such a manner? Furthermore, as their esteemed teacher, why do you not lend your support to Meng'er? The expression in Taiyin Yinzi's eyes was filled with indignation as he fixed a piercing glare upon the trembling Taiyin Jinren, admonishing her sharply. Upon hearing these words, Taiyin Jinren's face flushed crimson as she hastily attempted to clarify. Elder Tianyin, please temper your wrath. I had no inkling that this rebellious disciple would display such blatant insolence and a lack of decorum. I do not normally instruct her in this fashion. As for supporting Meng'er, I am merely at the sacred emperor realm, while that rebellious disciple has already reached the celestial sovereign realm. I am willing, but lack the strength. Moreover, she has severed our master-disciple relationship. What? Severed the master-disciple bond? Very well. How utterly lacking in humility. Failing to comprehend the importance of reverence for one's teacher. She has truly overstepped her bounds. Upon hearing this, Taiyin Yinzi could not help but erupt in a furious, ironic laughter. Taiyin, go, fetch that wretched girl. I shall administer a proper lesson. Yes, Elder Tianyin. Taiyin Jinren quickly nodded in agreement. Upon hearing that her great-grandmother would support her, Meng'er's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly embraced the skeletal arm of the elderly woman, playfully pleading, great-grandmother, that millennium sacred herb of Luo Qinghuan. Of course, it is meant as an apology for my precious great-granddaughter. Tianyin Yinzi affectionately ruffled Meng'er's head, then coldly remarked, no, that is not sufficient. 1 herb is inadequate. At the very least, 10 herbs. Thank you, great-grandmother. Joy blossomed further in Meng'er's eyes. Elder Tianyin Yinzi, that rebellious disciple has now attained the celestial sovereign realm. Her strength is formidable. The true master furrowed his brow. Celestial sovereign, merely. Do you think I would fear her? Tianyin Yinzi scoffed, waving his sleeve, summoning the aura of a powerful being from the realm of creation. Why have you not brought that wretched one here to apologize to my precious great-granddaughter? Yes. Chapter 9. Though words may falter, strength is sufficient to suppress all in the cultivation tower. Lin Yu and other disciples of the Yin sacred sect gaped in astonishment at the graceful figure in white seated cross-legged. In merely a few short minutes, the spiritual energy of the entire 8th floor had been completely depleted. Is that Senior Sister Luo? Does Senior Sister Luo possess such terrifying talent? Has she truly absorbed all the spiritual energy of the 8th floor in less than a few minutes? For a moment, the disciples on the 8th floor exchanged bewildered glances. Although Luo Qinghuan had seldom visited the 8th floor, she had been there before, only absorbing a small amount of spiritual energy before departing. Yet now, how could she have completely drained the 8th floor? At this moment, Lin Yu was utterly bewildered. The precious elixir he had procured at great expense was originally intended to aid his ascension to the Saint Emperor realm. Yet now it lay wasted, and his hopes of achieving that realm seemed dashed. Suddenly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into the delicate form of Luo Qinghuan, causing her aura to rise dramatically. Congratulations, host! Luo Qinghuan has broken through to the third star of the celestial venerable realm. You have received 100-fold critical return, and your soul's strength has been enhanced. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Su Yi could distinctly feel the enhancement of his soul's strength. In the blink of an eye, he surged from the initial martial artist realm, forging a spiritual sea, establishing a soul palace, acquiring divine abilities, and breaking through to both the Saint Emperor and celestial venerable realms until he finally reached the realm of creation. Is this the realm of creation? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that gaining such power would be so effortless. In his previous life, achieving the realm of creation had demanded an immense amount of effort. He found himself eagerly anticipating the day he could fully corrupt Luo Qinghuan and reshape her physical form. If that day were to come, what kind of terrifying existence would he become? When the host takes control of Luo Qinghuan's body, you may choose to utilize her powers or your own. However, be mindful that when opting to employ your own strength, it must remain within the limits of Luo Qinghuan's current physical capacity. The system reminded him once more. Oh, is that so? Well, that is acceptable. Su Yi nodded slightly, relieved to have such a trump card at his disposal. Su Yi, I have broken through, and remarkably, I have ascended 2 minor realms in one breath. Is this too fast? She remarked at that moment. A voice, tinged with a mix of trepidation and excitement, emerged from the girl. Hurry? Su Yi repeated, somewhat exasperated. With your brother Yi around, your cultivation speed will only accelerate. All right, let us depart. Luo Qinghuan nodded gently, rising gracefully. Just as she prepared to leave the 8th level, the disciples, still in a state of bewilderment, finally reacted. Wow, Sister Luo's talent is truly remarkable. It's my first time witnessing a disciple absorb such an abundance of spiritual energy from the 8th level in such a brief period. The members of the Xian Yin sacred sect were astonished. However, now that Sister Luo has absorbed it all, were we to absorb? Amidst the shock, a timid voice suddenly emerged. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, she has absorbed it all. What is left for us? Luo Qinghuan, you are too selfish. By absorbing all the spiritual energy from the 8th level, how are your fellow brothers and sisters supposed to cultivate? At that moment, Lin Yu, with a fierce glint in his eyes, stepped forward, pointing at Luo Qinghuan and rebuking her. Yes, Sister Luo, while your strength is undeniable, you should at least consider your fellow disciples. Having absorbed it all by yourself, what shall the rest of us do? Sister Luo, one should not be so selfish. At the very least, the surrounding disciples of a Xian Yin sacred sect seem to have found their rallying point, echoing in agreement. However, I did not prevent you from absorbing the spiritual energy. If you choose not to absorb it, is it truly due to a lack of desire? Faced with the collective onslaught of the crowd, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth and weakly retorted. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu and the others instantly turned as dark as thunderclouds. Su Yi stifled a laugh, although the girl was somewhat inept with her words. Her statement seemed to strike a genuine chord, effectively dismantling their defenses. They certainly wished to absorb the energy, yet their inherent qualifications placed them at a disadvantage, unable to compete with Luo Qinghuan. Wasn't this merely an acknowledgement of their inferiority? I refuse to accept this. Luo Qinghuan, you must compensate me and my fellow brothers for our losses. Ignoring the facts, Lin Yu exclaimed in desperation, is there not a shred of fault on your part? Luo Qinghuan? Indeed. Senior Sister Luo must provide us with recompense, echoed the others. It is well known that Senior Sister Luo often trains in the Kunlun Mirror. Surely, she possesses many sacred herbs. Perhaps she could give us a few as a form of compensation for the spiritual energy she has appropriated from us. Surrounded by the clamoring disciples, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, she recalled Su Ye's earlier advice about dealing with shameless individuals. Simply disregard them and instruct them to leave. Therefore, she shifted her tone and weakly managed to utter, Luo girl, such a tone carries little impact. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan inhaled deeply, striving to emulate the composure Su Yi exhibited when controlling his demeanor. Yet, she discovered that no matter how hard she tried, she could not replicate that sense of indifference. Suddenly, inspiration struck. She seemed to have recalled something, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her beautiful eyes. Junior sister Luo, you just mentioned. At that moment, however, before the words could escape her lips, the young girl's feeble voice resounded once more. Leave. Yet, alongside this frail utterance, an indescribably terrifying aura erupted from her delicate form. Hiss! As the overwhelming presence of a celestial sovereign surged forth. Lin Yu and the others were instantly rendered pale, cold sweat trickling down their brows. The girl's gentle disposition had caused them to forget the reality of her being a celestial sovereign. Junior sister Luo, please temper your anger. We were merely jesting. The cultivation tower imposed no restrictions on how much spiritual energy disciples could absorb. Those with the capability could claim it freely and naturally. Junior sister Luo could absorb as she pleased. Ahem. Junior sister Luo, Lin's senior brother was only playing with you. Lin Yu and the others hastily clarified. Then why not hurry and leave? Yes, we shall leave at once. Although the girl's tone remained soft, under the oppressive aura of a celestial sovereign, they were far too alarmed to dwell on such nuances, hastily scrambling away from the 8th floor in a state of panic. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi revealed a satisfied, light-hearted smile. Indeed, the young girl possesses great potential. No one cares about the tone of your voice. You merely need to wield your strength and decisively subdue them. Chapter 10. Obtaining the Soul Technique. Su Yi was an eye-catching figure. Once Lin Yu and the disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect had fled the 8th floor in a disheveled manner, the girl's terrifying aura gradually dissipated. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan's delicate face was flushed with a vibrant hue, exuding an undeniable charm. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, reminiscent of a well-behaved girl embarking on her first transgression. Luo girl, how do you feel? Su Yi inquired with a soft chuckle echoing in her mind. I don't know. Luo Qinghuan gently shook her head, her expression serious as she clenched her small fists. But this sensation is quite extraordinary. Although it is my first time, it feels as if I have been yearning for this moment deep within my soul. As the guilt and nervousness of the innocent girl faded away, she was met with the audacious spirit of a femme fatale. It seemed that Luo Qinghuan indeed possessed the potential to embody such a role. Su Yi silently acknowledged. All right, he said softly to Luo Qinghuan, let's take our leave. She nodded lightly, turning to exit the 8th floor. As she stepped out of the cultivation tower, Elder Yin's gaze fell upon her, filled with curiosity. Oh, young Qinghuan, has something occurred on the 8th floor? Even Lin Yu and his group have vacated, and now you two have emerged. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's face flushed as if caught in a moment of guilt. After a considerable pause, she whispered, I have absorbed all the spiritual energy on the 8th floor. There is no energy left, which is why I came down. The moment those words escaped her lips, not only did Elder Yin stand in stunned silence, but even the disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect passing by were left in a state of disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. What? Elder Yan's lips quivered as he gazed in astonishment at the girl before him. Luo, my dear, have you truly absorbed all the spiritual energy from the 8th level? Indeed, the girl replied with a bright nod. A collective gasp echoed around them. Sister Luo is so formidable. As one ascends the cultivation tower, the spiritual energy becomes increasingly dense, sufficient for dozens of talented disciples to absorb simultaneously. Yet Sister Luo has single-handedly consumed all the energy from the 8th level. Such a feat is unprecedented among our esteemed disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect. Sister Luo is truly impressive. The disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect murmured among themselves. Is it truly necessary for them to be so astonished? With Brother Yi here, absorbing a level of spiritual energy is a mere trifle. Come, my dear Luo, let Brother Yi recount his illustrious deeds to give this old fellow a little shock. In his mind, Su Yi incessantly grumbled, it's just a single level of spiritual energy. If it were the fierce bandit emperor, He wouldn't just settle for the 8th level of the cultivation tower. He would claim a portion of the entire Xianin sacred sex energy. Elder Yin, I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly bid farewell to Elder Yin, fearing that Su Yi, the conspicuous presence, would commandeer her body and boast to Elder Yin for 3 days and nights. This girl has astonishingly managed to absorb all the energy from the 8th level in one go. As she gazed at the receding figure of Luo Qinghuan, Elder Yin couldn't help but sigh. Truly, she is someone favored by the sect leader, destined to become a remarkable saintess, perhaps even an empress. On the way back, Su Yi continued to prattle on about the grand exploits of his notorious bandit emperor, leaving Luo Qinghuan with a headache and a pang of regret for having left. Had she known, she would have let Elder Yin bear this burden instead. Oh, little Luo, we have an unexpected visitor. Su Yi suddenly ceased his relentless chatter, a knowing smile gracing his lips. An unexpected visitor? At his words, Luo Qinghuan paused, then rose on her toes to peer ahead. Before the small courtyard stood 2 familiar figures, the true Master Taiyin and the maiden in the green dress, Ming'er. Qinghuan, where have you been? I have been waiting for you for quite some time, the true Master Taiyin exclaimed. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of concern. He wondered if she had been swayed and chose to forgive this old man. Master, as Luo Qinghuan observed the beaming countenance of true Master Taiyin, her delicate brows knitted together. Instinctively, she nearly called him master, but recalling Su Ye's words, she quickly composed herself, striving to infuse her tone with an air of coldness, her youthful face now bearing a hint of distance. Elder Taiyin, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to my humble abode? Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's formal address, the smile on true Master Taiyin's face faltered, and he let out a wry chuckle. Qinghuan, are you still upset with me? I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have disregarded your feelings. Your matters ought to be decided by you. A cold laugh escaped Su Yi upon hearing the words of the Grand Master of the Taiyin, finding the old man exceedingly hypocritical. Nevertheless, he chose not to elaborate further. Elder Taiyin, we are no longer master and disciple, a fact you have already acknowledged. Thus, there is no need for such formalities. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, her fair visage adorned with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master's countenance grew even more rigid, suppressing the chill in his gaze, and once again forced a smile. Qinghuan, do not speak in anger. Today, I have brought Meng'er here primarily to offer my apologies. With that, he discreetly signaled to Meng'er beside him. The latter immediately pouted, presenting a pitiful demeanor as she quietly implored, Senior Sister Luo, I realize my mistake. It was my fault. Please forgive me. Indeed, the Grand Master continued, Elder Tianyin has recently emerged from seclusion and learned of this matter, chastising this girl. She specifically instructed me to bring you to meet her, as she wishes to personally apologize to you on Meng'er's behalf. The Grand Master of Taiyin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Tianyin? Su Yi raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. Tianyin is an elder of our Xianin holy sect, and it is said that Meng'er is the great-granddaughter of Elder Tianyin. Upon sensing Su Ye's bewilderment, Luo Qinghuan quietly elucidated within her mind. Oh, it appears to be a feast of intrigue, Su Yi remarked, arching an eyebrow as he inquired of Luo Qinghuan. Do you intend to attend or not? I shall not go. Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows slightly and shook her head gently. It is said that Elder Tianyin is quite protective of her own. How could she possibly apologize to me in person? Oh, upon hearing the girl's words, Su Yi felt somewhat surprised yet inwardly relieved. It appeared that Luo Qinghuan was merely vulnerable to moral constraints due to her innate pure holy body. But this did not seem to imply that she was a na-ve fool devoid of intelligence. So, does that mean you will not go? MHM. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. Luo girl, it seems you have yet to grasp the crux of the matter, Su Yi replied with a knowing smile. The crux? Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted together, a hint of confusion evident in her beautiful eyes. Since you are aware that Elder Tianyin is fiercely protective, it indicates that she has harbored resentment towards you for quite some time. Even if you avoid her today, what about in the future? Who has to say she won't secretly undermine you or create trouble? Su Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan frowned, conceding that Su Yi had a point. What should we do then? Well, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile, I have a rather benevolent solution. What solution? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. Let her pass away, and it will all be resolved. Luo Qinghuan's enchanting eyes glimmered with uncertainty. Cursed Su Yi, is this truly your idea of a benevolent solution? Is this what you call kindness? Su Yi chuckled silently. To a ruthless bandit, this indeed was considered benevolence. According to legend, Elder Tian was already at the peak of the celestial venerable realm before entering seclusion. Now that he has emerged, it is presumed that he has broken through to the realm of creation, rendering me no match for him. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. Kri Shishun. Ha! With you, Brother Yi. What is there to fear? You simply need to entrust your body to Brother Yi without worry, she said with a chuckle. Hearing his light laughter, Luo Qinghuan instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, trembling slightly. Su Yi, I can't shake the feeling that my body will eventually be mishandled in your hands. Mishandled? Su Yi raisit aneyebrok, glancing at her rather unremarkable figure with a look of disdain. I have no interest in a child's physique like yours. At this remark, Luo Qinghuan's charming face flushed a deep crimson at an observable pace. Even wisps of steam seemed to emanate from her head as she indignantly retorted, Pooh, pooh, pooh. You have the body of child. Who do you look down upon? And what I meant was not that kind of mishandling. You foul Su Yi. You fool Su Yi. Clearly, she was quite sensitive to Su Ye's critique of her figure, which is something that most girls tend to be. Observing her prolonged silence and the sudden flush on her cheeks, the true man of Taiying couldn't help but feel a sense of perplexity. Is something wrong? Then, she lifted her beautiful eyes to rest upon the two of them. Since Elder Tian has this intention, I shall not disappoint her goodwill. Lead me forth. Although Elder Tian possesses the cultivation of the transformation realm, for some inexplicable reason, her heart feels a sense of tranquility with Su Yi present. Qinghuan, you shall accompany us, she declared. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in the old eyes of Tai Yinzhenren, who eagerly responded. Dream Air beside her also displayed a hint of delight. I shall ensure that grandmother teaches her a lesson. Even if I cannot slay her at the very least, I shall mar her visage. Then, let her seek 10,000-year-old sacred herbs. Soon, the trio arrived before a concealed cave of the Xian Yin holy sect. Along the way, Sui noticed that the path taken by Tai Yin Lao Bai was sparsely populated, clearly to avoid detection. Qinghuan, Elder Tian awaits you within. I and Dream Air shall wait outside, Tai Yinzhenren stated, halting her steps, a smile creasing her aged face as she turned towards Luo Qinghuan. Senior sister Luo, Dream Air acknowledges her mistake. If we encounter my grandmother, I kindly ask you to speak a few good words on my behalf, so she may refrain from punishing me, Dream Air whispered. Luo Qinghuan paid her no heed, glancing at the characters inscribed on the cave that read Tianyin. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, and instinctively called out Su Ye's name. Su Yi, why call me Brother Yi? Su Ye's playful tone dispelled much of Luo Qinghuan's apprehension, replacing it with a measure of comfort. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head as she pushed open the cave's grand door and stepped inside. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the two individuals outside the cave instantly turned icy. Luo Qinghuan, I shall observe how the matriarch deals with you. As Luo Qinghuan stepped into the cave, the very next moment, an overwhelming pressure surged towards her, the oppressive force of a formidable being. Sensing this, Luo Qinghuan summoned her spiritual energy, her graceful figure flickering as she evaded the terrifying force. With her delicate brows furrowed, she gazed ahead. Is this how Elder Tian apologizes on behalf of junior sister Ming? It is no surprise that such a prodigious disciple of the Xian Yin sacred sect can evade my strike even at the celestial sovereign level. Accompanied by a piercing laugh, an elderly woman leaning on a cane emerged from the cave, her gaze fixating on Luo Qinghuan with an unsettling smile. Luo Qinghuan, your disregard for your elders and lack of humility reveal your unworthiness and lack of affection. I have yet to discipline you on behalf of the sect, and you dare to demand an apology from me for Manga? How utterly ridiculous! Elder Tian Yin scoffed. Under ordinary circumstances, Luo Qinghuan might have found herself at a loss for words upon hearing such remarks. However, after days of influence from Su Yi, she was no longer inclined to passively endure. A lack of humility? If I am considered young in the eyes of Elder Tian Yin, then might she not bestow upon me a few thousand-year-old sacred herbs? Should she refuse, it would only further demonstrate her own unworthiness and lack of affection. The insufferable Su Yi once proclaimed that without morality, one cannot be shackled by others. If others attempt to morally constrain me, then I shall turn the tables and ensnare them in return. Tian Yinzi paused, utterly taken aback by the unexpected retort from Luo Qinghuan. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Her old yellowed teeth clenched as she glared at the clever young girl. I shan't waste my breath on you. You have harmed my precious great-granddaughter, and I shall teach you a lesson. With a grim expression, Tian Yinzi realized that since she could not prevail in moral arguments, she would resort to brute strength. As the aura of a powerful cultivator enveloped her, she failed to notice the shift in the girl's demeanor. Chapter 12. Teaching the young lady to battle, the essence of the celestial sword. With her words hanging in the air, Tian Yinzi raised her skeletal staff high, countless strands of malevolent energy coalescing upon it. She then brought it crashing down onto the ground with tremendous force. Boom! In an instant, the sinister energy erupted into a fierce wave, surging towards Luo Qinghuan. As the violent wave approached, Luo Qinghuan's face was etched with tension and seriousness, her mind momentarily blank. This was her first encounter in combat with a cultivator, and all the martial arts she had learned seemed to vanish from her memory. Yet, as the wave drew near, her body instinctively reacted. Spiritual energy surged within her, and with a nimble leap, she deftly evaded the onslaught. Seeing Luo Qinghuan evade her attack, Tian Yinzi had no intention of granting her a moment's respite. With a cold snort, she slammed her staff once more onto the ground. The skull atop the staff opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of ghostly white, malevolent energy that transformed into numerous sinister serpents, resembling bones, racing towards Luo Qinghuan. The sinister serpent, cloaked in malevolence, was utterly repulsive, with maggots writhing upon its surface. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Luo Qinghuan's delicate face paled significantly. This scene was enough to unsettle not just a young girl like her, but even seasoned male cultivators would be repulsed. Luo girl, what are you dawdling for? Draw your sword and strike. At that moment, Su Ye's impatient voice echoed in her mind. All right. Realizing her predicament, Luo Qinghuan's jade-like hand shimmered with spirit light, conjuring a spirit sword that materialized in her grasp. Without hesitation, she began to slash wildly at the advancing, sinister serpent. Indeed, she was blindly swinging her sword with her eyes shut, clutching it tightly. So he couldn't help but think, this girl truly lacked any combat experience. Is this how one utilizes their cultivation at the celestial sovereign level? Relying solely on instinct in battle is untenable. Very well, who once ruled as a fierce emperor in his past life, would take it upon himself to teach her the artistry of a truly exhilarating fight. After all, in his previous incarnation, he possessed the ability to blind even the mightiest emperors with a mere sprinkle of flour, or dismantle an opponent's defenses with a single decisive move that struck terror into the hearts of all celestial sovereigns. Such a lack of swordsmanship was utterly laughable. Observing this scene, Tian Yinzi sneered coldly, wondering how such juvenile swordplay could possibly contend with her sinister serpent. Detection. Luo Qinghuan has swung her sword. The Great Tao Master has been activated. The essence of the sword of heaven and earth has merged with her sword intent, granting the host the benefits of the Great Tao's sword essence. Simultaneously, as Luo Qinghuan flailed her sword, the system's voice resonated unexpectedly. Su Yi distinctly sensed a sharp sword intent merging within his soul, a manifestation of the profound essence of the sword from the heavens and earth. As long as Luo Qinghuan diligently cultivated this sword intent, Su Ye's own strand of sword intent would be continuously nurtured until the moment he acquired a physical form. At that point, it would not merely be a single strand of sword intent, but a multitude of them. Is this the sensation of having an extraordinary advantage? It feels undeniably exhilarating. Sui couldn't help but exclaim. This girl was truly his fortune. As she grew stronger, so too did he. It was a double blessing. The system might as well abandon the name of the darkening female protagonist system and adopt dual cultivation system, for Luo Qinghuan's cultivation only served to enhance his own power. In an instant, as Luo Qinghuan anxiously swung her sword in a chaotic manner, the essence of the heavenly sword had already intermingled, unleashing a terrifying tempest of sword intent. The approaching serpentine shadows of malevolence disintegrated into nothingness before they could draw near. What? This chaotic sword momentum, how could it possess such formidable sword intent? When Tian Yinzi witnessed this spectacle, his expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment, his ancient eyes wide with disbelief. Huh? Even Luo Qinghuan found herself momentarily dazed, her lips slightly parted. Su Yi, is it you? But soon, she regained her composure. Such a terrifying sword force was very likely a result of Su Ye's clandestine assistance. I merely helped you comprehend a fragment of the heavenly sword essence. Su Ye's voice resonated in her mind. The essence of the heavenly sword. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. She had heard of this heavenly sword essence from the master of Frost Sword Peak, an entity of such caliber that even they could not perceive the heavenly sword essence. Yet now, Sui had effortlessly aided her in grasping a sliver of it. Lo, don't panic. Overcome your inner tension. At worst, treat this old fellow as merely a cabbage and strike it down, Su Yi reassured once more. At that moment, upon hearing Su Ye's gentle voice, Luo Qinghuan inexplicably felt a sense of calm wash over her. Even her anxiety began to dissipate significantly. Then, she pondered, just a moment ago, I was so tense while gripping the sword, yet now I feel no trace of that tension. Moreover, this aura of sword intent emanating from me, could it be the essence of the sword of heaven and earth? Observing Luo Qinghuan's transformation, Tian Yinzi furrowed her brow. Upon sensing the sharp sword intent radiating from the young girl, her expression suddenly shifted, but she quickly regained her composure. Impossible. This little girl is merely a celestial sovereign. How could she possibly comprehend the essence of the sword of heaven and earth? Well, it seems I underestimated you, but this is where it ends. With that, Tian Yinzi ceased her contemplation, grasped her skeletal staff, and took a step forward, instantly appearing before Luo Qinghuan. The aura of creation manifesting as she brought her staff crashing down. Seeing Tian Yinzi suddenly materialize before her, Luo Qinghuan instinctively felt her heart tighten. Lo, don't panic. Recall what your brother Yi just said. Su Ye's voice echoed simultaneously. What did he just say? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled Su Ye's earlier words. She immediately tightened her grip on the spiritual sword, summoned her sword intent, and exclaimed, "Cabbage! Perish! Su Ye!" Tian Yinzi. Cabbage? What cabbage? Tian Yinzi was momentarily stunned. In an instant, Luo Qinghuan unleashed a formidable sword strike, invoking the essence of the heavens and earth, which descended heavily upon her skeletal staff. As she momentarily lost her focus, a resounding crack echoed through the air, and the staff shattered into two pieces. My treasured spiritual artifact. Tian Yinzi's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze turning ominous as it fell upon the spiritual sword in Luo Qinghuan's grasp, or more precisely, the piercing sword intent emanating from it. The ability to shatter her meticulously crafted artifact was not merely due to the sword itself, but rather the terrifying sword intent it harbored. This was indeed the essence of the heavens and earth. To grasp such profound insights at the heavenly, sovereign level. What exceptional talent! If I could seize control of you, I would surely be on the path to transcend the Saint Master level, perhaps even reaching the Emperor realm. At this moment, greed filled Tian Yinzi's eyes, and a murderous intent flickered within. Upon realizing the astonishing potential Luo Qinghuan possessed, her intentions shifted from merely teaching her a lesson to outright possession. Upon hearing Tian Yinzi's intent to take over her body, Luo Qinghuan's fair visage paled slightly. Gripping her spiritual sword tightly, she resolved to thwart Tian Yinzi's ambitions. After all, she still had Su Yi within her. with two souls residing within her. Would they not drive each other to madness? Boom! In that instant, Tian Yinzi unleashed her full power as a transformation realm expert, finally abandoning any pretense of restraint as she surged toward Luo Qinghuan. Faced with the tempestuous assault of a transformation realm powerhouse, all Luo Qinghuan could do was evade the onslaught. It must be said that the female protagonist is somewhat weaker, compounded by the fact that this girl lacks combat experience. Had it been another protagonist, they would have long since engaged in battles beyond their realm. However, it mattered not. With Suyi by her side, it was only a matter of time before she would evolve into an existence capable of surpassing even those male protagonists in combat. Well done, little Luo. You have performed admirably. Next, I shall leave it to you, Night Brother. Just as Luo Qinghuan was on the verge of exhaustion, Su Ye's reassuring chuckle echoed. It was not that he refrained from intervening, but rather that he wished for Luo Qinghuan to acclimate to battle. His aim was to transform her, not to dominate her. If everything were to be done by him, it would not serve any purpose for Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing Su Ye's voice in her mind, Luo Qinghuan lightly nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Gradually, the softness in her beautiful eyes faded, replaced by an expression of indifference. Old dog, have you had enough fun? Next, your Qinghuan will play with you properly. As the icy yet audacious words of the young girl resonated, a surge of ethereal energy quietly flowed from her delicate form. Chapter 13. She did not realize her mistake, but rather that she was on the brink of death. As the chilling yet audacious words fell from the young girl's lips, Tian Yinzi appeared momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brows as he gazed intently at the white-clad girl before him. The gentle demeanor that once graced her youthful face had vanished, replaced by an expression of detachment. It was as though the girl standing before him had become an entirely different person. However, she quickly shook her head and let out a cold laugh. What a facade! You, a mere junior of the heavenly sovereign realm, believe you can stir up waves before me. Bang! Yet, before Tian Yinzi could finish his words, a phantom suddenly materialized before him. The young girl's exquisitely indifferent face appeared in his line of sight, and then, with a firm grip on her small fist, she struck fiercely against Tian Yinzi's gaunt and hideous visage, instantly caving it in. With a resounding thud, Tian Yinzi's form crashed against the stone wall of the cavern, blood spurting forth from his lips. Simultaneously, the girl's mocking laughter echoed through the air. The celestial cannot stir the waters? It's quite simple. I shall enter the realm of creation. As her words faded, within the confines of her soul, the petite spirit clad in a white dress gazed upon the scene, her beautiful eyes shimmering like stars. Suyi is so handsome. No, I cannot praise him. He said I lack courage. Otherwise, that insufferable fellow will surely take advantage. After spending these past few days together, she had come to understand just how shameless Suyi truly was. Suyi gazed indifferently at the fallen Tian Yinzi, a breath of creation emanating from him. He suddenly called out to the vengeful little spirit deep within, Luo girl. Luo Qinghuan, who had been murmuring to herself, froze and looked up in confusion, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had he overheard her secretly criticizing the insufferable Suyi? Observing her flustered expression, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle, choosing not to dwell on it. After all, he could always assist her with her bathing next time. Watch how your brother Yi engages in battle. Your experience is far too lacking. Pay close attention and learn well. Oh, the girl nodded earnestly, pulling out a small notebook to take notes. Tian Yinzi lay on the ground, once again spitting out blood, and to his astonishment, he realized that the spiritual energy within him could no longer coalesce under the force of the girl's punch. The realm of transformation. How could your strength suddenly ascend to the realm of transformation? She gazed incredulously at the figure of Luo Qinghuan before her. However, Suyi remained taciturn, merely conjuring a flickering aura of spiritual light in his hand, manifesting a spirit sword that he brandished as he approached Tian Yinzi. What are you intending to do? Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan suddenly draw her spirit sword and advance towards her, Tian Yinzi's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear finally illuminating her eyes as she hastily threatened, Luo Qinghuan, have you lost your mind? I am an elder of the inner sect of the Yin sacred sect. Do you dare to slay me? Yet, as her words fell, Suyi paid her no heed, the sword intent gradually materializing upon the blade in his grasp. You, Qinghuan, this matter was my fault. Spare me, and I shall ensure that I properly discipline that girl Ming'er. Observing the ethereal sword essence manifesting upon the delicate form of the young woman before her, Tian Yinzi's fear intensified, and she swiftly transformed her demeanor, pleading for mercy. Did she now recognize her errors? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows. No, she merely understood that her demise was imminent. Suyi gently shook his head, directly channeling the frost sword technique that Luo Qinghuan had once mastered. As the sword intent radiated from his hand, frost enveloped the blade, and with a flash of cold light illuminating the realms, he swung towards Tian Yinzi. Luo Qinghuan, you truly dare to kill me? Witnessing this scene, Tian Yinzi was struck with both shock and terror. With a steely resolve, she summoned all her transformative energy, attempting to flee into the heavens. However, in the next moment, despair etched itself across Tian Yinzi's face, for she realized, unbeknownst to her, the frost had frozen the very fabric of the surrounding space, leaving her with no escape. Die, the girl whispered, her voice akin to the pronouncement of death itself. The intent of the frost blade descended, and in an instant, it pierced through the body of Tian Yinzi, marking the commencement of his life's waning. One strike. Instant demise? Within the realm of her soul, Luo Qinghuan widened her beautiful eyes at this spectacle, then pouted her lips. That wretched Suyi. One strike, and he has done. What is there for me to learn? He even mentioned an examination. It must be intentional. Luo girl, isn't your brother Yi impressive? Have you learned it yet? Suyi inquired with a grin. You insufferable Suyi, you took him down in one move. What is there for me to learn? Luo Qinghuan retorted, her lips pursed in annoyance. You fail to grasp the essence. Suyi chuckled lightly, shaking his head. What is the purpose of engaging in combat? 2. Achieve victory? Luo Qinghuan blinked her lovely eyes, tentatively suggesting. Incorrect. It is to take their life, Suyi replied, shaking his head. Bah, crude. Luo Qinghuan muttered under her breath, casting him a scornful glance. Unfazed, Suyi continued with a smile. If the aim of 100 or even 1,000 techniques is to claim their life, why should I complicate matters? Why not simplify and deliver single strike? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan pondered earnestly. There seemed to be some truth in his assertion. However, what you deem simple is not so easily accomplished. She replied, her tone laced with irritation. No, the inability of others does not imply your own limitations. Yet, Su Ye's unwavering conviction resonated profoundly. Luo Qinghuan stood frozen in place, her petite face slightly flushed, astonished that the insufferable Su Yi would actually place such faith in her. How delightful! It appears that in your eyes, I am indeed formidable. A sense of pride swelled within her, and she couldn't suppress a silly grin. Observing her expression of smug satisfaction, Su Yi couldn't resist teasing her. It's not that, but rather because Night Brother is here, haha. Luo Qinghuan. In an instant, a visible blush rapidly spread across the young girl's delicate face, steam seemingly rising from her head. You insufferable suye. After a considerable pause, the girl in the petite white dress finally managed to calm herself, patting her chest. She cast a glance at the ghastly remains of the Tian Yinzi's corpse on the ground, her face paling slightly as she quietly inquired. What should we do with the corpse of Elder Tian Yin? Should we bury it? Bury it? So he was taken aback. This girl was indeed too kind-hearted. After killing her, she still wanted to offer a considered burial. No need. The real show is yet to come. Shaking his head, a faint smile graced his lips as he glanced outside the cave, then turned to walk out. Chapter 14. Breaking the chains again. Am I truly so inadequate? Outside the cave, Tai Jinren and Meng'er were completely oblivious to the events transpiring within, as Elder Tian Yin had previously set up a treasure within the cave to isolate their presence, intending to deal with Luo Qinghuan. Unfortunately, this measure had only served to exacerbate his own predicament. Nearly 10 minutes had passed. Has that wretched woman still not been subdued? Meng'er fool here delicate plaus. Her impatience growing as she yearned to pierce the face of that wretched Luo Qinghuan with her embroidery needle, all because of the latter's superior beauty. Could it be that even the venerable Taiyin Yinzi of the creation realm could not subdue that rebellious disciple? The expression of the Taiyin Zhenren darkened. Now that Luo Qinghuan had severed their master-disciple relationship, the more formidable Luo Qinghuan became. The more discontent brewed within her, leading to a profound sense of regret. However, that rebellious disciple was not adept at combat. It should not be long now. The Taiyin Zhenren consoled herself internally. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed as the cave's door swung open. The two individuals exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy as they simultaneously exclaimed, "Great-grandmother! Have you captured that wretched? Taiyin Yinzi, have you subdued that rebellious?" Yet, before their words could fully escape their lips, they abruptly halted, their expressions freezing in place. Before them stood a stunning young woman clad in a flowing white dress, her beauty unparalleled, and she appeared entirely unscathed, showing no signs of battle, as if nothing had transpired at all. Luo, senior sister, how did you come out? Did great-grandmother not see you?" Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's appearance, Meng Er hastily rephrased her words, fearful that her earlier address might reach the ears of the formidable figure. For as a mere cultivator of the spiritual sea realm, she dared not be so audacious towards Luo Qinghuan. In former times, she might have taken advantage of Luo Qinghuan's gentle nature to speak with insolence. However, after receiving a few resounding blows from the young woman just days prior, she had instantly learned to be more respectful. "Indeed, Qinghuan, did Taiyin Yinzi not see you?" Taiyin Zhenren chimed in, both puzzled. The elder Tian had proclaimed to thoroughly discipline Luo Qinghuan, yet why was she unscathed? At this moment, the girl in the white dress observed the two with a glimmer of coldness in her eyes, though her fair visage bore a sweet smile. "Elder Tian has just emerged from seclusion and has commanded me to summon you both to meet her." Upon hearing this, the two sighed in relief, realizing that Tian had yet to take action against that wretched girl. However, it was quite generous of the matriarch to invite them along for the torment. "In that case, Qinghuan, you may enter first. I shall follow with Meng Er shortly." The Taiyin real person smiled, and as she watched Luo Qinghuan turn to enter, she discreetly signaled Meng Er to close the entrance tightly, ensuring that Luo Qinghuan could not escape. With the sound of the door shutting behind them, Su Yi walked ahead, a smile gracing his face as he mused about how considerate people could be, fearing their own demise while ensuring the door to life was firmly closed. "Qinghuan, where is Elder Tianyin?" The Taiyin real person and Meng Er inquired with smiles as they caught up. "There," Su Yi pointed toward a small courtyard ahead. The two paused, glancing forward. In the courtyard, Elder Tianyin lay peacefully on the ground, clearly lifeless. "What? Elder Tianyin? Matriarch?" Upon witnessing the corpse of Elder Tianyin, their expressions shifted dramatically, filled with disbelief. Hadn't the elders stated her intent to properly discipline Luo Qinghuan? How would she have perished so swiftly? Qinghuan. At this moment, the master of Taiyin spoke with a certain hesitation, turning around to gaze at the girl whose lips curled into a persistent smile. A profound sense of foreboding surged within her heart. "I have killed." Yet, the girl merely smiled softly and nodded gently. "Hiss. WH. What?" Upon hearing these words, the master of Taiyin's expression changed dramatically. Her aged eyes filled with terror as she forced a smile, attempting to maintain her composure. Qinghuan, do not jest with me. You are merely at the celestial sovereign level, while Elder Tianyin has reached the realm of creation. How could you possibly kill her? Luo Qinghuan, you vile wretch, how dare you slay the Grand Matriarch? If the sect learns of this, they shall not spare you, you wretched one. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a cacophony ensued. Hearing her incessant insults, Su Yi furrowed his brow, raising his hand and cleaving the body of Meng Er in two with a single stroke of his sword. Witnessing this scene within the realm of souls, the little spirit in the white dress gasped, her face paling as she instinctively covered her eyes. Su Ye, how could you have killed junior sister Meng Er so ruthlessly? After a moment, Luo Qinghuan's faint voice emerged. She bore no resentment towards Su Yi. She simply had not anticipated his decisive actions, striking without hesitation. You called her a wretch, Yet you are not one yourself, Su Yi replied calmly. Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. For some inexplicable reason, a seemingly ordinary statement filled her heart with warmth. It felt as though no one had ever defended her in such a manner. Qinghuan, what are you doing? Meng'er is your junior sister. The Taiyinjianren, realizing the situation, was instantly struck with fear as she gazed upon Luo Qinghuan. However, the young girl merely lifted her cold, piercing gaze, allowing it to settle lightly on her. Instantly, the Taiyinjianren trembled uncontrollably. She had never encountered such a look in Luo Qinghuan's eyes before. It was a gaze of profound indifference, devoid of any emotion, as if a single glance could lead to her annihilation. Qinghuan, this is all a plot orchestrated by Meng'er and Taiyinzi. I have no part in it. We have shared a teacher-student bond. Spare me, and I assure you, I shall keep this matter confidential. The Taiyinjianren, fearing the revelation of Taiyinzi's schemes, hastily pleaded for mercy. Lo girl, I leave this old dog to you. Su Yi disregarded the Taiyinjianren's entreaties, merely addressing the ethereal figure in the delicate white dress deep within his soul. As his words resonated, he offered the girl no opportunity for response, promptly returning control of her body to her. Certain matters necessitated that this girl take the first step herself. To shatter the shackles of her innate pure holy body, he could only serve as a guide. The true power to break those chains resided within Luo Qinghuan herself. Me? The indifference in the young girl's eyes swiftly transformed into bewilderment as she beheld the Taiyinjianren kneeling before her. Luo Qinghuan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the individual kneeling before her was once her mentor. Upon observing the hesitation in the young girl's demeanor, Master Taiyin believed she had grasped a lifeline and hastily added, although we are no longer teacher and disciple, Qinghuan, consider how I once treated you. What was her treatment of this girl? Hearing these words, Su Yi could not help but display a peculiar expression. He had thoroughly perused Luo Qinghuan's memories. How did Master Taiyin treat her? TSK. This old dog was merely walking into a trap of his own making. Yet, this was perhaps for the best. At that moment, she could not help but let out a self-deprecating smile. How did you treat me? When I had a dispute with my senior brother, despite it being his fault, you only reprimanded me and insisted I apologize, never consider my feelings. In my early years, I was required to relinquish cultivation resources to my senior brothers and sisters, and when I became a senior sister, I was expected to yield to my junior sisters. Yet, after a single mistake in alchemy, you subjected me to relentless criticism and punishment. All I ever heard from you were rebukes. Not a single word of praise ever escaped your lips. As Luo Qinghuan spoke, Master Taiyin's expression grew increasingly rigid. Crack. Unintentionally, Su Yi seemed to hear the faint sound of a delicate shackle shattering. The girl slowly lowered her head, her body trembling uncontrollably at that moment, as if releasing years of pent-up grievances. She murmured softly, am I truly so inadequate? Chapter 15. She was, after all, the bright moon in the sky. Why should she be tainted by the dust of the mortal realm? Upon hearing the girl's murmurs, Su Yi could not help but sigh. After delving into the entirety of the girl's memories, he felt an increasing pang of compassion for her. Regrettably, he could only offer words of solace and was unable to embrace her properly. He then spoke earnestly, Luo girl, there is no need for you to doubt yourself. Your worth is forever determined by you alone, not by the judgments of others. You are truly remarkable. As she heard Su Yi's profoundly sincere voice echo in her mind, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shimmering with a misty light. My worth is forever determined by myself. It was the first time she had encountered such sentiments, and her heart swelled with intricate emotions. Meanwhile, the Taijin real person's expression grew increasingly rigid, forcing a semblance of smile. Qinghuan, you don't understand. I am imparting to you the wisdom that enduring hardship is the path to becoming exceptional. Upon hearing this, Su Yi could not suppress a cold laugh. The principle that one must endure hardship to rise above others certainly holds true, but it does not imply that one should suffer unnecessarily. With Luo girl's astonishing talent for cultivation, even if she were to monopolize all resources, no one would dare to speak against her. It is her due. She is, after all, A radiant moon in the sky. Why should she be tainted by the mundane world? Why must she go to such lengths to prove that the brilliance of the moon cannot be overshadowed by the dust of the earth? The Taijin real person merely sought to exploit the girl's innate purity and goodness, aiming to control her and prevent her from breaking free from his grasp. Thank you. Suyue, she said. Who are we to each other that you should thank me? Do you wish to be spanked? Suyue replied with a feigned irritation, casting a glare at the girl. Next time, do not say thank you. Luo Qinghuan broke into a smile, her tears forgotten. She understood that Suyi merely possessed a sharp tongue but a tender heart, and for the first time, she experienced warmth from another. This sensation was truly delightful. Oh, I see. Luo Qinghuan playfully stuck out her tongue. Qinghuan, considering our master-disciple bond, I implore you to spare me. I assure you that today's events will remain a secret. At that moment, Taiying Jinren, noticing Luo Qinghuan's prolonged silence, felt a surge of dread escalating within her. Finally, Luo Qinghuan's beautiful gaze fell upon Taiying Jinren, and she gently shook her head. The frost-laden spiritual sword in her hand gradually dissipated, her tone unexpectedly calm. You may leave. Is that true? Qinghuan, thank you. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of immense joy crossed Taiying Jinren's eyes, and she hastily fled towards the entrance of the cave. Witnessing this scene, Suyi furrowed his brow. Yet, before he could utter a word, the temperature around them began to plummet. A hint of frost materialized in the air. As Taiying Jinren rushed to escape, her thoughts were solely focused on the nearby cave entrance, her expression increasingly gleeful, her heart secretly mocking. You, Luo Qinghuan, dare to harm your fellow disciple. Once I escape, I shall ensure your demise. However, just as these curses brewed in her mind, a crackling sound echoed. The temperature around her dropped sharply, and a strand of frosty sword intent suddenly emerged from behind her. In the next moment, the sword intent pierced through her body, and her vitality began to wane. No! As the life force of the supreme Master waned, mist gathered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes, her delicate frame trembling as crystalline tears cascaded down. Her feelings toward the supreme Master were intricate, encompassing both gratitude for his nurturing and resentment for the lack of respect shown by her mentor. Yet at this moment, what surged forth was primarily the release of her pent-up grievances. The first sword of darkness was to sever ties with a foolish master. Had it not been for the supreme Master's callousness, how could she have forged her own indifference? Observing the sobbing maiden, Suyi sighed, helplessly watching her weep without the ability to offer any comfort, unable even to provide the simplest of embraces. Suyi, I no longer have a master. The girl murmured through her tears. It's all right. You still have your brother Yi. At that moment, Suye's tone was exceedingly gentle, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. I also have no family left. It's all right. You still have your brother Yi. It's all right. Thus, the girl poured forth her grievances in a stream of tears, while Suyi offered soft words of solace. After a considerable time, Luo Qinghuan finally calmed the turmoil within her heart. Have you ceased crying? Suyi inquired with a light chuckle. I have stopped. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. Your brother Yi has captured your tear-streaked visage just now. Should you weep again, it shall be revealed to all. Suyi jested, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. You. The girl bit down on her silver teeth, pouting slightly. I will never cry again. Is that so? Suyi replied with a smile. Meanwhile, in his mind, the system's voice echoed once more. Luo Qinghuan completed a transformation, receiving as a reward a steadfast heart. Devoid of moral constraints, she would not be shackled by ethics, and wielding her sword would come naturally. Shall we invest? Without hesitation, Suyi replied affirmatively. Host has successfully completed the dark investment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Emperor's Strike X3, the Emperor's Strike card. Upon usage, it grants a temporary elevation to the Imperial Realm, delivering a powerful blow. It may be utilized thrice. The Emperor's Strike card? Hearing this, Su Ye's eyes narrowed in intrigue. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward. This would certainly provide him with a crucial safeguard for survival. Carefully, he stowed away the reward, then seemingly recalled something. By the way, my dear, do not let their corpses escape your grasp. utilized the devouring heaven demon technique to absorb their cultivation essence. Understood. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, then began to channel the devouring heaven demon technique, commencing the absorption of the three individuals' cultivation essences. Meanwhile, Su Yi watched quietly within the realm of his soul. From his perspective, although Luo Qinghuan's delicate form remained enveloped in the pure, sacred radiance of her innate holy body, there was a striking hint of blackness within the white glow. It was evident that breaking free from the shackle would not take much longer. As Luo Qinghuan absorbed the cultivation essences, she simultaneously activated the indestructible soul technique, consuming their souls as well. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the labor light. However, in their case, it transformed into a man and a woman working together leaves no survivors. Luo Qinghuan devoured the cultivation essences, while Su Yi consumed the souls, rendering their demise utterly irrevocable. The host devours the soul, and the realm of soul power has ascended to the second star of the creation realm. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan has also completely absorbed the cultivation essence of the three individuals. Luo Qinghuan has absorbed the cultivation essence, granting the host 5,000 units of primordial power. The system's voice continuously echoed in his mind. Primordial power? So he was taken aback. Soon, the system provided clarification. Primordial power can be transformed into the essence of any energy, such as cultivation, sword intent, alchemy, forging techniques, and so forth. Utilizing it will enhance those abilities. Moreover, the host can choose to apply it to himself or Luo Qinghuan. Oh, this substance is akin to a universal experience for comprehensive upgrades. Su Yi suddenly understood. This is indeed advantageous, especially since it can also be used for Luo Qinghuan. It is certainly wise to allocate it to her. After all, even if he were to grow stronger by using it on himself, it would be futile if her body could not withstand the enhancement. By empowering Luo Qinghuan, he could simultaneously grow stronger, achieving a dual benefit. However, the cultivation essence could be temporarily reserved for future needs. Su Yi stored away the 5,000 units of primordial power. Soon, a panel materialized before him. Host, Su Yi, Soul Spirit Realm. Second star of the creation realm. Primordial power, 5,000. Host, Luo Qinghuan. Strength realm, Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Chapter 16. A candidate has emerged, named Qinghuan. Su Yi, I have finished devouring. At this moment, as Su Ye's gaze shifted away from the panel, Luo Qinghuan's voice resonated. Is there anything that needs addressing here? What shall we do if the sect discovers our involvement? She furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of concern etching her features. Although Su Yi had the prowess to vanquish the formidable Tian Yin of the creation realm, the Xian Yin sacred sect boasted the presence of powerful sovereign realm beings, with its leader being a veritable pinnacle of that realm. Fear not, Su Yi replied, shaking his head. On our way here, did you not notice how that old dog, Tai Yin, deliberately led us through a secluded path? It is evident that they had already devised plans for you, wary of being detected. This, in fact, works to our advantage. However, some traces must still be erased. Leave this matter to your brother Yi. He is well versed in such affairs. With a playful smile, Su Yi, once a notorious emperor of bandits in his previous life, found the tasks of eliminating evidence and concealing the aftermath to be merely a matter of familiarity. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan obediently nodded, her eyes softening momentarily before hardening with resolve. In no time, Su Yi skillfully eradicated all traces, turning to depart. Days passed. During this interval, nothing of consequence transpired, allowing Su Yi to indulge in a leisurely existence, filled with the dual pursuits of instructing and teasing Luo Qinghuan. This frequently left her cheeks flushed with indignation, gnashing her teeth at him in frustration. There were even occasions when she dared not sleep at night, opting instead for prolonged cultivation sessions. Why? Because that scoundrel Su Yi had the audacity to sneak upon her while she slumbered, engaging in covert actions. Was this what they termed as a soul asleep while the body remained awake? When she finally awoke, she found herself not nestled comfortably in her bed, but instead lying unclothed in a bathing pool, her delicate hand resting upon a broad chest. She felt both embarrassed and furious. When she confronted the shameless Su Yi, He audaciously claimed it was a case of sleepwalking. This infuriated her to no end. She gritted her silver teeth, wishing she could take a bite out of him. Yet, alas, he was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, this occurrence had transpired several nights in succession. Thus, she resolved to feign sleep, luring Su Yi into a trap, only to catch him red-handed. Just when she believed he was left speechless, he nonchalantly remarked, "I am merely assisting you in enhancing your assets, dear Luo. Surely, you wouldn't want to be ridiculed by your night brother for a lifetime due to your flatness, would you?" Luo Qinghuan. In that fleeting moment, the maiden's exquisitely beautiful face flushed crimson beneath the moonlight. "That rascal Su Yi. Once you emerge from my presence, I will undoubtedly have my revenge on you. Haha, I shall eagerly await that." Beneath the moonlight, the sounds of the girl's indignation intertwined with Su Ye's playful banter. In stark contrast to this lively exchange, the Xianyin sacred sect was engulfed in turmoil. The deaths of Tian Yinzi and Tai Yinzhenrun were discovered by their disciples, swiftly sending shockwaves throughout the entire sect. It is worth noting that while Tai Yinzhenrun was merely a minor saintly emperor, Tian Yinzi was a formidable figure of the transformation realm. To eliminate her was no small feat, especially in such a silent manner. It was likely that only a being of immense power could accomplish such an act. Furthermore, their deaths might have resulted from offending some malevolent force. In an instant, anxiety permeated the Xianyin sacred sect, with everyone living in trepidation. Within the grand hall, a congregation of venerable elders from the Xianyin sacred sect gathered, their gazes fixated upon the exquisite matron adorned in a flowing purple qipao, seated upon the exalted dais. This enchanting figure was none other than the revered leader of the sect, the Xianyin sovereign. "Elder Lin, have you ascertained the cause of death for Elder Tian Yin and Elder Tain?" the sovereign inquired softly, her crimson lips parting as she directed her attention toward an elderly man with white hair from the law enforcement hall. Elder Lin promptly bowed in respect before responding. "The cause of death remains unclear. However, we have detected traces of demonic energy on both elders Tian Yin and Tai Yin. Their cultivation essence has been nearly entirely devoured." Upon hearing this, the elders in the hall exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. The notion of having their cultivation essence and souls consumed left no room for survival, an act of sheer cruelty bordering on the inhumane. Most alarming was the realization that such demonic practitioners had infiltrated their Xianyin sacred sect unbeknownst to them, devouring their essence and preying upon their souls. The Xianyin sovereign furrowed her delicate brows and commanded, in the coming days, instruct the 8 peak masters to conduct a thorough investigation of their respective peaks. Ensure that the disciples within the sect remain vigilant, guarding against any further incursions by these malevolent practitioners. This matter must be resolved expeditiously. "Yes, sovereign," Elder Lin affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a flicker of anxiety crossed the sovereign's visage as a thought struck her. "I recall that our esteemed sect has a prodigious disciple named Luo Qinghuan, a pupil of the Taiyin master. She should be unharmed, correct? Luo Qinghuan? If she is safe, then that is a relief." Before Elder Lin could utter a word, the sovereign of the dark Yin let out a sigh of relief, interrupting him. It was evident that she harbored no concern for the life or death of another disciple. "Very well, let this matter be concluded. Esteemed elders, you may disperse." With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, she signaled for everyone to take their leave. Upon hearing her words, the elders within the grand hall bowed respectfully and subsequently departed, leaving the sovereign of the dark Yin alone in the chamber. "Is there a candidate in mind?" At that moment, a voice, indistinguishable in gender, resonated within the hall. Upon hearing this voice, the sovereign's demeanor shifted to one of tension, and she quickly turned around. Behind her, a radiant light emerged, revealing a figure whose gender remained ambiguous. "A choice has been made." She promptly bowed in reverence, a stark contrast to her earlier commanding presence before the elders of the Darkin sect. "Oh, who might that be?" A tone of mild curiosity emanated from the brilliance. Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 17. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace. The Future Empress of Salvation. Luo Qinghuan? Who is that? Upon hearing the sovereign's mention, a voice from within the radiant light expressed evident confusion. This girl is a prodigious disciple of our Darkine sect, having achieved the celestial sovereign realm before the age of 20. The sovereign nodded, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Oh, a celestial sovereign under 20? The figure in the radiant light appeared somewhat astonished. Such talent, even within our divine palace, would be considered extraordinary. What a pity. The figure in the sacred radiance slightly shook her head. To become a divine maiden in my divine palace, the criteria extend beyond mere talent and strength. The Lord of the Profound e'en raised her crimson lips in a mysterious smile. I have long observed this girl. In addition to her extraordinary talent, she possesses the legendary innate pure sacred body, undoubtedly aligning with the divine envoy's search for a maiden. What? The innate pure sacred body. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of the Profound e'en, the figure in the sacred radiance finally lost her composure, her true voice revealing itself. She was a woman, her tone laced with barely suppressed excitement. It is said that those who possess this sacred body, as long as they do not perish, will undoubtedly rise to become mighty emperors in the future. Furthermore, those endowed with such a constitution are, as their name suggests, innately pure and exceedingly benevolent. If I can cultivate her well within the supreme, forgetting emotion palace, she will surely become the Empress of salvation in the future. Her words also indicated the formidable power behind her. In the wild heaven domain, countless forces exist, with numerous sects and innumerable strong contenders. Even the profound, e'en holy religion, with its 8 esteemed lords, ranks only among the first-tier forces in the wild heaven domain. Above the first-tier forces lie the true top-tier powers, led by genuine emperor-level beings. There are only 5 top-tier forces in the wild heaven domain, and the supreme forgetting emotion palace is one of them. It is no wonder the Lord of the Profound e'en holds such reverence for the woman in the sacred radiance. After all, the force behind her, the profound e'en holy sect, is not to be trifled with. A mighty emperor? That girl will become the Empress of salvation. Upon hearing these words, the sovereign of the Xian'an sect was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting profound astonishment. She was aware that Luo Qinghuan's constitution inclined her towards a gentle, kind-hearted, and pure nature. Yet she had never fathomed that she would one day achieve the stature of an empress. At this instant, a twinge of regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have refrained from speaking and instead nurtured the girl within the Xian'an sect. In doing so, they would surely have fostered a future empress of unparalleled might. Alas, it seemed that regret had come a tad too late. Indeed, the woman from the sacred radiance nodded, her voice brimming with delight. I never anticipated such a discovery on this journey. With this girl's innate constitution and the proper cultivation from our divine palace, it is not far-fetched to believe she could ascend to the throne of Empress within a century. A century? Upon hearing the words of the Grand Master of the Forgetting Emotions Palace, the sovereign of the Xian'an sect was filled with incredulity. It was worth noting that even she had taken a millennium to reach the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, and her talent was among the finest in the vast expanse of the desolate heaven domain. Yet, this girl was poised to achieve Empress status in less than a century. Xian'an, focus on nurturing her well. I have approximately a year until the divine ceremony of my Forgetting Emotions Palace, at which point I shall return to collect her. The Grand Master chuckled, envisioning the breathtaking scene that would unfold during the ceremony, where this girl would undoubtedly astound all present, a savior empress capable of sending tremors through the hearts of all formidable beings in the desolate heaven domain. In that moment, she resolved to entrust the tome of the Forgetting Emotions technique to the girl, allowing her to cultivate diligently. She seemed to recall something, and a sacred technique, radiating with a pure and holy light, flashed before the eyes of the Xian'an Saint Lord. Just as she was about to depart, the Saint Lord called out, "Saint Envoy, about the matter that the esteemed palace promised me." Observing the saintly maiden's intention to leave, the Xian'an Saint Lord hastily retracted the tome of the supreme Forgetting Emotion scripture and exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot. Rest assured, since you have discovered such a promising talent for me at the supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace, I will certainly not forget the promise made to you. When the time is ripe, I shall assist you in achieving the status of emperor. Thank you, Divine Palace." Upon hearing these words, The Xianyin Saint Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. The path of cultivation is arduous, and attaining the status of emperor is even more challenging. She had lingered at the pinnacle of the Saint Lord realm for several centuries, and despite her profound insights, she could not grasp even a fraction of the essence of the emperor realm. Such a predicament necessitated that only an emperor-level powerhouse could impart their understanding to her, granting her a chance to touch the threshold of the emperor realm. Thus, she sought the aid of the supreme forgetting emotion palace, which agreed to assist her, albeit with a condition. They required her to find a candidate for the divine palace's divine maiden. The criteria for becoming a divine maiden were twofold: extraordinary talent and a heart filled with compassion. Through years of observation, she had long taken note of Luo Qinghuan, nurturing her innate kindness from a young age and even guiding her to practice the sacred maiden's tranquil heart technique. After a decade of honing her skills, the time had finally come for this blade to reveal its true potential. No matter, the Saint Envoy of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace waved her hand dismissively. If you cultivate that girl well, perhaps you may yet have a share in the path to divinity. Path to divinity? The Xianyin Saint Lord exclaimed upon hearing these words. The eyes of the Xianyin Saint Master narrowed with delight as a flicker of joy graced her exquisite face. The ancient path to ascendancy, as the name suggests, is a route to divinity. The Emperor's realm is not the ultimate pinnacle of cultivation. Beyond it lies the divine realm. However, the limits of the lower realms confine one to the threshold of divinity. Therefore, to transcend into divinity, one must ascend to the higher realms, breaking through to become a deity. And this path is known as the ancient path to ascendancy. Yet, entry to this path is not granted to all. Only those of the Emperor's realm possess the qualification to tread upon it, and such qualifications are scarce, held tightly by the 5 foremost powers of the. If she were to receive a share, it would signify an opportunity for her to ascend to the divine realm and seek the path to godhood. Hence, when the Xianyin Saint Master heard the envoy's words, she was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. "Thank you, divine palace," she exclaimed, quickly bowing in gratitude. Nurture that girl well. I shall return for her in a year." As the words faded, the holy radiance gradually dissipated. Inside the grand hall, the Xianyin Saint Master remained enveloped in her elation. After a considerable time, although this technique surpassed their Xianyin sacred sect's methods significantly, she dared not even cast a glance at it. It was not fear of being discovered, but rather due to the rumors surrounding the supreme emotionless art, which is notoriously complex. It is said that practitioners of this technique gradually lose their emotions, devoid of anger, sorrow, or the common sentiments of humanity, ultimately transforming into what is deemed a sanctified being. This is what they refer to as the supreme emotionless. Chapter 18. The Master Awaits. Su Ye's words served as a calming elixir. In the Xianyin sacred sect on Frostsword Peak, within a tranquil courtyard nestled on the mountainside, beneath the peach blossom tree, a graceful figure clad in a flowing white dress danced with the sword, as elegant as a startled swan and as fluid as a wandering dragon. After a considerable time, the enchanting dancer finally ceased her performance, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow. A hint of joy illuminated her delicate features as she called out, "Su Yi, Su Yi." In her mind, the young girl puffed up her cheeks and retorted with playful annoyance, "Naughty Su Yi." As her voice faded, a languid yawn echoed in her thoughts. "What is it? Why disturb your brother Ye's sweet dreams? In my dreams, I am surrounded by beauty. You cannot imagine how enchanting they appear, their figures, unlike certain individuals. Ugh. You lecher, do not dare indulge in those colorful dreams within my body. Otherwise, I shall hit you." Upon hearing Su Ye's teasing, the girl's face flushed a deep crimson, and she shot him a fierce glare, threatening him with mock ferocity. Then, glancing down, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Was he truly so preoccupied? Such a lustful fellow. I must grow stronger. Then I shall astonish him. The girl clenched her little fists, silently vowing. "Why call out for your brother Yi?" After the jest, Su Yi inquired earnestly. "I have made a breakthrough in the swordsmanship you taught me, and I have absorbed several strands of the essence of the heavens and the earth, Luo Qinghuan replied, raising her chin defiantly, as if to say, humph. As he beheld the girl's tender and innocent demeanor, Suyi could not help but smile, yet he indulged her wishes and earnestly declared, "You are truly remarkable. Within a mere half-day, you have once again grasped the essence." With Luo Qinghuan's innate understanding, as long as Suyi assisted her in perceiving the first glimpse, the celestial sword's essence would continuously flow towards her. A radiant smile graced the girl's face, and in that instant, even the wind seemed to pause. As if captivated by her exquisite smile, so enchanting that it rendered both heaven and earth pale in comparison. Under the guidance of the host, Luo Qinghuan comprehended the celestial sword's essence. The host's swordsmanship had ascended to the pinnacle of mastery. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in Suye's mind, and an overwhelming surge of sword intent coursed through his soul. Oh, has he truly reached the pinnacle? Quite impressive indeed. Suye nodded in satisfaction. In the Tianqian continent, swordsmanship is categorized among the 3,000 great paths, with realms divided into the initial glimpse, minor achievement, complete understanding, pinnacle mastery, extraordinary distinction, peak excellence, transcendence, and ethereal transformation. 3,000 great paths, you say? Even in his past life as a formidable emperor, he had scarcely mastered fewer than 100 paths before his demise. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Suyi. The system's reward of the great path master is astonishingly powerful, and coupled with Luo's extraordinary insight, what strength could be derived if she were to learn the 3,000 great paths? He pondered, filled with eager anticipation. Yet, he also recognized that such matters cannot be rushed. Luo, after several hours of sword practice, you must be weary, are you not? Suyi smiled gently and said, "It's all right, just a bit sweaty and somewhat uncomfortable. Is that so? Then perhaps a bath would be in order?" Luo Qinghuan contemplated for a moment, then agreed. That could work. But suddenly, she crossed her arms, her small face brimming with vigilance as realization dawned upon her. This mischievous fellow surely had ulterior motives. He must be plotting to sneak a peek while she bathed, after all. He had done so before. Lecture. Hee, you've been active for quite a while. It's time for you, knight brother, to stretch your legs. Accompanied by a triumphant smile, the girl's once gentle gaze turned icy, her lips curling into a mischievous smirk as she turned towards the backyard bathhouse. Off to bathe, then. Stinky. Sitinku Suye. Give me back control of my body. Then you must plead with me. I plead with you. You truly plead, but will I actually grant it? Ha ha ha. You. Deep within her soul, the petite figure in a white dress felt her cheeks flush crimson. After holding back for so long, she finally uttered the most scathing words she could muster. Stinky. Sitinku Suye. You fool. You wicked one. You lecher. You shameless creature. However, as soon as those words left her lips, she felt a sense of pride, believing Suyi would be utterly humiliated by her scolding. Instead, what awaited her was his relentless laughter. That day, she only remembered Suyi laughing loudly, her face turning beet red, wishing desperately for a place to hide. Soon after, the girl emerged from the bath, her face still flushed, spitting out a disgruntled sound. Ah, Suye, that scoundrel, so rough with his hands. It's not even his body. Luo Qinghuan pouted, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Startled by the sudden sound, both Luo Qinghuan and Suyi exchanged bewildered glances. Who could it be? Luo Qinghuan elegantly waved her hand, a radiant glow enveloping her figure as she donned a flowing white dress that concealed her alluring form. She then approached the courtyard door, pushed it open, and found a beautiful matron clad in azure robes standing before her. Is that Elder Qinghuan? Luo Qinghuan recognized her as the esteemed elder of Frost Sword Peak, Qinghuan. The unexpected visit from Elder Qinghuan left her puzzled. What brings you here, Elder Qinghuan? Although she was familiar with the elder, she never expected a personal visit, undoubtedly concerning matters of the sect. Qinghuan, have you just finished bathing? Elder Qinghuan inquired with a smile, noticing the young girl's damp hair adorned with glistening droplets of water. Yes. Upon hearing Elder Qinghuan's words, Luo Qinghuan instinctively recalled the embarrassing scene with Suyi in the bath, causing her delicate face to flush a deep crimson. Observing the girl's rosy cheeks, Elder Qinghuan could not help but smile knowingly, realizing that the girl was indeed as innocent as the sect master had described, blushing merely at the mention of bathing in front of others. Little did she know, the reason for the girl's blush was not her presence, but rather that insufferable rascal. Elder Qinghuan, do you have business with me? Indeed. The sect master has commanded me to take you to meet her. Elder Qinghuan smiled gently and spoke, the leader. Upon hearing this, both Luo Qinghuan and the spirit within her, Su Yi, furrowed their brows, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. Could it be that the deaths of Tian Yinzi and Tai Yinzhenren had cast suspicion upon them? Su Yi, what should we do? Luo Qinghuan instinctively inquired. In that moment, unbeknownst to her, Su Yi became her pillar of strength. Do not worry, with your brother Yi here. Just follow her, Su Yi replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. After all, he still held the power of an imperial strike in reserve. If the situation escalated to one of mutual destruction, he was confident in his ability to protect her. Su Yi's tranquil words acted as a potent reassurance, dispelling the unease within Luo Qinghuan. She nodded obediently then. Elder Qinghuan, please lead the way. Chapter 19. What constitutes a world-destroying sorceress? I shall not learn this art. Before long, Luo Qinghuan followed Elder Qinghuan into the grand hall of the Xian Yin sacred sect. Qinghuan, the leader awaits you inside the hall. Do hurry. Elder Qinghuan said with a light smile directed at the young woman beside her. Clearly, she had no intention of entering alongside her. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, though anxiety lingered. The comfort of Su Yi's words reassured her. Gathering her courage, she bit her silver teeth and pushed the door open. As she entered the grand hall, she beheld a stunning woman clad in a purple qipao, her figure elegantly contoured, who had been waiting for some time. Qinghuan, it's been a while. You have grown so beautiful, the woman chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells, accompanied by a waft of fragrant breeze. The master of Xianin has appeared before Luo Qinghuan. Scrutinizing her closely, and the more she observes, the more she is pleased with the young maiden. The girl, devoid of any makeup, exudes an innocent charm, yet is exceptionally beautiful, like a celestial goddess descended from the heavens. Surely, the supreme forgetting emotion palace would be immensely satisfied. Thus, her qualification for the path to divinity would undoubtedly be secured. Qinghuan has met the master. She performed a respectful bow, while secretly admiring the enchanting woman before her. Momentarily lost in thought, upon further contemplation, she subtly lifted her chest, eager to compete. The outcome, however, was a complete defeat. She pouted and huffed. That scoundrel Su Yi must certainly prefer this type, right? That lecher is undoubtedly sneaking glances at the master. At that moment, Su Yi, who was assessing the master of Xianin, suddenly sneezed and frowned. Do not misunderstand. I am a man of integrity. Nevertheless, there's a saying that resonates. Purple indeed possesses a certain allure. The master stands at the pinnacle of power, should she dare to act against Luo. I am confident I could unleash an imperial strike to vanquish her in an instant and then swiftly flee. Having gauged the strength of the master of Xianin, Su Yi fata surit. Do not be alarmed, Sister Luo. Your brother Yi is here. Inquire about her intentions. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded, then turned to the master of Xianin and inquired, Might I ask why you have summoned me here? It pertains to your cultivation techniques, the master of Xianin replied. Upon hearing her words, both Luo Qinghuan and Su Yi were momentarily taken aback. It seems that the demise of the Tianyinzi is not the matter at hand. Su Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the strike of the great emperor lingered, he need not fear the Xian Yin holy master. With the innate talent of the girl Luo Qinghuan, coupled with his guidance as her holy teacher, her ascension in strength is merely a matter of time. Su Yi spoke softly. As she spoke, a delicate blush adorned the girl's fair face. However, it was fortunate that the Xian Yin holy master, observing the rosy hue on Luo Qinghuan's countenance, only perceived her as innocent and pure. The sacred maiden's clear heart technique is commendable, yet it falls somewhat short for your current needs, the Xian Yin holy master articulated, extending her jade hand, as a flicker of spiritual light shimmered. A method radiating an exceptionally sacred brilliance materialized in her palm. What is this? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. This technique is called the supreme forgetting emotion method, which can aid in cultivating your body and spirit, enhancing your prowess, surpassing the techniques you have previously practiced, the Xian Yin Holy Master gently elucidated. However, she refrained from disclosing that this technique was bestowed by the holy envoy of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace. Nor did she intend to mention anything regarding the candidacy for the Divine Maiden of the Palace. After all, according to the holy envoy, the timing was not yet ripe. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion method? Luo Qinghuan paused, perplexed. Supreme Forgetting Emotion. Why does that name sound so familiar? Sui furrowed his brow, an unsettling sense of conspiracy wafting through his mind. Was her summoning merely to present her with a technique? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his thoughts, and he recalled something. In the original narrative, Luo Qinghuan, possessing an innate pure sacred body, practiced the Supreme Forgetting Emotion technique and was subsequently controlled by the Supreme Forgetting Palace, one of the 5 dominant powers in the desolate heavenly domain, ultimately becoming a puppet like Savior Empress. In the original tale, you held sway over Luo, but now that Brother Yi has arrived, do you still wish to manipulate her? To transform her into a mere puppet for salvation? Su Yi let out a cold snort. He then turned to Luo Qinghuan and said indifferently, just refuse her outright. This technique will only harm you and bring you no benefit. What? Upon hearing this, the young girl's face turned pale. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that the seemingly gentle leader of the Xian Yin sect sought to harm her. Su Yi, is this true? She asked cautiously. Indeed, Su Yi nodded, explaining that should Luo Qinghuan practice the Supreme Forgetting Emotion technique, she would be controlled by the Divine Palace and transformed into a puppet empress, which terrified the young girl even further, prompting her to nod vigorously. I believe you. However, the leader possesses the strength of the Holy Master realm. If we oppose her, will it not? Just a Holy Master, Su Yi scoffed dismissively. After all, he was a reincarnated emperor and held no fear of the Holy Master realm. He still possessed the Emperor's strike card. This matter pertains to Luo Qinghuan's destiny, and a firm stance is essential. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion technique must never be cultivated. With Brother Yi here, what is there to fear? Su Yi spoke with an air of calmness. The heart of the young girl, suspended in uncertainty, found a semblance of solace in the words of the insufferable Su Yi. Gathering her courage, she turned her gaze toward the master of the Xian sect. Master, I refuse to learn this technique. Chapter 20. A modest shock from the ruthless emperor. What? She furrowed her brows, her tone becoming frigid as she questioned the girl. Why? I simply do not wish to learn, Luo Qinghuan replied, shaking her head. She could not confess that it was Su Yi who forbade her from studying it. Could she? Is that so? The master of Xian sect frowned, initially believing that the girl was merely disinterested in learning. Thus, she extolled the merits of the technique, carefully omitting its drawbacks. Nevertheless, the girl continued to shake her head, resolute in her refusal to learn. At last, the master's patience waned, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes as the aura of a supreme being erupted forth. Impudent! Since I command you to learn, you shall learn. Do you dare to defy me? This matter was crucial to her imperial ascendance and her qualifications for the ancient path to divinity. She had no concern for whether Luo Qinghuan wished to cultivate the supreme, emotionless technique. If she decreed it, the girl had no choice but to comply. If persuasion failed, then force would suffice. Boom! In an instant, the oppressive aura of the supreme being bore down upon the girl, causing her delicate face to pale and her lips to pout. Suye, so, sabeme. Do not worry. Your brother Yi is here. Su Yi replied with a gentle smile, as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. The moment the decree of the great emperor was uttered, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure enveloped the entire hall. The commanding aura of the Xian Yin sect master, who held the esteemed position of a saint, crumbled into nothingness. What? What is this? The great emperor? At this instant, the Xian Yin sect master's countenance transformed dramatically, her breath caught in her throat, her exquisite features marred by sheer terror. In that fleeting moment, she felt an unfathomable force suppressing her entire being. This aura was unprecedented. She had never encountered such a formidable presence before. This was the might of an emperor, and not just any emperor. You wonder whether it would be swifter for you to teach the girl Luo the supreme, forgetting emotion technique, or for me to extinguish your life with a mere slap. At the same time, a detached voice resonated within the Xian Yin sect master's mind. The mere sound of that voice sent a shiver down her spine, causing beads of sweat to cascade down her back. Could it be the protector behind that girl? At this moment, cold sweat poured from her as she struggled to control her breath under the immense imperial pressure, while her heart surged with tumultuous waves of dread and speculation. The protector. This was the only plausible explanation. Preceding one, please spare my life. I was blinded by folly, which compelled me to act in such a manner. The terrifying imperial might felt as though it had transformed into a colossal hand, lifting the Xian Yin sect master into the air, compelling her to tremble as she begged for mercy. Do not presume that I am unaware of your dealings with the supreme, forgetting emotion palace. Those who dare to lay a hand on Luo will be dealt with, one by one. Sui spoke softly. Although it was merely an experience card of the Emperor's strike, he was indeed a genuine former emperor, and the majesty in his tone could not be derived from any mere experience card. Upon hearing this, the lord of the Xian Yin sect turned pale with dread. Had this formidable protector of the Tao overheard her conversation with the divine envoy? What manner of existence was this powerful being? Furthermore, what was the true identity of Luo Qinghuan to warrant such a terrifying figure as her guardian? This emperor shall spare your life this time, but you must accomplish 2 tasks for me. At this moment, Su Ye's voice resonated calmly. What is it? Please, esteemed senior, speak. The lord of the Xian Yin sect hastily inquired, sensing a glimmer of hope. Firstly, regarding the supreme emotionless art, the girl, Luo, will not practice it, but I require you to keep this hidden from the supreme emotionless palace. Secondly, all resources related to your sect must be directed towards Luo. Suya stated indifferently. Although he possessed the Emperor's strike card, eliminating the lord of the Xian Yin sect would be a mere flick of a finger, yet in the grand scheme, it would not be wise. After all, the supreme emotionless palace also housed formidable emperors, and he had only 2 uses left on his strike card, which could not be squandered. Yes, I shall certainly heed your words, esteemed senior. The lord of the Xian Yin sect nodded earnestly, without a hint of hesitation. She could distinctly sense the terror emanating from this protector of the Tao, a fear far more intense than that instilled by even the master of the Divine Palace. His power clearly surpassed that of the Divine Palace's leader. From this day forth, all resources would be diverted towards Qinghuan. That shall suffice. Sui let out a cold snort. Right, he replied. At that moment, the leader of the Xian Yin sect whispered, Is it the Tao conference? Understood. Sui responded nonchalantly. All right, Luo girl, let us depart. MHM. At this moment, the girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Sui had just. So handsome. In response, Sui merely smiled faintly. What is this? It is merely a slight shock from the fearsome emperor. Upon returning to the small courtyard halfway up the mountain, the girl remained entranced by Su Yi's earlier charm, her eyes shimmering like stars. How is it? Wasn't your brother Yi just magnificent? Su Yi se lips drulet slightly. Just passable, nothing extraordinary. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the girl let out a delicate huff. After all, knowing Su Yi as she did, if she were to praise him, that mischievous fellow would undoubtedly take advantage of it. Su Yi paid no mind, narrowing his eyes. Since the Supreme Forgetting Palace could manipulate those who practice the Supreme Forgetting technique, he would modify this technique ever so slightly. You enjoy control? Then I shall turn the tables and control you. As an emperor, what was a minor alteration to a technique? Soon, a voice echoed in his mind. The host has modified the Supreme Forgetting technique. Upon reaching a certain realm, the host can, in turn, control the denizens of the Divine Palace. Excellent. Luo girl, your brother Yi has made some adjustments to the Supreme Forgetting technique. Once your realm ascends, we shall be able to treat the people of the Divine Palace as puppets, Su Yi said with a cheerful smile. Since they so enjoy puppetry, I suppose it would be no issue for me to play the part of a puppet myself. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the young girl was momentarily taken aback. Reverse control? Oh my, Su Yi, how cunning you are. How dare you tease your elder brother, Luo? Do you believe I want to spank you? Suya raisit aneyebrov. Hee, you're allowed to jest with me, but I'm not permitted to tease you? The girl grinned triumphantly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Moreover, you lack a physical form, always threatening to spank me. You can't even touch me. However, within the small courtyard, accompanied by the girl's exclamation, her beautiful eyes shifted in expression as she unexpectedly lifted her delicate hand and placed it upon her own soft, pert backside. Oof. Who said your elder brother has no physical form and cannot spank you? Suyi snickered with delight. Bullying someone, what are you doing? Suyi shot her a glance. Nothing. Nothing at all. The girl instantly flustered, lowered her small fist, appearing as if caught in a guilty act. Witnessing this scene, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. He could distinctly sense the change in Luo Qinghuan, who no longer bore the weight of sorrow, but instead radiated a touch more joy. Suye, you're laughing at me again. As Suyi's laughter echoed, the girl's playful protest filled the courtyard, vibrant as blooming peach blossoms. After a moment of playful banter, Suyi shifted to a serious tone. All right, Luo, since we aim to make the denizens of the divine palace our puppets, our immediate task is to swiftly elevate our realms, for the divine palace is not without its own emperors. How do you feel about this? For the first time writing, aiming for over 1,000,000 words. Chapter 21. The Body of the Floating Tower? Reconstructing the Flesh? Investment is imperative. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, discussing the path of cultivation. The forces and sects of the eastern wilderness will dispatch their most outstanding disciples to our Xian sacred sect for discussions on cultivation. The victor shall receive resources and techniques for their practice, Luo Qinghuan elucidated. However, I'm unaware of the specifics of how these discussions will unfold. You truly do not know? Suyi expressed surprise. After all, as a prodigious disciple of the Xian sacred sect, Luo Qinghuan ought to have the opportunity to participate in these discussions. Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, appearing apprehensive of Su Ye's potential reproach, and softly replied, I had intended to participate previously, but my senior brothers and sisters suggested that, given my innate talent and strength, it would be more prudent to allocate these cultivation resources to them. Indeed, upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Suyi was not particularly surprised, having anticipated this outcome. It is of no consequence. This is not your fault. It is merely the burden of your innate, pure, holy body. He gently shook his head. Participating this time is essential. We must seize all available cultivation resources. Although there is preferential access to resources from the Xian sect leader, we must still acquire what we can. After all, enhancing our strength is of utmost importance. Yes, Luo Qinghuan nodded earnestly, her delicate face reflecting determination as she clenched her small fist, exuding an air of fierce resolve. I shall certainly bring them all down. As Luo Qinghuan revealed her ferocity, she completed a transformation into darkness, earning the reward. The method to concoct the sacred body pill. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Su Ye's mind. Sacred body pill? Upon hearing this, Su Ye was momentarily taken aback and furrowed his brow. The sacred body pill, it can significantly enhance physical prowess. If invested in Luo Qinghuan, it will raise the threshold of strength she can endure from the host. When the host logs in, they will be able to unleash their full potential without any limitations. Upon reading the system's explanation, Su Ye's eyes gradually lit up. This item was indeed remarkable. With this, he would no longer need to restrain himself, fearing that this girl's body might not withstand his power. But what advantages would come from such an investment? The sacred body pill appeared to be extraordinary. What could be gained from investing in it? After investing in the dark transformation, the host will receive a Buddha demon body pill. Upon consumption, the host will gain dark transformation points, which can be utilized to reshape the physical body. The system's voice resonated once more. What? The Buddha demon body, dark transformation points, a method to reshape the physical form? Hearing this within his mind, a surge of ecstasy flashed in Su Ye's eyes. Nothing was more crucial to him than the opportunity to reshape his body. The sacred body pill, indeed, investment was imperative. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan successfully broke through from the 3-star heavenly sovereign realm to the 5-star heavenly sovereign realm, and Su Yi grew stronger due to her advancement, elevating his cultivation directly to the 3-star creation realm. He also instructed Luo Qinghuan to seek out all the necessary materials for concocting the sacred body pill. For the significance of the subsequent Buddha demon body pill was simply too great. With the connection to the lord of the mysterious insect, the search for medicinal herbs became remarkably effortless. However, the final herb, known as the celestial soul grass, was nowhere to be found within the mysterious insect. Ultimately, through inquiries made by the Lord, it was revealed that this celestial soul grass thrived within the Kunlun Trial's secret realm, a place accessible only to cultivators of the fate creation realm or below. Thus, the Lord was rendered powerless to assist, leaving the young maiden to venture into the Kunlun's secret realm in search of it. Suyi immediately urged the maiden to embark on her quest without delay. At the mysterious insect, a colossal stone platform stood adorned with numerous ancient bronze doors, each emanating a radiant white light and exhibiting powerful spatial fluctuations. This location was known as the teleportation platform, with these bronze doors serving as gateways to various secret realms across the Wild Heaven domain. Almost all major sects within the Wild Heaven domain had established such doors to facilitate the training of their disciples. At that moment, the teleportation platform was bustling with activity, as many disciples of the mysterious insect entered the portals en route to their trial grounds. At that instant, a figure clad in a flowing white dress swept past, capturing the attention of the surrounding disciples. Who is that senior sister? She is truly stunning. I never expected our mysterious insect to have such an exquisite beauty, one disciple remarked, his eyes filled with awe at the breathtaking figure. You do not know her? Came the derisive response from nearby disciples. What a narrow-minded view. That is Luo Qinghuan from Frost Sword Peak. She ranks 6th among the talents of our mysterious insect, possessing immense talent, beauty, and kindness, all while maintaining a low profile. The 6th on the mysterious talents ranking? Sister Luo from Frost Sword Peak? How I long to be Sister Luo's devoted servant. Yet, at this moment, the young woman in white paid no heed to the gazes of those around her, instead making her way towards a teleportation portal with serene purpose. Qinghuan, you've arrived, greeted the elder of the Xian sacred sect, who was overseeing the teleportation station, as he turned to acknowledge Luo Qinghuan with a warm smile. Which secret realm do you intend to explore this time? The Kunlun realm, perhaps? Very well, elder son nodded, swiftly handing over a spatial card to Luo Qinghuan while advising her. Thank you, elder. Luo Qinghuan expressed her gratitude before making her way towards the direction indicated by Elder Sunday. This particular portal saw fewer disciples entering compared to others, primarily due to the stringent requirements of the Kunlun realm's trials, which only allowed practitioners of the Divine Passage realm to enter. Before long, after a brief wait in line, it was finally Luo Qinghuan's turn. She placed the spatial card received from Elder Sun against the ancient bronze door, and instantly, half of the card's energy surged into the door, enveloping her delicate figure in a radiant white light as the surrounding space shifted. When she opened her beautiful eyes again, the scenery had transformed. So this is the Kunlun realm. Meanwhile, Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan gently nodded, softly explaining to Su Yi. It is said that the Kunlun realm should actually be referred to as the Kunlun mirror, for it is a world within a mirror. The Kunlun mirror was once an imperial artifact of the Kunlun emperor, who stored all his treasured possessions within this mirror. After the fall of the great emperor, the world within the mirror gradually transformed into reality, giving rise to a secret realm known as the Kunlun domain. Regrettably, most of the precious treasures within have been thoroughly plundered. Otherwise, it would not have been opened, allowing disciples from various sects in the Wild Heaven domain to come for training. Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. An imperial artifact capable of manifesting its own space? That is indeed a remarkable item. Certainly, it is a valuable possession, yet alas, the true body of the Kunlun mirror has long since vanished following the demise of the Kunlun emperor. Luo Qinghuan expressed her regret. Vanished, you say? Perhaps. It is destined to be mine. Su Yi murmured, then urged, all right, Luo girl, let us set forth. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise suddenly rang out from nearby. Oh, senior sister Luo? Chapter 22. Refusing to be a freeloader, I shall not accompany. Senior Sister Luo? You have come to the Kunlun domain as well? Not far away, at the entrance of the Kunlun domain, amidst a group of figures clad in the attire of the Xianyin sacred sect, a girl in a pink dress was excitedly waving at Luo Qinghuan. Junior Sister Anren? Upon seeing the somewhat familiar girl in pink, Luo Qinghuan paused momentarily. Junior Sister Anren, what did you just say? Senior Sister Luo? Could it be? You are the prodigy of the Frost Sword Peak, Luo Qinghuan? Upon hearing Anren's words, the surrounding disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect were momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of joy flashed in their eyes, and they hurriedly inquired. And Ran nodded in admiration, her gaze filled with wonder. Back in the cultivation tower, she had witnessed Senior Sister Luo's striking demeanor, which had left an indelible impression on her. To discover that this formidable figure was indeed Senior Sister Luo was exhilarating. Today, she beheld a true paragon of beauty. Not only was Senior Sister Luo stunning, but she had seemingly ascended to the realm of the celestial sovereign. What? The realm of the celestial sovereign. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect were taken aback, gasping in disbelief. Their own powers barely reached the level of divine ability, while the girl standing not far away, though younger than them, possessed strength that surpassed theirs by 2 entire realms. They could hardly fathom the extent of Senior Sister Luo's prowess. She was indeed worthy of being ranked 6th on the Xianyin sacred sect's talented individuals list. And Ran, it appears you share a good rapport with Senior Sister Luo. I have heard that she is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and eager to assist others. The place we are headed to may pose certain dangers, perhaps. At that moment, a female disciple in the crowd seemed to have an epiphany. She turned towards Anren and quickly suggested, why not speak to Senior Sister Luo and invite her to accompany us? Her formidable strength would provide us with an added layer of protection should we encounter any peril. As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding disciples began to resonate with the idea, voicing their agreement. Indeed, Anren, the Kunlun realm is fraught with peril, especially with the presence of formidable practitioners from other sections. If Senior Sister Luo could safeguard us, our safety would be greatly enhanced. Absolutely, absolutely. This is a minor request. Surely Senior Sister Luo would not hesitate to lend her assistance. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Anren was momentarily taken aback. She seemed genuinely surprised that matters had unfolded in such a manner. A look of concern crossed her face. Esteemed seniors, this may not be appropriate, right? What is inappropriate? Replied her peers. To Sister Luo, it was merely a trifling task. After all, they were all disciples of a Xianyin sacred sect and naturally ought to assist one another outside. Indeed, indeed, they echoed. And Rant's words were met with well-reasoned rebuttals from those around her. However, might this unduly delay Sister Luo? She must have her own trials to undertake upon arriving at Kunlun. And Rand furrowed her brow and continued, moreover, one must rely on oneself in the face of trials. Junior Sister and Rand, is there something you wish to convey? At that moment, accompanied by a melodious voice, the girl in a white dress appeared before them. Observing her at such close quarters, they realized that Sister Luo was even more exquisite than they had imagined. Sister Luo, and Ran intended to say there was nothing amiss, but before she could utter the words, she was interrupted by a female disciple, the very one who had initially suggested having Luo Qinghuan accompany them. Yuyan Peaks Lu Yu has met Sister Luo. It is this way. We intend to venture deep into the Kunlun mirror for our trials. Deep into the Kunlun mirror? Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed as she glanced at the assembly and shook her head, cautioning, the depths of the Kunlun mirror are fraught with peril. It would be wise for you to refrain from going. Of course we are aware of that. Lu Yu responded with a smile, finally revealing her intent. Thus, I wish to inquire if Sister Luo has the time to accompany us. Even in the face of danger, I believe that with your cultivation, Sister Luo, you can ensure our safety without concern. As she spoke, she quickly exchanged glances with Ran and others nearby. And Ran bit her silver teeth in silence. Yet the others eagerly chimed in. Indeed, Sister Luo, we are all disciples of the Xianyin holy sect. It is only natural for us to assist one another. We have all heard of your beauty and kindness. Surely you would not refuse to lend us this small favor? Sister Luo, you wouldn't want to feel guilty for not helping us and allowing us to fall into peril would you? Upon hearing such audacious remarks, Sui could not help but scoff coldly. Very well. Just as the group grew anxious about whether Luo Qinghuan would agree, the young woman pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. However, before the crowd could express their joy, her voice rang out once more. What benefits can you offer me? Luo Qinghuan's captivating gaze fell upon Lu Yu as she asked earnestly. That insufferable Sui mentioned it. I refuse to accept anything without compensation. If you wish for my protection, you must provide the appropriate reward. Only with resources will it suffice. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, it was Lu Yu's turn to be taken aback. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, clearly unprepared for such a response from Luo Qinghuan, and she had no intention of providing any benefits. She bit her silver teeth, revealing a troubled expression. Sister Luo, the spiritual spring we seek has limited spiritual energy, just enough for us practitioners in the divine passage realm to absorb. We cannot spare any excess for you. Moreover, Sister Luo, you have reached the realm of the celestial sovereign. Surely that spiritual spring holds no value for you now. Oh, Luo Qinghuan narrowed her eyes, her gaze settling upon Lu Yu, abruptly interrupting her words. Are you implying that you wish to take advantage without recompense? Sister Luo, what are you saying? What do you mean by taking advantage? This is merely the bond of fellow disciples. Lu Yu hastily defended herself. I shall not entertain this. Before she could finish her protest, Luo Qinghuan turned away. No longer the same Luo Qinghuan of old, but rather a refined version shaped by the teachings of the esteemed Sui. Ahem, the educational version. Sister Anren, I bid you farewell, she said to Anren and intended to step through the grand door, entering the Kunlun realm. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu and the other disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect exchanged glances, astonished that Luo Qinghuan had rejected them so decisively. Is this truly the helpful Luo Qinghuan spoken of in whispers? What a fayade! She claims to be noble, yet I thought her character was of a higher caliber. How disappointing. Refusing to offer assistance, she reveals her utter lack of sect camaraderie. I would not be surprised if she meets her demise in the Kunlun realm. Lu Yu, feeling her dignity severely compromised, gritted her teeth and cursed the retreating figure of the young woman. However, she failed to notice that as her words hung in the air, the young woman ahead paused momentarily, then slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes suddenly filled with an icy indifference, fixing Lu Yu with a cold gaze, and spoke in a chilling tone. What did you just say? Boom! As her words fell, the oppressive aura of the celestial sovereign descended heavily upon Lu Yu. Chapter 23. The Five Supreme Forces, the Heavenly Battle Hall. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the revered celestial being caused the disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect to alter their expressions dramatically, gazing at the approaching girl in white with profound reverence. At this moment, the enchanting visage of the girl transformed. Her previous softness morphed into an exquisite indifference. Her delicate features shrouded in an icy demeanor. She uttered not a word, instead advancing step by step towards the crowd, each footfall instilling a palpable sense of dread. What did you just say? The girl halted before Lu Yu, who was suppressed to the ground by the celestial aura. Her jade-like hand extended. An ethereal energy manifested as an invisible grip around Lu Yu's throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air. A chilling voice resonated at that moment. I. Senior Sister Luo, I was wrong. Please, spare me. Lu Yu whimpered, her face drained of color, succumbing to tears. The girl's gaze, imbued with an utter detachment, exuded an overwhelming intent to kill, instilling in Lu Yu a profound sense of terror. Her body trembled, warmth coursing through her legs. Yet she was too frightened to dwell on it and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. So Senior Sister Luo possesses such a terrifying side. Is this the pressure of a celestial being? The surrounding disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect quivered in fear, not daring to utter a single word in defense of Lu Yu. After all, they had all heard her earlier insults. Lu Yu's unfortunate fate was solely of her own making. Should there be a next time, death would surely follow. Enough, Sui coldly declared. Then, as if discarding refuse, he hurled Lu Yu away with force. Thank you, Senior Sister Luo, she stammered, overwhelmed. when the terrifying pressure of the celestial sovereign bore down upon her. She finally grasped that the rumors of Luo Qinghuan's helpful nature were merely tales, while the dreadful strength of the celestial sovereign was an undeniable reality. After teaching Lu Yu a lesson, Suyi proceeded toward the entrance of the Kunlun realm, simultaneously returning control of their body to Luo Qinghuan. Luo girl, next time you encounter such a person, do not hesitate to take action. Luo Qinghuan nodded, feeling a flicker of warmth in her heart. Just moments ago, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, she hadn't even had time to react before Su Yi seized control, leading to the unfolding of those events. All right, let us enter the Kunlun realm. Luo Qinghuan responded, and with a gentle push of her jade hand, she opened the grand door before her and stepped inside. Boom! Within the Kunlun realm, countless doors stood tall, each adorned with elegant calligraphy proclaiming the names of various sections. As the doors opened, numerous figures emerged, all disciples from different sects in the wild heaven domain, here to undergo training in the Kunlun realm. Many disciples, experiencing the Kunlun realm for the first time, were irresistibly drawn to the secret realms, eager to plunge into the depths in search of opportunities. However, some seasoned individuals refrained from hastily venturing into the secret realms. Instead, they meticulously observed the disciples emerging from the myriad of teleportation gates. In such a secret realm, one must remain vigilant not only against the demonic entities lurking within, but also against the disciples of other sections. After all, sometimes human hearts can be far more frightening than the demons themselves. From a certain perspective, the opportunities within the secret realm are not merely those that already exist. The disciples from various sects who come here for training also represent a form of opportunity. Thus, it is prudent to first observe the disciples from other sections. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed as a grand door swung open, immediately capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. Upon beholding the three grand characters inscribed upon the door in an exuberant script, the expressions of the cultivators within the Kunlun realm shifted dramatically, their faces now adorned with solemnity and reverence. The door boldly displayed the three characters: War Heaven Hall, one of the 5 premier forces in the desolate heaven domain. The 5 great powers can essentially traverse the entirety of the desolate heaven domain with impunity, as none dare to provoke them. What? War Heaven Hall has arrived? Typically, these 5 top-tier forces disdain to grace the Kunlun realm with their presence. Why today? As the teleportation gate affiliated with War Heaven Hall thunderously opened, the cultivators in the Kunlun realm exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a flicker of confusion. Each of the 5 eminent forces has established teleportation portals within the Kunlun realm, allowing their disciples to partake in trials here. However, it is exceedingly rare for disciples from these 5 forces to visit, as the Kunlun realm is not regarded as the most superior trial ground compared to those controlled by these forces. Naturally, they would prefer to engage in trials at more formidable and favorable secret realms. And now, the individuals from War Heaven Hall have emerged. Why does the person in the center appear so familiar? At this moment, as the colossal portal swung open with a thunderous roar, a throng of cultivators clad in resplendent golden robes emerged. Among them, a striking youth adorned in golden armor immediately captured the attention of all present. Astonishingly, a middle-aged rogue cultivator, upon observing the youth, felt an eerie familiarity wash over him. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Qin Tian, the 3rd prodigy of the War Heaven Hall." Within the entire vast expanse of the desolate sky domain, he ranks among the top 20 in the prodigy list. It is said that at such a tender age, he has already attained the terrifying 8 stars of the celestial sovereign realm, mere steps away from the realm of transcendence. Even more astonishingly, Qin Tian has, with his 8-star celestial sovereign prowess, once slain a rogue demonic cultivator who had just entered the transcendence realm. Currently, the master of the War Heaven Hall holds him in high esteem. Should this young man not meet an untimely end, it is likely that within a millennium, he will emerge as another formidable emperor-level powerhouse for our hall. A collective gasp echoed around as this revelation sank in, igniting a flurry of speculation. The War Heaven Hall, One of the five foremost factions had not only arrived, but had brought along the illustrious Qin Tian. Could it be that a previously undiscovered grand opportunity had surfaced within the Kunlun realm? It seemed quite plausible. Yet, with the presence of the War Heaven Hall, any newfound opportunity might very well elude us. After all, Qin Tian is a figure capable of slaying Transcendence realm powerhouses. Furthermore, even if one dared to seize an opportunity before him, would they possess the life to harness it? For behind Qin Tian stands a formidable War Heaven Hall. How lamentable is that we did not discover this grand opportunity sooner. Sigh. The air around us is filled with incessant sighs. Brother Qin, one disciple from the Battle Heaven Hall murmured. The Hall Master mentioned that the object should be located in the northwest direction of the Kunlun realm. As for the specifics, we must embark on a search. Ignoring the reactions of the surrounding cultivators, another disciple stepped forward and spoke softly to the central figure, Qin Tian. Understood, Qin Tian nodded. Let us proceed, he declared, preparing to lead the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall away. Just then, a distant ancient door swung open, and a graceful figure clad in a flowing white gown emerged silently. Chapter 24. In these times, does opportunity come knocking? The sudden opening of the stone door instantly captured everyone's attention. Is that the teleportation portal of the Xian Holy Sect? Upon recognizing the source of the portal, the cultivators glanced back with renewed interest. Though the Xian Holy Sect may not rival the five paramount powers, it certainly ranks among the foremost in the first tier of sections. As the white radiance gradually dissipated, the enchanting figure in white appeared before the portal. How breathtakingly beautiful she is. This is the first time I have encountered such an exquisite woman. They say that the Xian Holy Sect is renowned for its stunning beauties, and today, the rumors have proven true. Such a delicate and charming maiden dares to venture alone into the Kunlun realm? Perhaps it is her first trial outside her ivory tower? How naive, yet it matters not. She will soon come to understand the perils of the world, As the multitude of cultivators within the Kunlun realm beheld the visage of the maiden clad in white, they were instantly captivated by her unparalleled beauty. Drawing a sharp breath, their gazes ablaze with fervor. In that moment, an array of individuals with ulterior motives began to entertain unwholesome thoughts. Even the esteemed Qin Tian of the Battle Heaven Hall found his gaze lingering momentarily upon the enchanting girl in white, momentarily entranced. What sort of beauty had he? A distinguished figure, the third prodigy of the Battle Heaven Hall, and a top 20 contender in the celestial prodigy rankings of the Wild Heaven domain. Not encountered? Yet, in comparison to this maiden in white, all others seemed to pale into insignificance, hardly worth mentioning. Brother Qin Tian, do you harbor feelings for this girl? Someone queried. Like is not the term to describe it. She is indeed beautiful, but alas, she is likely nothing more than a mere ornament. The woman worthy of my affection must be far more than just a pretty face, he replied. Let us proceed. We must first fulfill the task assigned to us by the Hall Master. With that, he led the members of the Battle Heaven Hall away. Is this truly the interior of Kunlun? Suyi murmured to himself, gazing toward the deep mountains ahead, realizing that it was indeed a realm unto itself. Verdant mountains and flowing waters stood majestically akin to the outside world. However, the spiritual energy here was markedly more potent, imbued with opportunities that the outside world lacked. For none could ascertain what the Kunlun Emperor had infused into his Kunlun mirror. Luo girl, let us not tarry. Understood. Luo Qinghuan responded with a gentle nod. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, her delicate form transformed into a fleeting white silhouette as she stepped into the lush mountains and waters, vanishing from sight. In the Kunlun realm, amidst a field of medicinal herbs, a roar echoed forth. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a figure engulfed in flames. Resembling a humanoid shape with limbs fashioned from colossal tree roots, desperately evaded the incessantly descending shards of ice from the heavens. The ice was exceptionally sharp, and one could faintly sense the terrifying essence of a blade swirling within. Above, a graceful silhouette in a white gown stood poised in midair, her ethereal sword cloaked in a layer of frost, its intent palpable. In the next moment, before the creature could react, the maiden in white stepped forward, her sword's intent cleaving through the air towards it. Spare me, esteemed one. I am but a millennium-old fiery ginseng, transformed through arduous cultivation. I implore you to grant me my life." Realizing it could not escape the impending strike, the creature uttered words of supplication, kneeling before the young lady. She, however, paid it no heed, though the sword in her hand seemed to hesitate momentarily. Observing this, the fiery ginseng's eyes brightened with hope, and it hastened to speak again. Yet, as it did, countless roots beneath the earth converged silently, launching an assault towards the maiden. "Esteemed one you is," before it could finish its plea, the frosty sword intent materialized out of thin air, instantly piercing through its form. The sharp roots that had gathered underground withered away in that very instant. Its body emitted a radiant glow, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a palm-sized, flame-licked spiritual herb, the millennium-old fiery ginseng. Indeed, this could allow me to concoct a few flame spirit pills for you. Upon sighting the herb, Sui could not help but chuckle softly. Flame spirit pills? What might those be? With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Luo Qinghuan summoned the fiery ginseng into her palm. Just then, she heard Su Ye's voice echoing in her mind, which piqued her curiosity. "It is merely a pill that aids in the rapid absorption of spiritual energy," Su Yi casually remarked with a smile. "That insufferable Su Yi knows so much," Luo Qinghuan muttered under her breath, her intrigue regarding his true identity deepening. However, she lamented that even if she inquired, he would remain tight-lipped, that mischievous rascal relishing in her curiosity, only to burst into laughter when she expected the truth. This scoundrel was truly incorrigible. With this thought in mind, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, her small face adorned with a look of reproach. She mused that if the detestable Su Yi continued to toy with her, she would soon become a resentful woman. Enough of this, she resolved. I must focus on seeking the soul herb. Su Yi chuckled, disregarding the aggrieved girl. They had been in the Kunlun realm for several hours, acquiring numerous treasures, yet regrettably, the whereabouts of the soul herb remained elusive. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, stowing the fiery ginseng away, intent on venturing deeper into the Kunlun realm. Suddenly, Su Ye's light-hearted laughter resonated in her mind once more. "Ah, Luo girl, fortune has come knocking at your door." Startled, Luo Qinghuan paused. Fortune has come knocking? Just then, a series of footsteps echoed nearby, and she beheld several figures emerging from the thicket, their eyes fixed upon her, glinting with malicious intent. The junior sister. We have just pursued a millennium flame ginseng that had transformed into human form, wounding it severely. However, it has vanished without a trace. Have you perhaps caught a glimpse of it? One individual, with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth and a folding fan in hand, gazed at Luo Qinghuan with a twinkle in his eye. "I have not seen it," Luo Qinghuan replied, her delicate brows furrowing as she shook her head. She was well aware of what the man referred to as the flame ginseng. Yet, contrary to his assertions, the ginseng had been entirely unharmed when she encountered it. "Is that so?" The youth with the folding fan chuckled softly, his voice measured. "It is not that I doubt you, junior sister, but the millennium flame ginseng is exceedingly precious. Perhaps you could allow us to inspect your storage ring? If we find no trace of the ginseng, we shall certainly let you go. Lu Feng, why waste your breath with this girl? Just seize her and search her thoroughly. Hiv. Even if it is not in her storage ring, it is likely to be on her person." A rugged cultivator interjected, his laughter coarse as he leered at Luo Qinghuan, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intent. "Junior brother Wang, do not frighten this young lady," Lu Feng admonished, casting a reproachful glance at the burly cultivator. He then waved his folding fan lightly and addressed Luo Qinghuan with a smile. "This junior sister, my disciple, is rather hasty and clumsy in his actions. I hope, dear junior sister, that you will willingly cast aside your storage ring and remove your dress so that we may inspect you. Otherwise, should I, with my impatient nature, take matters into my own hands, I fear it may lead to your harm." Upon uttering these words, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, revealing an aura reminiscent of a saint emperor, clearly indicating his formidable status as a powerful saint emperor. Upon hearing this, Su Yi recalled her prior words. When confronted by those yearning for rebirth, she ought to exhibit kindness and a willingness to assist in their transcendence. However, just as she was about to take action, a rather lewd chuckle resonated through the air. Ah, Lu Feng from the Tianfeng sect. How could you indulge in such pleasures without inviting this humble Taoist? Suddenly, a portly Taoist donned in traditional robes materialized, followed by a few companions. Yet, upon laying eyes on the white-clad maiden encircled by Lu Feng and his companions, astonishment flashed across their faces, captivated by her exquisite beauty. Li Dozhang. Lu Feng furrowed his brow at the sight of the stout Taoist, realizing that this delectable prize could not be kept for himself. Li Daozhong. This junior sister belongs to the Xianin sacred sect. By revealing our sect, are you not intentionally putting me at risk? Lu Feng shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. What? A disciple of the Xianin sacred sect? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Daozhong's expression shifted dramatically, the flesh on his corpulent face quivering thrice in shock. Indeed, Lu Feng affirmed with a nod. As Luo Qinghuan emerged from the stone gate, she immediately caught their attention. They noticed that she had ventured into the secret realm alone and concluded it was her first trial, clearly indicating her naivety. Otherwise, she would not have dared to enter the secret realm unaccompanied. The dark Yin sacred sect. A flicker of hesitation crossed Taoist Li's eyes, revealing his inner turmoil. Yet it was swiftly replaced by a flash of ferocity. Better to risk my life than to let this opportunity slip away, he thought. At worst, we can share her treasures, toy with her, and then silence her. With this intent, Lu Feng chuckled, idly twirling his folding fan. His gaze fixated on the young woman in the white dress in the distance, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. It seems this junior sister has no one to blame but herself for our ruthless intentions. With the two of us here, she might as well abandon any thoughts of escape. Submission could lead to a swift end. As he spoke, an aura of the sacred emperor realm emanated from him. Indeed, Taoist Li snorted coldly, his corpulent figure shaking as he too revealed the aura of the sacred emperor realm. Is the presence of two sacred emperor realm cultivators your only reliance? The young woman frowned slightly, murmuring to herself, only to soon relax her brow and smile brightly. Very well, you have already surrounded yourselves. Lu Feng and Taoist Li exchanged confused glances. Ha! This junior sister certainly knows how to jest, surrounding us all by herself, especially with two sacred emperor realm experts present. Lu Feng laughed heartily, amusement evident in his eyes. Ha. In a moment, I intend to indulge in some playful antics with this young lady. Allow me to take the lead, do not contest with me. As these words escaped his lips, disciples from both the Tianfeng sect and the Huanghua Taoist temple erupted into hearty laughter. Very well, dear junior sister. Do not hold it against your senior brother for what is to come. Lu Feng chuckled lewdly, yet before he could finish his sentence, a sudden surge of sword intent materialized, abruptly silencing him. Why has the temperature around us dropped? Taoist Li keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere and noticed Lu Feng, who had fallen into an unnerving silence beside him. Lu, why have you ceased speaking? He turned to the motionless Lu Feng, furrowing his brow. Could it be that, in his fervor of anticipation for the forthcoming revelry with this young lady, Lu Feng became overwhelmed with excitement, causing his mind to falter? Crack! However, in the next instant, accompanied by the sound of a shattering, Lu Feng's eyes widened in terror and despair as his head was severed from his body, crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a young girl's voice resonated softly. Since when can a sane emperor be considered a formidable opponent? As her words echoed, the sight of Lu Feng's lifeless head hitting the ground plunged the surroundings into an eerie silence. She has dispatched senior brother Lu Feng in an instant. A formidable Saint Emperor at the third tier, yet he was no match for her single strike. After a considerable pause, Taoist Li and the others' expressions contorted in shock, gasping in disbelief as they beheld the calm young woman, her hand gripping the frostblade, her eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the young girl, they finally lost their composure. The heavenly sovereign realm. She is a formidable heavenly sovereign. In that moment, they comprehended why the girl before them dared to venture alone into the Kunlun secret realm. It was because she possessed the strength to stand above the rest. At this moment, beneath her calm exterior, The girl felt a hint of pride and exclaimed to Su Yi in her mind, "Stinky Su Yi, look, I've mastered the lethal technique you mentioned. Well done." Su Yi responded with a nod of approval, pleased to see her decisiveness in battle gradually taking shape. "Esteemed lady, we were blind to your might. May you overlook our transgressions and spare us," they pleaded. "Indeed, we were mistaken," they echoed, sensing the overwhelming presence of the heavenly sovereign emanating from Luo Qinghuan, and promptly begged for mercy. A heavenly sovereign. Even if they united their strength, they would likely be cleaved in two by just a few strikes. Observing their desperate pleas, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows and pondered. According to Stinky Su Yi's advice, it was time to demand the surrender of their storage rings. Perhaps then she might spare their lives. Is that so? Li Daoxing's eyes glinted with cunning. "I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceive," the girl affirmed with a nod. At that moment, they no longer cared about their losses. After all, survival was paramount. Luo Qinghuan accepted the storage rings, glancing through their contents before intending to claim them all. Under Su Yi's guidance, she had become quite frugal. No resource offered to her should be overlooked. After all, Su Yi had proclaimed, "What is mine is mine. What belongs to them is not mine." Wait a moment. Luo girl, that rotund fellow possesses a herb within his storage ring. Please retrieve it for me. At that moment, Su Yi's voice resonated unexpectedly. "Is this the one?" Luo Qinghuan inquired, as she produced a delicate blue plant from her grasp. "This is the immortal spirit herb. Its habitat is akin to that of the celestial soul herb we seek. Inquire with that rotund fellow regarding the source of this immortal spirit herb. It may prove beneficial to our quest," Su Yi remarked, casting a glance at the azure plant. "Very well." Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, then lifted the immortal spirit herb, directing her gaze towards Taoist Li. "From where did you procure this spirit herb?" "The misty water forest," he replied cautiously. "Understood," Luo Qinghuan acknowledged with a nod. "Now, dear uncle, may we take our leave? After all, you just stated that you never deceive." Taoist Li spoke with trepidation. "Indeed, I, Luo Qinghuan, never mislead. Having declared I shall not slay you, rest assured, I shall not do so," Luo Qinghuan asserted, a glimmer of cunning flickering in her eyes. "Thus, I choose to grant you a new lease on life." "What?" Upon hearing this, Taoist Li and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. "How dare you disregard the codes of conduct?" In the next instant, amidst the flickering light of the frost blade, anguished cries echoed incessantly. Chapter 26. The reverse Tianshang of Luo girl in the depths of Kunlun. Within the misty water forest, a graceful figure appeared. "Is this truly the misty water forest?" Luo Qinghuan mused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she surveyed the surroundings. The towering trees in this place exude an eerie presence. Even before she steps within, she can sense the unsettling feeling of being scrutinized by countless eyes. A layer of faint blue, ethereal water blankets the ground of the forest. What a pity for this rootless, ethereal water, she mused with a sigh of regret in her mind. Rootless, ethereal water? A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. "It is a substance that can enhance cultivation," Su Yi explained, then shook his head. "However, it has now been entirely devoured by this group of demon trees. When you enter this forest, be vigilant, Luo girl. These demon trees are known to consume humans." "Consume humans?" A pallor washed over Luo Qinghuan's delicate face. "Very well. Luo girl, step inside. Do not worry, for your brother Yi is here to ensure that you will not be devoured by the demon trees. After all, I have yet to be consumed myself, so how could I allow you to be taken by these trees?" Su Yi remarked with a mischievous grin. "Ba ba ba." Hearing his jest, Luo Qinghuan's cheeks flushed as she spat 3 times in response. "Wretched Su Yi, your mind is filled with nonsense." Yet, his words brought her some comfort. With her chest rising and falling, she took a deep breath, preparing to enter the treacherous, ethereal water forest. "Luo, senior sister Luo?" Just as she was about to step into the forest, a voice filled with surprise broke through, belonging to Enran. "Enran, junior sister? What are you doing here? Did I not warn you that the depths of Kunlun are not a place for you?" Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly. The fateful place spoken of by senior sister Lu Yu lies within, and they have ventured deep into the depths of the Yushui forest. However, I have steadfastly remembered your words, senior sister Luo, which compel me to relinquish the opportunity described by Lu Yu and instead await their return here. And Ran spoke hastily. You're correct. This location is not one you should enter, Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight shake of her head. Even the insufferable Su Yi has declared this place perilous, filled with man-eating demon trees. For Lu Yu and her companions, mere practitioners of the divine passage realm, to enter would be tantamount to courting death. Luo Qinghuan cast a glance at Ran and gently added, Oh, you intend to rescue them? Su Yi, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Indeed. A promising student indeed. You have not disappointed your brother Ye's diligent instruction. Speak, Luo girl. How do you intend to repay me? Su Yi remarked with a smile. With my body. Luo Qinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Su Yi, what? Ahem, Luo girl. ISNT, that a bit hasty. But then again, it cannot be helped. After all, your brother Ye's charm is undeniable. And falling for me is not entirely your fault. Do not misunderstand. When I mention repayment, I mean you should take the lead. As Su Yi indulged in fanciful thoughts, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Luo Qinghuan's enchanting gaze, and she proceeded to explain with utmost seriousness. Su Yi, this is disastrous. The world is turned upside down. This girl actually dares to tease her in return. No, she must be punished severely. Insufferable Su Yi. I shall make you pay for bullying me every day. Witnessing Su Ye's rare moment of defeat, Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of triumph. However, in the next instant, as her expression abruptly transformed, her delicate face flushed crimson, and a voice, laden with embarrassment, involuntarily escaped her red lips, a soft moan. Luo Shiji, what's wrong? Anren, observing Luo Qinghuan's unusual behavior, was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. In nothing. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, her cheeks still aflame, striving to regain her composure, while inwardly cursing Su Yi. That wretched Su Yi! How dare he surreptitiously touch her bottom? Shameless! Scoundrel! Vidachit Su Yi. Meanwhile, Su Yi remained entirely oblivious to the girl's palpable resentment, lamenting that if only it were his hand, the sensation would undoubtedly be more pleasurable. To reconstruct one's physical form, he could hardly contain his eagerness. All right, stay here and do not wander off. The demon trees in this area are known to devour humans. Luo Qinghuan, having quelled her feelings of indignation, addressed Anren before promptly drawing her sword and turning to enter the ghost water forest, swiftly vanishing into the dense thicket. Will they devour humans? Anren stood in stunned silence, struggling to grasp her words. Yet in the next moment, she beheld the astonishing sight of when Luo Shiji stepped into the ghost water forest. Faces began to emerge from the surrounding eerie trees, each visage emitting piercing, anguished howls. The chilling sound seemed to reverberate with a sinister melody, causing those who heard them to momentarily lose their senses. Following this, countless sharp branches, gleaming ominously, surged toward the girl in the white dress. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Anren's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly called out, Sister Luo, be careful. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, she beheld the young girl's sword gracefully dancing in her hands. In the next instant, countless sinister trees collapsed around them, and blood surged forth from the severed trunks. Witnessing this scene, Anren's face turned ashen, her heart gripped by a wave of dread. Thankfully, she heeded Sister Luo's warning and refrained from recklessly charging in with Lu Yu and the others. It was likely that Lu Yu and the others faced dire peril as well. Anren sighed, wishing to say something further to Luo Qinghuan, but the young girl's figure had already vanished deep into the woods. In the depths of a Yushui forest, a piercing scream echoed, Sister Lu Yu, flee! A disciple of the Xian sacred sect was cleaved in two by a single stroke, and then a bald monk stepped atop the corpse, withdrawing the blade embedded within it. His gaze filled with mockery as he regarded the woman before him. Flee? Where is there to escape? After laboriously traversing the man-eating demon woods to reach this so-called spiritual spring, they found themselves ambushed by a group of cultivators emerging from nowhere. I am a disciple of the Xian sacred sect. How dare you lay hands on us? Do you not fear the retribution of the Xian sacred sect? Lu Yu glanced at her fellow disciples, all of whom lay dead or injured. Terror etched across her face as she hastily threatened them. Chapter 27. Xianyang Sacred Sect, Flame Spirit Spring. Xianyan Sacred Sect. Ha! The bald monk grinned malevolently, viciously trampling upon the corpse of the disciple from the Xian-yin Sacred Sect. Indeed, we cannot provoke the Xian-yin Sacred Sect, but this is Kunlun territory. If I were to slay you all, who would know by whose hand you met your demise? I relish the thought of feasting upon the flesh of those who emerged from the grand sections. These individuals were, after all, brigands of the secret realm, preying specifically upon disciples who hailed from esteemed sections. Such disciples often relied on their prestigious backgrounds, believing themselves to be superior and that others would cower in fear. Yet, this was a trial secret realm, littered with countless bones, impervious to the senses of external powers. Once they were all exterminated, no one would ever know who was responsible for their deaths. Upon hearing these words, despair etched itself across Lu Yu's face, her eyes brimming with resentment. It was all Luo Qinghuan's fault. If she had only stayed with us, my brothers would not have perished here. That wretched woman, in that moment, the ugliness of her humanity was laid bare. Even in the face of death, she refused to reflect on her own shortcomings and instead cast blame upon others. Suddenly, Lu Yu seemed to perceive something, her eyes lighting up with a flicker of excitement. Not far away, a silhouette in a white dress appeared silently. Luo. Senior Sister Luo? Senior Sister Luo, save me. Please, my brothers have all been slaughtered by these fiends. You must avenge them. Lu Yu frantically waved her arms, calling out to the figure in the white dress. Another one has come? The bald monk followed her gaze and soon spotted a young girl in a white dress gracefully approaching. Even from a distance, her stunning beauty and ethereal aura were unmistakable. What a charming young beauty. He then cast a cold glance at Lu Yu, initially intending to toy with her before delivering the final blow, but with her presence, there was no longer any need for her to survive. As his words fell, the bald monk did not hesitate for a moment. He unleashed the formidable aura of a holy emperor and swung his blade. The intent of the strike coalesced, descending upon Lu Yu with ferocity. Senior Sister Luo, help me. In the face of this dire situation, Lu Yu, aware of her inability to resist, desperately called out to the distant figure in white. However, that figure remained indifferent, advancing leisurely, unhurried, and unfazed. Luo, Senior Sister Luo? Lu Yu was taken aback. Yet in the next moment, she was met with the bald monk's terrifying blade intent, which cleaved her body in twain. What a cruel heart. Your fellow disciple cries for help, and yet you remain unmoved. The bald monk hoisted the massive blade upon his shoulder and gazed at the approaching girl in white, his voice dripping with disdain. At these words, the girl in white seemed momentarily taken aback, halting her steps, her delicate brows furrowed, as if lost in contemplation. Oh, I see. Then, she broke into a radiant smile, breathtakingly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Seeing this, Sui nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, this girl possessed the fierce demeanor of a great bandit emperor. The bald monk furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the fearless countenance of the young girl, his expression turning somber as he intoned, "Are you not afraid of us?" As his words hung in the air, the surrounding figures silently encircled them, their formidable presence revealing them as powerful beings of the Saint Emperor realm. Without the guidance of a top-tier prodigy, ordinary disciples would indeed find themselves no match for these individuals. Afraid? Counter to the heavens? Have you ever witnessed a being of the Celestial Lord realm fearing those of the Saint Emperor realm? Su Yi remarked, arms crossed, stifling a yawn before addressing Luo Qinghuan. Hurry up and resolve this. I can sense that the heavenly soul grass we seek is nearby. They had not arrived here for the first time, but had leisurely made their way after searching through the depths of the ghost water forest for the heavenly soul grass. Very well, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Since the insufferable Su Yi had suggested it, she would not hold back. In the next moment, frost materialized, and the aura of her sword became piercingly sharp, her presence beginning to shift. Is that the Celestial Lord realm? Upon sensing the transformation in the young girl's aura, the bald monk's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to make a bold decision. He shouted fiercely, "Run! Scatter!" With that, he was the first to sheath his great sword and flee outward, and the others quickly followed suit. It was clear that even several Saint Emperor Realm warriors, let alone a dozen, would possess only the capacity for a feudal struggle against a celestial Lord Realm being. In such a case, it was far wiser to flee. The young maiden exhibited a hint of boredom, casually wielding her sword. The frost sword intent seemed to possess an automatic targeting feature, relentlessly pursuing those who had attempted to flee. Before long, several lifeless figures plummeted from the heavens above. How formidable! The fleeing bald monk's expression shifted dramatically, and at that moment, the frost sword intent lunged towards him. It was over. A glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. There was no escaping the strike. However, at that very instant, a fiery hand surged towards him, crashing heavily upon his form and instantaneously extinguishing his life force. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows. In her mind, Su Yi exclaimed, "Stealing the kill? That was indeed perilous. I nearly allowed that rogue to escape. Fortunate that I intervened." Concurrently, a fiery figure materialized, the flames receding to reveal a handsome young man clad in red, appearing in the celestial realm. Exuding an aura of power, he too was a celestial sovereign. "I am Yin Yun, a prodigy of the Xianyang sacred sect. There is no need for gratitude, junior sister. However, if you must express your thanks, might I suggest a sharing of the waters from the Flame Spirit Sacred Spring?" Chapter 28. Su Yi. Do you have any objections? The Xianyang sacred sect? In the realm of spiritual containment, upon hearing the red-clad youth introduce himself, Su Yi frowned. Among the first-rate powers of the wasteland domain, there existed a notion of the yin-yang duality. The Xianyang sacred sect represented the yin, while the Xianyang sacred sect embodied the yang. It was said that the founders of these two sects shared a considerable history. Luo Qinghuan quietly elucidated this to Su Yi. So that was the case. Su Yi nodded slightly, contemplating that this must be Luo Qinghuan, the junior sister from the Frost Sword Peak of the Xianyang sacred sect. He had long heard of her esteemed reputation, and upon meeting her today, he found her indeed to be as remarkable as the tale suggested, exceptionally gifted and stunningly beautiful. Yin Yun smiled and inquired, "By the way, did you hear what I just said, junior sister Luo? I have just aided you in dealing with that fleeing thief. If you truly wish to express your gratitude." He began to reiterate his previous statement, but was abruptly interrupted. "No need for thanks," Luo Qinghuan replied, her crimson lips parting gracefully. Yin was momentarily taken aback, feeling a touch disconcerted. Luo Qinghuan's unexpected response left him somewhat flustered. "I meant to say, you truly are not going to express any gratitude at all?" He furrowed his brow. Having heard that the junior sister from the Xianyang sacred sect possessed a gentle disposition, he thought perhaps a little persistence would sway her to show some appreciation. However, he pondered, if it weren't for my assistance, that thief would have escaped, leaving junior sister Luo unable to peacefully absorb the essence of the Flame Spirit Spring. Surely, a token of gratitude is warranted. My sword strike ensured he could not flee. Luo Qinghuan shook her head slightly, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Having spent ample time with Su Yi, she had grown immune to such moral persuasion. Following Su Ye's words, she narrowed her beautiful eyes, and her spirit sword manifested a frosty aura. "Or is it that you, senior brother Yin Yun, wish to test your mettle?" As her words resonated, a formidable aura of a fifth-level celestial emerged from her delicate form. Fifth-level celestial? How did you cultivate so rapidly? Sensing her terrifying aura, Yin Yun's expression changed dramatically as he gazed incredulously at the young girl before him. Given the close ties between their respective sects, he possessed some knowledge regarding the Xianyang sacred church. If his memory served him correctly, Luo Qinghuan was ranked 6th on the church's list of prodigies, while the 5th-ranked prodigy, whom he knew, could barely boast a cultivation level of merely 2 stars in the celestial sovereign realm. How could it be that Luo Qinghuan, ranked 6th among prodigies, exhibited such overwhelming strength compared to the 5th? Junior sister Luo, you jest. This sacred spring of flame spirits is solely yours. Of no concern to me. Yin Yun chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head hastily. Though he too was of the celestial sovereign realm, he was merely at 2 stars. With a 3-tier gap in cultivation, he lacked the confidence to confront Luo Qinghuan. However, despite his words, he did not depart. The sacred spring of flame spirits held immense significance. Not only could it aid cultivators in enhancing their prowess, but the layer of flame spirit fire that enveloped it was not to be underestimated. It was of great utility for his own cultivation methods. He could hardly believe that after Luo Jr.'s sister absorbed the energy of the spring, she would also manage to claim the flame spirit fire. After all, even he, a prodigy adept at manipulating fire, could not guarantee its absorption. Luo girl, do not overlook their storage rings, Su Yi promptly reminded. It would be entirely reasonable for you to collect a fee for tidying up their remains. Oh, Luo Qinghuan nodded, finding his words to be quite reasonable. She then proceeded to place their storage rings into her own, not sparing even those of the bald monks. Witnessing this scene, Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. Wasn't it said that junior sister Luo from the Xian sacred sect was pure and kind-hearted? Yet now, her adeptness at burying corpses and seizing storage rings resembled that of a fierce bandit. After completing her tasks, Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze toward the nearby spiritual spring, which was enveloped in a layer of flames. The water within brimmed with an exceptionally rich spiritual essence. This must be the spiritual spring that Lu Yu and the others sought, also referred to by Yin Yun as the flame spirit sacred spring. However, it seemed that fortune favored her this time. My dear Luo, Su Yi remarked with a smile in his mind, I can sense that the heavenly soul grass lies within this spring, and the flame spirit sacred spring is no ordinary place. Truly, it is worthy of being a repository for a great emperor's collection. There are indeed many treasures. You shall absorb the spiritual essence from the flame spirit sacred spring, while I will collect this layer of flame spirit fire on the surface to use as alchemical flame. A quality alchemical flame can determine the efficacy of the pills. With this flame, perhaps I can strive to concoct a divine-grade elixir when refining the sacred soul pill. Understood, Luo Qinghuan replied, gently nodding her head. She then lifted her skirt, revealing her delicate feet beneath, and rose to her toes as she approached the spring. The water was not deep, reaching just to her smooth, fair calves. With the protection of the spiritual essence, the flames covering the spring posed no threat to her. Soon she walked to the very center of the spiritual spring, seated herself cross-legged upon the jade stone, and her delicate form became enveloped in a radiant aura as she began to absorb the abundant spiritual energy from the spring. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Su Ye's mind. Luo Qinghuan is decisive in her actions. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Reward: unparalleled comprehension. Should he invest? He did not hesitate. Investment successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Eye of Fate. The Eye of Fate? Su Yi furrowed his brow. Soon, the system provided an explanation. Eye of Fate, capable of seeking the creations of heaven and earth, discovering opportunities in the world, and locating the strongest chance within a specified range. Oh, the strongest opportunity? A glimmer of joy flickered in Su Ye's eyes as he promptly stored the Eye of Fate. After some time, the girl within the spiritual spring suddenly felt an enhancement in her comprehension. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, assessed her own aura, and her delicate face slightly wrinkled, revealing a hint of despondency. Oh, could it be that her absorption had failed? Witnessing this scene, a flicker of delight passed through Yin Yun's eyes. If this junior sister Luo had failed to absorb, surely it was now his turn. However, the next moment, he heard the girl let out a soft sigh, nearly causing him to spit blood. Having absorbed all this spiritual energy here, there was not the slightest indication of a breakthrough. Could it be that the few days prior, she had surged through several minor realms, leaving her still far from sufficient? Yin Yun. She absorbed all the energy from the Yanling sacred spring, though he was capable of achieving it. It would at least take him nearly a day. Yet, the young maiden before him accomplished it in less than a few dozen minutes. Moreover, she had recently shattered several minor realms in one go. Is this even human? Do you consider cultivation as trivial as drinking water? This is absurd. Who taught you to speak in such a manner? Su Yi, do you have any objections? Chapter 29. Fierce wife and bandit husband, taking both food and valuables. It's utterly terrifying. compared to the girl in the white dress emerging from the spiritual spring, he suddenly felt a deep sense of defeat. Damn it, I shall no longer be the prodigy. Whoever desires to be can take my place. Who could possibly rival you? Huh. I never anticipated that junior sister Luo would be so formidable. Then why did she act so low-key within the Xian sacred sect? Yin Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed. Luo Qinghuan. I was merely awaiting my account to be credited. However, since junior sister Luo has absorbed the essence of the sacred spring, once she departs, the flame of the inferno spirit shall belong to me. Yin Yun murmured. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his words abruptly halted, and his pupils contracted, for he suddenly beheld the maiden leaning down, extending her delicate hand to touch the flames enveloping the spiritual spring. At that moment, within the spring, Luo, since you have absorbed enough, brother, ye shall proceed to gather this flame. As Su Ye's words fell, the maiden obediently nodded, relinquishing control of her body to him. Their collaboration was indeed extraordinary. Fierce wife and bandit husband, taking both food and valuables, also sowed the seeds for a future declaration that would incite panic throughout the entire Tianxian realm. The great demon lord and the female demon lord, wherever they tread. Not a blade of grass would survive. Although the flame of the spirit, ranked 89th on the Earth ranking of the Heavenly Flame list, fails to make its way into the top 100 of the Celestial ranking, it is still preferable to having none at all, serving adequately as a fire for alchemy. Su Yi murmured softly. He then bent down, reaching out to touch the blazing flames that enveloped the spirit spring. At that moment, Yin Yun hastily interjected, Sister Luo, wait. The flame of the spirit is ranked 89th on the Earth ranking of the Heavenly Flame list and possesses formidable power. Even someone like me, who has cultivated the flame technique, would not dare to approach it lightly. You should proceed with caution. However, Su Yi paid him no heed, merely extending his finger to gently tap the surface of the spring water. In the next instant, ripples spread across the water, and the flames surged upward, beginning to coalesce into a sphere, ultimately forming a flame the size of a thumb, which shot into the girl's forehead. What a joke! When my brother Yi was an emperor, what flame did he not seize? What have I not encountered? He mused. All right, little Luo, move that jade stone aside. The celestial soul grass we seek lies beneath it. Having collected the flame of the spirit, Su Yi relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan, then spoke to her. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan gracefully stepped forward, standing in the spirit spring, channeling her spiritual energy to shift the jade stone aside. Indeed, she soon spotted a small grass radiating a faint blue light standing proudly beneath it. It was, without a doubt, the celestial soul grass. Thus, the purpose of their expedition could be deemed fulfilled. Su Yi chuckled softly. Little Luo, we can depart now. She responded. Luo Qinghuan nodded, carefully plucking the Tianhun grass and placing it into her storage ring, before making her way towards the outskirts of the Yushui forest. Throughout the journey, she paid no heed to Yin Yun, who stood a short distance away, wide-eyed and petrified in shock. It was only after the silhouette in white vanished from his sight that Yin Yun regained his senses, though profound astonishment still lingered in his gaze. She merely tapped it lightly and absorbed the flames ranked 89th on the Earth list? What then shall I regard my decades of arduous cultivation, which allowed me to absorb the flames ranked 99th? A trivial endeavor? This junior sister Luo is remarkable. Moreover, she is certainly not as easy to bully as those fellows claimed. Yin Yun's expression grew exceedingly grave, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a hint of schadenfreude appeared on his face. It is said that during this discussion of doctrines by the Xian holy sect, many have regarded that easy to bully junior sister Luo as prey. It seems they are in for a rude awakening. Upon exiting the Yushui forest, Luo Qinghuan spotted and ran waiting patiently in place, not wandering about. This prompted Su Yi to reflect that Ran was indeed one of the few individuals in the Xian holy sect he found agreeable. Seeing Luo Qinghuan safe and sound, Ran breathed a sigh of relief. What about senior sister Lu Yu and the others? She glanced behind Luo Qinghuan, only to find an empty space. They are here, Luo Qinghuan said, tossing Ran a storage ring filled with the life tokens of Lu Yu and her companions. Those who do not heed warnings cannot be saved by even the gods. I have avenged them by eliminating the wicked perpetrators responsible for their deaths. Indeed, Sister Luo, gazing at the life tokens within the storage ring, and Ran could not help but sigh. Had Sister Lu Yu and the others heeded Sister Luo's counsel, they would not have met such a fate. Soon, and Ran departed with the storage ring in hand. Your junior sister is quite commendable. At the very least, she is obedient and pleasing to the eye, Su Yi remarked, casting a glance at Ran's retreating figure. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan concurred with this sentiment. However, at that moment, Su Ye's murmurs broke the silence. Moreover, she seems to possess a physique superior to yours, my dear girl. Upon hearing this, the young maiden's face flushed a radiant crimson at an observable pace. She bit her lip in frustration, her exquisite countenance marred by a look of resentment. You insufferable Su Yi, come out. I challenge you to a duel. I shall not emerge, but I can control your body and engage you in a contest, Su Yi retorted. This is no different from battling myself. Bah, you insufferable Su Yi. Just wait. You disregard the petite me, yet you cannot reach the heights of the more mature me. With her face aflame, the girl declared fiercely. Reach the heights. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, his mind conjuring an image of a colossal hand overshadowing a magnificent snow-capped mountain. He cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Luo girl, that might suffice. Bah, the maiden spat vehemently, her face still flushed. Get lost. With a playful jest, Su Yi finally adopted a serious demeanor and said, All right, little Luo, prepare to follow the route I've outlined. Brother Yi will take you to discover the finest treasures within the Kunlun realm. The finest treasures? The young girl's charming face gradually lost its blush as she pondered Su Ye's words, her expression tinged with confusion. Indeed, Su Yi nodded mysteriously before directly utilizing the Fate-Seeking card. System, activate the Fate-Seeking Divine Eye. Range, Kunlun realm. Activating Fate-Seeking Divine Eye. Range, Kunlun realm. The system has detected the strongest opportunity within the Kunlun realm for the host. As the system's voice faded, a faint glow emerged in Su Ye's vision, seemingly guiding him towards the location of this so-called greatest opportunity. All right, little Luo, follow the route I've indicated. Okay, the girl nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. Thrift and Diligence in No Time. Under Su Ye's guidance, the girl navigated through the secret realm. Many disciples from various sects, upon catching a glimpse of her exquisite figure, were momentarily captivated, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Just as they were about to approach her, she vanished into thin air, stepping lightly upon the void. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left astounded, their expressions shifting dramatically. Stepping upon the void. Could she be a celestial master? Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan, following Su Ye's directions, had ventured deep into the Kunlun realm. There, she beheld 8 ancient bronze towers, each bound with an iron chain. A total of 8 chains converged towards the center, securing whatever lay within. The object in between emanated a dazzling white radiance, akin to a realm of chaos, rendering its aura undetectable. The guiding light of the Seeking Fate card also pointed towards the entity sealed by iron chains. Could this truly be the most formidable opportunity within the Kunlun realm? Su Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the object shrouded in white light. He yearned to discern the nature of this enigmatic presence, yet the chaos enveloping it obscured any sense of its essence, leaving him in uncertainty. It seemed that only through direct contact could he unravel the mystery of this opportunity. Lo, my dear, what is sealed by these 8 chains is the fortune we seek. Approach a little closer, and let your brother Yi see what it is, he addressed Luo Qinghuan. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan possessed unwavering trust in Su Yi. With graceful steps, she advanced towards the object cloaked in white light. However, just as she was nearing it, a surge of domineering golden light and energy suddenly charged towards her. Lo, be cautious. Su Yi quickly warned in response to the unexpected assault. Upon noticing the imminent danger, Luo Qinghuan activated her spiritual energy, her form gracefully shifting to evade the fierce strike. The surge of golden light crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater in an instant. She furrowed her brows and lifted her gaze towards the source of the attack. There in the sky, stood a young man clad in golden armor, exuding an aura of grandeur, who regarded her with a frown. The powerful golden energy in his hand dissipated faintly, clearly indicating that the earlier strike was indeed his doing. This individual was none other than Qin Tian of the Battle Heaven Hall. You belong to the Yin sacred cult? To have evaded my strike, it appears I misjudged you earlier. Upon beholding the visage of the maiden in the white dress, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he perceived her as possessing a beauty that could rival the heavens, believing her strength to be merely ornamental. However, he soon realized that her prowess was far from simple. Her ability to evade his attack alone placed her above the majority of the young prodigies in the Wild Heaven domain. I am Qin Tian, one of the 3 esteemed disciples of the Battle Heaven Temple. His tone was imbued with arrogance as he continued. This junior sister of Xian, holy sect, has unwittingly offended me. My actions were merely a response to your interference with an object that belongs to the Battle Heaven Temple, which is not to be touched by outsiders. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Suyi narrowed his eyes. This fellow is truly insufferable, he remarked. Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows, clearly displeased by his indiscriminate aggression. Why would you harbor disdain for such a person? She inquired. Yet, Suyi responded with a smile. Oh, a good person, you say? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion. This Qin Tian is exceedingly arrogant. He hardly seems like a good person. Indeed, consider this. As one of the 3 disciples of the Battle Heaven Temple, one of the 5 premier forces, he possesses considerable treasures. Yet, he is willing to share with us. Can he truly be deemed unkind? Suyi smiled meaningfully as he elucidated. The young girl was momentarily taken aback. But then an expression of sudden realization crossed her face as she comprehended the meaning behind Suyi's words. Upon reflection, it seemed that the disciples of the Zhantian Hall were indeed benevolent souls. Let there be no misunderstanding. They were not coveting the treasures within Qin Tian's storage ring. According to the rather unpleasant Suyi, they were merely assisting Qin Tian in severing his ties to external distractions, thereby allowing him to focus solely on his cultivation. Suyi claimed this was an act of great virtue, a commendable deed. Senior brother Qin Tian, I believe I have discerned her identity, she remarked. At that moment, a disciple from the Zhantian Hall, casting his gaze upon Luo Qinghuan, suddenly recalled something and hastily spoke up. Oh, who might that be? Qin Tian inquired, his brow arching with intrigue as he regarded Luo Qinghuan from his elevated position, arms crossed. Luo Qinghuan, the prodigy of the Frost Sword Peak from the Xian holy sect, ranks 6th among the younger generation of the sect, the disciple promptly replied. Luo Qinghuan? So she is the junior sister from the Xian holy sect. No wonder she evaded my attack, Qin Tian remarked, somewhat surprised as he cast a glance at Luo Qinghuan. He then smiled and added, I shall invite junior sister Luo to my Zhantian Hall for tea and discourse another day, as an apology for my earlier rudeness. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples of the Zhantian Hall exchanged envious glances. Senior brother Qin Tian was about to gain yet another companion on his path. He frequently extended invitations for tea and philosophical discussions to young women, transforming them into his partners in the process. Moreover, the enchanting young lady before him was unparalleled in beauty and possessed an ethereal grace, far surpassing the previous guests. Truly, senior brother Qin Tian was fortunate indeed. Given the esteemed status, appearance, and prowess of senior brother Qin, it is indeed a rare occurrence for a woman to decline such a request. Yet in the next moment, the ethereal and melodious voice of the young woman resounded, unflinchingly rejecting Qin Tian's invitation. A sense of disbelief flickered in the eyes of the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall. How could she possibly refuse senior brother Qin? However, that astonishment quickly morphed into a sense of schadenfreude. There have been women who have turned down senior brother Qin before, but their fates were dire. They either faced ruin or were utterly subjugated, reduced to mere playthings of Qin Tian. Was junior sister Luo disregarding the authority of the sect? Indeed, as the girl spoke, a trace of coldness flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. That is not the case, the girl replied, shaking her head. If you truly wish to make amends, perhaps something more tangible would suffice. Understanding dawned upon him. He happened to possess a golden phoenix hairpin, which would surely complement junior sister Luo beautifully. A smile emerged on Qin Tian's face as he realized that Luo Qinghuan was not as proud as he had initially thought, but rather a woman who cherished vanity. Such women are the easiest to handle. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade hairpin from his storage ring, adorned with a vividly crafted golden phoenix in flight. Upon finishing his words, he extended it towards Luo Qinghuan below. Is this the exquisite spiritual artifact, the golden phoenix hairpin? Senior brother Qin truly spares no expense. The disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall gazed on with envious eyes. When the golden phoenix hairpin soared toward her, Luo Qinghuan did not hasten to claim it. Instead, she enveloped it in spiritual energy, meticulously cleansing it inside and out before finally deciding to place it into her storage ring. However, it seemed as though she found this insufficient. She even selected an empty storage ring to place the golden phoenix hairpin within, her demeanor replete with disdain throughout the entire process. Are you not going to give it a try, junior sister Luo? Seeing Luo Qinghuan dismissively stow it away without a glance, wearing an expression of clear disdain, Qin Tian's smile faltered, and he furrowed his brows in inquiry. Try? The young woman shook her head. Suyi said we must seize every opportunity to benefit ourselves. I, Luo Qinghuan, am frugal and resourceful. Perhaps I could even exchange it for some spirit-nourishing elixirs for Suyi. Chapter 31. The odious Suyi declared you have chosen your own demise. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, his countenance darkening further. What did she just say? To barter with the resources he had gifted her for cultivation? While others cherished his gifts as treasures, treating them with utmost care. Luo Qinghuan not only exhibited disdain, but intended to sell it off. What does she take me for? A joke. Yet, before he could react, the young woman gracefully turned away. Enough. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian suppressed his fury, choosing not to explode in anger. Regardless, now that he was aware of Luo Qinghuan's identity, she could not escape. Could it be that the Xian'in Sacred Church would dare to offend their war god hall over a mere prodigious disciple? Is this what the hall master referred to as a grand opportunity? Then at that moment he would no longer be the third disciple, but the second, perhaps even the first. With this thought, Qin Tian grew increasingly exhilarated, yearning to reach for that radiant white light. But just then, a graceful silhouette quietly emerged before the radiant white light, extending a delicate hand to touch its surface. He immediately voiced his disapproval. Luo Qinghuan, what do you intend to do? This belongs to my Battle Heaven Palace. How dare you covet it? Do you wish to offend my Battle Heaven Palace? However, the young woman showed no interest in his words, instead inwardly inquiring of Suyi. Odious Suyi, have you discerned what fortuitous encounter this is? Do not rush. Suyi replied, shaking his head as he closed his eyes in concentration. Soon, a glimmer of joy flickered in his gaze. Indeed, it is fated for me. Within lies the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror spirit. The Kunlun Mirror? The imperial artifact Kunlun Mirror? A trace of astonishment flashed in a young woman's beautiful eyes. Indeed, though the Kunlun Mirror may be lost, its spirit's remnant soul is sealed within. If I can consume this spirit, I shall gain dominion over the realm of Kunlun. Suyi nodded and then cautioned, you must hold off Qin Tian for me, while I consume the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror spirit. With that, a golden light surged from the center of the young woman's brow, unnoticed by anyone, directly entering the white radiance. Although Su Ye's soul resided within Luo Qinghuan's body, it was not impossible for him to emerge. However, the conditions were stringent. He could not stray too far from her, nor remain outside for too long. Yet, consuming the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror should be well within his capabilities. Very well. Luo Qinghuan lightly nodded, drawing forth her sword, which was soon enveloped in frost, exuding a fierce sword intent. It seemed that junior sister Luo was resolute in her decision. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall diligently represent the Xian'in holy sect and impart the wisdom of life to sister Luo. Qin Tian let out a cold chuckle, the oppressive aura of an 8-star heavenly sovereign erupting from his body in an instant. However, he did not rush to take action. His sole purpose for coming to the Kunlun realm was to seize control of the remaining soul of the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror. Suan Lao, I entrust that remaining soul of the artifact's spirit to you, Qin Tian declared solemnly within his heart. In the next moment, a translucent, aged figure materialized from the bone ring in his hand. Ha ha! Rest assured, Sandaozi, leave it to me, the elder boomed with laughter, then charged directly towards the radiant white light, disappearing into it in the blink of an eye. Clearly, as long as Xian Lao could grasp the soul of the Kunlun mirror's spirit, their battle heaven hall would easily dominate the entire Kunlun realm. Su Yi. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, a wave of concern washing over her. Su Yi was still engulfed in the chaos of that white light. Would the elder's remaining soul truly be unharmed upon entering? Yet, this fellow was quite self-assured, boasting daily about how formidable her brother Yi was. Surely he wouldn't be defeated by that old man, would he? Haha, Sister Luo, allow me to entertain you for a while. With Xian Lao having plunged into the chaotic white light, Qin Tian's previously anxious heart was now at ease. In his view, the Kunlun mirror had already become a possession of their battle heaven hall. With that, an explosion of golden spiritual energy surged from his body, radiating an overwhelming power far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. This is related to the cultivation technique known as the Overlord's Secret. In the next moment, Qin Tian, enveloped in a golden aura of Overlord's energy, charged fiercely towards Luo Qinghuan. Upon witnessing this, Luo Qinghuan had no choice but to suppress her concerns. She could not afford to disappoint Su Yi. Subsequently, spiritual energy surged from her delicate form, and the essence of the heavenly sword emerged, causing the surrounding air to seemingly freeze as the sword intent radiated with formidable sharpness. The essence of the heavenly sword. Upon seeing this scene, a flicker of seriousness flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. He clearly remembered that just a few days prior, the great Daozi of the Battle Heaven Hall had comprehended a trace of the heavenly sword essence, which had even startled the Hallmaster, who praised the Daozi for his extraordinary talent. However, when compared to the heavenly sword essence displayed by the girl before him, the Daozi's meager understanding paled in comparison. Is Luo Qinghuan truly this remarkable? Very well. Junior Sister Luo, you are indeed worthy of becoming my treasured disciple. A wicked smile crept across Qin Tian's face, and his gaze grew increasingly fervent. Upon hearing these words, the young woman furrowed her delicate brows, and a rare coldness appeared on her charming face as she tightened her grip on the spiritual sword. In the words of the loathsome Su Yi, Qin Tian had already chosen the path to his own demise. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of a celestial realm powerhouse enveloped the area, rendering the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall around them breathless. Chapter 32. The Principles of the Ruthless Emperor's Conduct. Boom! The commotion soon attracted the attention of disciples from various sects who were undergoing trials nearby. Yet when they arrived, all they could see were two figures colliding in the sky, unleashing various martial arts, with terrifying pressure continuously emanating. Is this a battle between celestial realm powerhouses? Upon witnessing the two figures traversing the vast expanse of the sky, an overwhelming aura emanating from them, the expressions of the trial disciples from various sects shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with astonishment. That golden spiritual energy exudes an extraordinary dominance, and the figure appears strikingly familiar. Good heavens, is that not the renowned Qin Tian from the Battle Heaven Palace? No wonder the aura is so terrifying. It is indeed Qin Tian from the Battle Heaven Palace. As the disciples beheld the figure enveloped in golden spiritual energy, their expressions turned grave. They couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of a genius emerging from one of the five supreme powers. Such an overwhelming presence eclipses even some of the elders within their own sections. However, who is the individual daring to confront Qin Tian? In the Kunlun mirror, there exists someone bold enough to challenge him. Does he not fear the wrath of the Battle Heaven Palace? Soon, curiosity arose among the trial disciples regarding the identity of Qin Tian's opponent, yet their abilities were insufficient to discern the figure's form. Boom! Suddenly, in the heavens, Qin Tian clenched his fists tightly. Countless streams of golden tyrannical spiritual energy coalescing upon them, before he unleashed a devastating punch. The sheer force of this strike was so terrifying that even the distant onlookers among the trial disciples turned pale, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of dread. Is this truly a genius capable of ranking among the top 20 in the wild heaven domain? Qin Tian is undeniably formidable. Though they're all of the younger generation, the chasm between them and Qin Tian is akin to a vast chasm. With such a punch, the outcome of the battle seems assured, does it not? As they sensed the terrifying power of this strike, the trial disciples felt a tightening in their hearts. However, with the descent of a chilling sword intent, the terrifying force of the fist was unexpectedly dispelled by that single sword strike. What? It was able to neutralize the formidable fist technique of Qin Tiandazi with just one blow. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding trial disciples were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as their eyes widened in disbelief. It is well known that Qin Tian specializes in the art of fist fighting. If we were to consider only this discipline, there would be no rival among the younger generation of the entire wilderness domain. Yet, that recent sword strike effortlessly countered the fist technique for which Qin Tian is so proud. Could it be that his adversary is also a prodigy from one of the top 5 factions? Sister Luo, I had not anticipated that you would be able to withstand this punch. I underestimated you. At this moment, after his punch was blocked, Qin Tian hesitated to strike again, instead furrowing his brow as he gazed at the graceful figure before him. Sister Luo, the one clashing with Qin Tiandazi is actually a woman? Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the trial disciples finally realized, and as their gazes fell upon the combatant facing him, a clear look of astonishment flickered in their eyes. It was a maiden clad in a white dress, holding a sword, her beauty unmatched and her demeanor ethereal. Oh, that is Sister Luo from the Xian sacred sect, ranked 6th among the younger elites of her faction. It is remarkable that she is able to engage in such a fierce battle with Qin Tian of the Battle Heaven Palace. Once they recognized the identity of the ethereal maiden, disciples from allied forces with the Xian sacred sect quickly expressed their astonishment. What? A prodigious disciple ranked 6th among a first-rate faction is capable of battling on such equal footing with the third prodigy of a top-tier faction? Moreover, Qin Tiandazi's strength is at the 8th star of the celestial venerable realm, while Sister Luo of the Xian sacred sect is merely at the 5th star of the same realm. Hiss! Upon hearing these words, the surrounding trial disciples could not help but gasp in astonishment. Oomph! Since Sister Luo insists on this, then do not blame me for being unsparing. Hearing the discussions of the trial disciples around him, Qin Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment. He let out a cold snort, and the aura of an 8th star celestial venerable surged forth. In response, the young girl said little, merely raising her sword as countless frost formations emerged behind her, as if the very heavens and earth could be frozen. Observing this scene, Qin Tian's expression gradually grew serious. Luo Qinghuan had already approached with her sword, feeling a surge of excitement within. Is this what that insufferable Su Yi meant by a liberated battle? It seems rather exhilarating. A dazzling smile blossomed on the young girl's exquisite face, instantly causing the surrounding trial disciples to draw in a sharp breath. Were it not for their inadequate strength, they would have rushed to assist Sister Luo in delivering a beating to Qin Tian. Sister Luo's smile is so sweet. Today, I have finally witnessed what is truly a pure and sweet smile. However, this seemingly beautiful smile, only Su Yi comprehends, is far from a manifestation of innocence and sweetness. It is, in fact, the grin of a little demon. They say one can change from pink to black, yet you all refuse to believe. Meanwhile, within the chaotic white light sealed by the 8 tower chains, an ancient transparent figure was searching within. How strange! Why can't I find a remnant soul of that weapon spirit? It was none other than Xian Lao, who had been searching for a long time here. It still had not caught sight of the weapon spirit's shadow. Were you searching for this? At that moment, a light chuckle suddenly echoed in the silent space. Not far away, a young man clad in black, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, was gazing at him with a smile, holding a swirling mass of golden chaos in his hand. Is it the remnant soul of a spirit weapon? Who might you be? At this moment, The elder Xian furrowed his brow, perplexed by the presence of another. How could anyone else have found their way into the Kunlun mirror? Do you not know who I am? Yet, the young man in black merely chuckled softly, inadvertently revealing an aura of imperial majesty. What? You? No. Could it be, esteemed senior, that you are the Kunlun Emperor? The expression on Elder Xian's face shifted dramatically as he instantly associated this young man with the master of the Kunlun mirror, the Kunlun Emperor himself. For the imperial pressure emanating from him was undoubtedly genuine. Moreover, there was only one conceivable reason for his presence here: the remnant soul of the Kunlun Emperor. He quickly bowed in respect. I am Xian Ming of the Battle Heaven Palace, humbly greeting the esteemed Kunlun Emperor. However, before he could finish his words, the young man in black suddenly surged forward, delivering a crushing blow to his chest. In the next moment, the vitality of this remnant soul began to fade gradually. Until his last breath, Elder Xian could not comprehend why the Kunlun Emperor would suddenly strike against him. The young man in black was none other than Su Yi, effortlessly impersonating the Kunlun Emperor, as he himself had once been an emperor in his previous life. Such an imperial aura came to him naturally, requiring no pretense. As for the reasoning behind his sudden ambush, it was quite simple. Although this Xian Lao has been reduced to a remnant soul, his strength appears to be formidable, possessing the power of the creation realm. The immediate priority is to absorb the remnant soul of the Kunlun mirror's spirit. There's no time to squander on this old figure. After all, this is the typical style of the fierce bandit emperor: to strike from the shadows rather than confront directly, to eliminate with a single blow without unnecessary delay. Chapter 33. The Kunlun Emperor. Exciting news for Su Yi. The inhabitants of the Battle Heaven Palace are truly benevolent, offering countless opportunities. Su Yi glanced at Xian Lao's soul, smiled, and resolved to assist him in achieving rebirth. He then executed the soul technique, directly absorbing and devouring Xian Lao's essence. Host has absorbed Xian Lao's soul. Soul realm has been enhanced. Host's current soul realm. Creation realm, 5 stars. Excellent. Next, all that remains is to consume this entity. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward the remnant spirit in his hand. At that moment, the surrounding chaotic space underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into an expansive grand hall, within which a solitary, regal throne emerged. Subsequently, an ancient phantom appeared upon the throne, exuding an aura of imperial majesty. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback and furrowed his brow. Could this individual be the Kunlun Emperor, the remnant soul of a fallen sovereign? This situation is quite troublesome. Though both are imperial souls, Su Yi and the remnant soul of the Kunlun Emperor are distinctly different. One represents a reborn essence with a chance for corporeal resurrection, while the fallen soul possesses no such opportunity. As Su Ye's expression grew grave, contemplating how to vanquish the lingering soul of the Kunlun Emperor, the aged silhouette upon the throne unexpectedly spoke. Please, take a seat, esteemed elder. With the utterance of his words, a majestic throne materialized before Su Yi, one that appeared far grander than the one occupied by the venerable figure. Witnessing this spectacle and hearing the Kunlun Emperor's voice, Su Yi momentarily froze. When he was the notorious bandit emperor, it was customary for other powerful sovereigns to address him as esteemed elder. Yet had he not been reborn, could the Kunlun Emperor truly recognize him? Do you know me? Su Yi seated himself without hesitation, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Although the daunting aura of the emperor had long since dissipated, the innate ferocity that characterized him was undeniable. Countless millennia ago, tales of the esteemed bandit emperor had reached Su Yi's ears. He never imagined that after so long, he would again encounter such a figure. The aged voice of the Kunlun Emperor seemed to carry a hint of excitement, albeit tinged with melancholy, as he reflected on the past. It was well known that the bandit emperor fought alone against the 10 demon emperors. Though he fell, he had slain 7 and severely wounded 3. It was now evident that the bandit emperor had indeed perished, leaving behind only this fragment of soul. In that moment, the Kunlun Emperor assumed that Su Yi, like himself, was merely a remnant of existence. Yet you, dear brother Yi, are different. You possess a tether that allows for rebirth. However, upon hearing the Kunlun Emperor's words. Sui seized upon a crucial detail. Wait a moment. Countless millennia ago, what the hell? He remarked that initially, upon traversing through time. It seemed perplexing how he possessed knowledge of the original storyline, yet could wield no influence over it. It became evident that he had arrived thousands of years before the events of the narrative unfolded. He had come too early. This indicated that his rebirth did not signify the overturning of all that transpired his previous life. Rather, he had merely reincarnated at a point within the original plot. The formidable emperor, a notorious bandit, merely existed thousands of years in the past. Does this not imply that all he had accumulated in his former life, such as connections and relationships, could still be of use? This notion brought a sense of intrigue to Su Yi, as his previously furrowed brow relaxed. It seemed that all his efforts in the past were not in vain. If the elder wishes to take the Kunlun mirror, then so be it. After all, the treasures I have collected within this mirror were merely imitations of what the elder had seized. At that moment, the lingering soul of the Kunlun Emperor chuckled softly. Imitating me? Sui furrowed his brow. Well, have I ever engaged in thievery? Indeed, the emperor corrected himself. It should be said that you have borrowed from me. Ha! Who would have thought that this fragment of my soul, lingering within the spirit of this artifact, would still encounter one whom I once revered? It must be fate between us. The Kunlun Emperor laughed heartily, as if fulfilling a long-held desire. Before his essence gradually transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the mortal realm. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi felt a tinge of regret. A dignified emperor, now reduced to being a mere admirer, meeting such a fate. Surely, he should not dissipate on his own. Let Night Brother absorb his essence with his soul technique first. Su Yi shook his head. Although he failed to consume the remnant soul of the great emperor, the information imparted by this Kunlun great emperor was of great significance. He had traversed back to several millennia ago in his past life, and this rebirth had not overturned the events that transpired back then. The individuals he had encountered and the items he had borrowed in that era still remained. And those three fellows. In his previous life, he had vanquished 7. In this life, he would eliminate them all. So he narrowed his eyes, referring to the 3 surviving demon emperors. However, after so many years, those 3 might have already ascended to the divine realm. No matter, he had nearly annihilated them in his previous life, and now, having returned with newfound strength, he would surely suppress them thoroughly. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi began to absorb the remnant soul of the weapon spirit. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a deafening roar erupted. Amidst the flashing sword shadows, the golden holy fist relentlessly countered the piercing sword intent. Within a mere span of minutes, the battle in the heavens underwent a dramatic transformation. Initially, it was merely Qin Tian's fierce assault, forcing Luo Qinghuan to defend herself. Yet, as time progressed, Luo Qinghuan seemed to gradually acclimatize to the combat, even beginning to launch her own attacks. The overwhelming sword intent, imbued with the essence of the world's sword, relentlessly crashed down upon him. Despite the apparent disparity of 3 small realms between them, it seemed non-existent in the eyes of the young woman. This woman is using me for practice. Qin Tian quickly grasped the situation, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. The young woman before him was merely a 5th-tier heavenly sovereign, yet the pressure she exerted upon him rivaled that of those within the top 10 of the young talents list. However, this was only to be expected. After all, even without Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan remains the protagonist of the original narrative, inherently endowed with exceptional talent. With Su Ye's assistance, she has naturally become even more formidable. Frost Cold, Dragon Dance. At that moment, the young girl murmured, and the frosty sword in her hand materialized. As she swung the blade, a surge of sword energy erupted, coalescing into a fearsome ice dragon that roared towards Qin Tian. Upon witnessing this, Qin Tian's expression shifted, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Luo Qinghuan, you have forced my hand. With a sweeping motion, he summoned a pitch-black pill into his grasp, raising it to his lips and swallowing it whole. Simultaneously, a dark crimson blood emanated from his body, and his aura surged dramatically. He ascended to the 9th star of the celestial sovereign realm, and then to the 1st star of the transformation realm. Ultimately, he stabilized at the third star of the transformation realm. How formidable Luo Qinghuan is, to compel a master to resort to consuming forbidden pills. The disciples of the Battle Heaven Palace observed this scene with solemn expressions. When faced with defeat, resort to pills. The girl pouted, thinking that Qin Tian was not one to play fair. Yet at that moment, a voice filled with reassurance echoed in her mind. All right, Luo girl. From here on, leave it to your brother Yi. Chapter 34. Let us wager. Will you perish beneath my blade? In the heavens above. As Qin Tian swallowed the forbidden pill, a surge of energy enveloped him entirely. No longer intimidated by the frost dragon formed from the girl's frost sword aura, he grinned savagely and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Crack! The ice dragon shattered, yet the piercing sword intent remained unbroken, rushing towards Qin Tian like a tempest. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Dominator blood armor. Seeing this, Qin Tian roared, and the dark crimson blood on his body instantly transformed into armor under the guidance of the Dominator's aura, barely shielding him from the girl's relentless sword intent. Such formidable comprehension of sword intent. Luo Shimi, I must concede, you're the most adept in sword intent among the younger generation of the desolate heaven domain that I have encountered. Qin Tian laughed menacingly, as his terrifying aura continued to coalesce. This is the realm of creation. Hiss! This wretched Qin Tian has actually been forced into such a state by senior sister Luo of the Xianyin sacred cult. She is indeed both beautiful and powerful. Bah! Qin Tian cannot compete. When he cannot win, he resorts to taking forbidden pills. Moreover, he is 3 minor realms above senior sister Luo. What a disgrace. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding trial disciples frowned tightly, inwardly cursing Qin Tian's shamelessness. Compared to Qin Tian, they favored Luo Qinghuan. After all, who wouldn't admire a beautiful and powerful senior sister? They are not inclined towards such things. How could they possibly prefer Qin Tian? Not worth their time. Feeling the sudden surge of Qin Tian's strength, the girl furrowed her brows, pouted, and huffed. Luo girl, summon your brother Yi. At that moment, the soothing sound of Su Ye's gentle laughter echoed in her mind. Su Yi, are you there? Upon hearing that familiar voice, the girl's slightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a smile blossomed on her lips. Did you encounter the old gentleman? She inquired, referring, of course, to Elder Xian. Indeed, I didn't meet him. However, he turned out to be quite amiable and bestowed upon me a fortunate opportunity. Su Yi replied with a cheerful nod. Oh, the girl raised an eyebrow, letting out a light sigh. He truly must be a good soul. Not only that, but I also encountered the remnants of the Kunlun Emperor's spirit. And to my surprise, he turned out to be quite the little admirer, promptly gifting me the Kunlun mirror spirit. Such boasting, the girl scoffed, pursing her lips. Su Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He glanced at Qin Tian, whose aura was surging, before complimenting the girl. Luo girl, you have performed admirably, battling above your rank of 5 stars in the celestial venerable realm against an 8-star opponent without faltering. You truly embody the spirit of your elder brother. Luo Qinghuan giggled innocently, then waved her small pink fist, stating earnestly, I've only just begun to grow accustomed to fighting freely. Once I accumulate more battle experience, I want to fear him. Then next, allow me to handle this, Su Yi affirmed with a nod, followed by a light laugh. All right, Luo Qinghuan replied, nodding obediently before stepping back. Su Yi then lifted his gaze to Qin Tian, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Since he has chosen to consume the forbidden elixir to enhance his strength, then perhaps a minor act of cheating should not be considered excessive, right? In the next moment, the softness in the young girl's eyes dissipated, replaced by a chilling indifference. What? Has junior sister Luo now succumbed to fear? Observing the sudden silence of the girl in the white dress ahead, Qin Tian initially assumed she was intimidated. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. If junior sister is afraid, she should promptly apologize to me and serve me well. If I am pleased, perhaps I might allow you to retain a position as my sword servant. Damn, this Qin Tian is truly shameless. Upon hearing his words, the trial disciples couldn't help but curse inwardly. The mere thought of such a stunning beauty as junior sister Luo being reduced to Qin Tian's sword servant incited their ire. Yet regrettably, Their lack of strength confined their anger to mere thoughts. Is that so? However, she is too beautiful. Junior sister Luo is indeed a celestial beauty. How about we play a game together? Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the girl slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice now considerably more resonant than before. Oh, junior sister Luo wishes to engage in a game with me? Qin Tian, equally captivated by the girl's beauty, felt a smirk of mockery tug at his lips as he responded. I did not expect junior sister to possess such intriguing spirit. What sort of game do you have in mind? With a resounding clash, the girl raised her hand, and a spiritual sword materialized out of thin air, delicately grasped within her jade-like fingers. Following this, the young girl raised her gaze, her eyes landing on Qin Tian, as frigid as a millennium of ice, radiating an unparalleled indifference. Do you wager that you will perish beneath my mere few strikes? As her words fell, an aura of terrifying power emanated from her delicate form. With a mere flick of her wrist, she sent a seemingly unremarkable sword strike towards Qin Tian. Sister Luo, you truly underestimate your capabilities. Observing this scene, Qin Tian could not help but scoff. Perhaps not long ago, he had indeed fallen short of Luo Qinghuan. But now, having consumed the forbidden pill, his strength had surged to the third tier of the creation realm. Controlling this little Luo Qinghuan was hardly a challenge. However, clang! As the sound of the sword echoed, Qin Tian's expression abruptly shifted. The girl before him had merely appeared to unleash a mundane sword intent. Yet within that intent, he sensed a tempestuous force. A profound and overwhelming fear of death surged from the depths of his soul. Wait, how could this strike suddenly possess such overwhelming strength? At that moment, Qin Tian finally recognized the anomaly. The girl before him, both in strength and sword intent, was on an entirely different level than moments ago. Even with the enhancement from the forbidden pill, facing her now, he felt an oppressive sense of inadequacy. This is impossible. Qin Tian's countenance paled as he hastily summoned his own powers within the creation realm. A torrent of pitch-black blood surged before him, forming a blood armor that towered 100 feet, attempting to block the girl's seemingly unremarkable strike. Is Qin Tian truly so afraid of death? Sister Luo's sword, seemingly unremarkable, was met with an elaborate defense. As the girl casually swung her sword, Qin Tian, in a moment of astonishment, resorted to his formidable blood armor for protection. The onlooking trial disciples exchanged puzzled glances, but in the next instant, the reason behind Qin Tian's reaction became clear. As the sword intent descended, a sharp crack echoed. The meticulously conjured blood armor disintegrated in an instant. Chapter 35. Who says I dare not kill you? Exclamations of disbelief erupted among the trial disciples as the blood armor crumbled beneath the sword intent, their eyes wide with shock, fixated on the girl in the sky. What appeared to be an ordinary strike from Sister Luo concealed such terrifying power. How formidable is Su Yi? If only I could attain such strength. Deep within their souls, the little spirit in the white dress gazed with wide, beautiful eyes. With a resounding clang, the sword intent effortlessly shattered Qin Tian's blood armor and continued its relentless trajectory, plunging toward him. In the depths of his despair, it pierced through his very being. In an instant, a grotesque wound appeared on Qin Tian's chest, revealing the rhythmic beating of his heart beneath. He coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of death. Gravely injured, it seems, you cannot even withstand a single strike. Su Yi, sword in hand, looked down from above with an air of disdain, her eyes reflecting a chilling indifference as she regarded the severely wounded Qin Tian. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the sounds of gasps echoing in the air. Who could have imagined that after consuming the forbidden elixir, Qin Tian would find the tide of battle turned against him by a single strike from Sister Luo, resulting in his grievous injury? This was quite frankly astonishingly formidable. Her breathtaking beauty alone was enough to captivate the world, yet it was her innate prowess that surpassed even her appearance. At this moment, Qin Tian lay on the ground, his eyes still reflecting deep-seated terror as he coughed up blood repeatedly. Yet, he uttered not a single word, his gaze fixated on the white glow ensnared by the chains within the eightfold tower. as long as Elder Xian could consume the remnant spirit of the weapon's soul. He had not yet faced defeat. Are you waiting for him? However, Su Yi discerned his thoughts and, with a light chuckle, waved her hand. In the next instant, the chains of the eightfold tower shattered, and the white glow flew into her palm as if summoned. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. His pupils constricted in bewilderment. Why did the Kunlun mirror's spirit obey her? What had become of Elder Xian? Had he not entered that white glow to devour the weapon spirit's remnant? Where were the others? At this moment, Qin Tian felt a surge of urgency. You people from the Battle Heaven Palace are benevolent, just like that old gentleman, even offering me such a fortuitous opportunity. Mide, suye chakit softly, preparing to deliver the final blow. To kill, one must strike at the heart. What? Are you saying, Elder Xian? With that revelation, Qin Tian's pupils contracted once more, overwhelmed by a fit of rage, and he spewed another mouthful of blood. The girl before him had been engaged in battle with him all along. How could she possibly find the time to deal with the remnants of the spirit-devouring elder? Could it be that everything was under her control? Luo Qinghuan, I truly underestimated you. You are indeed quite remarkable. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Thank you for the compliment, but you need not belittle yourself. At the very least, you are rather straightforward, the girl in the sky replied with a smile, her eyes twinkling. Huh. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from the exertion. Such a rascal. Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan teased upon witnessing this scene. Luo girl, remember that when it comes to killing, one must strike at the heart. Su Yi chuckled lightly. Oh, I understand, she replied. Deep within her soul, the figure in the little white dress began fervently jotting down notes. Luo Qinghuan, do you dare to kill me? I am Sandaozi of the Battle Heaven Palace, one of the 5 premier forces. If you were to kill me, you would be opposing the entire Battle Heaven Palace. Do you truly believe that a mere Xian Yin's sacred cult can protect you? His laughter echoed, even as Qin Tian spat blood. Even your Xian Yin's sacred cult cannot withstand the wrath of the Battle Heaven Palace. As he laughed maniacally, Qin Tian reveled in the power he possessed, the Battle Heaven Palace being the formidable force backing him. Upon hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow. The Battle Heaven Palace posed a significant challenge for both him and Luo Qinghuan at present. However, should he truly eliminate Qin Tian, apart from the Xianyin sacred cult, perhaps the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace would intervene, as they held considerable regard for Luo Qinghuan. However, if the Taishang Forgetting Emotion Palace intervenes, it would mean incurring a debt of gratitude to them, and in turn, the young lady Luo would find herself at their mercy. This thought ignited a flicker of annoyance within Su Yi. The time of his rebirth was too brief, leaving scant opportunity for both him and the young lady Luo to gain strength. In the past, he would have dealt with adversaries like Qin Tiango with ease, effortlessly swatting them aside. If the War Heaven Palace sought trouble, it would merely be an additional nuisance. Should they attempt to slay the multitude of cultivators surrounding him, news would surely leak. Even if they aimed for a complete massacre, the sheer number of people would inevitably allow some to escape. The risk was too great. Young Lady Luo, should we kill or spare? He inquired gravely of Luo Qinghuan. If she wished to slay, then so be it. If the War Heaven Palace instigated trouble, he could always utilize the Emperor's Strike Experience card, delivering a blow to the War Heaven Palace before whisking the young lady away from this desolate realm. Deep within his soul, the diminutive figure clad in white contemplated silently for a moment before nodding solemnly. To kill. At worst, should they attempt to capture me, I shall perish, allowing your spirit the chance to escape. At that moment, the girl's concern was not for herself, but for Su Yi residing within her. Should they discover Su Ye's existence, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, a warm sensation coursing through his heart. Then, shaking his head, he spoke with earnest conviction. Young Lady Luo, I shall not perish, nor shall you. Just then, the system's voice abruptly resonated. Luo Qinghuan, decisive in her actions, has completed a dark transformation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Memory Dissipation card. With the utterance of the system's voice, Su Ye's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance. Indeed, the system was a timely boon, with this tool at hand. Even if he were to eliminate Qin Tian, there would be no lingering concerns. After all, who would know it was they who had taken his life if his memories were erased? There was no need for investment in this matter. It was best to employ it directly. What? Are you too afraid to carry out the deed? Oh, Sister Luo, one must possess a solid foundation when navigating this world. Seeing the girl pause as expected, Qin Tian erupted into a maniacal laughter, his mirth unrestrained. Is that so? Who said I would spare you? Yet, the girl's soft chuckle caused his expression to shift once more. He beheld her advancing with sword in hand, her steps light and graceful, as if a female reaper were approaching him. No, no, please don't kill me. Chapter 36. Su Yi. How he struck it rich? With the resounding clang of the sword, Qin Tian's desperate screams echoed in that moment. No, I am but a disciple of the Battle Heaven Hall, Luo Qinghuan. You cannot take my life. Qin Tian glared fiercely at the girl approaching with her sword, attempting to intimidate her into retreat. However, all he could perceive was the frost upon her delicate visage and the indifference of her murderous intent. Instantly, all remnants of his confidence vanished without a trace, and he began to feel genuine panic. No, please, don't kill me. I will give you anything. In the next moment, the sword in the maiden's hand fell mercilessly, its intent sharp and unyielding, striking heavily upon Qin Tian, ruthlessly extinguishing all traces of vitality within him. In the blink of an eye, his life force dissipated entirely, and even in death, disbelief lingered in his eyes. A hushed silence enveloped the surroundings, as all gazed in utter astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Sister Luo had truly slain Qin Tian. You dared to kill brother Qin Tian. You are finished. The Xian holy sect shall brace itself for the wrath of the War Sky Palace. Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's decisive act, the disciples of the War Sky Palace turned pale, desperately suppressing their fear as they attempted to issue threats. Yet, their only response was the maiden's sword. With a clang, this strike could not even be resisted by Qin Tian, who had consumed forbidden pills. How could his sycophants withstand it? As the sword fell, the atmosphere quieted considerably, leaving behind several lifeless bodies. Sister Luo is silencing witnesses. The onlooking disciples were left dumbfounded, astonished by the maiden's ruthless decisiveness. However, something felt amiss. Was it not said that Sister Luo of the Xian holy sect was pure-hearted and kind? Why did she now resemble a heartless demoness? Just then, the maiden's cool voice pierced through the tension, her beautiful gaze sweeping over the crowd, seemingly accompanied by a benign smile. Upon hearing the voice of the young girl and witnessing her exceptionally kind and sweet smile, the group of trial disciples shuddered in astonishment. Rest assured, Sister Luo, we have seen nothing, they fervently assured. Indeed, we shall maintain utmost discretion and will not disclose this matter. Truth be told, I was blinded just a moment ago. The trial disciples quickly regained their composure and continued to reassure her. What shall we do now, Su Yi? Inquired the petite soul clad in white from the depths of their consciousness. Shall we disperse the memories? However, a faint smile played upon Su Yi's lips, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Perhaps if we hand over the storage rings. Just as the trial disciples were engulfed in trepidation, the girl's clear and chilling voice suddenly resonated. Yet, before she could finish speaking, the trial disciples reacted promptly, unhesitatingly removing their storage rings and tossing them towards the girl before them. After all, these opportunities paled in comparison to their lives. Observing their perceptiveness, Su Yi couldn't help but smile. With a wave of his hand, he unceremoniously gathered their storage rings. Little Luo, taking advantage is the essence of humanity. We must elevate this essence to new heights, he said with a grin directed at Luo Qinghuan. The little soul in white nodded thoughtfully, becoming increasingly influenced by his words. All right, you may leave now, Su Yi gestured with his hand. Thank you, Sister Luo. At this, the trial disciples felt as if a weight had been lifted, exhaling deeply before hastily preparing to depart. Meanwhile, in the depths of Su Yi's mind, he silently invoked, used the great memory dissipation card. As the system's voice echoed, The group of trial disciples suddenly stood frozen, their expressions shifting to reveal a hint of bewilderment. How strange! Where am I? As confusion clouded their eyes, Su Yi waved his hand, and an invisible force of spatial energy emerged, surrounding the disciples with ripples of spatial fluctuations. In the next moment, the entire group of trial disciples vanished without a trace. Had they truly transformed into living entities? Luo Qinghuan pondered, momentarily taken aback. Having mastered the spirit of the Kunlun mirror, it is only natural that we control the space it creates. Is it not reasonable to allow them to exit? Su Yi smiled and elucidated. Moreover, this Kunlun realm shall no longer serve as a secret domain accessible to the cultivators of the wild heaven domain. It will become a sanctuary exclusively ours. Everything within the Kunlun secret realm now belongs to us. Upon hearing this, the petite soul in the white dress displayed a fleeting look of astonishment. Su Yi, have we just become wealthy? Indeed, Su Yi replied with a grin, nodding affirmatively. He then glanced at the corpses of Qin Tian and the other disciples from the Battle Heaven Palace. Luo, be sure to devour their cultivation essence using the devouring sky demon technique. With that, he relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a tremendous uproar had erupted. Numerous disciples engaged in trials within the Kunlun realm, who had been diligently cultivating, suddenly felt an overwhelming force of spatial energy that expelled them from the secret domain. Most astonishingly, many disciples, upon emerging, discovered to their dismay that their storage rings had mysteriously vanished. A chorus of lamentations ensued. How could the Tianyuan pill, which I painstakingly sought, simply disappear? Cried one. The ancient divine garment I found with such effort, said to enhance one's figure. Who was the scoundrel that stole it from me? Lamented another. Oh, my cherished illustration of noble maidens. The cursed Ultimate Collector's Edition, which I had not even dared to unseal. Who could have been the wretched thief that took my prized possession? In an instant, the various factions within the wild heaven domain echoed with cries of sorrow and despair. When these trial disciples attempted to enter the Kunlun realm through their respective factions' teleportation portals, they were met with an insurmountable barrier, preventing their entry. Chapter 37. A Rebuke to an Emperor? Amidst the uproar among the factions, the war heaven hall of the five supreme forces in the wild heaven domain was equally tumultuous. Within the grand hall, numerous elders of the war heaven hall had convened, their expressions grim. At the center of the hall lay several damaged life tablets, one of which bore the conspicuous inscription Qin Tian in gold. Upon seeing these characters, the elders' expressions darkened even further. This is the life tablet of Sandaozi? Had he not gone to the Kunlun secret realm? How could he have perished? Moreover, the other four supreme factions had scarcely any prodigies enter. Sandaozi's strength had reached the 8 stars of the celestial sovereign realm. Among the younger generation, he was already a paragon. Who could possibly have slain him? The elders of the Battle Heaven Palace furrowed their brows, engaged in hushed discussions. Just then, a woman's heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. A noble woman, her gown gathered in anxious hands, rushed into the grand hall, collapsing in tears beside a pile of memorial tablets. Tears streamed down her face like rain, while a middle-aged man in a green robe stood beside her, gently patting her back and offering his condolences. He then rose, his brow knit in concern, directing his gaze toward an elderly man with white eyebrows in the hall. This man was none other than Elder Tianyuan, the master of Qin Tian. Elder Tianyuan, who has inflicted such harm upon Tianer. I recall that just a few days ago, he had broken through to the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm. Moreover, he possessed a forbidden pill I provided, which could elevate his strength to the creation realm for a brief time. With his capabilities, he should have faced no rivals in the Kunlun realm, should he? This, Master Qin, I am at a loss, Elder Tianyuan replied, his brows tightly knit and a sigh escaping his lips. Qin Tian's identity was not to be underestimated. He was not only the 3rd disciple of the Battle Heaven Palace, but also the son of the head of the ancient Qin family. Though the ancient clan had seen better days, it remained formidable. My lord, I care not. If the murderer of Tianer is not brought to light, then I shall demand the lives of all who entered the Kunlun realm today as payment for his death. The noblewoman's voice was laced with chilling intensity, her grief morphing into fury. "Madam, please calm yourself," Master Qin urged, his brow furrowing. While the loss of his son weighed heavily upon him, he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Consider the multitude of influential factions and their gifted disciples that the Kunlun realm encompasses. To demand their lives as retribution for Tian'er's demise? Even the esteemed Battle Heaven Palace would not dare to utter such words recklessly, let alone a once mighty ancient family that has fallen from grace. Rest assured, esteemed Master Qin and Madam Qin, Tian'er is not only a member of your Qin family, but also my disciple under the Battle Heaven Palace. Anyone who dares to take his life would be disregarding our palace entirely. Once we thoroughly investigate this matter, the Battle Heaven Palace will certainly not let it go unpunished," Elder Tianyuan assured, his murky eyes betraying a surge of murderous intent. It had taken great effort to nurture such an exceptionally gifted disciple, only for him to vanish during a journey to the Kunlun realm. "Very well, we shall rely on the Battle Heaven Palace then." Upon hearing this, the head of the Qin family nodded. After all, the Battle Heaven Palace is one of the 5 great powers of the Wild Heaven domain, their strength far surpassing that of the Qin family. At that moment, a voice imbued with authority resonated throughout the hall, accompanied by the tearing of space. A middle-aged man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, donned in golden attire, stepped forth from the rift. With his arrival, an overwhelming imperial might instantly enveloped the entire hall. In an instant, the breaths of all present were stilled as an oppressive aura descended upon them, evoking profound reverence on every face. Even the previously unruly noblewoman could not suppress her tears, but obediently lowered her head. "Palace Master, we pay our respects to the Palace Master." The crowd hurriedly bowed in unison. This individual was none other than the Palace Master of the Battle Heaven Palace, the most formidable sovereign of the Wild Heaven domain. The Battle Heaven Emperor. "Rise." The Battle Heaven Emperor spoke with a calm demeanor, gradually retracting the suffocating imperial might that had filled the hall. The crowd gasped for breath, their hearts filled with dread. The might of the Emperor indeed instills such terror. "Indeed, my lord, the heavens must not allow for such a demise in vain." The noblewoman fell silent at last. Is the young Qin truly dead? Upon hearing the elder Tianyuan's words, the expression of the lord of the battle hall darkened, and the temperature within the hall plummeted. "Yes," Elder Tianyuan hastily replied, recovering from the shock. "The life token is bound to Tian's soul. Perhaps it can reveal the moments leading to his demise, thereby uncovering who dared to lay hands upon him." In an instant, a glimmer of hope spread among the assembly, their gazes eagerly fixed upon the Battle Emperor. Upon receiving the life token, a formidable aura surged into it. The token slipped from his grasp, levitating in midair, emanating a radiant light as though images were about to materialize. "Here it comes. I shall see who possesses the audacity to strike against my battle hall's third son." Elder Tianyuan snorted coldly at this spectacle, while the head of the Qin family and the others turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Yet, as the images began to surface, they were shrouded in a misty gray, revealing nothing, yielding no sound. "My lord," this Elder Tianyuan and the others were momentarily taken aback. The Battle Emperor furrowed his brow, his expression growing grave as he murmured, "How peculiar! I cannot perceive any memories within the spirit of the life token." "What? Even you cannot discern anything, my lord?" With that utterance, the expressions of the gathered members of the Battle Heaven Hall shifted dramatically. This was a formidable emperor. Even the Hall Master could not achieve this. No matter. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, the Battle Heaven Emperor commanded a token to fall to the ground. I once extracted a fragment of young Qin's soul, a contingency plan for the unfortunate demise of these gifted disciples. Is that true? Is there still a chance for Tian'er to be resurrected? "Thank you, Hall Master." Upon hearing this, the Qin family head and the noblewoman's eyes immediately gleamed with hope. "Hall Master, it seems the spatial gate leading to the Kunlun realm is malfunctioning. I am unable to enter," he remarked, furrowing his brow. "Malfunctioning?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Battle Heaven Hall were taken aback. The spatial gate was crafted by their most powerful array elder, forged by a master-level powerhouse. How could it possibly be broken? "I shall investigate," declared the Battle Heaven Emperor, and with a single step, he vanished from sight. When the others caught up to the spatial gate, they found the Battle Heaven Emperor frowning deeply. The gate was not broken. Rather, the spirit of the Kunlun realm had been usurped, becoming a private possession, thus barring outsiders from entry. It appears the one who controls the Kunlun mirror is indeed the one who seeks to harm Qin Tian. Fear not. He cannot impede me. With that, the Battle Heaven Emperor stepped forth, finding himself within a shadowy spatial corridor. A faint light was visible ahead, signaling the entrance to the Kunlun realm. However, just as he prepared to force his way through, a voice rang out, sharp and authoritative. Begone! The figure of the Battle Emperor was unexpectedly expelled from the spatial passage. Battle Emperor. Chapter 38. A power sufficient to move the Emperor's heart. My lady, there is no need to worry. However, what if even the Hall Master? The noblewoman whispered through her tears. How can that be? The Hall Master is a formidable emperor, among the most elite beings in the entire Wild Heaven domain. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qin family shook his head with an air of resoluteness, asserting, My lady, you need not worry in the slightest. The Hall Master will undoubtedly be fine. Boom! Yet, before the words of the Qin family head could fully escape his lips, a resounding explosion echoed. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the void, and a somewhat disheveled figure was violently ejected from the spatial passage. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Upon recognizing the ejected individual, their expressions shifted dramatically, filled with confusion. Is that the Battle Emperor? Hall Master, are you all right? The members of the Battle Hall stood in shock, quickly inquiring after witnessing this scene. I am unharmed. The Battle Emperor waved his hand to steady himself, his brow furrowed, and his gaze, tinged with anger, fixated intently on the spatial passage, where traces of imperial might could faintly be perceived. Clearly, being rebuked and forcefully expelled from the spatial passage had irked him. However, just as the members of the Battle Hall anticipated that their Hall Master would unleash his imperial might to shatter the spatial passage, he furrowed his brow, and the imperial aura surrounding him dissipated entirely. He gently shook his head. The Emperor sensed a peculiar force emanating from that space. This power was so enigmatic that even the Emperor found it inscrutable. What? Even the Lord of the Hall, a being of imperial stature, could not fathom it. The expressions of those within the war hall shifted dramatically upon hearing this, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. The head of the Qin family and the noblewoman turned ashen, despair etched upon their faces. Could the one who conspired against Tian'er possess such terrifying might? If even the formidable war emperor could not perceive it, how could they possibly avenge Tian'er? In that moment, the entire assembly within the war hall descended into a profound silence. The war emperor raised his gaze slightly, his eyes growing fervent as they fixed upon the spatial passage. This power, if it could be harnessed for my use, then not only the wasteland realm, but even the entirety of the 9 domains would bow before me. In the Kunlun realm, upon a slab of jade, a graceful figure sat cross-legged, her flowing hair cascading down to conceal her delicate form. As she absorbed the vast essence of cultivation, Luo Qinghuan gradually opened her beautiful eyes. Luo Qinghuan has ascended to the 7 stars of the heavenly sovereign realm. The host soul level has risen to the 7 stars of the creation realm. The system's voice echoed repeatedly in Su Ye's mind. Indeed, after gauging the strength of his soul, Su Ye nodded in satisfaction. By the way, while I was cultivating just now, it seemed I heard your reprimand. What transpired? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity, glancing at Su Ye. It was nothing, merely swatting a bothersome fly. Su Ye replied dismissively, though inwardly he scoffed. A great emperor, indeed. He has merely survived the tribulation of the 6 Paths Emperor. Yet, my brother Yi once ascended as the 9 Tribulation Emperor. Now that the Kunlun mirror rightfully belongs to him, even an emperor cannot lay a finger on it, especially with the system still in existence. From now on, we can access this Kunlun realm at our leisure, and all the treasures within shall be ours. Ha ha ha, this journey has proven worthwhile, Su Yi exclaimed joyfully. Haha, we are now affluent. The young girl giggled sweetly. By the way, I have severed the connection to the storage ring we acquired and placed it into your storage ring. Do remember to check for any valuable treasures. After a few days of rest, once you, Brother Yi, have completely refined the flame, spirit fire, we shall concoct the sacred soul pill, Su Yi reminded thoughtfully. Understood. Luo Qinghuan nodded obediently, turning to step out, departing from the Kunlun secret realm. Chapter 39. The infamous Su Yi as anticipated, when the news of the Kunlun mirror being once again controlled by someone spread throughout the vast domain. It stirred a tremendous uproar, with many speculating on the identity of the powerful being capable of wielding such a divine artifact. Yet, after much conjecture, no clues emerged. Meanwhile, the true mastermind was comfortably hidden within the sanctuary of the young girl as soul, diligently refining the flame spirit fire. That night, at Frostsword Peak, in a tranquil courtyard halfway up the mountain, Su Yi was engaged in the process of refining the flame spirit fire, transforming it to better suit the creation of the pill fire in preparation for the sacred soul pill. The young girl sat on a wooden chair in the courtyard, gazing at the moon, her delicate feet swinging idly. Yet, she soon recalled Su Ye's words. Indeed, that insufferable Su Yi had mentioned that the storage rings obtained for free were within, so she thought it would be opportune to see what treasures they contained. If there were any elixirs for nurturing the soul, she could also offer them to him. With this thought, a flicker of light flashed across the storage ring in her hand, and one by one, rings began to appear, soon piling into a small mountain. Truly, a scene reminiscent of a grand distribution of spoils. Seeing this, Luo Qinghuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she adorned her face with an earnest expression. Ahem. What does Su Ye's account have to do with me, Luo Qinghuan? After successfully convincing herself, she began to examine the rings that resembled a small hill. This is a body refinement pill, and this is a fist technique. As Luo Qinghuan counted, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a tome, one that seemed to be meticulously protected. It must be a valuable item, the girl murmured to herself, her lovely face brimming with determination, and promptly tucked the thick ancient book in her bosom. With a slight infusion of spiritual energy, the seal on the tome dissipated. In the next moment, filled with eager anticipation, she opened the ancient volume. Whoosh! A brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating her eyes. After a moment, as the golden radiance faded, she finally discerned the contents within. Illustrated. The girl paused, hesitantly flipping a page. In the next instant, the brilliance in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes instantly faded, resembling a lifeless ash, devoid of the sparkle that once illuminated them. She kept murmuring, I am unclean. I am unclean. Oh, I am unclean. Meanwhile, in the realm of the soul, a resounding explosion echoed as a ball of flame coalesced. With a swift motion of Su Ye's hand, this flame rapidly diminished, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized essence of fire, which melded into his spirit. With a sigh of relief, Su Yi felt that the alchemical fire had been successfully refined. He intended to share this news with Luo Qinghuan, but suddenly, he heard the girl murmuring something in a tone tinged with despair. Su Yi was taken aback. What was she up to now? Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to observe her actions and soon found her staring blankly at an ancient tome adorned with illustrations, her eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. Luo, what are you doing? He touched his nose and cleared his throat. Please continue. Your brother Yi is leaving. I didn't. It wasn't me. No. She felt that if Su Yi truly left, there would be no way to cleanse her name, even if she plunged into the Yellow River. Ahem. Luo, although your brother Yi often teases you, it doesn't mean you should sneak off to look at these things behind his back. Admittedly, the woman in the painting is indeed older than you, but looking at it doesn't. So he couldn't help but chuckle as he teased her. I did not. How could I have known that the ancient text contained such indecent illustrations? The girl blushed, puffed her cheeks, and spoke with righteous indignation, exuding an undeniable charm. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi burst into hearty laughter. You scoundrel Su Yi, confess, did you already know that this storage ring held such lewd images? You deliberately tricked me into looking. As Su Yi laughed with such glee, the girl narrowed her eyes, filled with suspicion. Heaven and earth bear witness. I did not. In any case, let it be known that today's events are not to be mentioned again. Otherwise, I shall bite you," Luo Qinghuan declared with a fierce expression. She then disdainfully closed the illustrated ancient text and tossed it aside. "What are you discarding? This illustrated ancient text is quite rare. Allow your brother Yi to study it properly." Just as she was about to throw it away, Su Yi let out a loud laugh, promptly logged in, and settled comfortably on a wooden chair to peruse it with great interest. "Wretched Su Yi, if you wish to see, use your own eyes, not mine." The girl attempted to struggle. Yet, against the shameless Su Yi, her efforts were in vain. Thus, in the confines of her soul, the petite spirit in a white dress had no choice but to curl up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What a predicament! Now I truly feel sullied." Under the moonlight, it was simply inhuman. The following day, only 2 short days remained until the day of the discourse. The entire Xianin sacred sect gradually became lively, with many disciples preparing for the upcoming day of discourse. After all, victory in this event would grant them valuable cultivation resources from the sect. Meanwhile, on the small path leading up to the grand hall atop one of the 8 peaks, the Alchemy Peak, a young girl in a white dress made her way alone, her heart filled with confusion. "Sitinki Suye, tell me honestly, did you sneak onto my account while I was asleep last night?" "Of course not. Your night brother is not that kind of person. Su Yi would never admit it." "You are." Luo Qinghuan spared no mercy in her accusation. "Woo woo woo, Luo girl. How could you say that about your night brother? My heart is broken. What happened to the basic trust between people? Your night brother is crying now." Sui feigned great sorrow. "Don't run away." The girl bit her silver teeth. If she had encountered Su Yi earlier, she might have doubted whether her words had hurt him. Yet, she had long realized that Su Yi was not an ordinary person. "Your night brother truly needs to rest. Last night, while you were asleep, I helped you with a massage all night. No need to thank me. When you find a furnace of the Xianin level, call for your night brother to concoct that sacred soul pill." Su Yi yawned and promptly fell silent. A massage all night. The young girl bit her silver teeth, her small face filled with resentment. Su Yi was indeed not an ordinary person. The humble author seeks encouragement for updates, 5-star reviews, and gifts. Chapter 40. Xianin Level Alchemy Furnace Alchemy Peak. Before the Grand Hall, the appearance of a girl in a white dress instantly captured the attention of 2 disciples guarding the entrance. The young maiden possessed a breathtaking beauty and an ethereal aura. Could it be that this is Sister Luo from Frostsword Peak? What brings her to the Alchemy Peak? The 2 were momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly approached her, performing a respectful greeting. "Greetings, Sister Luo. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our Alchemy Peak?" "Hello. I would like to borrow the alchemical furnace from the Alchemy Peak," the girl replied politely. "Oh, that is certainly not a problem. However, what has piqued Sister Luo's interest in borrowing a furnace?" Upon hearing this, the disciples of Alchemy Peak nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. "Recently, I have found some leisure time and developed a keen interest in alchemy, prompting me to self-study a bit," she said, slightly tilting her cheek. "I, Luo Qinghuan, never tell lies. This is all due to the insistent urging of that detestable Su Yi." "Ah, I see. Then may I ask what grade of furnace Sister Luo intends to borrow?" "A furnace of at least the Xuanqi level," Luo Qinghuan stated without the slightest hesitation, her red lips parting to speak. She recalled that the odious Su Yi had specifically instructed her that to concoct the Saint Spirit pill, a furnace of Xuanqi grade was essential. "What? Hey, Xuanqi level furnace?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 Alchemy Peak disciples changed drastically, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at the girl. To require a furnace of at least Xuanqi level. Could it be that Sister Luo is capable of refining pills of 6th grade or higher? Even among the distinguished disciples of the Alchemy Peak, those capable of concocting 6th grade elixirs are exceedingly rare, especially considering their specialized training and unwavering dedication to the art of alchemy. In contrast, Senior Sister Luo pursued this path merely out of personal interest. Her astonishing talent for cultivation is one matter. Her extraordinary proficiency in alchemy is quite another. Such skill is remarkable. The use of a Xuanqi grade furnace necessitates the approval of the elders within the hall. I shall report this matter forthwith. Senior Sister Luo, please accompany Junior Brother Li and wait in the Great Hall. One disciple remarked, gesturing towards junior brother Li before hastily departing. "Senior sister Luo, please follow me," junior brother Li said, leading Luo Qinghuan towards the grand hall of the alchemy peak. Upon entering, a diverse array of alchemical furnaces was displayed, flames flickering as the temperature within the hall rose by several degrees. The disciples of the alchemy peak were all engrossed in the process of crafting their respective elixirs. As Luo Qinghuan entered the hall alongside junior brother Li, the alchemists instinctively raised their gazes. In that instant, they were captivated by the beauty of the young woman. Goodness! What a stunning lady! Could she be the new disciple of our alchemy peak? By heavens! If I had such a beautiful junior sister to accompany me in my alchemical endeavors, would I still have spent 3 years only to produce first-grade elixirs? Came the murmurs of admiration. Indeed, they echoed, their eyes wide with longing, as they beheld the ethereal figure in the white dress. The disciples of the alchemy peak could hardly contain their excitement. What are you all thinking? That is not our new junior sister. She is senior sister Luo Qinghuan from the Frost Sword Peak. Is she senior sister Luo from Frostblade Peak? A formidable being at the celestial sovereign level? Upon hearing the words of the alchemy peak elder, the expressions of the surrounding disciples instantly changed, their admiration for her growing ever more fervent. They were enamored by the beautiful senior sister. A striking appearance coupled with immense strength made her all the more irresistible. After all, who wouldn't he wish to indulge in a life of ease? What could senior sister Luo possibly want at our alchemy peak? Surely, she must be here to commission some alchemical concoctions, right? Hee. Allow me to assist senior sister Luo with her alchemy. You, with your meager ability to refine even a first-grade pill, dare to compete? Let me take charge. I am already capable of producing second-grade pills. Brothers, my teeth are in poor condition. A fortune teller once proclaimed that I am destined for a life of indulgence. Therefore, let me savor this opportunity with senior sister Luo. Ah, why are you hitting me, junior brother? Brother, allow me to help you. Since your teeth are in such a state, let us shatter them all, thus ensuring you can enjoy thin porridge. Leave the soft life to me. In no time, the disciples were abuzz with excitement, each eager to make a splendid impression before the young lady. However, at that moment, an elderly voice suddenly resonated throughout the hall. "Qinghuan girl, I hear you wish to borrow a Xuanqi-grade alchemical furnace from my alchemy peak?" As the words fell, an elderly man with crimson hair slowly approached, accompanied by a smiling young man clad in green. The disciple who had first greeted Luo Qinghuan was leading the way at the forefront. It was Elder Qi Yin, along with brother Han Yao. And senior sister Luo intends to borrow a Xuanqi-grade furnace? What could her intentions possibly be? Upon witnessing 2 figures approaching, the disciples momentarily paused, their expressions clouded with curiosity. Having previously encountered Elder Qi Yin, Luo Qinghuan offered a subtle nod of respect to the red-haired elder. "Luo junior sister, I hear from our master that you seek to borrow a Xuanqi-grade alchemy furnace. I presume you intend to concoct a 6th-grade elixir?" Han Yao inquired with a light-hearted chuckle, his gaze fixed on Luo Qinghuan. "Excuse me? What?" Luo Qinghuan's brow furrowed in surprise. Sister Luo is not here to commission an alchemist, but rather to personally refine pills? A Xuanqi-grade furnace surely signifies the endeavor of crafting 6th-grade elixirs. What an astonishing talent. The moment Han Yao articulated these words, the assembly within the grand hall was struck with profound astonishment. "Luo junior sister, might I offer my assistance?" Han Yao proposed, a proud smile gracing his features. "Though my cultivation level may not match yours, I possess considerable talent in alchemy. Just the other day, I successfully refined a 7th-grade elixir." His expression radiated self-satisfaction, as if the words "praise me" were inscribed upon his visage. Although Han Yao ranked only 9th on the Tianjiao list of the Xian Yin Holy Sect, he was confident that, in the realm of alchemical prowess among the younger generation, he could assert himself as the foremost, with no one daring to contest this claim. "Oh, there is no need for Brother Han's assistance," Luo Qinghuan replied softly, shaking her head. "Come on, praise me," Han Yao urged playfully, his enthusiasm palpable. "If you don't require my aid in alchemy, a mere compliment would suffice." He approached her with a grin, yet Luo Qinghuan disregarded him entirely, brushing past him to address the elder. Elder Qian, may I inquire if I might borrow the Xuanqi-grade alchemy furnace? At that moment, Han Yao stood frozen in disbelief. Alas, Brother Han's old habit has resurfaced. He yearns solely for Sister's praise, yet regrettably, our alchemy peak's Sister views him as a pervert. After all, she unexpectedly emerged from the bath to commend him, and appeared from a window while attending to her necessities. Who would dare to extol him under such circumstances? Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the alchemy peak could only express their helplessness with disdain. Of course, it is feasible. However, Elder Qian chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his aged eyes. Before you can borrow the Xuanqi-level alchemical furnace, you must first pass a test. Chapter 41. Elder Qian's Astonishment. It was evident that he sought to ascertain the extent of Luo Qinghuan's alchemical talent. Very well, let us proceed as Elder Qian suggests. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qinghuan nodded gently. Boom! Immediately, with a wave of his hand, Elder Qian summoned an alchemical furnace into the Grand Hall, which contained 10 igniting platforms. Qinghuan, this is the furnace for testing alchemical talent. The more platforms ignited, the stronger the talent. Young Han here is the foremost genius of our alchemy peak, having ignited 7 platforms. As these words fell, the previously petrified Han Yao sprang back to life, moving closer. If Sister Luo finds me impressive, she should feel free to praise me, without holding back. Enough. Young Han, silence yourself. Yes, master. Young Han complied with utmost obedience. Qinghuan, my dear, let's see how many flames you can ignite. Elder Qian interrupted Han Yao's words, his murky gaze fixating on the young girl as he urged her. However, before his words could fully resonate within the Grand Hall, a sudden blaze erupted, causing the temperature to soar, and in an instant, all 9 flames in the alchemical furnace were ignited. 9 flames? At this sight, Elder Qian's lips twitched in disbelief. Han Yao stood frozen, while the disciples of the alchemy peak gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. 9 flames? Yet, just as the assembly was engulfed in a stunned silence, awed by the girl's astonishing alchemical talent, she furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of dissatisfaction etched on her face. Only, upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's seemingly discontented murmur, everyone in the hall, including Elder Qian, was struck by a wave of confusion. What on earth? Is she truly speaking in human language? Could it be? Too few? After being influenced by her simplistic remarks, upon realizing that she had only ignited 9 flames, still one shy of the full count, she genuinely believed it was insufficient. After all, that insufferable Su Yi had claimed that alchemy was a simple endeavor. At this proclamation, Elder Qian spat out a mouthful of blood. In my prime, I could only ignite 7 flames. Yet this little girl has ignited 9 and dares to complain of insufficiency? By the heavens, the Grand Elder has fainted. Quickly, someone perform artificial respiration on the Grand Elder. I shall do it. My foul mouth has invoked this calamity. I should be the one to save my master. Upon witnessing the Elder of Crimson Flame faint, Han Yao took the lead, seemingly eager to rescue his master. However, had it not been for his words and the sight of him hastily consuming several foul-smelling pills, the other disciples might have almost believed his intentions. Curse boy Han Yao, begone. Before long, the Elder of Crimson Flame awoke, cursing vehemently, while Han Yao was sent flying by a single punch, vanishing like a shooting star. Li Feng, remember to repair the ceiling and charge the expenses to that rascal Han Yao. The Elder glanced at the human-shaped hole in the Great Hall, then calmly regarded his disciple, Li, who had led the way. Indeed, Li Feng managed a bitter smile, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Qinghuan, I must admit I underestimated you. 9 lamps in total. Such talent should not be wasted away from my alchemy peak. Thereafter, the Elder's gaze fell upon Luo Qinghuan, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. I came to practice alchemy, but what of my cultivation at the celestial sovereign level? The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. The Elder's mind was once again struck by a revelation. I nearly forgot that this girl is also a prodigy in terms of cultivation. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that her manner of speaking had changed. Her words now seemed to carry a genuine sting. Had she fallen under the influence of some ill-intentioned individual? Suye, Akusho. Who calls you brother? Very well, Luo girl. You have passed the test. The alchemy furnace of Xuanqi Tier is located in that alchemy chamber over there. The elder of Crimson Flame shook his head and pointed to a nearby alchemy room, adding an afterthought. If you have the time, come to my alchemy peak to study on your own. However, it would be far more beneficial for me to teach you. Thank you, Elder Qiyan. The young girl nodded. Yet she did not take his words to heart. After all, if Su Yi were to discover that she sought Elder Qian's guidance in alchemy, he would undoubtedly become anxious. In his words, your brother Yi is remarkable. Why seek a little old man for instruction? With that thought, she gracefully stepped forward, her delicate feet gliding towards the alchemy chamber. Upon pushing open the door, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped her senses. At the center of the chamber stood a towering bronze alchemical furnace, reaching a height of 2 meters, while the walls were intricately engraved with formations, clearly designed to contain the potential explosive aftermath of alchemical processes. After entering, Luo Qinghuan closed the door and softly called out to Su Yi in her mind. Suye, Su, Yi. Yet, after several attempts, there was no response. She resolved to enter her spiritual sanctuary to see what the troublesome Su Yi was up to. However, as she just crossed the threshold, she caught sight of a dark, shadowy figure of a soul stealthily concealing what appeared to be a garment. In the sanctuary, Luo Qinghuan could not discern Su Ye's true appearance, remaining unaware of his genuine form. Thus, whenever Su Yi boasted of his handsomeness, she would pout in disbelief, leading him to make bold claims that when he regained his physical form, he would astound her with his looks. Where are you hiding, you troublesome Su Yi? The girl squinted her beautiful eyes, regarding him with suspicion. Surely, he wasn't up to mischief in her mind, was he? No witties. Merely discovering a remarkable treasure within the storage rings of that group. Once the alchemy is complete, I shall present it to you, dear brother Yi. Suye similit enigmatijal. A remarkable treasure? The young maiden furrowed her brows and shook her head vehemently. I do not want it. The items within those storage rings are tainted. The treasure that Su Yi speaks of is something I would rather avoid, for it could very well be a cursed object. Su Yi chuckled softly, providing no further explanation. Well then, let your brother Yi take the lead. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. As the expression in the maiden's eyes shifted, Su Ye's gaze gradually settled upon the alchemical furnace before him, a treasure of the mysterious artifact grade. It should suffice for me to concoct a sacred pill, shouldn't it? He murmured. Then with a grand gesture, a surge of fiery spirit erupted from the center of the maiden's brow, engulfing the entire alchemical chamber in flames instantaneously. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Elder Qian furrowed his brow, stroking his long beard, pondering what 6th-grade pill the young lady Qinghuan intended to refine, having neglected to inquire. He then glared at the gathering of alchemical disciples who were merely spectating. What are you all gawking at? You little rascals. Should you not be focused on your alchemical practice? Upon witnessing the irritable Elder Qian, the disciples felt a sense of injustice. After all, he was so amiable towards Sister Luo, yet so cantankerous with them. Truly, this grumpy old man deserved to remain single for a millennium. However, just as the disciples were preparing to immerse themselves in their alchemical endeavors, a sudden upheaval occurred, as flames surged within the alchemical chamber. The flames within the furnace before them extinguished entirely in that very moment. The sight left the disciples utterly bewildered. Elder Qian also noticed this scene, his brows suddenly furrowing, his aged eyes filled with a heavy solemnity, as if he had suddenly recalled something. Could this possibly be? Instigated by the girl Qinghuan? Chapter 42. The emergence of the golden dragon, the appearance of the sacred pill within the alchemy chamber. Su Yi took a deep breath, channeling the fiery essence of Yin Ling into the cauldron, which ignited instantly, releasing a magnificent and vigorous aura that erupted forth. All right, Luo girl. I shall commence the alchemical process now. Observe closely and learn diligently. In the realm of the soul, the petite figure in a white dress nodded her little head and began jotting down notes. Alchemy is quite simple. It primarily involves the mastery of timing and the sequence in which the medicinal herbs are introduced into the furnace, accounting for a mere 20% of the process. As Su Yi spoke, he systematically placed the ingredients for the sacred soul pill into the cauldron. With each addition, the fragrant aroma of the herbs intensified. Then, what constitutes the remaining 80%? Is it effort? Luo Qinghuan pondered aloud as she listened. No, Su Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head with a smile. It is your brother Ye's innate talent. The little soul in the white dress blinked her beautiful eyes. You arrogant Su Yi, always posturing. Su Yi laughed heartily, and as he continued to summon spiritual energy, flames roared within the cauldron. He then seized the opportune moment to introduce the final herb, the heavenly soul grass, into the mix. Boom! With the addition of the last ingredient, the flames within the cauldron voraciously consumed the herbs, and in an instant, all the materials were reduced to ashes. Luo Qinghuan. Talent, indeed, she exclaimed. The medicinal herbs have turned to ashes. Fear not, Su Yi replied with a knowing smile. As his words fell, the flames within the alchemical furnace suddenly receded. To their astonishment, amidst the ashes, a glimmer of light emerged, revealing a perfectly formed pill. When did this pill come to be? At that moment, an expression of intrigue graced Luo Qinghuan's delicate features. She had long heard that alchemy involved 3 primary steps: igniting the furnace, drawing forth the medicinal essence, and finally, forming the pill. The initial 2 stages were not particularly challenging, yet the final step was often said to require a painstaking 49 days for completion, making it the most arduous phase. A single misstep could render the elixir useless. Thus, many alchemists preferred to devote ample time rather than rush the process. However, much to her surprise, Su Yi had managed to create the pill in but a fleeting moment, and it was flawless, round and lustrous, exuding an enchanting fragrance without a hint of imperfection. Luo girl. The world is aware of the 3 steps of alchemy, yet they remain oblivious to the existence of a 4th step. It is this 4th step that holds paramount importance. Su Yi continued, his tone measured. A 4th step? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered such a notion in the realm of alchemy. What is this 4th step? Opening the pill, Su Yi replied with a light chuckle. Opening the pill? A flicker of confusion crossed the young girl's eyes. It is quite simple. It involves seizing the essence of heaven and earth and infusing it into the pill you have crafted in order to open it. Such a pill surpasses those created through the traditional 3 steps. Su Yi explained with a smile, to seize the essence of heaven and earth? Quite simple. Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. At times, she could not comprehend how the insufferable Su Yi managed to string together the words of these individuals into something utterly nonsensical. All right, little Luo, pay close attention. Your elder brother Yi is about to refine a pill. As Su Ye's words fell, he waved his hand, and the waning flames of the alchemical furnace surged once more, unleashing a multitude of golden light that erupted from within. Boom! Simultaneously, within the grand hall, the flames in the alchemical furnaces of the disciples from the pill refining peak extinguished in an instant, as if half of the essence of creation had been seized from the world. Witnessing this scene, Elder Qian furrowed his brow, his mind racing as if he were desperately trying to recall something. A grave expression flickered in his murky old eyes. Could this possibly be the legendary 4th step? Realizing this, he gasped sharply, casting a sudden glance toward the alchemical chamber. Could it be that this was instigated by Qinghuan? Within the chamber, flames were dancing, and one could vaguely perceive the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. What? The extinguishing of the furnace's flames is related to senior sister Luo's alchemical endeavors? The bewildered disciples of the pill refining peak were momentarily stunned upon hearing Elder Qian's words. However, at this moment, Elder Qian had no time to spare for them. His white brows knitted tightly, his expression exceedingly grave as he gazed at the alchemical chamber. Consequently, the others could only follow his gaze. Master, just then, the voice of Han Yao suddenly resonated from outside the grand hall. Damn it, Master, and all my junior brothers, what are you all staring at? As Han Yao somewhat awkwardly approached the grand hall and noticed Elder Qian and his fellow disciples fixated on a particular alchemy chamber, a sense of confusion washed over him. Frowning slightly, Han Yao turned his gaze in that direction. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed from the alchemy chamber. Following that, a brilliant golden light burst forth, accompanied by an incredibly rich fragrance of medicinal herbs that permeated the air. Wow, a golden legend! Upon witnessing this spectacle, Han Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. The fragrance of the herbs was so intense that even a mere whiff invigorated his spirit, providing a refreshing sensation that was utterly delightful. The surrounding disciples of the alchemy peak murmured in agreement, clearly impressed. What a potent aroma! Elder Qinghuan took a deep breath, unable to suppress his admiration. Little Luo is truly a gifted alchemist. I wonder what grade of elixir she has concocted. What? That alchemy chamber houses junior sister Luo? Hearing this, Han Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that junior sister Luo achieved such prowess on her very first attempt at alchemy? In that instant, a bold and defiant thought ignited within him. Boom! Meanwhile, within the alchemy chamber, 7 beams of golden light flickered, heralding extraordinary phenomena. The quality. 7 beams of golden light. Could it be a perfect grade 7 elixir? Moreover, judging by its appearance, it might even surpass the grade 7 elixirs I have crafted myself. Upon witnessing the 7 dazzling beams of golden light, Elder Qinghuan could not help but widen his eyes, filled with profound astonishment. Could it be that Sister Luo, during her inaugural attempt at alchemy, has crafted a perfect grade 7th tier elixir? What extraordinary talent does she possess? Hearing Elder Qinghuan's words, the disciples of the alchemy peak collectively gasped in disbelief. Yet, none noticed the radiant golden dragon that soared through the skies above Alchemy Peak, only to swiftly vanish as if intentionally concealed. The appearance of the golden dragon heralded the emergence of a sacred elixir. This was not merely a perfect grade 7th tier elixir. It was a sacred elixir. In the alchemy chamber, Su Yi let out a long breath, waving his hand as the flames of the furnace dissipated completely. In his palm lay a crimson elixir, perfectly round and exuding a fragrant aroma. Su Yi, what tier does this elixir belong to? A young girl asked, her voice high-pitched with curiosity. She had clearly witnessed the celestial phenomenon, noting not only the flickering golden light, but also the golden dragon that circled within the furnace, which Su Yi had swiftly obscured with a wave of his hand. It is said, when the golden dragon appears, a sacred elixir is born. What tier do you believe this elixir to be? Su Yi countered with a smile. Sacred. Sacred tier? The little girl in the white dress widened her enchanting eyes in astonishment. Even a master of the alchemy peak of the Xian-Yin sacred sect lacks absolute confidence in successfully refining the sacred pill in a single attempt. In the entirety of the desolate heaven domain, it is likely that only the leader of the Dan Alliance, one of the 5 paramount powers, possesses such assurance. However, Su Yi not only succeeded in his endeavor, but did so with remarkable ease. Furthermore, he utilized her body for the task. And considering her current mastery of alchemy is not particularly formidable, it is astonishing that Su Yi accomplished this feat effortlessly. Just how terrifying must his alchemical prowess be? Why then, do you obscure your celestial aspect only to reveal those 7 beams of golden light? Luo Qinghuan inquired, filled with curiosity. Concealing his celestial aspect may stem from a desire to keep the successful refinement of the sacred pill under wraps. Although this sacred pill was indeed crafted by Su Yi, it appears to outsiders as a product of her efforts. The notion that someone new to alchemy could produce a sacred pill is utterly astonishing and may lead to unnecessary speculation. She understood the principle of attracting attention. After all, a towering tree invites the wind. Su Yi is protecting her. Yet why expose the 7 beams of golden light? To showcase your talent without revealing everything. This way, the Xianyin sacred sect will regard you with greater importance. Refrain from excessive speculation, and you may gain access to more cultivation resources. Is this not a win-win situation? Upon hearing the young woman's perplexity, Su Yi smiled and explained, how is a fierce bandit forged? Do you believe this is my limit? That is a grave misunderstanding. Whenever you think I have reached my peak, I can always push a little further, leaving others in awe while remaining an enigma. Oh, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Lo, you may go out first. I believe that old man will be quite astonished, and the situation may spiral out of control. Therefore, let your brother Su assist you in navigating this moment, Su Yi remarked once more. although the shackles of the girl's innate pure holy body had recently loosened somewhat. She still faced certain constraints. Sending her to confront the astonished Elder Qian for inquiries would likely result in her merely turning her face aside and declaring, "I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceive." Luo Qinghuan nodded gently, feeling particularly reassured. Soon after, Suyi put away the sacred soul pill, pushed open the door of the alchemy chamber, and stepped outside. Inside the grand hall, although the extraordinary phenomenon had dissipated, the lingering fragrance of herbs still filled the air. Creak! At that moment, the door of the alchemy chamber swung open, and everyone quickly turned to look, only to behold the young girl in a flowing white dress gracefully emerging from within. Senior Sister Luo. Upon seeing her, the disciples from the pill refining peak were filled with reverence. After all, she had managed to concoct a flawless 7th grade pill on her very first attempt at alchemy. How could they not hold her in high esteem? Junior Sister Luo, please take me as your disciple. At that moment, Han Yao hurriedly approached the girl in the white dress, bowing deeply 3 times. Indeed, he had defied his master's orders with this decision, to seek a new mentor. Beside them, Elder Qian exclaimed, "Do you think I am invisible?" The sudden commotion startled Elder Qian, causing him to wince. Suye Muset. It seems Brother Han Yao is likely to incur Elder Qian's wrath once again. In the realm of the soul, the small white-dressed spirit watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Suyi, you must not agree to this. Very well, Suyi nodded, reassuring her. He then turned to Han Yao and acknowledged, all right. The petite spirit in a white dress remarked, "You said you understood, didn't you?" Upon hearing the young girl's agreement, Han Yao's eyes gleamed with joy. Although Junior Sister Luo had only recently begun her journey into alchemy, her ability to concoct 7th-tier pills promised an extraordinary future in the art. If he could secure her mentorship now, he would surely ascend to great heights later. After all, he had previously taken 1,000 infants as disciples. If even one of them possessed the potential of an emperor, he would gain an esteemed master. However, since he was to be a disciple, shouldn't he offer a token of appreciation? Suyi chuckled, I understand. Here are some spirit herbs I collected, a tribute to Junior Sister Luo. With that, Han Yao produced a storage ring. Excellent. Suyi accepted the ring without hesitation. Now that you are my disciple, I shall impart to you your first lesson. Go and seek Elder Qian as your master. Understood. Han Yao did not ponder further and immediately turned to Elder Qian, bowing thrice with great fervor. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Scram! Before Han Yao could finish, Elder Qian's lips twitched as he delivered a swift kick that sent him flying once more. What an imbecile! Witnessing the scene, the other disciples of the alchemy peak in the great hall were left speechless, filled with profound sympathy for Brother Han Yao, who was clearly being led in circles by a woman. Alas, Brother Han Yao is still quite young. Were they in their place, they would never be toyed with by women. Fellow disciples, I require some spiritual herbs to concoct elixirs. Just then, the sweet voice of a young maiden echoed through the grand hall, her gentle laughter captivating all present, radiating charm with every smile. Sister Luo, I have some. Damn it, don't compete with me. I want to be Sister Luo's loyal dog. Sister Luo, use mine. In the next moment, the disciples in the hall erupted with enthusiasm. Dam Suye. Hurry and log off. Deep within her soul, Luo Qinghuan felt her cheeks flush with heat upon witnessing this scene, hastily urging Su Yi to log off. It seemed this fellow had logged on to seize the opportunity. If he lingered any longer, her carefully crafted persona would shatter. Qinghuan, did you employ the legendary 4th step of alchemy in your recent concoction, seizing the transformations of heaven and earth? At that moment, Elder Qian could no longer contain his curiosity. What 4th step? Luo Qinghuan slightly turned her face away. She was aware, but could not disclose the truth. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, a great emperor emerged among our human race. This emperor, though possessing the stature of a sovereign, conducted himself with the audacity of a bandit. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that he stands as one of the most exceptional emperors our race has ever produced. He monopolized a staggering 40% of all paths. Furthermore, his alchemical skills were nothing short of divine, and this so-called fourth step of alchemy was his unique creation, seizing the transformations of heaven and earth. Only that legendary being would dare to undertake such a feat regrettably, despite the passage of countless millennia. No one has been able to achieve the fourth step. Elder Qinghuan sighed, slowly recounting the tale. Upon hearing his words, the young girl stood frozen, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a myriad of colors. Could it be that the formidable figure Elder Qinghuan spoke of was the infamous Su Yi? It turns out that Su Yi is this powerful. Chapter 44. The mysterious feelings of Luo girl Elder Qinghuan remained oblivious to the brilliance shimmering in the girl's eyes, unaware that the mighty being he referenced was, at that very moment, residing within her. Yet it is rather peculiar. This great power's modus operandi is utterly inscrutable. It is said that on one occasion, he single-handedly looted thousands of cultivators during a grand assembly, even daring to assault the then most powerful Dan Alliance of the 9 domains, annihilating all the elixirs they had concocted, only to sell them back at exorbitant prices. Wherever he went, he instilled terror throughout the celestial realms. Elder Qinghuan lamented repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan stifled a laugh, as it seemed to align perfectly with Su Ye's notorious style. Elder Qinghuan, you may be mistaken. This so-called fourth step of alchemy is also a revelation to me. She then gently shook her head, turning her face away as she spoke softly. Indeed, Elder Qinghuan harbored no further doubts, for after all these thousands of years, many prodigies of alchemy have emerged. Alas, none have truly grasped the elusive fourth step of alchemy. In the future, should you find yourself in need of any rare herbs, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Pill Refining Peak. As long as I possess it, I shall not be stingy. Elder Qinghuan chuckled heartily while stroking his long beard. Although Luo Qinghuan was not a disciple of their Pill Refining Peak, he was still quite willing to nurture such prodigious talent. Thank you, Elder Qinghuan, Luo Qinghuan said with a graceful bow. This development also fell perfectly within Su Ye's plans. By the way, my dear girl Luo, just before you depart, Elder Qinghuan suddenly called out to Luo Qinghuan. Might I take a look at the elixir you have concocted? He spoke with a hint of embarrassment. This. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qinghuan's brows furrowed slightly. Apprehensive that Elder Qinghuan might discern that the elixir crafted by Su Yi was not of the 7th grade, but rather a sacred grade. Nevertheless, let him see it. He shall not uncover the truth. In her mind, Su Yi chuckled softly, his tone imbued with calm confidence. Very well, with Su Ye's reassurance. Luo Qinghuan felt no further trepidation and retrieved the crimson elixir from her storage ring, presenting it to him. Is this the elixir you have refined, my dear Qinghuan? Elder Qinghuan took it with utmost care, cradling it in his palm as he examined it diligently. This elixir, such formidable talent in alchemy. His goodness, this girl is simply born for the art of pill refining. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became, unable to suppress a gasp of amazement. After a prolonged examination, he reluctantly returned the crimson elixir to Luo Qinghuan, clearing his throat. Ahem, indeed, this elixir is remarkably well crafted. However, in comparison to this old man, there remains a slight disparity. My dear Qinghuan, you must diligently pursue the art of alchemy. I have high hopes for you. Is that so? Upon hearing those words, the young girl accepted the elixir, a flicker of doubt shimmering in her beautiful eyes. After all, it was Su Yi who excelled in alchemy. How could she possibly be inferior to Elder Qinghuan? This old fellow is merely vain. In his mind, Su Yi remarked with crossed arms, of course. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's retort, Elder Qinghuan coughed once more, his face flushing red, and promptly ushered Luo Qinghuan out of the grand hall of the Alchemy Peak. My dear Qinghuan, it is getting late. You should take your leave, Elder Qinghuan stated, hastily closing the grand hall doors behind her. All right. In his mind, Su Yi spoke softly. Luo Qinghuan gently nodded her head. However, just as she turned to depart, a sudden roar echoed from within the hall. What the heck? The elixir crafted by Qinghuan is astonishingly exceptional. Damn, though I am loath to admit it. The perfection of that elixir is something I could never achieve, even after exhausting my utmost efforts. This girl possesses an extraordinary talent. Damn, why is it that my alchemy peak is filled with a bunch of useless individuals. You little rascals, if you can't succeed, then work yourselves to the bone. Soon, the hall was filled with the wails of the alchemy peak, disciples lamenting their misfortunes. Hearing the commotion from within the hall, Luo Qinghuan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. It seems that Elder Qian is indeed quite proud. No wonder he was so eager to summon her from the Grand Hall. Perhaps these words have been weighing heavily on his heart. If Elder Qian were to discover that this pill was concocted by the very person he admires, it might only deepen his discontent. Wouldn't you agree? The young girl's delicate face bore a hint of resentment. Such a formidable individual, yet he still chooses to torment me daily. Torment you? So he spread his hands innocently. Your brother Yi is merely assisting you in growing stronger. The girl scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Is that why you come to my aid in the dead of night, giving me massages to enhance my strength? No. You must understand that strength is not solely reflected in power. It can manifest in various forms. Have you not heard the saying, I've become stronger even as I've lost my hair? You are a girl. Surely you cannot afford to go bald. Therefore, it must be expressed through your physique. The girl replied, I refuse to believe that. So he thought to himself, oh no, this girl has been thoroughly corrupted. I can no longer deceive her. How infuriating. Who has led my innocent and naive Luo astray? By the way, Su Yi, would you share with me tales of your past exploits? I am eager to hear. At this moment, the girl seemed to recall something and directed her inquiry towards Su Yi. The mysterious, formidable figure mentioned by Elder Qian must undoubtedly be the insufferable Su Yi. Is that so? You are begging me? Please, I beseech you. Haha, I shall not reveal anything. And thus, the conversation continued. As the young girl descended the mountain, she pouted and pleaded. Upon reaching the quaint courtyard halfway up Frost Sword Peak, Su Yi could no longer withstand her entreaties and acquiesced to her wishes, sharing a couple of tales. All right, little Luo, you've heard the stories. Now you may consume the sacred body pill, Su Yi remarked, stretching languidly. Luo Qinghuan nodded, her satisfaction evident. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself increasingly intrigued by Su Yi and the occurrences surrounding him. This peculiar sensation she attributed to his presence within her. In a courtyard nestled on the mountainside, beneath a blossoming peach tree, Luo Qinghuan, guided by Su Yi, sat cross-legged, her hair cascading over her delicate form. She then retrieved the sacred pill from her storage ring and slowly ingested it. As she swallowed the sacred soul pill, a surge of energy emanated from her delicate frame, seemingly fortifying her physical being. Chapter 45. With mere physical prowess, could one rival the ancient emperors? The host has invested in a sacred body pill. Reward acquired. Buddha demon body pill. Su Yi exhaled in relief, having finally secured this crucial investment reward. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated once more. The path of the Holy Master has been triggered. Luo Qinghuan's physical strength has significantly increased, as Luo Qinghuan's physical prowess continues to amplify. When the host reconstructs his body, he shall possess the strength to rival the ancient emperors solely with his physical form. The system's voice echoed again. To be able to rival the ancient emperors with mere physical might? Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. The joy of bearing fruit is indeed delightful. Moreover, there seems to be no limit to this phenomenon. If he were to cultivate Luo Qinghuan into a corporeal emperor, when he reshapes his physical form, it would likely not only rival the ancient emperors, but could even compare to the divine. This girl is truly a treasure to him. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the girl, sitting cross-legged beneath the peach blossom tree, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He then consumed the magical body elixir. Host has ingested the floating pagoda magic body elixir. The host can now acquire corruption points, which can be utilized to reshape the physical body. After a considerable pause, the girl beneath the peach tree finally opened her beautiful eyes, exhaling softly as she brushed off the falling peach petals from her fragrant shoulders. She then eagerly inquired, Su Yi, how'd it go? Did I succeed? Of course. Su Yi nodded affirmatively. So, shall we search for another heavenly soul grass? Why seek another heavenly soul grass? Su Yi paused, a perplexed look crossing his face. Since this sacred body pill can enhance physical strength, we should refine another one for you to consume. After all, you too wish to reshape your physical form, the girl stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her. The sacred body pill you concocted is ineffective when consumed by oneself. The girl's delicate face scrunched up in contemplation, seemingly distressed. Yet after a moment, she clenched her small fist with determination, declaring, "Then I will strive to improve my alchemical skills, and I shall concoct this sacred body pill for you." Ha ha! Upon hearing her words, Sui could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter while a warm sensation coursed through his heart. No need for that. Your knight brother's resurrection cannot be achieved merely with a single sacred body pill. Sui chuckled and shook his head, then shifted his tone, or perhaps, after hearing the illustrious tales of your knight brother, you are unable to resist the urge to behold his handsome visage? And no, not all. The young girl's face flushed crimson as she hastily denied it. All right, Luo girl, it's getting late. In just a couple of days, the day of discourse will arrive. Do you truly wish to attend the grand assembly in such a state? Suyi remarked with a smile. In such a state? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. Then, as if recalling something, she raised her hand to sniff. In the next moment, her delicate face turned beet red. Ugh, how foul. Enhancing one's physical prowess is merely a return to purity, expelling the impurities from within. This is quite normal. You should take a bath, Suyi explained. Luo Qinghuan nodded her little head. You must not log in secretly. Remembering the last time this rascal played a trick, she remained vigilant. Very well. Are you certain? Suyi never deceive. Luo Qinghuan. That phrase sounds oddly familiar. With a hint of skepticism, she gracefully rose and made her way towards the bathing spirit pool. However, it wasn't long before the air was filled with her playful protest. Fool Suye. You tricked me again. Tricked you? I am now Luo Qinghuan, not Suyi. You. After a bath, Luo Ya. You should take a glance at the precious item that your knight brother mentioned previously, which is stored in your ring. Suyi seemed to recall something and hurriedly reminded her. Luo Qinghuan pouted but still took a look. What is this? Upon discovering the treasure Suyi referred to within her storage ring, her brows furrowed slightly as she found herself holding a piece of ice blue silk attire. This was an ancient divine garment capable of altering one's form and enhancing the physique of the wearer. Suyi similet kanojin. I won't wear that. The girl stubbornly retorted. Is that so? Suyi chuckled, not pressing the matter further. In the depths of the night, beneath the luminous moon hanging high, within the fragrant confines of the young maiden's chamber nestled halfway up the mountain, a small head suddenly emerged from the thick blankets of the soft bed. Stealthily glancing around and finding everything quiet, she whispered a few calls into the stillness. Suyi. Suyi. Suyi? After receiving no response, the girl cautiously retrieved the ancient divine garment from her storage ring, burrowed back under the covers, and began to don it quietly. Once she had completed her task, she tucked herself in and drifted into a beautiful slumber in the realm of the soul. Clad in black, Suyi observed this scene with a smile gracing his lips. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, marking the commencement of the discourse convention. As the host of this debate conference, the Xianyin Holy Sect has extended invitations to nearly all the various factions within the eastern wilderness of the. This gathering stands as the most grandiose and generously rewarded event in the history of the Eastern Wilderness Debate Conference. Many disciples of the Xianyin Holy Sect are eager to seize this opportunity, if they can excel amidst their peers during the conference. Their status within the sect will undoubtedly rise, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to be recognized by the elders as direct disciples. Simultaneously, the other prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness factions aim to showcase their talents and claim the substantial rewards established by the Xianyin Holy Sect. At this moment, the gates of the Xianyin Holy Sect have swung open, and the protective barriers are fully engaged. An overwhelming aura descends upon this place, as numerous powerful cultivators soar through the skies, all heading towards the debate platform set up by the Xianyin Holy Sect. In an instant, the platform is teeming with individuals, with formidable figures from various sects and factions emerging in succession. Meanwhile, on Frost Sword Peak, in a small courtyard halfway up the mountain, a maiden clad in a flowing white dress descends and makes her way toward the debate platform. Chapter 46. Prodigies emerge, targets of attention within the depths of the mountains. A massive stone platform, measuring several thousand meters, materializes. Upon this platform, countless grand formations are intricately inscribed, and a profound essence of the Tao continuously erupts from within. This is the debate platform. At this moment, the area surrounding the platform is a throng of people, with many disciples and elders of the Xian holy sect already gathered here. With the sound of air being sliced through, the seats around the platform are rapidly filled as the prominent figures and prodigies from various factions arrive, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The recent Tao discussion conference, hosted by the Xian holy sect, graciously invited all factions, great and small, from the eastern wilderness. Notably, this did not extend to the 5 foremost powers, for these elite factions are notoriously proud and would never condescend to attend a discourse hosted by a sect of lesser strength. They also believe that the talents of the other factions are unworthy of competing with their top-tier prodigies. However, the formidable members of the various factions have long grown accustomed to this reality, finding solace in the absence of the top powers, as it significantly alleviates competitive pressures. At present, the Tao discussion platform is teeming with participants, with only the remaining 3 first-rate factions yet to arrive. Suddenly, a blazing inferno plummets from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the discussion stage, igniting a flurry of sparks. As the flames dissipate, a group of cultivators clad in white robes, adorned with flame patterns on their sleeves, emerges before the assembly. This is none other than the first-rate power, the Xian holy sect. The atmosphere shifts dramatically as the revered Yanghua saint appears. Upon witnessing the fiery spectacle fade, the leaders of the various factions within the Tao discussion platform are momentarily struck with a sense of reverence. For this is the sect master of the Xian holy sect, possessing the formidable prowess of a saint lord. Among them is the illustrious Yin, ranked 4th on the Xian holy sect's talents list, who has recently achieved the remarkable status of a 3-star heavenly sovereign, standing out among the youth of the entire wasteland realm. It is evident that the Xian holy sect has come well prepared. Just as the powerful figures of the various factions engage in fervent discussions, a colossal flying sword, measuring 100 feet in length, pierces through the void, making its grand entrance. The aura of the sword. Even if I were to use my imagination, I would readily deduce that it belongs to the disciples of the heavenly sword sect. As the piercing intent of the sword permeated the air, the formidable figures from various factions instinctively lifted their gazes. Ha ha ha, Saint Yanghua, you have always been the last to arrive at the discourse gatherings of the Xianyang sacred sect. What brings you here the earliest this time? Could it be that you long to meet the maiden Yueji? With a chorus of laughter echoing, a colossal flying sword, spanning 100 zhang, tore through the fabric of reality and descended upon the platform of discourse. Upon the massive blade, a tipsy old man clutching a wine gourd at his waist leaped down, flanked by 2 identical sword-wielding youths. Following them were a throng of disciples who also jumped down. It was none other than the master of wine and sword from the heavenly sword sect, another formidable figure of the Saint Lord realm. Beside him stood the twin prodigies of the heavenly sword sect, Qin Jiani and Qin Yijian. They ranked 2nd on the heavenly sword sect's list of prodigies. And apart from the sword fanatic of their sect, these 2 brothers were the strongest among the younger generation. Although they only possessed a 2-star status in the heavenly sovereign realm, when their swords united, they could likely triumph even against those at the 5-star level. Witnessing this scene, the young prodigies on the discourse platform felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The master of wine and sword chuckled heartily. "Oh, Saint Yanghua, do spare me. The maiden Yueji is now the leader of the Xian holy cult. How could there be any lingering affections between us?" He exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "I am but an old man now. I shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of the youth." With that, he unscrewed the cap of his wine gourd, took a hearty swig, and laughed as he shook his head. "The master of wine and sword, your words are but jest. For one of your stature, a powerful being of the Saint Lord realm, a lifespan of 1,000 years is but a mere trifle. You are not yet at the age of decline." At that moment, a deep voice resonated, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see, appearing at the debate platform, a figure as formidable as a mountain, accompanied by a cadre of robust disciples. It was the mountain sect's master, along with the young master of the mountain sect, Wang Yu. To their astonishment, the young master himself had arrived at this debate gathering. Witnessing this scene, the formidable figures atop the debate platform widened their eyes in disbelief. It seemed this debate conference would surpass all previous events in excitement. With the arrival of all the major powers from the Eastern Wilderness, the gathering was complete. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. A gentle voice resonated shortly thereafter. A captivating figure clad in a purple qipao appeared. It was Yu Ji, the leader of the Xianin holy cult, followed by 8 powerful presences, the leaders of the 8 peaks of the Xianin holy cult. Ah, Leader Yu Ji, please be seated. Everyone, she gestured gracefully, inviting the distinguished guests and talents of various factions to take their seats. As the host of this debate conference, she proceeded to outline the rules. This debate conference consists of 2 components: the discussion of doctrines and the attainment of enlightenment. The Xianin holy cult serves as the host, and our chosen champion shall act as the challenger. Those who prevail in discourse shall be rewarded. Now, allow me to present the champions of the Xianin holy cult. As Yu Ji's words fell, a figure clad in azure robes appeared on the discussion platform. With both hands clasped in a respectful gesture, he offered a subtle smile to the assembly. I am Yi Qingyi, the senior disciple of Qinghua Peak. It is a pleasure to meet all fellow Taoists. It is Yi Qingyi. It is said that his strength is extraordinarily formidable, having already reached the 4th star of the celestial sovereign realm. He ranks among the top 3 on the heavenly talents list of the Xianin sacred sect. His Tao is indeed a challenging topic to discuss. Upon the sight of the azure-robed figure, the numerous prodigies on the discussion platform furrowed their brows, even the likes of Wang Yu and Qin Jian, hailing from elite factions. Couldn't he help but reveal a look of solemnity? The Xianin sacred sect has dispatched 2 prodigies. Who could the other one be? Surely, it cannot be another from a top 2? How ruthless of the Xianin sacred sect to do so. How shall we engage in discussion now? Just as the prodigies were engaged in fervent speculation, a graceful figure in white silk quietly appeared on the discussion platform. Her melodious voice resonating like silver bells. I am Luo Qinghuan, the senior sister of Shuangjian Peak. It is a pleasure to meet all fellow Taoists. At the sight of the young woman, Yu Ji's lovely eyes involuntarily reflected a hint of trepidation. The formidable guardian must be silently protecting her at this moment, she thought, feeling a tinge of envy. After all, not everyone is privileged to be safeguarded by such a terrifying entity. Is Senior Sister Luo? How beautiful she is! I have long heard of Senior Sister Luo's exceptional talent and stunning beauty from Shuangjian Peak, yet I never expected her to be even more enchanting in person. As the young woman in white appeared, the disciples of the Xianin sacred sect surrounding the discussion platform instantly became fervent with excitement. In the presence of the scene, Yi Qingyi could only shake his head in resignation. He envied the popularity of Luo Shimi, as it seemed that wherever a beauty roamed, admiration followed. However, despite Luo Shiji's formidable prowess, her kind-hearted nature and inability to refuse requests posed a dilemma. If all these individuals chose her as their opponent, no matter how strong she was, it was implausible for her to excel in every aspect of the Tao. Such a predicament could lead to her eventual downfall. A sense of worry permeated among the disciples of the Xianin sacred sect. Amidst the crowd, Empress' gaze was filled with concern as she rested her eyes upon Luo Qinghuan. Oh, the 6th on the talented ones list? Luo Qinghuan? In the very next moment, it seemed as if the talented individuals had reached a silent consensus, all directing their attention toward the young woman in the white dress upon the Tao discussion platform. That Qinghuan shall comply. The Great Blade sect humbly requests Luo Shiji to discuss the Tao through the blade. The Heavenly Fragrance sect, Miao Yinin, invites Luo Shiji to engage in a discussion of the Tao through music. The voices of inquiry echoed continuously. An increasing number of talented individuals turned their eyes toward the maiden on the platform. In contrast to Yi Qingyi, who ranked among the top 3 on the talented ones list, it was evident that the 6th-ranked female was regarded as a more manageable opponent. Moreover, it was widely known that Luo Shiji from Frostsword Peak was amiable and might even show leniency. Upon witnessing such a multitude of talented individuals approaching for a discussion, Qin Jiani, Qin Yijian, and Wang Yu exchanged glances before also making their way forward. The Heavenly Sword Sect, Qin Jiani and Qin Yijian, humbly request Luo Qinghuan to engage in a discourse on the sword. In the realm of Mount Yu, the young master Wang Yu requested Sister Luo to debate using her physical prowess. Upon uttering these words, the entire debate platform erupted in astonishment. It was unexpected that not only 2/3 of the prodigies had chosen Luo Qinghuan for the debate, but even the paragons of the two supreme factions had also selected her. Ahem. Esteemed guests, do not cast such glances at this old man. I did not instruct these two young scamps to bully that girl. Perhaps she, being a practitioner of the sword path, merely wishes to exchange insights. Observing this scene, Master Zhou Jian cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly. Ha ha ha. My son Yu may have taken a liking to that young lady. I must admit, she is indeed strikingly beautiful. Even I find her quite charming. The Mount Yu sect leader bellowed with a hearty laugh. Yin, will you not go and engage with that young lady? The sacred respect of Yanghua inquired, glancing at Yin, who remained stationary. Upon hearing this, Yin quickly shook his head fervently, responding meekly, I shall choose Brother Qingyi as my opponent for the debate. Ha ha ha. It seems the disciples of my Xianyang sacred sect possess the gentlemanly demeanor, unwilling to intimidate a young girl. Upon hearing Yin's words, the sacred respect of Yanghua could not help but laugh heartily, clearly pleased. Ah ha ha. Yin chuckled awkwardly. Ha! He has no gentlemanly demeanor whatsoever. He has merely witnessed the terrifying prowess of Luo Qinghuan within the Kunlun realm. Ranked 6th among the prodigy list? Heh! Who says that being 6th is weaker than being 3rd? Though Yi Qingyi possesses the formidable strength of a 4-star celestial sovereign, that day, Sister Luo showcased a terrifying prowess that reached the heights of a 5-star celestial sovereign. Moreover, he distinctly remembers, a group of fools still harboring intentions to lay hands on Sister Luo. Soon, you shall witness the extent of her terrifying capabilities. Yin, with arms crossed, wore a look of schadenfreude, evidently anticipating a splendid spectacle. At this moment, the attention of nearly everyone present on the debate platform was fixated upon the young woman in white, curious about how she would respond to such impudent demands for discourse. Sister Luo, we have journeyed thousands of miles to the holy sect merely for a debate. Surely, you would not deny us this simple request? Wang Yu and the other prodigies reiterated. Upon hearing Wang Yu and the others, Luo Qinghuan could not help but furrow her delicate brows. Had it been her former self, she might have felt flustered and foolishly acquiesced. Yet now, as she parted her crimson lips, preparing to speak, the voice of Su Yi suddenly resonated in her mind. Luo girl, simply agree to it. But the topics they wish to discuss are not my forte. The girl expressed, her brows knitting together in concern. With your brother Yi here, what is there to fear? Su Yi chuckled lightly. Such an opportunity for cultivation has presented itself. Why would you refuse? As the champion, should Luo Qinghuan emerge victorious in this discourse, she too could reap the rewards of these cultivation resources. Seize the chance. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the young girl felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. With a gentle nod of her delicate head, she lifted her beautiful gaze, revealing a radiant smile that momentarily captivated those around her. In terms of beauty, it seemed that none of the women present, not even the moon priestess, could compare to the enchanting maiden before them. Since all of you esteemed friends feel this way, then Qinghuan shall comply, she declared. With her words, an uproar erupted once more on the discussion platform. What? Sister Luo has indeed accepted. A sense of dismay filled the air. Oh dear, what shall we do now? Even if Sister Luo is formidable, it is impossible for her to master all 3,000 paths, is it? Moreover, the twin sword Dao of the Heavenly Sword Sect stands at the pinnacle among the younger generation across the vast wilderness. And the young master of the Mountain Gate is no trivial adversary either. This is quite a predicament. As the reality of the situation set in, the disciples of the Xianyang sacred sect furrowed their brows and sighed. The die was cast. There was no turning back now. Were they truly to witness Sister Luo relinquishing the sacred sex cultivation resources so easily. At that moment, the voice of the moon priestess resonated from the elevated dais once more. I neglected to mention to all of you that the individual who performs exceptionally well in this discussion conference shall earn the privilege to enter the divine weapon secret realm of our Xian in sacred sect. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the discussion platform, followed by an audible intake of breath. What? The qualification to enter the divine weapon secret realm? It is said that within the entire desolate realm, only 2 prestigious factions are granted the qualification to enter, and those who excel in the Tao Conference can obtain this honor. As the powerful figures of various factions processed this revelation, their expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Could it be, Moon Empress, that you jest? They exclaimed. The qualification for that secret realm is immensely precious. Even the esteemed Yanghua and the master of wine and sword exchange bewildered glances with the Moon Empress. Adding a touch of excitement would indeed make the Tao Conference all the more thrilling, would it not? Moon Empress replied with a smile. However, such an incentive seems rather excessive. Yanghua and the others responded with a wry smile. They then took a deep breath, asserting, "Do not blame us if our disciples exert themselves, Moon Empress. What is this divine weapon secret realm?" Suyi inquired, furrowing his brow as the name felt somewhat familiar. Though he once held the title of an emperor, his fall had transpired thousands of years ago. Time had changed many circumstances beyond his knowledge. It is said that this was once the site of an emperor's demise, filled with countless forged divine weapons and an abundance of sacred and imperial artifacts. Legends even spoke of individuals encountering semi-divine artifacts within that secret realm. As long as one gains the acknowledgement of the trials, they can emerge with divine weapons. Yet, the opportunity to enter is exceedingly rare. Even a first-rate faction like the Xianin Holy Sect is afforded only 2 slots. Hearing Su Ye's puzzled inquiry, Luo Qinghuan quietly elucidated within her mind. What? An emperor's fall, filled with divine weapons. Could it be the divine weapon elder? Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Su Ye's expression shifted dramatically. Within the entire 9 domains, if there existed a place of demise abundant with divine weapons, the only individual who came to Su Ye's mind, apart from the old blacksmith, was none other than the one he had lost. This so-called realm of divine weaponry, is it truly the grave of his old acquaintance? Chapter 48. What is this babble? I cannot comprehend. Add some clarity. The uncertainties of life and death, a grand dream indeed. Suye Sikit, after tens of thousands of years. It was astonishing to realize that even the old blacksmith had met his end. It was known that even the emperors of the 9 domains once coveted the old man's prowess to forge an unparalleled imperial weapon. Such a figure could also perish? What calamities had transpired in this world over those countless years? Were any of his former friends still well? Suye, what troubles you? Upon noticing Su Ye's sudden silence, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, sensing an inexplicable sorrow emanating from the shadowy recesses of his soul. It's nothing. Su Ye gently shook his head, responding softly. Luo, you must perform well at the Tao Conference. We must venture into the realm of divine weaponry. The young girl paused, taken aback. This was the first time she had witnessed the usually frivolous and carefree Su Yi exhibit such a serious demeanor. Cautiously, she inquired Su Yi, what lies within this realm of divine weaponry? Merely the grave of an old friend. Upon hearing those words, the young girl became somewhat flustered. Realizing she had asked an inappropriate question, she desired to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words, appearing utterly helpless and disordered. Lo girl, it's nothing to worry about. I merely wish to meet an old acquaintance, Su Yi said with a gentle smile, observing her disconcerted demeanor. All right, I will do my utmost to earn the right to meet your old friend. Upon hearing this, the girl clenched her small fist, her face radiating a serious determination. For Su Yi, you shall not blame me, Luo Qinghuan, for being heartless. Meanwhile, the talented individuals on the debate stage were suddenly taken aback, sensing the terrifying aura that erupted from the girl not far away. They blinked in confusion, pondering who had provoked her. Since the stakes have been raised, let us commence the debate competition, Yuji announced with a light laugh. Immediately, the sound of debate filled the arena. In addition to the elite disciples from the various factions, ordinary disciples were equally qualified to engage in the discourse. Yet nearly all gazes were fixed upon the young girl in the white dress. Can this sister from the Xian holy teachings truly manage such a multitude of arguments? What shameless individuals! A group of grown men ganging up on a single girl. If they have the courage, let them confront that young dandy over there. Indeed, Ye Vingyi, momentarily taken aback, found herself amidst the rising indignation of the gathered cultivators outside the debate stage. Dear friend from the Xian Yang holy teachings, why do you not engage me in a debate? Yi Qingyi took a deep breath and glanced at Yin Yun beside him. There was no need to rush. However, Yin Yun waved his hand, his gaze fixed firmly on the discussion platform. After all, what could be more captivating than the unfolding drama? Oh, hearing this, Yi Qingyi followed his gaze and noticed the girl in the white dress, his brow slightly furrowing. It seems Brother Yin is quite concerned about junior sister Luo. But that is not the case. Yin Yun shook his head. Why should I be concerned about junior sister Luo, who is so formidable? If there is to be concern, it should be for the weaker ones. I simply prepared a plethora of medicinal pills for healing injuries and restoring one's Dao heart, intending to sell them to any fellow cultivators in need. Once I have made a considerable profit, I shall engage in a discussion of Dao with Brother Yi. Yin Yun rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Ever since witnessing Luo Qinghuan's terrifying strength and extraordinary talent in the Kunlun realm, he was aware that many prodigies would likely choose the seemingly easy target of Luo Qinghuan as their opponent in this debate. At that moment, they would come to realize her true terror, when they found their Dao hearts shattered and began to doubt their existence. He would then step forth to offer his medicinal pills for restoring the Dao heart at an extraordinary price, thus reaping a handsome profit. Ye Vingyi, does Brother Yin believe that junior sister Luo will prevail? Are you unaware of junior sister Luo's prowess? Upon hearing this, Yin Yun was somewhat astonished. How could Yi Qingyi, a disciple of the Xianyin sacred sect, be unaware of junior sister Luo's formidable abilities? No, wait. This further illustrates that junior sister Luo possesses profound cunning. Far from the pure and kind persona rumored, she is undoubtedly a true enigma. Contemplating this, Yin Yun inhaled sharply, his mind racing as he promptly made a decision. Once he profited handsomely from selling the elixir to restore the Dao heart, he would certainly share the spoils with junior sister Luo. A 3-7 split. He would take 3, while junior sister Luo claimed 7. No, perhaps a 2-8 split would be more prudent. Otherwise, he would inevitably fall victim to her schemes. The prowess of junior sister Luo? Yi Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't he, as the third-rank prodigy of the Xianyin sacred sect, be the more formidable one? Ahem. It matters not. Yin Yun cleared his throat, unwilling to elaborate further, simply directing his gaze forward. Observing this, Yi Qingyi, though puzzled, refrained from pressing the issue and followed his line of sight. At that moment, upon the discussion platform not far away, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, a robust man stepped forth among the esteemed prodigies, his fists adorned with gauntlets forged from mysterious iron. He approached slowly, casting his gaze towards the seemingly delicate maiden, and spoke in a deep voice. Iron Fist Sect's Wang Meng requests that junior sister Luo engage in a discourse on the art of boxing. Upon hearing this, the crowd on the discussion platform turned their attention, eyes brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, the members of the Xianyin sacred sect expressed concern. The girl appeared fragile, and given junior sister Luo's temperament, it was unlikely she would practice such a coarse martial art. Please proceed, the maiden replied, her beautiful eyes glancing at Wang Meng, her head nodding lightly. Although she had not trained in boxing, the astute Suyi had mentioned that all paths ultimately stem from the same source. Coupled with her exceptional comprehension, she could learn swiftly. At this moment, as Suyi listened to the girl's inner thoughts, he pondered, what is this girl babbling about? I can't comprehend. Let us enhance it. Source power. Add 500 to the martial arts. The source power is a unique energy generated from Luo Qinghuan's cultivation of the devouring heaven demon technique, which consumes and harnesses the essence of cultivation. It can transform into any form of energy, be it for cultivation, sword intent, alchemy, or forging. Utilizing it can lead to significant enhancement. Currently, after absorbing the source essence through the devouring heaven demon technique, the girl has accumulated a substantial 7,000 units of source power. This is ample for casual enhancement. Boom! As Su Ye's words fell, the girl suddenly felt a surge of martial intent flowing within her body. What is this? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. She had yet to realize that this was the effect of the enhancement. Luo girl, your brother Yi has helped you comprehend a bit of martial intent. Although it is not much, it is certainly sufficient to defeat this foe. In her mind, Su Ye's light laughter echoed. Chapter 49. What a coincidence, ah. Thank you. Upon hearing Su Ye's voice in her mind, the girl was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting an innocent foolishness, and she instinctively replied, Su Ye. Why does this girl seem so dazed? The darkening process is not thorough enough. Let us continue down this path. Under the guidance of the host, Luo Qinghuan has comprehended martial intent, reaching a state of profound understanding. The host's martial arts have ascended to perfection. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated continuously in Su Ye's mind. Thanks a lot. What kind of relationship do we have? Are you hoping your brother Yi will give you a massage? Su Ye remarked with a hint of irritation. I have forgotten, didn't I? The young girl pouted, initially intending to retort. But upon considering that this fellow might secretly log in to bully her, she realized she would have no chance to resist. After some contemplation, she decided it was best to remain silent. Moreover, she had defiantly donned that ancient divine garment in secret. If that insufferable Su Ye discovered it while logged in and administering a massage, he would undoubtedly mock her. However, her worries were entirely unwarranted. Sister Luo, I beg your pardon. At that moment, Wang Ming took a deep breath, his rugged voice resonating as he clenched his iron fist. An ethereal force of the great Tao coalesced in his hand, embodying the essence of fist martial arts. In discussions of the Tao, the focus typically lies on mastery of the path rather than one's own realm. Such formidable fist techniques. It seemed Wang Ming of the Iron Fist sect had already achieved a minor level of mastery in his martial arts. One could only ponder how Sister Luo of the Xian in Holy Sect would respond. Witnessing this scene, the spectators around the Tao discussion platform were captivated. Yet, Wang Ming's advance was swift, and his momentum was fierce. Luo Qinghuan lightly clenched her delicate fists, determined not to grant Wang Ming any opportunity to retaliate. With a graceful step, she appeared before him in an instant, and then unleashed a punch. Su Ye had once stated that if one could defeat an opponent in a single move, there was no need for further engagement. He insisted this was for the psychological well-being of the adversary. If one could win in a single strike, yet chose to prolong the encounter, the opponent would only feel humiliated. This wisdom was duly noted in her little notebook. Boom! With a resounding crash, Wang Ming didn't even manage to touch Luo Qinghuan. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes before he felt an overwhelming force of her fist strike him, sending his body crashing heavily against the stone wall. Following that, as the young girl flashed a sweet smile, she said, I concede. Wang Ming was left bewildered. After diligently honing his martial arts skills, how could he have lost without even throwing a punch? He couldn't comprehend how the girl had appeared before him, or how she had executed that strike. What, then, was the value of his years of training? Was he merely a jester, eliciting laughter from the crowd? The more he pondered, the more he felt a profound sense of injustice, as if something within him was gradually shattering. At that moment, a young man clad in red appeared beside him, wearing a comforting smile. He gently patted Wang Ming's shoulder and offered him a reassuring gaze, then retrieved a pill from his storage ring. This is a heart-stabilizing pill, Brother Wang Ming. You should take it. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed with gratitude as he accepted the pill and swallowed it. Just as he did, he noticed a red-clad youth extending his hand. 10,000 spirit coins. The heart-stabilizing pill, 10,000 spirit coins. At that instant, Wang Ming finally broke into tears. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. Such powerful and decisive martial arts. Could it be that Senior Sister Luo has reached the realm of harmonious convergence in her practice? It was unexpected that Senior Sister Luo had delved into martial techniques. Wang Meng's misfortune was palpable. He had unwittingly encountered the path that senior sister Luo was studying. It must be mere coincidence, his unfortunate luck indeed. The elites on the debate stage consoled themselves, pondering that while Luo Qinghuan happened to study martial arts, could she not also explore the myriad paths mastered by them all? However, as events unfolded, in the realm of the Blade sect, Lida eagerly requested Sister Luo to engage in a discourse on the art of the blade. Su Yi interjected, bewildered. What are you babbling about? I cannot comprehend. Enhance your words. He then declared, Luo, allow me to impart to you the fiery blade technique. Following a single stroke, the young maiden bestowed upon him a sweet smile, exclaiming, I appreciate your guidance. Meanwhile, the enchanting Niaoyin from the heavenly fragrance sect beseeched Sister Luo to discuss the path of music. Su Yi remarked, does the Pipa dare aspire to supremacy in the realm of melody? Enhance your words. Among all instruments, the suona reigns supreme. Luo, permit me to share with you a melody on the suona, a sound that could entune the ages. Thus, whenever a prodigy engaged in philosophical debate, the voice of Su Yi urging enhancement echoed in Luo Qinghuan's mind. Initially, the gathering of prodigies believed this to be mere coincidence. Coincidence, another coincidence. This, too, must be a coincidence. But wait, one coincidence could be dismissed, yet repeated coincidences defy explanation. Are you playing games? How is it that you possess knowledge of every path? In the wake of these incessant coincidences, the expressions of the prodigies grew increasingly strained, their composure finally shattering, leaving them in utter disarray. I only possess a modicum of understanding, the young maiden murmured, her cheeks flushed at the frantic outcries of her peers. In that moment, her blush eclipsed all words of despair. With her declaration, several prodigies found themselves spewing blood, their resolve shattered. What do you mean by a modicum of understanding? They gasped. Is it possible that Sister Luo is this formidable? Even the members of the Xian sacred sect were taken aback. They were aware of Sister Luo's astonishing cultivation talent, having reached the realm of the celestial sovereign, and her exceptional swordsmanship, yet they had not anticipated her unparalleled versatility. Atop the lofty dais, even the leaders of several formidable factions were momentarily taken aback. Frost Sword Peak Master, are you secretly providing special training for this girl? A flicker of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Moon Yin Peak Master, who turned to regard the Frost Sword Peak Master with a hint of confusion. The Frost Sword Peak Master, an elderly woman with graying hair, could not help but chuckle at the Moon Yin Peak Master's remark. You are well aware of young Qinghuan's disposition. She relishes her solitude. How could I possibly have the opportunity to grant her special training? Indeed, the Moon Yin Peak Master nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the Frost Sword Peak Master continued with a tone of resignation. Even if I wish to provide her with such training, I lack the expertise, or rather, who among us possesses such comprehensive knowledge? The responses from the assembly were silent. With the leaders exchanging glances, Yanhua Holy Lord, Wine Sword Master, Mountain Peak Sect Leader, all shared an unspoken understanding. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation of perspiration began to creep over them as the discussion unfolded. Yet, at that moment, Moon Ji remained remarkably composed. Was this not to be expected? One need only consider who the guardian of that girl was. With such a formidable protector offering guidance, suppressing these prodigies was merely a trivial task. It seems your esteemed sect has produced an exceptional talent, remarked the Wine Sword Master, stroking his long beard while narrowing his aged, murky eyes. However, it appears that the upcoming duel will be between the twin prodigies of my heavenly sword sect and that young girl regarding the sword path. As these words resonated through the air, the atmosphere on the high platform shifted. Upon the platform of discourse, two figures emerged simultaneously, advancing towards the maiden in white. Could it be the twin disciples of the heavenly sword sect? What might their joint appearance signify? Are they intending to collaborate? This seems rather underhanded, does it not? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers on the platform furrowed their brows in discontent. Qin Jiani of the Heavenly Sword Sect requests that Junior Sister Luo engage in a duel of swordsmanship. The duo spoke in unison to Luo Qinghuan. And then Qin Jiani added with a smile, my brother and I have mastered the twin sword technique. Only through the fusion of our blades can we attain the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I believe, since junior sister Luo seeks to discuss the strongest path, it is only fitting that we present our utmost prowess in combat with you. Surely, you have no objections, junior sister? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in indignation, vehemently denouncing the shamelessness of the two. Indeed, swordsmanship is most ferocious. Without the aid of spiritual energy, its true nature cannot be fully realized. I propose, junior sister Luo, that we engage in a free-for-all, utilizing not just swordsmanship, but also our realms of strength. How does that sound? Qinghuan elaborated. At this declaration, Su Yi chuckled. It truly was no coincidence earlier, yet now it seemed serendipitous. The greatest strengths of a young lady lay in her swordsmanship and her realm of power. Why choose something else? It was as if she was courting death. In a place of spiritual solace, Su Yi retrieved a small stool, settling down, fully prepared for an entertaining spectacle. Chapter 50. Su Yi's turning enemies into friends. What? Not only do the twins intend to join forces against senior sister Luo in a sword duel, but they also wish to incorporate their realms of power? Is this not excessively oppressive? Although these two possess merely the strength of a 2-star heavenly sovereign, their combined swordsmanship can even defeat those of a 5-star heavenly sovereign. How utterly shameless! Upon hearing the words of Qinghuan and Qinghuan, a wave of uproar surged through the debating platform as the assembled cultivators began to express their discontent with the duo's audacity. On the high platform, Yueji furrowed her delicate brows. Cough. Master Zhoujian, you cannot blame this on me. The master of wine and sword interjected with a dry cough. Eager to clarify, these two lads have been inseparable since childhood, even sharing the restroom, never apart. If they are separated, their sword intent diminishes significantly. Their choice to act together stems from their regard for that girl. Is that so? Yueji mused, her gaze shifting to the young lady in white on the debating platform, curious to see her decision. At this moment, not just her, but nearly every pair of eyes on the platform was fixated on that girl. Even Yin Yun, who had previously held confidence in Luo Qinghuan, now wore a frown. Although the girl's strength in the Kunlun realm was formidable, she was still only a 5-star heavenly sovereign. And this so-called twin sword technique was not particularly daunting to 5-star heavenly sovereign practitioners. How would Sister Luo respond to such an audacious demand? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the young lady inclined her head slightly, and then, with a flick of her jade hand, a glimmer of cold light flashed, revealing a spirit sword in her grasp. She looked at the two and spoke softly. All right. Gasp. Sister Luo actually acquiesced. Alas, senior sister Luo is truly benevolent, unable to bear the thought of rejecting these two newcomers. Upon uttering these words, a collective sigh arose from those surrounding her. It had long been rumored that the enchanting senior sister Luo of Frostsword Peak possessed both beauty and kindness, and today's encounter only confirmed such claims. This girl is excessively virtuous, perhaps overly innocent. Indeed, her innate pure holy body is formidable, which explains why the divine palace holds her in such high regard. On the high platform, Moon Princess crossed her arms, her delicate brows furrowing as she could not suppress a sigh from her heart. The existence of this innate pure holy body only serves to facilitate the supreme forgetting emotion palace's complete control over the young girl. Thus, we are indebted to senior sister Luo for her assistance. In truth, we did not wish for this outcome. We simply hold senior sister Luo in such high esteem that we must exert ourselves to the utmost. Qinghuan smiled, sharing a glance with Qinghuan, both of their eyes momentarily flashing with a cold glint of triumph. They then retrieved their spiritual swords from their storage rings. Dear Luo girl, I believe you no longer require your brother Ye's assistance, do you? In her mind, Su Yi leisurely stretched, responding, no need. My swordsmanship is indeed formidable. The young girl shook her head, her small fist clenched in a fierce manner. Her enchanting gaze then fell upon the two brothers as her crimson lips parted. Since both of you senior brothers value Qinghuan so highly, it is only fitting that I give my all. I apologize, senior sister Luo. As their words echoed, a formidable aura erupted from the two, both at the 2nd star of the celestial venerable realm. In that moment, their spiritual swords gleamed with a sharp light. And as their sword intent flowed, they simultaneously unleashed two streams of sword energy toward Luo Qinghuan. The twin swords? A perfect fusion. Little did they anticipate. As the two individuals made their move, they unleashed their most formidable technique. Two streams of sword intent intertwined, and, in the act of cleaving towards Luo Qinghuan, merged into a single ethereal sword that spanned a full 100 zhang. The entire arena was suffused with this overwhelming sword aura. Such a powerful sword intent. While individually, these two may not have been exceptionally strong, their combined swordplay catapulted their might to terrifying heights. From the very outset, they clearly intended to deny Sister Luo any chance to react. Observing this scene, the onlookers furrowed their brows in concern. Rest assured, Moon Princess, these young men possess a sense of restraint. Master Winesword remarked with a reassuring smile, casting a glance at the frowning Moon Princess. Indeed, she nodded in agreement. Should Luo Qinghuan sustain any harm, she would find it difficult to explain to the supreme forgetting Empress, particularly since Luo's fate was pivotal to her aspirations of ascendance and the ancient path to divinity. Such formidable sword intent. None of the juniors from Frostsword Peak possess a sword intent capable of rivaling theirs. The leader of Frostsword Peak remarked enviously. You jest, esteemed Peak Master. After all, our Heavenly Sword sect dedicates the entirety of its resources to the cultivation of swordsmanship, while you are merely one of the 8 esteemed peaks of your sect. Achieving such a feat is commendable in itself, Master Winesword replied with a smile, though a hint of pride lingered in his words. He then turned his gaze towards the young woman on the arena and shook his head. This girl is quite formidable as well, but alas. However, before Master Winesword could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash resounded. On the platform of discourse, a young maiden clad in white suddenly exuded an immense aura from her delicate figure. With a graceful step, she soared into the air, appearing before the towering spirit sword in an instant. She extended her jade finger and gently tapped it. Buzz! In the next moment, a ripple manifested upon the 100-foot-long spirit sword. To the astonishment of Qin Yijian, and the surrounding spectators, the blade of the spirit sword unexpectedly pivoted, turning its sharp tip towards the two who had wielded it. Qin Jiani and Qin Yijian exchanged bewildered glances. This girl possesses remarkable comprehension in the realm of soul containment. Su Yi, while savoring the soul elixir purchased for him by Luo Yao, observed the unfolding drama with a tinge of envy. Had he possessed such extraordinary aptitude in his previous life, none of the 10 demon emperors would have escaped his grasp. Yet it mattered little. The stronger this girl became, the more formidable he would be. To his surprise, she had swiftly mastered the technique of turning enemies into allies. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Recognizing that this maneuver had been taught to Luo Qinghuan over the past few days, its efficacy as literal as its name suggested. In the heavens above, the maiden lightly touched the hilt of the 100-foot sword intent, her crimson lips parting to utter a single word. Go. Boom! In the next instant, the 100-foot spirit sword descended violently upon Qin Jiani and his companion. The sheer force and razor-sharp intent of the strike far surpassed its previous manifestation. How is this possible? The two men's expressions shifted dramatically as they struggled to comprehend how the sword intent they had unleashed was now being wielded against them by the girl before them. With no other choice, they could only grit their teeth and unleash a few fierce sword intents in retaliation. How can Sister Luo manipulate the twin sword intent? Witnessing the scene, the expressions of those on the debating platform were nothing short of extraordinary, exclaiming in wonder. With a resounding clang, several strands of sword intent collided heavily with the towering spiritual sword, the sound of the clash resonating throughout the platform. Qin Jian and his companions exerted considerable effort to neutralize the formidable 100-foot-long spiritual sword. Yet before they could catch their breath, a strikingly beautiful figure suddenly materialized before them. Chapter 51. The tower appearing in the soul's dantian with a single stroke, the girl unleashed her sword, seemingly ethereal, yet imbued with an utterly terrifying sword intent. What? 8 stars of the celestial sovereign. As the overwhelming aura emanated from the girl's delicate form, Qin Jian and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. Their eyes filled with astonishment as they raised their swords in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. However, in the next moment, they heard her softly murmur, "Frost? Sword dragon." Accompanied by her words, the sword intent transformed into a fearsome icy dragon that crashed violently into the two of them. With a splatter of blood, they were forcefully slammed onto the debating platform, rendered unconscious. The seemingly formidable twin swordsmen of the Heavenly Sword sect proved to be no match for the girl-less single strike. Indeed, the abode of the soul's essence. Observing the spectacle, Suyi nodded in satisfaction. This was as it should be. The girl truly embodied the fierce prowess of a great emperor. Previously, he had always dispatched his opponents in a single move, for only then could he ensure they refrained from employing their hidden trump cards. This was not due to a fear of their hidden abilities. As for him, it would merely be akin to an additional slap. Rather, it was because he wished to see them squander their hidden cards. What was there for him to seize? Around the debate platform, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill. All present were rendered speechless, their incredulous gazes fixated upon the young maiden in white, who was slowly sheathing her sword. What? Sister Luo. Is she truly at the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm? In an instant, the expressions of the surrounding disciples of the Xian holy sect and the illustrious talent from various factions attending the discourse shifted dramatically, as they collectively inhaled sharply in astonishment. The 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm. Such a level of power is indeed comparable to the unparalleled prodigies of the 5 foremost sects. How is it possible that Sister Luo has attained the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm? Yi Qingyi's expression was one of sheer disbelief, as he, ranked 3rd on the prodigy list, had barely reached the 4th star of the celestial sovereign realm, while the 6th-ranked Sister Luo had surpassed him by a staggering 4 minor realms. This is utterly astonishing. At that moment, the most taken aback was Yin Yun. He had thought he understood just how formidable Luo Qinghuan was, yet the young woman before him shattered his previous perceptions once again. Wasn't he Sister Luo only at the 5th star of the celestial sovereign realm when she was in the Kunlun realm? In less than 10 days. Has she broken through yet again? Yin Yun was besieged by questions. This is simply preposterous. On the high platform, the other 7 peak masters of the Xian holy sect stood in astonishment, their eyes wide as they turned to Frost's sword peak master. You old immortal, how could you have secretly harbored such a monstrous disciple and kept it from us? Frost sword peak master stammered. I was unaware of this myself. The eyes of Moon Princess were equally laden with gravity. The greater Luo Qinghuan's strength, the stronger the formidable being responsible for her protection must be. Ahem. The essence of this swordsmanship is truly a remarkable talent for sword cultivation. At this moment, the aged eyes of Master Jian sparkled as they gazed upon the young girl, and he could not help but exclaim, "Moon Princess, why not lend this young lady to my heavenly sword sect for a few years? In no time, her sword intent shall undoubtedly reach a terrifying level." Moon Princess, I observe that this girl possesses striking beauty and extraordinary talent. She will be perfectly matched with our holy sect's young master. Why not arrange a union? Especially since the relationship between our 2 sects has always been. Beside them, the esteemed Yanghua saint seized the opportunity to speak. There is no need for further speculation. However, Moon Princess shook her head, her beautiful gaze resting on the girl as she softly replied, "Qinghuan has already garnered the attention of the Divine Palace. As for the reasons, I must refrain from elaborating. Of course, she merely invoked the name of the supreme emotionless palace as a pretext. After all, with that powerful figure present, it would be tantamount to courting death should she dare to impose any demands upon Luo Qinghuan. What? The Divine Palace? The supreme emotionless palace?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yanghua Saint and the others transformed, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. The Supreme Emotionless Palace is one of the 5 top-tier forces in the Wild Heaven domain, an elite establishment comprised entirely of women. It was unimaginable that such a formidable force had already set its sights on Luo Qinghuan. In light of this revelation, Yanghua Saint awkwardly chuckled, acknowledging that since Luo Qinghuan had caught the eye of the Supreme Emotionless Palace, she would certainly not be permitted to develop any romantic inclinations. Moreover, their holy sex young master seemed rather unworthy. Suje, how is it? Am I not impressive? On the platform of debate, the young girl slowly sheathed her sword, seemingly indifferent to the astonished gazes of those around her. With uncontainable excitement, she boasted in her mind to Su Yi, who appeared in her thoughts. Impressive. Su Yi generously offered his praise, then smiled and added, however, compared to your brother Yi, there remains a slight disparity. Detestable Suye. The girl pouted, clenching her small fists and biting her silver teeth, silently vowing to exact revenge when the loathsome Su Yi regained a physical form, determined to bite him fiercely enough to feel completely satisfied. Meanwhile, within Su Ye's mind, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Luo Qinghuan showed no mercy. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 corruption points. Luo Qinghuan triumphed over her foes with a single strike. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 corruption points. Luo Qinghuan dazzled the entire audience. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 corruption points. As the system's notifications continued to echo, Su Yi found himself endowed with a total of 1,000 corruption points. He distinctly sensed the emergence of a small tower within his soul's dantian, approximately 9 stories high. What is this? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Ye's eyes upon sighting this small tower, evoking a strange sense of familiarity, yet he could not ascertain its significance upon deeper reflection. Just as he pondered the purpose of this tower, he witnessed the corruption points, which could reconstruct his physical form, transforming into wisps of dark mist that flowed into the small tower within his soul's dantian. Astonishingly, the influx of 1,000 corruption points barely filled a corner of the first level. This raises the question, must one fully saturate this 9-tiered tower with the accumulation of malevolence to reconstruct one's corporeal form? The tower of demonic ascendancy and the elixir of demonic form appear to be interconnected. Observing this scene, Su Yi could not help but speculate, and the system quickly corroborated his thoughts. It seems that the current level of malevolence is insufficient for the desired corporeal transformation. Su Yi furrowed his brow. As the degree of Luo Qinghuan's malevolence intensifies, her actions will expedite the accumulation of host malevolence, the system thoughtfully added. Su Yi nodded slightly upon hearing this. It is now your turn, senior brother. Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze towards Wang Yu, who stood not far away. All the other prodigies had completed their deliberations, leaving only Wang Yu remaining. Wang Yu paused, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the young woman. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his courage. What the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm? What is there to fear? At worst, I shall deploy all my trump cards. Tell my father Wang Yu, am no coward. Luo Jr.'s sister, I concede. In a fit of rage, Wang Yu expressed his frustration. Chapter 52. Is she afraid they will perish? Is she pursuing them to their deaths? Wang Yu is not foolish. Engaging in a battle one cannot win is not bravery. It is folly. In the end, one loses face and receives a beating for nothing. To concede is merely to lose face. What is face worth? Can be consumed? Compared to mustering the courage to debate with the young woman before him, finding the fortitude to concede was evidently far simpler. As Wang Yu's words fell, a clamor erupted around the debating platform. No one had anticipated that Wang Yu would choose to surrender without even attempting to fight. Since the mountain sect's lesser leader has conceded, it can be declared that Luo Qinghuan has triumphed in this discussion of doctrines. Are there any other prodigies present who wish to engage her in discourse? At this moment, atop the high platform, Yuji raised her gaze towards the assembly of exceptional talents and inquired with a calm demeanor. Upon her utterance, an unexpected silence enveloped the discussion stage. Yuji was momentarily taken aback before realizing that nearly all the prodigies had just been bested by the young woman in the white dress. She swiftly announced that since there were no challengers remaining, Luo Qinghuan had successfully defended her title. Her enchanting eyes then settled upon the maiden. Qinghuan, once the discussion convention concludes, you may proceed to the main hall to claim your reward. Thank you, sect leader. Luo Qinghuan replied with a gentle nod. Qinghuan, I did not anticipate that you would possess such profound understanding of the doctrines. It truly surprises me, remarked the master of Frost Sword Peak. his gaze fixed upon the young woman with admiration. Upon hearing the praise from the Frost Sword Peak Master, the maiden's cheeks flushed, and she felt a twinge of guilt. For it was Su Yi who had guided her in comprehending these truths. As the young maiden blushed, the assembly of once proud prodigies, who had recently consumed the heart stability pills purchased from Yin Yun, erupted in a spurt of blood, their resolve shattered once more. To merely grasp a fraction of understanding. To best them with a single move, surpassing all their lifelong endeavors. They might never wish to hear the phrase a slight understanding again. Are you all well, my esteemed friends? Did I perhaps exert too much force? After all, it was merely a slight understanding. I had no idea it could wield such power. The maiden stammered anxiously, witnessing the distress of the crowd. Strange. Su Yi clearly stated that he merely assisted me in grasping a fragment of the Tao, no more than a superficial understanding. Upon uttering these words, a chorus of blood spewed forth from the proud youths around. How audacious! Was she not concerned for their lives, relentlessly pursuing them? As the scene unfolded, the onlookers from the Xianin sacred sect gasped in unison, perceiving that the seemingly innocuous maiden resembled a fierce demoness more than anything else. In response, Yu Ji hastily interjected, fearing that if the girl spoke further, the esteemed talents from the eastern wilderness might meet their demise here today. Indeed, sect master, she affirmed. Luo Qinghuan nodded and proceeded toward the nearby resting area. The disciples of the Xianin sacred sect gazed upon her with admiration, swiftly clearing a space for her. Sister Luo is remarkable. She single-handedly contends against the elite of the eastern wilderness. At that moment, after Yin Yun and Yi Qingyi concluded their discourse, he scampered over, despite sporting a bruised visage from his earlier encounter with Yi Qingyi. Yet, his face was alight with joy. Sister Luo. Oh no, Sister Luo. He waved at Luo Qinghuan, even adjusting his posture to present himself favorably. Luo Qinghuan maintained her gaze forward, disregarding him. Why are you ignoring him, Luo girl? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, observing Yin Yun's exuberance. The last time this fellow attempted to seize my belongings, I chose to ignore him. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. Su Yi mused, is this girl so vengeful? The thought brought a smile to his lips. Regardless of whether one becomes an emperor or transcends to divinity, they shall all receive their due reckoning. This fellow is indeed here to bring us money. Since you are unwilling to engage, let Yi Ge take over. Su Yi chuckled, his words laden with meaning. Money? The girl was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. Well then, you go ahead. Is that really appropriate? Su Yi scratched his nose. Luo Qinghuan? After a brief pause, as she heard someone's mischievous laughter, she finally realized what was happening. Her delicate face flushed a deep crimson, instantly transforming her into a steam maiden, her teeth clenched and her beautiful eyes misty. That scoundrel Su Yi. A shameless rogue. Ugh, get those filthy thoughts out of my mind. Ha ha. Su Yi laughed heartily, successfully teasing the young lady. As the saying goes, it is best to take advantage of a little white rabbit early on. What if, once Luo Qinghuan becomes dark, she retaliates against him? All right, let Yi Ge handle this. As Su Ye's words fell, the shy expression in the girl's eyes immediately shifted to one of cold resolve. She had just observed that Yin Yun was an unrepentant swindler. To deal with such a rogue, it required the intervention of a fierce bandit like him. Senior Sister Luo. Senior Sister Luo? Yin Yun continued to call out from his side. What is it? Suddenly, the girl lifted her gaze, her expression icy as she regarded him. Huh. Feeling her penetrating stare, Yin Yun's countenance changed, overwhelmed by an oppressive sense of dread that left him breathless. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. Was that just a figment of my imagination? Yin Yun was momentarily stunned, shook his head, and then spoke. I have come to share the spoils with Senior Sister Luo. And then, he recounted the events that had just transpired. I see, he remarked. So, what you mean, my friend Yin Yun, is to split these spirit coins with me in an 80-20 ratio? So he narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Yin Yun nodded earnestly. However, I would suggest it would be in your best interest to hand over all these ill-gotten gains to me. You are aware of Elder Qi Yin from the Xianin sacred sect, are you not? He specializes in alchemical elixirs. If he learns that you dared to procure elixirs on his territory, it could prove quite perilous for you. After all, Elder Qi Yin is quite fearsome. What? Is that so? Yin Yun's expression shifted dramatically. If you doubt my words, just observe, Su Yi said, turning to face the platform where Elder Yin Yun stood, smiling as he waved to Elder Qi Yan. Huh? Qinghuan? Upon seeing the young girl greeting him, a smile immediately spread across Elder Qi Yan's face as he waved back. Observing this, Yin Yun attempted to join in the greeting. However, just as he extended his hand, the smile on Elder Qi Yan's face vanished, replaced by a stern demeanor. Witnessing this transformation, Yin Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that the old man truly disapproved of him selling elixirs in his domain? Gasp. Surely, he wouldn't want to strike me, would he? After all, he smiled at Sister Luo, but appeared so severe towards me. In that case, I shall surrender all these spirit coins to Sister Luo. Thank you for the warning, Sister Luo. Yin Yun gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve, and hastily handed over all the ill-gotten gains to the young girl before gesturing with empty hands towards Elder Qi Yan in the distance, signifying that everything had been given to her. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Qi Yan displayed a hint of perplexity. What on earth is this foolish lad up to? Yin Yun remained utterly oblivious to the fact that Elder Qi Yan treated every disciple with such disdain, reserving only a warm smile for the extraordinarily talented alchemist, Miss Luo. Unexpectedly, Elder Qi Yan was also a participant in Su Ye's little scheme. In Chapter 53, The Soul-Settling Coffin, and Su Ye's Buffet, as the words of Yu Ji resonated, all eyes on the Dao discussion stage turned towards the high platform. Miss Luo, keep these spirit coins. They will prove useful in the future. Your brother Yi stepped down, Su Yi instructed before relinquishing control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Luo Qinghuan glanced at the gradually filling pouch of spirit coins in her hand, lost in contemplation. That rascal Su Yi truly lived up to his reputation as a cunning rogue, effortlessly swindling Yin Yun's spirit coins while leaving Yin Yun feeling as though he had made a considerable profit. Subsequently, she secured the pouch and turned her gaze back to the high platform. At that moment, Yu Ji gently parted her crimson lips and continued. The second round is the comprehension of Dao. In the past, it was derived either from artifacts or spirits, but this time, it will be different. She smiled mysteriously and then clapped her hands. In the next instant, a white-haired elder from the Xian Yin sacred sect appeared upon the Dao discussion stage. With a grand gesture, he summoned a bronze ancient coffin, which materialized before them. This is a coffin? As they beheld this sight, the crowd furrowed their brows, their expressions shifting dramatically. The bronze ancient coffin exuded a heavy aura of death, instilling a profound sense of oppression, suggesting that it was anything but ordinary. This object is known as the soul-settling coffin. As for its purpose, well, as the name suggests, it holds a certain ominous significance. Yu Ji explained with a smile. The soul-suppressing coffin? Hiss! What a malevolent artifact! Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with profound trepidation. This object was acquired by our esteemed leader after vanquishing a formidable demonic cultivator, retrieved from his storage ring. Within this soul-suppressing coffin lie the vengeful souls of numerous cultivators, having been refined by that very demon. And this comprehension of the Tao allows you to attempt to grasp the paths these cultivators once tread, enabling both the acquisition of enlightenment and the liberation of these tormented souls. Moon Princess softly elucidated. Oh, to comprehend the paths of the vengeful souls, yielding enlightenment and liberation? Truly, the leader's actions are commendable, exceedingly commendable. The cultivators suddenly grasped the significance, unable to refrain from praising the Moon Princess's benevolence. Liberation of vengeful souls. Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows. What nonsense is this? Absorbing the remnants of souls for enlightenment is one thing, but to speak of liberation in such grandiose terms is absurd. Regardless of the approach, these cultivators have long been bound by that demon, unable to escape death's grasp. They are irretrievably lost. Su Yi crossed his arms and remarked with irritation, however, this presents a sacred ground for my cultivation. He glanced at the soul-suppressing coffin, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Moon Princess is truly a good person. Knowing he practices the soul technique and understanding his need for a place to devour remnants of souls. He chuckled, unexpectedly finding assistance in this endeavor. Luo girl, later you. Suyi began whispering to Luo Qinghuan, who fervently nodded, jotting down notes. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the Moon Princess gazed upon the assembly of prodigies and spoke coldly. This soul-taming coffin possesses an eerie nature. Those lacking in sufficient cultivation or mental fortitude may easily succumb to madness. Therefore, only those who have attained the celestial sovereign realm may attempt to comprehend its mysteries. Upon hearing her words, the number of eligible prodigies dwindled significantly, leaving only the elite from the four major factions and a select few who had recently attained the first star of the celestial sovereign realm with the opportunity to approach the soul-taming coffin and seek enlightenment. Now, gather your spiritual energy, step forward, and reach out to touch the coffin, allowing your heart to perceive its essence, the Moon Princess instructed, casting a glance at the dozen or so participants. Understood, Master, the prodigies murmured in agreement before making their way toward the soul-taming coffin. Among them was Luo Qinghuan, who sensed the anxious glances directed her way. Her terrifying talent instilled a sense of fear. Could they truly compete with her for understanding? However, the Moon Princess had also mentioned that the remnants within the coffin were numerous. Even if they conceded 1,000 steps, Luo Qinghuan's prodigious gifts, deemed monstrous, would not preclude them from grasping some fragment of understanding. Would it? Taking a deep breath, they reassured themselves it should be fine. As the prodigies seated themselves around the soul-taming coffin, the Moon Princess promptly declared, "Begin your comprehension." At her command, the prodigies hesitated no longer and reached out to touch the coffin. Instantly, an icy, sinister wave of tearing sensation erupted within their minds, causing many to turn pale as they instinctively let out a cry of despair. What is this sensation? It feels as though my very soul is being torn asunder. Merely a fleeting touch. Yet several prodigies who have just ascended to the celestial sovereign realm let out anguished cries, instantly relinquishing their hold and collapsing to the ground, thereby declaring their failure in enlightenment. Meanwhile, Wang Yu and the others, though not as severely affected, wore grave expressions and struggled to endure. This is the soul suppression coffin, which inherently possesses a suppressive effect on the soul. Within the coffin lies an abundance of lingering souls, steeped in resentment. On the high platform, Yuji explained. Observing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows and took a deep breath before placing her jade-like hand upon the soul suppression coffin. As her delicate fingers made contact with the coffin, she felt a twinge of nervousness, her face becoming exceptionally serious. However, upon actual contact, she discovered that the anticipated chill and sensation of soul tearing were entirely absent. Could it be that I'm a genius? The girl placed her hands on her hips. You are indeed a prodigy. Looking at the endearing girl, Suyi cast her a disapproving glance, remarking, considering you have such a formidable remnant soul residing within you, do you truly believe you would feel anything of the sort? Oh, the girl pouted. Must you not allow me a moment of pride? You insufferable Suye. All right, little Luo, your elder brother is about to enter. Suyi glanced at the soul suppression coffin, questioning, will nothing truly go awry? The girl appeared noticeably concerned. Just moments ago, Suyi had informed her that once her hand touched the soul suppression coffin, he would enter it, embarking on a journey of self-discovery akin to a buffet. Although she was unfamiliar with the concept of a buffet, she could not shake the feeling that entering the soul suppression coffin might be perilous. After all, Suyi was also a spiritual entity, and the coffin served to suppress souls. Underestimating your elder brother, ye would indeed lead to consequences. The girl instinctively considered covering her backside. Fear not. If your elder brother could be subdued by such a contraption, it would be better to let it do so. Suyi chuckled heartily, gesturing for her to relax. After offering her a word of caution, he transformed into an imperceptible golden light and surged into the soul suppression coffin. Inside the coffin, the world was shrouded in darkness, creating a realm of its own. Wandering souls drifted aimlessly. Witnessing this scene, a spark of excitement ignited in Su Ye's eyes. Fear not, everyone. Your elder brother will immediately guide you. Chapter 54. How could a group of prodigies be bullied by a mere remnant soul? Within the soul suppression coffin, as he gazed upon the myriad of spirits, A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ye's eyes. This was nothing short of a magnificent sanctuary for cultivation. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand, channeling his spiritual power into a pitch-black swana. With the invocation of his soul technique, a mournful melody resonated, beginning to devour the surrounding spirits. Meanwhile, outside the soul suppression coffin, Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies had overcome the chilling sensation that pierced their souls from a coffin. Each of them was drenched in cold sweat, their faces ashen. After taking a deep breath, they finally ventured their senses into the soul suppression coffin. Having endured so much hardship, surely they could not return empty-handed. With a collective determination, their spirits soared as the perception manifested within the soul-settling coffin. Their eyes sparkled with delight upon witnessing numerous lingering souls, each radiating profound echoes of the great Tao. This arduous journey had indeed borne fruit. The group of prodigies prepared to delve into the comprehension of the Tao embodied within these remnants of souls. Suddenly, an unexpected sound reverberated. A melancholic note from a swana pierced the air. The likes of Yi Qingyi and the other distinguished individuals paused, instinctively turning towards the source of the music. However, in the next moment, their pupils constricted, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Before them stood a pitch-black spirit hovering in the heavens, its visage obscured, its form an ethereal void. In its hand, a swana materialized, from which the haunting melody emanated. Under the influence of this swana, the wandering souls within the soul-settling coffin momentarily froze, then began to gravitate towards it, and the prodigies could distinctly perceive a glimmer of reverence on the faces of these lingering souls. What was this phenomenon? What was the nature of this spirit? It emanated an inscrutable aura, as if it embodied the essence of Tao itself. Could this be a manifestation of a terrifying musical Tao? Was it also one of the enlightening spirits residing within the soul-settling coffin? As they witnessed this extraordinary sight, an expression of awe washed over the faces of the prodigies, quickly replaced by a fervent desire in their gazes directed at the enigmatic dark spirit. This entity was undoubtedly extraordinary. What if they could absorb its essence and grasp their own understanding of the Tao? Upon this realization, the consciousness of the numerous prodigies seated themselves cross-legged within the soul-restraining coffin, endeavoring to comprehend the pitch-black soul essence. At that moment, Su Yi, who was employing a soul incantation to devour the remnants of souls within the coffin, remarked, "Are you attempting to meddle with my affairs, Night Brother? Begone!" Unlike the gentle temperament of Luo Qinghuan, Su Yi was not so easily trifled with. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the consciousness of the prodigies was instantly shattered, forcefully expelling them from the confines of the soul-restraining coffin. Outside the coffin, Yi Qingyi and the others were left in a state of perplexity, their eyes wide with confusion. What has happened? Have we been bested by a mere remnant soul? Their disbelief only deepened their awareness of the extraordinary nature of that dark soul essence. As their emotions surged, a reckless determination ignited within them, compelling them to once again focus their minds and enter the soul-restraining coffin. However, upon their return, they discovered a dramatically altered scene. What on earth? Where have all the Enlightenment remnants gone? The once abundant remnants of enlightenment had vanished entirely, leaving only the solitary dark soul essence hovering in the celestial expanse. Why is there not a single remnant of enlightenment in sight? Could it be that they have all been consumed by that soul essence? The brows of Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies furrowed in concern. With only this solitary dark soul essence remaining, they found themselves compelled to engage with it, despite their reluctance. Yet, they were subjected to relentless torment by the soul essence. A sight utterly harrowing, just as the consciousness of the prodigies found itself at the mercy of the dark soul essence. A figure clad in white silk suddenly materialized within the confines of the soul-restraining coffin, delivering a forceful strike. Following this, under her formidable strength, the dark soul was unexpectedly sent flying by a single blow. Luo, junior sister Luo? Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies were momentarily taken aback. "Senior brothers, step behind me. I shall protect you," the girl declared earnestly, her small face brimming with seriousness as she addressed the assembled talents. Thank you." Junior sister Luo. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi immediately exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, his expression one of salvation. And, no need to mention it, the girl slightly tilted her face, then, with a serious demeanor, cleared her throat lightly. A pure, white radiance emanated from her hand, swiftly enveloping the dark soul. Everyone, step back. I shall purify it. Hiss. Junior sister Luo is so gentle. Truly a good person. The assembled prodigies couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the scene. Soon, under the illumination of the girl's sacred light, the dark soul emitted a cry of defiance, ultimately seeming to be purified and absorbed into the girl's being. Observing this, Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies grew solemn, then profoundly expressed their gratitude to the girl in white. To think such a malevolent spirit emerged from the soul-restraining coffin, devouring other souls entirely. Had it not been for junior sister Luo's assistance, we likely would have been consumed by that fierce spirit. Fierce spirit. Upon hearing Yi Qingyi and the others' designation, the girl couldn't help but stifle a laugh, shaking her head with a serious countenance. Senior brother, you jest. Meanwhile, the figure of Su Yi in her mind muttered irritably, "Pa, a bunch of insignificant beings in the realm of celestial deities, merely a fragment of consciousness. Your brother Yi is not so desperate as to feast on refuse. Indeed, it was merely a performance orchestrated by the two from the very beginning. Their objective was solely to enable Su Yi to seamlessly consume all the lingering souls within the soul-guarding coffin. This world owes them 2 golden figurines. Sister Luo, I shall enter seclusion for a while to assimilate this residual soul energy," Su Yi remarked before vanishing from sight. As the others withdrew their consciousness from the soul-guarding coffin, their gazes immediately turned toward the platform. Curiosity piqued regarding the insights these prodigies had gleaned from the souls. "What is the situation?" inquired Yuji, her beautiful eyes scanning the scene with a hint of indifference. Yuji's brows furrowed slightly. What? So many prodigies, yet not a single thread of insight gleaned? Would I fare just as well? Upon Yi Qingyi's utterance, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yuji coldly questioned, "Is that so, sect master?" Yi Qingyi hurriedly recounted the occurrences within the soul-guarding coffin to Yuji. "You mean to say that a terrifying malevolent soul emerged from the coffin, devouring all the residual souls imbued with the essence of the Tao, and that your spiritual consciousness nearly met a dire fate?" Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's account, Yuji's brows knitted even tighter. "Then how did your spiritual consciousness manage to escape?" She cast a glance at Yi Qingyi and the others, noticing that their spiritual consciousness seemed largely unscathed. "This," Yi Qingyi scratched his head awkwardly, "is largely thanks to Sister Luo." Senior Sister Luo? Upon hearing this, the inquiry hung in the air. On the platform of discourse, the crowd's gaze instinctively shifted towards the maiden in the white dress. Chapter 55. The Exposed Luo Girl. The audience was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the pivotal figure would indeed be Senior Sister Luo. At that moment, a wisp of dark energy unexpectedly emanated from the young girl. Could it be that the innate pure holy body is purifying that malevolent soul? Witnessing the scene, Yuji furrowed her brows and murmured to herself, "Senior Sister Luo is truly a good person. She sacrifices herself, disregarding her own safety. What a noble spirit." Observing this, the disciples of the Xian Yin holy sect couldn't help but express their admiration. Upon hearing their words, the young girl's face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing her rosy cheeks, the crowd further marveled at Senior Sister Luo's innocence. However, the maiden's blush was not one of shyness, but rather a hint of awkwardness. The dark energy that surged forth was not purifying the so-called malevolent soul. Rather, the malevolent soul was refining those remnant souls. On the high platform, Yuji announced the recipients of the final rewards of this discourse conference. Upon hearing her declaration, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads in unison. Who could possibly dissent? They had no choice but to concede. Senior Sister Luo was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also possessed a profound sense of righteousness. "Qinghuan," she acknowledged. "Yes, master." Luo Qinghuan nodded. At this, envious glances were cast upon her by those around. After all, that was the realm of divine weapons. If one could obtain a divine weapon that resonated with them, they would likely never need to seek spiritual tools again in their lifetime. Very well. Let us conclude this discourse conference here. Several days have passed since the conclusion of the conference. In recent days, Suyi had remained silent, secluded in the sanctuary of his soul, diligently honing his skills. Luo Qinghuan occasionally visited him, only to observe the dark aura enveloping him. Finding herself somewhat bored, the young girl took out a soul pen and began sketching a turtle on his body. The host has absorbed the remaining souls within the soul-restraining coffin, resulting in an enhancement of soul power. The current realm has reached the 9th star of the creation realm. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Suye's mind, announcing that his soul power had once again achieved a breakthrough, now reaching the 9th star of the creation realm. The 9th star of the creation realm, Suyi murmured, filled with anticipation. Although it seemed that there were only a few realms, as someone who had experienced this journey, he understood that the path to further breakthroughs would only become increasingly arduous. Sigh. I wonder how Luo has fared in my absence over these past few days. Taking a deep breath, Suyi opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of a diminutive spirit in a white dress, busily sketching on his form with a soul pen. In an instant, their eyes met, and the girl, caught in the act, glanced at him with a hint of guilt before swiftly concealing the pen behind her back. Suyi, you're awake. Suyi remained silent, observing the peculiar array of drawings, a myriad of turtles, adorning his soul body. 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead as he turned to the girl with a benevolent smile. Luo, what are you up to? The girl feigned ignorance. Then, from beside her small soul body, he noticed a flicker of light, like a bulb illuminating. I'm not Luo. I'm the stinky Suyi. It was just the stinky Suyi who logged in. The young girl slightly turned her face, her countenance imbued with earnestness as she spoke. Suyi. Very well, very well. What a paradox, I'm not myself. This is the realm of souls, a sanctuary for spirits. I cannot log in. Suyi pondered silently. The petite spirit in the white dress. Ovo? Immediately, her little mind whirred, recalling a phrase often uttered by Suyi. I, Luo Qinghuan, need not explain my actions to you? Suyi fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. In the next instant, with a soft gasp, a sensation traveled from her rear, causing the young girl's face to flush crimson as she shot an indignant glare at Suyi. You, what are you doing? Suyi, grasp your bottom. Do I need to elucidate? Suyi merely replied with indifference. Luo Qinghuan. In that moment, she clearly understood why the ancient adage proclaimed that ginger grows hotter with age. Little Luo, have you secured the qualification for the divine armament's secret realm? Suyi ceased to tease the girl, whose face was as red as if it might bleed, and shifted to a serious tone. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Then, that is settled. Suyi affirmed with a nod. As long as one secures entry to the divine armament's secret realm, he will be able to reunite with old friends and, in passing, learn of the events that transpired during the millennia following his demise. When will the secret realm be opened? In less than half a month. By the way, I have yet to claim the rewards from the Tao conference. Oh, that cannot be forgotten. Let's go. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Luo Qinghuan obediently nodded, for all of this was hard-earned by her and the insufferable Suyi. It was something she could not afford to lose. Chapter 56. The elixir field before long, in accordance with the elder's words. The rewards from the Taoist conference were contained within this storage ring. Lo girl, quickly see what treasures await, Suyi urged within her mind. The young girl nodded dutifully, and then a dazzling light flashed from the storage ring in her hand, revealing a heap of rewards that resembled a small mountain before her. Wow, Suyi, we've struck it rich again. Upon seeing the towering pile of rewards, the girl's eyes sparkled. This was indeed the fruit of her and Su Ye's relentless efforts. Indeed, the Xianing sacred sect is not as stingy as one might think. Su Yi remarked with satisfaction. Let's see what we have. At his words, the girl crouched down before the small mountain and began to meticulously count the rewards, while Su Yi silently observed her. Oh, are these some spirit herb seeds? Just then, he recalled that within the Kunlun mirror, there were several blessed lands with dense spiritual energy and exceptionally fertile soil making it perfect for cultivating spirit herbs. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan extract several spirit herb seeds, Suyi raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Lo girl, allow me to advise you. These spirit herbs should be planted immediately, as any delay may hinder their growth." The young girl nodded lightly, her expression shifting with understanding. After Su Yi completed the activation, he waved his hand, conjuring an ancient bronze mirror that shimmered with imperial might. It was the legendary Kunlun mirror. Since acquiring this treasure, Su Yi had kept it concealed within his soul. Due to her insufficient strength, Luo Yadu was unable to wield the Kunlun mirror herself. Thus she had to rely on him to activate it. Unfortunately, the mirror had sustained damage and could not fully manifest its imperial capabilities. It could only function as a self-contained space. If only it could be restored. With a furrowed brow and a sigh, Suyi took a step forward. The brilliance of the Kunlun mirror enveloped him, instantly transporting him into its inner realm. Upon arriving in the Kunlun realm, Suyi silently relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Although they had acquired the Kunlun mirror, they regrettably arrived a bit late. It was said that many valuable treasures belonging to the esteemed Kunlun Emperor had been thoroughly scavenged by the 5 paramount factions. Luo Qinghuan gazed at the vast expanse of the Kunlun realm with a hint of sorrow. "Not necessarily," Suyi replied with a knowing smile, shaking his head. The young girl looked at him in confusion. Suyi elucidated. When the Kunlun mirror was damaged, it activated its protective mode. What the 5 paramount factions took were merely superficial treasures. The majority of the valuable items remain sealed within the mirror. All that is required is its restoration. Coincidentally, I have recently refined my control over the Kunlun realm and can now unseal one of its seals. Come, let me take you to the precious spirit herb seeds." Suyi laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a treasure!" Upon hearing this, a certain young lady, Luo Qinghuan, nervously tugged at her collar, seemingly attempting to conceal the precious item she wore. Soon, guided by Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan found herself before a luminous barrier. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of confusion crossed her beautiful eyes. She had frequently visited the Kunlun realm for training, yet this particular barrier was a sight she had never encountered before. This is the guardian barrier of the Kunlun mirror, she realized. One could only behold it after subjugating the Kunlun mirror. Without having done so, even an emperor would remain oblivious to its existence. Suyi elucidated, the treasures once collected by the guardian of Kunlun Emperor also serve as a form of protection. "My dear Luo, a gentle touch on the barrier will suffice to unveil it." "Understood," Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod. She then took delicate steps towards the barrier, extending her slender jade finger to lightly tap upon it. With a hum, as her finger made contact, the barrier rippled like a smooth surface of water. In no time, as the barrier dissipated, the protected treasures revealed themselves to the two. Before them lay a patch of pitch-black soil. Yet the vibrant life force and rich spiritual energy emanating from it indicated its extraordinary nature. "What is this?" Luo Qinghuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Su Ye's gaze also fell upon the enigmatic dark earth. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. To his surprise, the Kunlun Emperor possessed such a remarkable treasure. A remarkable treasure? The young lady was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this is a medicinal field, known as the field of eternal life. Simply plant the spiritual herb upon it, and its growth will be hastened, enhancing the potency of the herb. Suyi explained with a smile. "How marvelous!" Luo Qinghuan exclaimed with her lips slightly parted, astonished. Accelerated growth means that the planted herb can age more swiftly, transforming into a century-old, millennia-old, or even 10,000-year-old herb. Indeed, Suyi nodded with a smile. Alas, the rewards from the Tao discussion only consist of a few seeds of spiritual herbs. The young girl furrowed her brows. With such a miraculous medicinal field, it would be prudent to cultivate more spiritual herbs. Yet at present, the seeds are exceedingly scarce. Suddenly, as the girl wore a troubled expression, a spark of inspiration flickered in her beautiful eyes, and a smile graced her delicate face. "We could ask Elder Qian for. No, rather, borrow some seeds of spiritual herbs." "Oh!" Upon hearing this, Su Yi paused, glancing at the girl in surprise. not expecting her to have so swiftly learned his art of borrowing wealth. Truly, she possesses great insight. This girl has captured my heart. Luo Qinghuan's corruption progress. 1. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 corruption points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a medicinal field enhancement card. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed incessantly in his mind. Within the first layer of the dark tower in Su Ye's Dantian, a mass of black mist began to coalesce. A medicinal field enhancement card? However, at this moment, all of Su Ye's attention was fixated on the rewards of corruption. What purpose does it serve? He furrowed his brow. Soon, the system provided an explanation. Upon utilizing the herb field enhancement card, the herb field would possess the capability to elevate the rank of spiritual herbs. This succinct statement sparked a glimmer of joy in Su Ye's eyes, prompting him to immediately employ the enhancement card without hesitation. After all, such an investment would be futile for Luo Yadu. The rank of spiritual herbs? Indeed. Just as elixirs possess ranks, so too do spiritual herbs, classified from 1 to 9, along with the revered categories of holy herbs, imperial herbs, and divine herbs. Remarkably, even a first-grade spiritual herb aged a millennium may lack efficacy compared to a newly sprouted holy herb. Thus, the potency of a spiritual herb is contingent not only upon its age, but also upon its rank. Now, the spiritual herbs cultivated in this long-life herb field have attained the potential for elevation. It is time for your brother Yi to log in and plant all these spiritual herb seeds. Upon hearing this, within the sanctuary of souls, the petite figure clad in white covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with stars. Soyez istru remarquable. After planting the spiritual herbs, all that remained was to await their growth and elevation. When the time comes, he would assist in refining these herbs into elixirs. With Su Yi, a formidable existence who pioneered the 4th step of alchemy, coupled with this long-life herb field, Luo Qinghuan's future is assured to be abundant in elixirs. Even consuming imperial elixirs like mere candies poses no concern. Once Su Yi logged off, the two departed from the Kunlun realm. The young girl began to sift through a plethora of rewards, discovering numerous martial arts techniques among them. She lacked for nothing in terms of skills, particularly since the devouring sky demonic technique taught by Su Yi was exceptionally potent, irreplaceable by ordinary methods. This is an earth-grade martial art. The 10,000 swords break? Luo Qinghuan stumbled upon a tome of martial arts, a flicker of delight illuminating her beautiful eyes. It seems the girl harbors a profound affection for sword techniques. What distinction does a mere earth-level skill hold against the notion of rubbish? If one were to associate with your knight brother, others might presume we are incapable of mastering superior martial arts. Within his mind, Su Yi cast a glance at the volume titled 10,000 Swords Breaking Through, recognizing it as an earth-level, high-grade martial art. Not formidable, one might argue. Yet, it stands on the precipice of reaching the sacred level of martial arts. The maiden blinked her enchanting eyes. Even the most powerful martial arts of their Xian, holy sect, merely attain the status of high-grade sacred techniques. In the realm of Tian Xian, martial arts can be categorized hierarchically: Divine Emperor, Sacred Heaven, Earth, and Yellow. Throughout the vast wasteland domain, aside from the 5 premier powers possessing Emperor-level experts, the strongest martial arts techniques held by other first-rate factions barely reach the sacred tier. The true Emperor-level martial arts are solely possessed by the 5 dominant factions. Even ancient secret realms or the tombs of emperors, which might harbor such techniques, are invariably claimed by these 5 forces. Sighing, Su Yi lamented, "Ah, Luo girl, I apologize for arriving late. I failed to provide you with the finest nourishment." In his past life, he was a formidable emperor, without the Emperor Tribulation martial arts. What significance does it hold to be called an emperor? Furthermore, even if he were devoid of such techniques, were other emperors lacking? Let's not forget the title he bore, the Tyrant Emperor. It matters not if we are bereft. The key lies in the possession of others. Initially, Su Yi intended to impart an emperor-level technique to this girl, yet at that time, the system rewarded him with the Devouring Heaven Demon art. Although its grade remained unmarked, Su Yi, as an emperor and a transmigrator, understood that even an emperor-level technique could not compare to the rewards bestowed by the system. As for martial arts, the girl previously possessed a rather low realm. If she were to cultivate an imperial-level martial art, Suyi feared that her body might not withstand it. However, it seems his concerns were entirely unwarranted. Luo girl, focus your mind. I shall transmit to you a sword technique that, based on its attributes, should suit you perfectly. Suyi spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, a serious expression immediately surfaced on Luo Qinghuan's small face as she proceeded to follow his instructions. Soon, she felt an influx of vast amounts of text pouring into her mind. The young girl quickly glanced and saw ancient characters forming the majestic words, Frost Dragon Sword Technique. Luo Qinghuan murmured softly. Just by uttering the name of this sword-intent martial art, she felt an overwhelming imperial aura condensing, accompanied by an extremely chilling sword intent that roared like a dragon. Could this be an imperial-level martial art? The girl was somewhat astonished. Indeed, Suyi nodded, smiling as he explained, this is a sword technique of ice attributes, perfectly compatible with your own, making it simpler for you to cultivate and allowing it to unleash its most formidable power. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the girl was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Yi would so readily gift her an imperial-level martial art capable of stirring the entire. With tears welling in her eyes, she exclaimed, Su Ye, you. Stop right there. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yi raised his hand, feigning disdain as he interrupted her. Your brother Yi despises overly sentimental situations. We are like family. There is no need for such theatrics. Not. What I mean is, since you've already given so much, why not give them a couple more books? Hee hee. The young girl wiped her tears and smiled sweetly. Su Yi replied, It's over. This girl has completely gone astray. Well then, you, Luo girl, dare to tease your brother Yi. I must punish you. Ah, you rascal Su Yi. Don't you dare tickle me. She giggled. Your hands. Don't move recklessly. After a playful scuffle that left the girl's cheeks flushed, Su Yi finally admonished her, right. Luo girl, begin to comprehend the Frost Dragon Sword technique. Oh, got it. The rosy hue on Luo Qinghuan's face faded, and after giving a disgruntled glare at the mischievous Su Yi in her soul, she gently nodded and sat cross-legged, commencing her understanding of the imperial-level sword technique. As the young girl began her meditation on the imperial-level sword technique, a voice suddenly resonated in Su Yi's mind. Detected that Luo Qinghuan has comprehended the imperial-level sword technique. The host's Great Pathmaster has been activated. The imperial-level sword technique, Frost Dragon Sword Technique, has been upgraded to the divine-level sword technique, Frost Dragon Dance. So he was taken aback. What? Divine level? I never cultivated divine-level martial arts, even when I was an emperor. So he felt a pang of envy. Luo girl enjoys such extraordinary treatment. The Great Pathmaster has been activated. When Luo Qinghuan perfects the divine-level martial art, Frost Dragon Dance, it will replenish the host. The host's prowess in wielding this martial art will be quintupled, and when the host remakes their physical form, the martial art's power will expand tenfold. The system's voice echoed once more. Tenfold? Sugerimarkt, Oldai, no more sarcasm. He promptly halted the girl who was immersed in comprehending the emperor-level sword technique. What is it? The girl looked up in confusion. Stop practicing that. Focus on this instead. As Su Yi spoke, he silently transmitted the martial arts techniques that had been upgraded by the system to the girl. She glanced at it, her eyes widening. Frost Dragon Sword Dance. Divine. Tear. In that moment, the girl stood frozen, and Su Yi could almost see wisps of steam rising from her head. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my, little Luo has crashed. Meanwhile, as Luo Qinghuan's mind faltered, a grand conspiracy was unfolding in a darkened valley within the desolate sky domain. This place was none other than the lair of one of the 5 supreme powers of the desolate sky domain, the Extreme Demon Valley. Chapter 58, Extreme Demon Valley. Little Luo, have you gained some weight? At this moment, deep within the mysterious valley, shrouded in the darkness of heaven and earth, a pitch-black palace loomed ominously. Inside the palace, a figure cloaked in black sat upon a throne of skulls, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Surrounding him were numerous tendrils of dark energy, each pulsating as if possessing a heartbeat. In the shadowy depths of the realm, the enigmatic figure known as Mo Sha declared, The time has come. As instructed by our master, to take decisive action against that old wretch. It is high time we ensnare the elusive remnants. At that moment, a dark aura coalesced into a grotesque visage, slowly articulating, "Oh, at last, we are to strike at that ancient being?" The cloaked figure raised his head, revealing his chilling eyes. This individual was none other than the master of the extreme Demon Valley, one of the 5 foremost powers of the desolate heaven domain, Mo Sha. "Are the vessels prepared?" he inquired. "That old fool is quite stubborn. Although his physical form has perished, his soul remains potent. Even we cannot breach his defenses. We must find a vessel to inhabit, and once within the secret realm, we shall devise our next move." The sinister visage replied in a grave tone. "Of course." Mo Sha affirmed with a nod. With a sweeping motion of his hand, 3 figures emerged from the shadows outside the grand hall. However, their eyes were vacant, resembling mere puppets devoid of will, as they numbly approached the center of the hall. Feng Yuan, the 4th prodigy of extreme Demon Valley. Yi Tiansheng, the 5th. Song Hun, the 6th. Mo Sha introduced the trio, then glanced at the surrounding dark auras, stating nonchalantly, 3 vessels. Let us decide who shall take part in this endeavor." "Such fine vessels," cackled the grotesque visage that had spoken first. "This opportunity, recognized by our master, shall not be relinquished to you." Without allowing a moment for anyone to react, it plunged into one of the figures. "Kikek, the old ones have departed, yet I shall not be left behind. Humph, I too am the same." Following 2 eerie chuckles, 2 dark and ominous energies surged into the bodies of the other 2 individuals. The remaining energies, witnessing this, could only dissipate in resignation. Once enveloped within the vessel, and as the surrounding dark energies faded away, the Lord of the extreme Demon Valley waved his hand towards the 3 figures in the grand hall. In an instant, the eyes of these 3 individuals regained their luster, no longer resembling puppets. "Salutations, Lord of the Valley." As the 3 came to their senses and beheld the shadowy figure in black robes upon the dais, a flicker of reverence flashed in their eyes, and they promptly bowed in respect. "Rise," the Lord of the extreme Demon Valley said, casting a calm glance at the trio. "You 3 have been designated as the chosen talents to partake in the secret realm of divine weapons." "Indeed, thank you, Lord of the Valley. We shall not disappoint your expectations." Upon hearing the Lord's words, the 3 were momentarily taken aback, but then their eyes sparkled with joy, and they hastily expressed their gratitude. "Enough. You may withdraw." The Lord of the extreme Demon Valley waved his hand, and the 3 quickly retreated, their eyes still brimming with delight. Once they departed, the hall fell into silence. The Lord of the extreme Demon Valley's expression darkened gradually. Had it not been for that damned human emperor who, single-handedly, vanquished 7 of our demon emperors thousands of years ago, our clan would not have descended to such a plight. At the mention of the human emperor, a distinct flicker of dread from the depths of his soul crossed his eyes, and he snorted once more. "Humph. In life you could shield them. I shall see who will protect them after your fall. My lord, they have resided in the divine realm for tens of thousands of years, and now I can scarcely fathom the terrifying heights they have attained. When they descend upon the 9 domains once more, it shall herald the unification of my clan over the 9 domains." At the Frost Sword Peak of the Xian In Holy Sect, a fleeting 10 days have passed. At last, she has lived up to Su Ye's expectations, successfully comprehending that divine-level martial art. Within the Kunlun realm, an imposing frost dragon shadow, measuring hundreds of feet, materialized, accompanied by the resonant sound of a sword. It roared as it charged forth, cleaving a mountain in twain with a single strike. The sword mark spanned thousands of meters, and one could even feel the piercing chill of the ice. Perhaps this single strike could deliver a fatal blow, for the icy aura could certainly finish the job. Is this the essence of divine-level martial arts? How formidable! The girl gripped her spiritual sword, watching as the frost enveloping it gradually melted away. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with awe at the might she had unleashed with her strike. Her lips parted in surprise. "What is this?" In her mind, Su Yi languidly yawned. "Once your elder brother reconstructs his physical form, I will show you what true divine-level martial arts entail." "Oomph." The girl pouted and huffed. "That wretched Su Yi only knows how to bully others. However, To wield such power from divine-level martial arts at merely the celestial sovereign realm is indeed extraordinary. Sui laughed heartily, his words shifting once more. Upon hearing this, the girl's pouting lips finally relax a little. Sui possesses considerable expertise in the art of soothing children. Sui, please restore the Kunlun realm for me. I am off to bathe and rest. It seems we shall set forth to the secret realm of divine weapons tomorrow, Luo Qinghuan softly addressed him, wiping the fragrant sweat from her forehead. Sui nodded in response. At that moment, the girl's expression shifted. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in physical activity, Sui remarked as he stretched languidly. Just then, it appeared he had stumbled upon something, eliciting a sound of curiosity from him. What is it? The petite soul in the white dress, residing in the realm of souls, looked up in confusion upon hearing his voice. Luo, my dear, have you perhaps gained some weight lately? Sui furrowed his brow. Gained weight. The petite soul was taken aback, feeling a touch anxious. Indeed, regardless of the world one inhabits, women are often quite concerned about their weight. Yes, Sui nodded, continuing. I can't shake the feeling that my chest feels rather heavy. Really? However, before he could finish his thought, a spark of excitement flashed in the beautiful eyes of the petite soul, who joyfully exclaimed. Yet, she soon regained her composure. Ahem. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Oh, never mind that. Let us prioritize restoring the Kunlun realm, she hastily urged. It seemed that the ancient divine garment was beginning to show its effects, and she thought, heaven forbid that the insufferable Su Yi discovers this, for he would undoubtedly mock me. Chapter 59. The first of the celestial talents of the Xian In holy sect, Han Feng. Upon hearing the maiden's words, Sui raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smile. This girl believed she had concealed her intentions quite well. Unaware that he had discovered her secret from the very first day, she had stealthily donned her disguise. Nevertheless, Sui chose not to expose her. Instead, gazing at the mountain range, she had cleaved with a single stroke of her sword. With a flourish of his hand, a bronze ancient mirror materialized, enveloped in a radiant glow, and, astonishingly, the entire mountain range was restored to its pristine state. It could be said that the Kunlun realm was an exceptionally suitable locale for cultivation. Any destruction could be effortlessly mended. Once the Kunlun realm was rejuvenated, Sui relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan, who then joyfully retreated to the spirit spring in the courtyard's back garden for a refreshing bath. Her spirits evidently high. How could Sui remain oblivious to her little schemes? That night, under the luminous full moon in the small courtyard nestled within the mountains, the maiden stealthily peered out from beneath her blankets. Upon discovering that a certain mischievous fellow was snoring thunderously in the realm of his soul, she finally exhaled in relief. Then, as if engaging in a clandestine act, she lifted her garment. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with determination, her small fists clenched, brimming with ambition. One day, I shall make this mischievous Su Yi see me in a new light. Humph. Suddenly, amidst the night, as the maiden's fervent whispers echoed, an unexpected sound of suppressed laughter pierced the silence. Luo Qinghuan found herself momentarily frozen in place. Though the room lacked candlelight, it seemed one could still discern the blush rising upon her cheeks. Finally regaining her composure, she flushed even deeper and lowered her lifted garment. The atmosphere remained enveloped in an eerie silence, yet the temperature seemed to surge, ignited by the blush on the young maiden's cheeks. Sui, are you not asleep? She inquired, her face flushed and her silver teeth biting down anxiously. The only response came in the form of Su Ye's soft snores. You must be awake. The snores continued. Look, there's a fairy, she exclaimed. As she beheld the scene, her heart finally eased, and she patted her not-so-flat chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. It seemed this rascal was genuinely asleep. Otherwise, he would surely have reacted to her mention of a fairy. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a thought struck her. Oh, I seem to recall Elder Qian mentioning that there are free elixirs available at the Alchemy Peak. What might that be? Luo, my dear, accompany your brother Yi. Prepare several large sacks. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Ye's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Luo Qinghuan. As expected, Only those who are rogues can attract rogues with their deeds. Cough. Luo, my dear, I have just awakened. I saw nothing and heard nothing. For instance, whatever you fervently claimed would impress your brother Yi, he did not hear a word of it. Su Yi cleared his throat. Luo Qinghuan. Her pretty face visibly flushed a deep crimson. You scoundrel. Su. Yay. The following day, at the foot of Frostsword Peak, a young girl opened the door and descended the mountain, sword in hand. Today marked the day of her journey to the divine armament's secret realm. Given the considerable distance from the Xianyin sacred sect, she would not be traveling alone. Instead, powerful guardians from her sect would escort her. Ah, Luo girl. Su Yi pondered, recalling something in his mind. The 5 top-tier factions have 3 spots available. As a first-rate force, the Xianyin sacred sect has 2 slots. One has been granted to you, but what of the other? I'm not certain, Luo Qinghuan replied, shaking her head thoughtfully. It could be Yi Qingyi, who ranks 3rd, or perhaps senior sister's son, who is in 2nd place. Oh, Su Yi narrowed his eyes, suddenly inquiring. And what Han Feng? Han Feng, the foremost on the Xianyin sacred sect's talents list, often exerted pressure on Luo Qinghuan within the original storyline. Aware of her meek disposition, he frequently compelled her to surrender her cultivation resources, even claiming some of the opportunities she risked her life to acquire from the secret realm. Senior brother Han Feng? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows, her face contorted in displeasure. Senior brother Han Feng usually remains in seclusion, rarely emerging, and I don't particularly like him. He always carries himself with an air of superiority and has never shown me kindness. Is that so? Su Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. If he is indeed chosen as the other candidate for the divine armament's secret realm, let us hope he does not emerge unscathed. Before long, Luo Qinghuan arrived at the training square of the Xianyin sacred sect. At this moment, a considerable number of disciples from the Xianyin sacred cult had gathered here for their cultivation. When a young girl appeared, she instantly captivated the attention of the disciples. A flicker of reverence crossing their eyes. Senior Sister Luo. We pay our respects to Senior Sister Luo. Luo Qinghuan inclined her head slightly, acknowledging them, and then stood quietly to the side, awaiting the arrival of the sect representatives. Qinghuan, you have arrived. At that moment, a woman's voice resonated. It was Yu Ji, clad in a flowing purple chi pao, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair and a cane. Upon sighting them, the crowd promptly bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to the sect leader. We pay our respects to the Supreme Elder Xianming. We greet the sect leader and the Supreme Elder, they echoed. Luo Qinghuan glanced over and also offered a soft bow in acknowledgement. Qinghuan, for this journey, the Supreme Elder Xianming will serve as your protector, Yu Ji remarked, casting a glance at the elderly man beside her. Understood, Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod. Su Yi observed the Supreme Elder Xianming, absorbing the extent of his power. He was indeed a formidable figure among first-rate forces, albeit slightly lacking compared to the 5 great powers. Sect leader, may I inquire about the identity of the other individual? Just as Yu Ji was about to respond, a young man's mocking voice interrupted. I have heard that Junior Sister Luo has already broken through to the 8th star of the celestial venerable realm. Such speed truly puts me to shame. At that moment, from the heavens above, a young man dressed in green, holding a folding fan, descended gracefully. The surrounding disciples of the Xianyin sacred cult exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. It's big brother Han Feng. What? Is he the notorious cultivation fanatic of our Xianyin sacred cult? To my surprise, the top of the celestial talents list has emerged today. Moreover, the most pivotal aspect is that Han Feng not only possesses extraordinary innate talents, but his master is also the esteemed Elder Xianming. This implies that he is virtually untouchable within the ranks of the Xianyin sacred sect. Han Feng, upon your emergence, have you perhaps transcended into the realm of creation? Moon Princess inquired, casting a fleeting glance in his direction. Han Feng chuckled lightly, responding, the realm of creation? Striving for a position among the top 10 of the celestial talents list in the wilderness domain? How terrifying, Senior Brother Han Feng. Gasps of astonishment echoed around. Junior Sister Luo, I have heard that you secured first place in the recent Dao conference. Might I inquire what treasures the sect has bestowed upon you? If you do not mind, perhaps you could show them to your senior brother? At that moment, Han Feng's gaze fell upon the young lady, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He has surpassed even the depiction in the original tale. Are you initiating a heist upon our first meeting? Am I the rogue? Or are you? Upon hearing this, Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Very well, you have indeed chosen the path to your demise. Hearing Han Feng's words, Luo Qinghuan's brows furrowed slightly, and she raised her gaze to meet his. I do mind. Chapter 60. The Divine Weapon Secret Realm of the Central Continent opens. What did you say? Upon hearing the young lady's words, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, his brow knitting in confusion. In the past, when faced with such requests from him, she would hesitate, yet ultimately reveal the treasures awarded by the sect for him to see, which he would then claim under the guise of safeguarding them for her. However, at this moment, Luo Qinghuan unequivocally rejected him. Junior sister Luo, what did you just say? Senior brother did not quite catch that. Could you kindly repeat it? Han Feng maintained his smile, yet Luo Qinghuan merely cast a glance at him, disregarding his words. Why should I repeat myself, just because the insufferable Su Yi said you didn't hear me? She thought defiantly. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within them. Did he truly believe that reaching the 8th star of the Celestial Master Realm entitled him to defy his senior brother? Yet, this chill dissipated swiftly, and his smile returned once more. If his junior sister was unwilling, then he would not press the matter further. With that, he shrugged and retreated behind the venerable Elder Xianming. Very well, Elder Xianming, time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately and not delay the opening of the Divine Armament Secret Realm. Yu glanced at the trio and spoke. Indeed, Master, Elder Xianming nodded in agreement, then tossed his staff into the air. The staff expanded dramatically, growing to several dozen feet long, and hovered in the air. He leapt onto it first and beckoned to the two below. Fengye, Qinghuan, come up. The two nodded in affirmation and leapt onto the staff. Once they steadied themselves, Elder Xianming called down to Yu, Master, we shall take our leave now. With a flourish of his sleeve, the enormous staff soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and vanishing from sight in an instant. The location of the Divine Weapon Secret Realm is situated in the central region of the Desolate Sky Domain. It is said that whenever the time approaches for the secret realm to open, all spiritual weapons, whether owned or unclaimed, in the vicinity of the central region resonate, as if mourning for the fallen weapons of the Divine Emperor. At this moment, an increasing number of prominent figures from various factions, qualified to enter the Divine Weapon Secret Realm, are making their way towards its location. The Xianyin Sacred Sect is not particularly close to the central region. Although Han Feng has not actively sought trouble, his occasional cold glances at the girl reveal that he certainly harbors ill intentions. Before long, a day has passed. Fenger, Qinghuan, are you ready? We are nearly there, called out the voice of the Grand Elder Xianming from his staff. At these words, Luo Qinghuan emerged from her soul space, slowly opening her beautiful eyes and gazing in the direction indicated by the Grand Elder. Before them lay a desolate wilderness. In a radius of 100 miles, there was nothing but a barren desert, devoid of any signs of life, resembling a lifeless expanse. At the very center of this wasteland, an enormous broken sword, towering hundreds of feet and piercing the clouds, stood upright. A flicker of confusion crossed the girl's enchanting eyes. That is the entrance to the Divine Weapon Secret Realm. The Grand Elder Xianming looked at the broken sword with a serious expression and could not help but exclaim. It is said that this broken sword was once an imperial artifact. Since the fall of the Divine Emperor, countless powerful beings at the Saint Sovereign and Emperor levels have attempted to draw forth this sword for themselves. Yet none have succeeded, and all have returned empty-handed. Upon hearing these words, Su Yi, nestled within the abode of souls, crossed his arms and let out a cold snort. Nonsense. Although the old master of divine weapons may not possess formidable combat prowess, the divine weapons he forges are beyond the reach of any formidable emperor or powerful being, as long as he does not permit it. Oh, so that venerable master of divine weapons is quite formidable then? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. Su Yi had previously mentioned that this was the tomb of his acquaintance, implying that this so-called acquaintance must be the venerable master of divine weapons. Are there any weak emperors? The elder Xianming shook his head. The true strength of the master of divine weapons lies in his unparalleled forging skills. Every emperor across the 9 domains yearns for the imperial weapons he crafts. Very well. Fenger, Qinghuan, prepare yourselves. We must descend, the elder Xianming declared, steering his staff towards the broken sword. As they drew nearer to the shattered blade, the number of cultivators surrounding them increased significantly. Clearly, these were the talented elites from various factions, all preparing to enter the secret realm. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air as a demonic blade plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily before the broken sword. The powerful shockwave instantly sent Elder Xianming's staff flying. But fortunately, the trio reacted swiftly, stabilizing themselves to avoid falling. The impact did not only affect them. Many flying spiritual artifacts from surrounding factions were similarly shaken, and some even tumbled to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner, inciting curses from their owners. Damn, can't you see all these people here? Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? Foolish. However, just as he was in the midst of his tirade, he was abruptly restrained by a companion beside him. The companion, his face ashen, pointed downward, upon seeing the elderly man clad in blood-stained garments. Accompanied by 3 similarly attired youths, his expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear gleaming in his eyes, compelling him to hastily silence himself. Others nearby, initially inclined to indulge in some verbal venting, swiftly abandoned such perilous thoughts. The reason was simple. The identities of those wielding the demonic blade were far from ordinary. They hail from the extreme Demon Valley, one of the 5 paramount forces in the desolate realm. Such stature, indeed, afforded them the audacity and confidence to act with such impunity. Let us descend as well. The venerable elder Xianming furrowed his brow upon observing the group, a grave expression crossing his features. He then maneuvered his staff to soar downward, halting several hundred meters away from the severed sword. This sacred realm of weaponry was not merely a doctrinal assembly for the sacred church of Xianin. It was an imperial sanctuary capable of drawing the attention of the entire desolate domain, where the true protagonists were indeed the 5 foremost powers. Even if my intervention were unnecessary, the young lady Luo could easily manage those 3, the abode of souls. Su Ye's gaze fixated on the quartet from the extreme Demon Valley, and he swiftly dissected their strengths with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, as Su Ye's eyes settled on the 3 prodigies from the extreme Demon Valley, his brow furrowed in consternation, sensing a disturbingly familiar aura emanating from them. An aura that was utterly repugnant. Su Ye, what troubles you? Sensing the shift within Su Ye's soul, Luo Qinghuan inquired with urgency. It is nothing. In the depths of the abyssal valley, the expressions of the 3 prodigies suddenly turned vacant as shadows of a profound darkness flickered through their minds. Why do I feel as though I've been scrutinized by some dread entity? Do you too share this sensation? The gaunt visage of the elder, marred by grim lines, furrowed in concern as he inquired of his companions. Indeed, moreover, the feeling is most unsettling, as if it has etched itself into the very core of my soul. Hiss! What could this possibly mean? Regardless, it matters not. Our immediate priority is to eliminate those who have evaded capture. That ancient being within the divine weapon secret realm must be dealt with today. The trio exchanged glances, a chilling glint flashing in their eyes. As time progressed, more formidable powers began to converge upon this location, when 4 terrifying presences manifested in the heavens. The faces of those present shifted dramatically, their gazes drawn skyward, followed by an uproar of astonishment. The Phoenix Goddess of the Supreme Forgetting Palace, Li Qingyang of the Pill Alliance, and the 3rd Prince of the Wujia Dynasty. These individuals rank among the foremost prodigies of the 5 greatest factions, indicating that they are resolute in their pursuit of the divine weapon secret realm. Furthermore, what of the War Heaven Palace? It appears that the War Heaven Palace has not sent the renowned Qin Tian this time. What? Qin Tian has already perished? Upon hearing this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. No one had anticipated that Qin Tian, a key figure of the War Heaven Palace, had long since met his demise. Who could possibly be the ruthless perpetrator behind this? At this moment, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a young girl subtly turned her face away, humming a soft tune. What does that scoundrel Su Yi have to do with me, Luo Qinghuan? With the 5 leading factions all present, the only course of action now is to await the opening of the divine weapon secret realm. Meanwhile, the esteemed elder Xianming stood beside Han Feng and Luo Qinghuan, allowing the two to rest and gather their strength in preparation for their imminent entrance into the divine weapon secret realm. Are you Luo Qinghuan? Suddenly, a chilling female voice pierced the air. The onlookers raised their eyes to see a woman clad in a fiery red gown adorned with a phoenix. Approaching with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the girl in white. This woman was none other than the illustrious phoenix goddess from the supreme Forgetting Emotions Palace. What is the meaning of this? Why has the phoenix goddess sought out someone from the Xian sacred sect? Could it be that the Xian sacred sect has offended the supreme Forgetting Emotions Palace? How dare they? A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The divine palacess, phoenix goddess? Elder Xianming, the esteemed elder of the Xian sacred sect, furrowed his brow and inquired, I wonder what brings the phoenix goddess to seek out this young lady, Qinghuan? However, the phoenix goddess paid him no heed, her attention unwaveringly fixed on the girl in white. Luo, Shimmy, have you offended the phoenix goddess? Shouldn't you apologize to her at once? Henfeng skinde la Luo Qinghuan urgently reprimanding her. The young maiden furrowed her delicate brows, yet before she could utter a word, the phoenix goddess cast a sharp glare at Han Feng. Silence. This goddess is conversing with her. What business is it of yours? Anfem's leap Zwisha, and his expression darkened, but he restrained himself from uttering another word. He could not afford to offend the prodigy of the 5 paramount powers. I have heard that the divine envoy has chosen you. Thus you are considered one of my competitors, the phoenix goddess proclaimed, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of battle intent, her crimson lips curling slightly as she cast a glance at Luo Qinghuan. Having spoken, she offered no further words and turned away, leaving a group of bewildered cultivators staring in astonishment at the maiden in white. Is that Luo Qinghuan from the Xian sacred sect? What did the phoenix goddess mean by that? Did she possess the qualification to be the phoenix goddess's rival? Surrounding voices buzzed with speculation, all eyes fixated on the maiden. What does she mean by that? The young maiden's brows knitted together in confusion. Her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. She did not sense malice from the phoenix goddess, only an overwhelming spirit of competition. It must be related to the divine envoy she mentioned and the supreme forgetting heart technique bestowed upon her by Yuji. Sui elucidated that in the not-so-distant future within the original storyline, the Supreme Forgetting Palace would hold a selection for goddesses, and Luo Qinghuan would participate, ultimately emerging as the true goddess of the Divine Palace. The Phoenix Goddess was likely among the candidates, hence regarding Luo Qinghuan as a rival. However, as for who would be the goddess, it was a position that she had no intention of claiming. Soon enough, after a prolonged wait on the desolate land, a severed sword suddenly emanated an intensely sharp sword intent. Accompanied by a resounding roar, this formidable sword intent surged skyward, cleaving the heavens asunder. Boom! Thereupon, countless phantoms emerged in the firmament. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers immediately turned their gazes, only to behold these apparitions manifesting as divine weaponry, swords, sabers, spears, and more, each radiating an extraordinary brilliance and unparalleled sharpness. Even though they were merely phantoms, the spectators could palpably sense the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from them. Hiss! With so many divine weapons, it seems that any one of them could be deemed an unparalleled imperial treasure. Is this truly the secret realm of the divine weapon emperor? Observing this spectacle, the surrounding cultivators gradually adopted a grave demeanor, their eyes brimming with fervent desire. That old coot, even in death, cannot refrain from flaunting his divine armaments. Deep within his soul, Suyi cast a glance at the divine weapon apparitions in the sky, unable to suppress a chuckle as he muttered a playful curse, then shook his head. It is a pity that this old fellow is rather stingy, not even granting a single divine weapon to you, Brother Yi. Surely, it is because you have bullied the divine weapon emperor in the past that he refuses to share. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan gleefully interjected. What would I gain from bullying that old man? It's you, Brother Yi, who bullies me. This is called favoritism. Su Yi responded with a beaming smile. Luo Qinghuan retorted. Should I then still thank you? Indeed, Su Yi replied without reservation. Humph. The young girl pouted in response. All right, Luo girl. Prepare to enter this secret realm of divine weapons. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the gradually unfolding barrier surrounding the broken sword, and he murmured softly, I wonder if I shall have the chance to see my old friend one last time? Chapter 62. Is the senior sister of the Xian sacred sect here for supplies? Boom! As the barrier around the broken sword unfurled, a sharp sword intent surged forth from its very core, instantly causing the expressions of many cultivators present to shift dramatically. Observing this, Fenger and the girl Qinghuan retreated behind the elder. A grave look flickered in the eyes of the elder Xianming as he slammed his staff heavily onto the ground, enveloping the two behind him in a formidable aura. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed as the barrier fully materialized. That piercing sword intent swept through everyone present, striking terror into the hearts of all the leading cultivators, whose faces paled, their eyes filled with solemnity, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence. Such formidable sword intent. Is this the legendary sword forged by the Sword Emperor? This fierce sword intent does not originate from the Sword Emperor himself, but rather from the terrifying sword intent inherent to the divine weapon he forged. One can only imagine the level of terror that would be unleashed if a sovereign proficient in sword intent were to wield this divine sword. The ripples of sword intent flowed swiftly, as if scanning all those present. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, when the ripples brushed past the girl in white, they inadvertently stirred up even greater waves. Finally, when the sound of the sword ceased and the sword intent dissipated, everyone exhaled in relief. Beneath the severed sword, a portal to another realm materialized, revealing the divine armament trial. Fenger, Qinghuan, this sacred realm only permits the younger generation to enter, so henceforth, the path ahead must be traversed by the two of you. Remember to look after one another once you have entered, Elder Xianin advised, casting a glance at both of them. Rest assured, Master, I shall take good care of junior sister Luo, Han Feng responded, his gaze warmly resting upon the young maiden. Very well. Prepare to embark, Elder Xianin nodded affirmatively. Everyone, since this divine armament realm lies within my central state, it is only fitting that I, the third prince of the Wujian divine dynasty, be the first to enter. The third prince of Wujian chuckled heartily, leading two other prodigies from the same dynasty directly towards the severed sword. Following closely were Li Qingyang from the Pale Alliance, Fang Yuan from the Extreme Demon Valley, and other talented individuals from the Battle Sky Hall, all stepping into the severed sword. Luo Qinghuan, this goddess shall await you within. Do not perish. The Phoenix goddess cast a final glance at Luo Qinghuan, haughtily snorting before departing. Once the prodigies from the five great powers had entered, the other talented individuals from surrounding factions began to make their move. Junior sister Luo, let us proceed as well, Han Feng suggested with a smile. Glancing at the young maiden beside him, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, yet chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, deep within the divine armament realm, an ancient soul suddenly froze, vibrating with excitement at the familiar aura. Could it be? As a flash of white light flickered, the surrounding space began to transform, revealing a self-contained domain. In a vast expanse above, ethereal silhouettes of divine weapons hang suspended, and all that can be perceived in this realm is transformed from these divine armaments. Should one earn their acknowledgement, they may carry these weapons away, integrating them into their own spirit arsenal. Thus, upon entering this space, numerous prodigies from various factions embraced great trees or knelt down to sense the tender grass, for all these entities are manifestations of divine weapons. However, the elite from the five major factions, or those of first-rate power, chose not to linger here, instead venturing deeper into the realm, closer to the site of the divine weapon emperor's demise, where the divine armaments are undoubtedly more formidable than those outside. Junior sister Luo, this divine weapon secret realm is rather perilous. It would be prudent for us to join forces. Han Feng smiled. already scheming to use Luo Qinghuan as a tool for his own benefit, to exhaust her energy in the process before compelling her to yield the divine weapon, thus allowing him to reap the rewards. However, as he spoke, a shadow of unease deepened in his gaze upon witnessing a certain scene. Meanwhile, in another part of the divine weapon secret realm, Su Yi pondered, is this great tree also a divine weapon? The girl gazed at the towering tree adorned with icy leaves, her delicate features scrunching in thought. Of course, you still doubt your elder brother Yi? You might find yourself in a precarious situation soon, echoed a voice in her mind, tinged with annoyance. I believe, she stammered, her expression shifting at the mention of imminent danger. Instinctively, she protected her curvaceous form, nodding vigorously in agreement. Subsequently, under Su Ye's guidance, they continued their exploration. The young maiden began to comprehend the transformation of the divine weapon into a grand tree. With her delicate hand resting upon its trunk, she gently closed her eyes. In the next moment, as brilliance radiated, the tree astonishingly morphed into a spiritual sword, emanating a hint of icy sword energy. It was a mystical artifact, a frostblade. As she gazed at the spiritual sword formed from the tree, she extended her petite hand and grasped it lightly. Observing this scene, many cultivators nearby, who were embracing the tree, revealed expressions of envy. Merely through contact, she had attained the acknowledgement of the divine weapon. Such a talent was undeniably formidable. Su Yue, this mystical artifact is not particularly powerful, one remarked. Ah, but you fail to grasp its true worth, Su Yue replied with a slight smirk. Although this artifact may lack strength, it possesses considerable value. Oh, I see now. The maiden instantly understood. Although these mystical artifacts might not serve her directly, she could easily sell them for resources that would benefit her cultivation. Thus, these divine weapons would indeed be of use to her. Su Yue had always asserted that one must never overlook anything that can be acquired without cost. Well then, I shall not hold back, she declared. Consequently, she did not rush deeper into the realm, but chose to gather her treasures here first. This truly resembled the audacity of a fierce wife and a ruthless husband, taking everything in sight. Wherever the bandits roamed, not even a blade of grass could thrive, considering that even these plants were manifestations of divine weapons. Witnessing the maiden's touch, the divine weapon instantly acknowledged her as its master, leaving the surrounding cultivators in a state of bewilderment. What? While other prodigies come to the divine weapon secret realm to meticulously select weapons suited to themselves, this senior sister from the Xianyin holy sect appears to be here merely to stock up in the mystical realm of divine weapons. The elite from various factions are engrossed in their quest to comprehend their own unique armaments. Amidst this meticulous selection process, a certain young woman, guided by the whispers of a nefarious entity within her mind, embarks on a venture to acquire these weapons without discrimination, regardless of their classification. Her storage rings brim with the spoils of her endeavors. As she departs to seek further treasures, she arrives at a location only to find it utterly desolate, devoid of any remnants. The onlookers exchange bewildered glances, grappling with existential doubts. Have they ventured to the wrong place? Chapter 63. 10 Radiant Orbs, all sacred artifacts. At the heart of the divine weapon realm stand a grand hall. Within its confines, the champions of the 5 great powers, along with numerous esteemed figures from elite factions, have congregated. Here, 10 radiant orbs coalesce, each encasing a sealed divine weapon, be it a sword, spear, or blade. The assembled champions cast vigilant gazes upon these luminous spheres, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Although these weapons remain sealed, the aura they emanate is palpable. These 10 divine weapons are undoubtedly of the highest caliber, the sacred artifacts. In the Tianxian continent, divine weapons are classified into several tiers: mortal artifacts, spiritual artifacts, profound artifacts, treasured artifacts, sacred artifacts, imperial artifacts, and divine artifacts. Below the imperial tier, the sacred artifact represents the pinnacle of what they can hope to acquire. I can no longer contain myself. Such divine weapons are destined to be mine. At that moment, a champion from an elite faction could no longer resist the allure of the sacred artifact and, in a swift motion, dash towards one of the orbs containing a spear-like weapon. Oomph! Witnessing this scene, the outstanding figures of the five great powers remained utterly unfazed, merely snorting coldly as they crossed their arms and observed the unfolding drama. Ha ha ha, this holy spear is mine, with no one to obstruct him. The brilliance in the eyes of this elite intensified, and he could not help but laugh heartily as he reached out to grasp the luminous orb. Boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming radiance enveloped the area, blindingly brilliant. The elite was overjoyed. However, just then, a sound pierced through the air. Before this elite could react, a long spear had pierced through his chest. What? The figure that appeared bore an uncanny resemblance to him. No! With a desperate and unwilling scream, the elite's lifeless body was impaled and then violently hurled onto the ground of the Grand Hall. A two-star heavenly sovereign was instantaneously slain. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers in the Grand Hall were overtaken by a grave expression. It appeared that should one dare to touch the divine radiance of this sacred weapon, the essence of the artifact would manifest as a challenger, its power exceeding the challenger's by at least 2 minor realms. Defeating it would presumably grant access to the sacred weapon within. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The third prince of the infinite divine dynasty smirked, his gaze fixed upon the 10 luminous orbs, then glanced mockingly at those surrounding him. Now that we have discerned the method to obtain the sacred artifacts within this secret realm, I wonder who among you will dare to take the plunge? Upon hearing these words, a profound silence fell over the crowd. It was evident that while they understood the process, none were willing to be the first to step forward. After all, the body of the one who had just taken a lead was still warm. Suddenly, the grand doors of the hall were thrust open. The assembled prodigies instinctively turned their gaze, only to behold a young girl clad in a flowing white dress, her beauty striking. She bore a large burlap sack upon her shoulder, brimming with an array of divine weapons. At this sight, the crowd of distinguished individuals within the hall momentarily froze, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Was this not Luo Qinghuan, the disciple of the Xian in holy sect? Has she gone out to procure goods? Sensing the astonished looks cast her way, the young girl appeared unfazed, quietly stowing the entire sack of divine armaments into her storage ring. Sister Luo, I had thought you had abandoned your senior brother. It seems you've merely gone scavenging, remarked Han Feng from the crowd, his eyes narrowed. A forced smile plastered on his face, his tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, since I am here, I cannot leave empty-handed, Luo Qinghuan replied, seemingly oblivious to the mockery in Han Feng's voice. With a radiant smile, sincerity gleamed in her eyes. Senior brother Han, you must have gleaned a considerable amount of divine weapons, have you not? Han Feng's expression shifted, his countenance darkening, filled with disbelief. How could it be that this once timid girl had transformed into such a sharp-tongued individual? Moreover, Senior Brother Han, do not forget that this place is the site of the fallen divine weapon emperor. Each of these divine weapons is a product of his painstaking efforts. Though they vary in strength, they are not mere scraps as you suggest, the young girl said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing her words, a silence fell. Han Feng's expression darkened further. The girl's words felt like a searing flame, yet as her voice faded, he sensed a sharp, penetrating aura surrounding him. I merely misspoke, he stammered. He then directed his gaze towards Luo Qinghuan, pointing at the 10 luminous orbs within the Grand Hall. Junior Sister Luo, these 10 orbs are all sacred artifacts. Why not give them a try? Upon hearing this, the surrounding prodigies could not help but inwardly curse Han Feng for his treachery, urging his own junior sister to take such risks. Truly, he was no decent person. Nevertheless, while they rebuked him, none dared to offer a warning. They secretly hoped for someone fearless enough to test the artifact's intentions, as this would grant them valuable experience in acquiring the sacred items. After all, it was Han Feng who was shameless. What concern was it of theirs? Luo Qinghuan gazed upon the 10 orbs, realizing that indeed various sacred artifacts resided within them. Why are there only sacred artifacts? When did that old man become so stingy? Sui furrowed his brow. If his old friend was willing to unveil this secret realm of divine weapons, it implied he intended to release the imperial artifacts he had forged. Why then were all 10 orbs merely sacred artifacts? Don't go. At that moment, a cold female voice rang out. Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. lifting her gaze to see the phoenix goddess in a striking crimson gown, arms crossed, her face adorned with an expression of haughty disdain. This person is deceiving you. These sacred artifacts are not so benevolent, the phoenix goddess remarked icily. Upon encountering the sacred artifact, its essence manifests as your avatar, possessing a realm of existence that surpasses your own significantly. A moment of carelessness could lead to your demise. Otherwise, why would this individual hesitate? Hearing this, the young girl paused momentarily before expressing her gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks, the phoenix goddess retorted coldly. I simply cannot bear to witness my opponent perish so easily. After all, I intend to defeat you in a fair and honorable manner. Observing the phoenix goddess thwarting his own ambitions, Han Feng's eyes darkened with discontent, yet he refrained from expressing his anger, choosing instead to acquiesce. Suye, this sacred artifact seems rather formidable, does it not? The girl furrowed her brows slightly. No worries. Did I not mention that this is the tomb of my late acquaintance? Naturally, I am well acquainted with it. This is merely the trial of the artifact's essence, quite simple indeed. It is mine. Su Ye's voice resonated. The phoenix goddess is shaping an ally, avoiding any romantic entanglements. Chapter 64 Luo. Shall we strike him down? Indeed, strike. The trial of the artifact's essence? At Su Ye's words, a trace of confusion flickered in the girl's beautiful eyes. The trial of the artifact's essence is a unique challenge forged by the master of divine weapons. Any divine weapon he creates possesses a formidable essence. To gain the acknowledgement of these sacred artifacts, one's own essence must at least match their own. Back in the day, your elder brother. Sui elucidated within her mind. I see now, Luo Qinghuan said, enlightenment dawning upon her. With you, Night Brother, this endeavor is a mere trifle. The trial of these artifacts is not daunting, but rather an excellent opportunity for self-refinement. Sui gestured for the young lady to relax. Unfortunately, the old weapon master was rather stingy. I was permitted only a single trial and was thereafter denied further use. This once? Have you offended the esteemed weapon emperor? The young lady furrowed her brow slightly. If he were truly an old friend, he should have allowed Su Yi more than a solitary trial. Shouldn't he? Indeed, just once. That old fellow is quite miserly. Su Yi spread his hands, indignant. Exactly. The young lady nodded in agreement. It was merely a single encounter with thousands of divine weapons, initiating the trial, and then inadvertently demonstrating a perfect level of weapon intent, which caused those intents to malfunction. That old man would not let you continue the trial. Truly miserly. Sui echoed the sentiment with exasperation. Luo Qinghuan fell silent, her expression reflecting a hint of guilt as she quietly apologized to the esteemed weapon emperor. That troublesome Su Yi. No wonder the esteemed weapon emperor forbade you from further trials. All right, Luo girl, proceed. Yes. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, lifting her gaze to survey the 10 luminous orbs within the grand hall. Soon, her eyes fell upon a particularly radiant sphere, within which lay a sacred artifact resembling a sword. At this moment, within the hall, everyone exchanged glances, hesitating to take the first step. Just then, a light and graceful sound of footsteps echoed through the space. A fleeting silhouette in a white dress gracefully approached a luminous orb. Could it be Luo Qinghuan from the Xian sacred sect? Just moments ago, the phoenix goddess had hindered her advance, yet she seemed oblivious to the peril she faced. Had she not observed that even the elites of the 5 paramount factions dared not act so recklessly? As Luo Qinghuan boldly approached the sacred artifact's radiant sphere, a myriad of talented individuals from various factions revealed expressions of schadenfreude, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. Luo Qinghuan, what are you planning to do? The phoenix goddess furrowed her delicate brows. To seize the sacred artifact, the young girl replied softly. The mere suggestion elicited a wave of laughter from the surrounding crowd. Seize the sacred artifact? You? The moment those words escaped, the atmosphere was filled with derisive mirth. Cluelessly defiant. Han Feng crossed his arms, observing with a cold gaze and a mocking smile. Upon hearing this, the phoenix goddess frowned, but chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the girl. Yet, Luo Qinghuan paid no heed to the gazes around her, she resolutely advanced towards the radiant orb, then inquired of Su Yi within her mind, "What should I do next?" "Quite simple. Touch the sacred artifact to initiate the trial of the artifact's intent," Su Yi instructed. "Understood," she replied, gently nodding her head before placing her jade hand upon the orb. Instantly, the brilliance intensified, captivating the attention of all present. "Luo girl, here it comes." At that moment, Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. The young maiden exhibited not a trace of hesitation as the frost blade, an extraordinary weapon, materialized in her grasp. Without a moment's pause, she swung it behind her. The clash of steel resounded with a sharp clang. In an instant, a formidable and piercing sword intent radiated outward. Unbeknownst to her, a spectral figure, also a young maiden forged from the very essence of that sword intent, emerged behind her, her icy gaze locked onto the girl, while the sword in her hand was firmly parried. What? When did this apparition manifest? The disciple of the Xianin sacred sect displayed remarkable reflexes. Upon witnessing this scene and hearing the ringing of swords, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically as they belatedly grasped the situation. Despite their unwavering focus on Luo Qinghuan, they had utterly failed to detect when that sword intent had materialized. Had they been in her position, they would have surely succumbed to that deadly strike. Such swift reactions. Even the illustrious figures from the top 5 formidable factions, including the Phoenix Goddess, Li Qingyang, and the Prince of the Wujis, felt a weight of seriousness in their gazes, increasingly aware of the extraordinary nature of the maiden before them. At that moment, in the heart of the Grand Hall, the sound of clashing swords persisted. The self that embodied the lethal sword intent appeared as a spectral phantom, shrouded in mystery, striking from various unconventional angles. A single misstep could result in being cleaved in twain by that sword intent. Yet, amidst the unpredictable speed of the phantom's assaults, the young maiden seemed to anticipate each strike, executing flawless evasions. Observing this spectacle, the expressions of those present in the hall were marked by utter astonishment. Did Sister Luo from the Xianin sacred sect possess some extraordinary advantage? However, unbeknownst to the crowd, at this moment, the young girl envisioned Su Yi leisurely reclining on a lounge chair, crossing his legs, occasionally offering pointed advice, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. "Luo girl, to the left. Luo girl, to the right. Now strike straight ahead and do so swiftly." As the girl heeded Su Ye's words, she exhibited no hesitation, choosing to place her unwavering trust in him. A glint of sword intent flickered in her eyes as she thrust the frost blade fiercely forward. Clang! The blade pierced forth, striking directly against the manifestation of the weapon's intent. Yet, to her surprise, it did not dissipate. Clearly, a single attack was insufficient to conclude the trial. Indeed, Luo girl, this trial of weapon intent is essentially a test of the perfection of your sword intent. The weapon's manifestation embodies your flaws, and each move reveals your shortcomings. However, by mending these deficiencies and attaining perfection, the weapon's intent will eventually dissipate, Su Yi remarked with a smile in her mind. Understood, the girl nodded lightly, her expression turning particularly solemn as she gripped her sword. In the ensuing moments, she gradually recognized the flaws in her sword intent, and eventually, without Su Ye's guidance, she managed to keep pace with the fierce sword intent, even taking the initiative to attack. Could it be that her sword intent was becoming increasingly perfect? Was this trial, in fact, an exercise in identifying and rectifying shortcomings? Must one attain a state of perfection to earn the weapon's recognition? Gasp! The notion of perfection seemed utterly implausible. After all, no one is flawless, let alone a weapon's intent. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the assembled talents shifted dramatically. Yet, in the next moment, as the essence of the sword gradually dissipated and merged into the luminous orb, a sacred sword elegantly descended into the maiden's grasp, leaving the onlookers momentarily petrified. Wait, what? In the brief span of our astonishment, you have attained perfection? You have unlocked it? Sister Luo, congratulations. Who would have thought you could successfully navigate the trial of the sacred artifact and acquire it? At that moment, Han Feng was the first to recover from a shock, his gaze burning with avarice as it swept over the sacred sword in the maiden's hands. With a beaming smile, he suggested, Sister Luo, This place is perilous, and your strength is insufficient. Perhaps it would be wise to entrust the sacred artifact to your senior brother for safekeeping? The competition for possession had begun anew. Suyi raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Luo girl, shall we deal with him? The maiden pondered for a moment. Then, upon witnessing Han Feng's nauseatingly hypocritical grin, she silently nodded. Let us deal with him. Today there is only one update. I apologize for the delay. Tomorrow I will make up for it with 3 updates. Chapter 65. A sword to the throat. Does the sacred artifact protect its master? Sister Luo, since you remain silent, it must mean your acquiescence, correct? Then I shall temporarily safeguard it for you. Upon noticing the maiden's silence, Han Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he approached, his eyes fixated hungrily on the sacred artifact, his hand reaching directly towards the maiden's bosom. Such audacity. In my view, this scoundrel feigns the role of a guardian, likely intending to claim it for himself. He perceives Sister Luo's innocent demeanor as an opportunity to take advantage of her. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding talented cultivators could not help but internally condemn Han Feng for his shameless behavior. The Phoenix goddess furrowed her brows, intending to voice her thoughts. However, recognizing that this was an internal matter of another sect, she opted for silence. Come now, junior sister Luo, allow your senior brother to temporarily take this sacred artifact. Noticing that Luo Qinghuan offered no resistance and stepped back, a triumphant gleam emerged in Han Feng's eyes as he reached out to seize the sacred artifact from her embrace. At that moment, a resounding clang echoed through the air. With a flash of cold brilliance, Han Feng's outstretched hand was unexpectedly severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The speed of this occurrence was so swift that even he himself was taken aback. After a considerable pause, the assembled prodigies stared in astonishment at the seemingly demure young woman, unable to fathom that Luo Qinghuan would dare to strike. The sacred artifact has acknowledged me as its master. It will automatically protect itself from anyone approaching with malicious intent. This is beyond my control, she spoke softly, cradling the sword in her arms, her red lips parting gently. What? It has acknowledged you as its master? Upon hearing this, Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically, momentarily disregarding the injury to his severed hand. How could it be that, within mere moments of comprehending the sacred artifact, it had already recognized her as its master? Indeed, one cannot blame junior sister Luo for this. He conceded with a wry smile, displaying a remarkable fortitude even in the face of his grievous injury. However, junior sister Luo, you see, my injury cannot have been endured in vain. Why not sever the bond of ownership with this sacred artifact and bestow it upon your senior brother? After all, with your remarkable talent, it should pose no challenge for you to comprehend another sacred artifact, correct? Severing the bond of a sacred artifact? This fellow is truly unattractive, yet harbors such fanciful thoughts. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Suyi, nestled within the sanctuary of souls, crossed her arms and let out a cold chuckle. To forcibly sever the bond would be to inflict harm upon oneself. Why should I diminish myself to benefit you? Has Han Feng lost his wits? Luo, my dear sister, use what your brother taught you to chastise him. Oh. The young girl quickly nodded and turned her gaze toward Han Feng. You wish for something ridiculous. Suye. Upon hearing the girl's words, Han Feng paused momentarily. Han Feng, I was merely being polite, yet you truly lack courtesy? When did junior sister Luo become so sharp-tongued? Since junior sister Luo is unwilling, I shall have to lodge a complaint with the sect leader, compelling you to forcibly separate this sacred artifact to compensate for my losses. Han Feng let out a cold laugh, abandoning all pretense, revealing a mocking expression. Wretched person. Oh, nevertheless, just as Han Feng anticipated that Luo Qinghuan would be frightened, the young girl merely nodded indifferently. Junior sister Luo, what do you mean? Han Feng furrowed his brow, and upon witnessing the girl's nonchalant demeanor, fury ignited within him. He stepped forward, raising his hand as if to strike her. However, before he could utter another word, suddenly a glimmer of cold light flashed, and the sword cradled by the young girl seemed to stir slightly. In the next moment, he felt a warm sensation at his throat. What? As vitality gradually ebbed away, he finally reacted, his pupils constricting sharply. He had been struck down by Luo Qinghuan's sword. He hadn't even seen her movement clearly. How could this be possible? Wasn't she merely at the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm? He was at the 1st star of the transformation realm. This woman, so insidious. As his life force dissipated entirely, Han Feng's eyes were filled with terror directed at Luo Qinghuan. It became evident that what he could perceive was merely what the girl allowed him to see. Her strength was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. A transformation realm expert dispatched in an instant. At that moment, when they witnessed Han Feng being silenced by a single strike, the other prodigies present all changed their expressions. They hadn't even glimpsed how the girl had unleashed her sword. Senior brother, I warned you not to approach too closely. This sacred artifact has just recognized its master and is fiercely protective. Observing this scene, the girl wore an innocent expression, her small face frowning as she caressed the sacred artifact in her arms with a sigh. A sacred artifact? Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly the artifact safeguarding its master? Rest in peace, senior brother. Luo Qinghuan sighed, stepping closer to help Han Feng close his terrified and unwilling eyes. Yet none noticed that Han Feng's cultivation essence and remnants of soul power quietly flowed into the girl's body. After all, when it comes to murder, one must be thorough. For a fierce wife and her husband, this was merely fundamental practice. Luo Qinghuan has undergone a transformation, receiving the reward. Perfect level weapon comprehension. Should I invest? The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Su Yi decided to invest. He had already achieved perfect level weapon comprehension. What use was it to him? Naturally, he intended to invest it in Luo. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more in his mind. Investment complete. The host's perfect level weapon comprehension will undergo sublimation. Oh, the perfect level weapon comprehension is to be sublimated? Hearing this, Su Yi smiled with satisfaction and continued, Luo, your brother has enhanced some of your comprehension. Besides this sword-type sacred weapon, you may also strive to comprehend and claim the other 9 sacred weapons. Good. The girl gazed at the remaining 9 sacred weapons, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Previously, she might have timidly asked if she should leave any for other prodigies. However, now she confidently declared, of course, I must leave them a breathtaking silhouette of myself, claiming all the sacred weapons. Chapter 66. Corpse, Broken Sword, Divine Weapon Emperor? Is she planning to claim other sacred weapons? As the girl suddenly stored the sacred weapon she had been holding and walked towards the remaining 9 sacred weapons in the Grand Hall. The other prodigies within the hall became somewhat agitated. These 10 sacred weapons represented different weapon comprehensions. They could understand that, given her extraordinary swordsmanship, she could comprehend that sword-type sacred weapon. Yet, could it be that she would manage to comprehend all 10 weapon comprehensions? This junior sister of the Xian Holy Sect might be a tad too greedy, wouldn't she? A prodigy from a prestigious faction furrowed his brow and glanced at Luo Qinghuan. Greed? This senior brother jested. It was merely a matter of competence. Furthermore, I do not obstruct your enlightenment of the sacred artifacts. The girl shook her head, dismissing the matter, and turned towards a radiant orb of light. As she walked, she silently retrieved a large burlap sack from her storage ring. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking prodigies were left bewildered. You still claim you are not here to procure goods? As the girl attempted to sense the second sacred artifact, the other prodigies could no longer remain idle and began to make their own attempts. The Phoenix goddess scoffed, stepping forward to also try her hand at sensing. This junior sister from the Xian sacred sect truly was intriguing. Li Qingyang from the Pill Alliance chuckled softly, shook his head, and joined in the endeavor. Each of the prodigies from the 5 major factions selected a sacred artifact to begin their sensing. However, it was not long before their brows knitted in concentration, realizing that the sacred artifacts were indeed not as straightforward as they had anticipated. Soon, they were drenched in sweat, becoming earnest in their pursuit of enlightenment. In stark contrast to the perspiring prodigies, Luo Qinghuan appeared to be genuinely there for the purpose of procurement. Before long, under the perfect level of comprehension of artifact intent, the girl swiftly grasped the essence of various sacred weapons, such as swords and spears, and quietly stowed them in her burlap sack. Remarkably, she was quite courteous, patiently waiting for these prodigies to be tormented by the artifact intent to the brink of surrender before she chose to act, all while effortlessly placing the sacred artifacts into her bag amidst the stunned expressions of the gathered prodigies. Soon, even the most exceptional individuals from the 5 paramount forces chose to relinquish their pursuit of enlightenment. After all, achieving the pinnacle of mastery within such a fleeting span of time is, for them, nearly an insurmountable task. However, when their gazes silently fell upon the young girl bearing a sack, their lips twitched in disbelief, for it seemed that the impossible was not entirely out of reach for Luo Qinghuan of the Xianin holy sect. Meanwhile, within Su Ye's mind, the system's voice echoed incessantly. Luo Qinghuan's sword intent has attained perfection. The host's sword intent has been sublimated to perfection. Luo Qinghuan's spear intent has attained perfection. The host's spear intent has been sublimated to perfection. He was no stranger to the spectacle. The girl's innate talent was beyond the reach of these elites, especially given her extraordinary advantages. What could these prodigies possibly contend with? Ultimately, of the 10 sacred artifacts, only the last one, the sacred artifact Pill Furnace, remained, with only Li Qingyang of the Pill Alliance among the 5 foremost factions still holding steadfast. Even the arrogant and proud Prince Wuji had surrendered. Alas, a fine sacred artifact Pill Furnace, yet regrettably, it was not one I could command. At that moment, Li Qingyang cast a glance at the luminous orb before him and sighed deeply. He then turned to the girl, who had been waiting patiently, and inadvertently glanced at the large sack she was carrying. His lips twitched slightly, and his tone bore a hint of resignation. "Luo Qinghuan, please." "Thank you, Senior Brother Li." The girl replied politely with a smile. She then stepped forward, and before Li Qingyang's astonished gaze, with a delicate gesture, the sacred artifact Pill Furnace transformed into a radiant orb and flew into the sack. "Li Qingyan, I have just exerted such considerable effort." Yet there is not a whisper of response. That little hand of Sister Luo, with a mere flick, sent the sacred artifact furnace soaring into the air. How could it be? Is my hand not as aesthetically pleasing as hers? Even the furnace can be subdued. Could it be that this Sister Luo possesses great mastery in the art of alchemy? Li Qingyang furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his speculation. If this is the case, then all 10 sacred artifacts within the Grand Hall have been claimed by this single maiden. Alas, it seems that the sacred artifacts are beyond my reach. I must settle for lesser treasures, for they are refined by the Emperor of divine weapons. Even a profound artifact or a treasured item would suffice. Witnessing this scene, the assembled prodigies let out a collective sigh, devoid of any thoughts of seizing the treasures. After all, the recent encounter with Han Feng, who fell victim to the so-called guardian artifact, serves as a grim reminder. Now that she possesses even more sacred artifacts, should these treasures choose to protect her, they would prefer not to lose both the artifacts and their own lives. After all, this is the secret realm of divine weapons, where divine armaments are in abundance. With this thought, some of the elite figures quietly withdrew from the Grand Hall, seeking other divine weapons. However, the next moment, a gasp of disbelief erupted. Where have the divine weapons gone? The very essence of the divine armaments seems to have vanished without a trace. How could it be so utterly devoid of life? Outside the hall, a cacophony of astonished and bewildered voices rose. Not a single divine weapon remains. Upon hearing the exclamations from outside, the prodigies within the hall were momentarily taken aback, their gazes inevitably drawn to the maiden who had quietly placed the burlap sack into her storage ring. Could it be that this was the handiwork of Sister Luo from the Xianin sacred sect? Ahem! As the gazes of the crowd lingered, the young maiden slightly turned her face away. Suddenly, amidst the astonishment over such an innocent girl committing such audacious acts, a resounding boom echoed throughout the Grand Hall, coinciding with the dispersal of 10 luminous orbs. There, upon the dais, sat a skeleton, and beside its chilling white bones lay a rusted, broken sword. Could it be the remains of the divine weapon Emperor? And might the object beside it be an imperial artifact? Upon beholding the stark bones, the spectators furrowed their brows, a flicker of reverence flashing in their eyes, Yet their gaze inevitably fell upon the broken sword, prompting speculation. Could this also be deemed an imperial artifact? The rusted sword, devoid of any spiritual energy, bore no trace of the proud essence once infused by the divine weapon emperor. How could this possibly be considered an imperial artifact? The third prince of the Wujie divine dynasty scoffed, crossing his arms. The reason an object is termed an imperial artifact is due to its formidable imperial might. Even if its master has perished, the power it harbors will never dissipate. Moreover, this was forged by the divine weapon emperor himself. Upon hearing these words, the 5 esteemed prodigies from the top-tier factions, including the Phoenix Goddess, nodded in silent agreement. After all, each of the 5 leading factions possessed imperial artifacts, and they were the most qualified to voice their opinions. Indeed, is that old fellow. Deep within her soul, Su Ye's gaze fell upon the white bones in the grand hall, and she couldn't help but sigh, her brow slightly furrowing. However, this sword. It seemed unfamiliar to her. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 3 proud talents from the extreme Demon Valley became numb, as the eerie, demonic aura within them began to communicate. Chapter 67. Nearly annihilated, yet still unrepentant? I can sense that within that broken sword lies a soul that feels strikingly familiar. Undoubtedly, the remnant soul of that old wretch is hiding within it. Hith. What use is hiding? It has merely been discovered by me. The demonic energy within Feng Yuan cackled. These remaining fish that slipped through the net are ripe for the taking. The eerie demonic energy within Yi Tiansheng echoed in agreement. And what about these little fellows surrounding us? The demonic energy within Song Hun inquired with a frown. Then let us act. The 3 strands of eerie demonic energy exchanged brief communication and immediately prepared for action. At that moment, the attention of all the proud talents was fixated on the withered bones and the broken sword. None noticed the terrifying demonic aura emanating from the 3 individuals of the extreme Demon Valley, enveloping the entire hall. Oh, Feng Yuan, what are you doing? Just then, a shriek filled with rage pierced the air. It was revealed that at some point, the proud talent from the Battle Heaven Hall had been pierced through the chest by a demonic blade, wielded by none other than Feng Yuan of the extreme Demon Valley. What is happening? Why would Feng Yuan strike at this Li Fan? It appears that Li Fan has recently ascended to the position of the 3rd disciple of the Battle Heaven Hall, following Qin Tian's demise. It seems that this title of the 3rd disciple in the Battle Heaven Hall carries an ominous aura. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd changed drastically, filled with confusion. Feng Yuan, what do you mean by this? Li Qingyang furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Feng Yuan. However, at this moment, Feng Yuan's eyes had turned utterly numb, his pupils now a complete void of black, devoid of any trace of white. His face was contorted with a grotesque expression, and dark energy emanated from his body. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the corpse of Li Fan transformed into a pool of inky blood, which he consumed without hesitation. Of course, I shall refine you in his sustenance for my own power, he cackled ominously. As Feng Yuan's laughter echoed, his presence surged dramatically, a terrifying aura enveloping the entire hall, while a massive shadow of demonic form loomed behind him, towering to a height of 100 jong. Simultaneously, the 2 companions beside him also displayed a rising aura, their malevolent energy surging forth. This is bad. It seems Feng Yuan and his companions have become possessed by dark energy. Upon witnessing this scene, the other prodigies immediately realized that Feng Yuan and the others were no longer the individuals they once knew. Run, one shouted. Attempt to flee? Feng Yuan cackled. You shall all become the nourishment we require to restore the essence of our dark power. With another wave of his hand, the towering demonic shadow mimicked his motion, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that enveloped the hall, sealing off all possible escape routes. One defiant prodigy, unwilling to succumb to fate, attempted to break through. Yet, upon merely grazing the dark energy, he was consumed entirely, reduced to a pool of black blood. The sight sent a wave of dread through the onlookers. Su Yi. What is happening? Observing this horrific transformation, the young woman furrowed her brows in concern, quietly channeling her spiritual energy. No wonder I sensed something amiss with these individuals earlier. It appears they are mere vermin lurking in the shadows, too frightened to reveal themselves. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the three individuals, and he could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Do not panic, with your night brother here. These rodents are of no consequence. However, amidst the continuous screams within the grand hall, an ancient soul gradually materialized above the broken sword. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly dispelled the demonic energy, then set his gaze upon Feng Yuan and the others, sighing deeply. You lot, nearly obliterated by Su Xiaozi back in the day. Do you still cling to your delusions? Chapter 68. The most resplendent emperor of humanity is Su Yi. Boom! As the ancient sigh resonated from the broken sword, a gentle imperial aura enveloped the surroundings of the hall. The once desperate young talents, who had been striving to resist the demonic energy, finally found a moment to breathe and hastily turned their attention to the throne above. It was the divine weapon emperor. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the ancient soul above the broken sword, the young talent's pupils constricted, their eyes filled with reverence. The soul was colossal, towering at a height of 100 feet, with hair as white as snow and eyes gleaming with a silvery hue, resembling a sharp sword suspended in the air. Surrounding him were countless shadows of divine weapons, all affirming the identity of the elder's remaining soul. It was indeed the divine weapon emperor. You old relic of divine weaponry. I knew you had not perished completely. It turns out you still retain a wisp of your lingering soul. But it matters not. Today, I shall enslave this remnant of your spirit to forge soul weapons for my celestial demon clan. Feng Yuan, shrouded in dark energy, visibly paled upon hearing the words of the divine weapon emperor. What? To their dismay, the entity possessing them turned out to be from the celestial demon clan. Had they not vanished from existence thousands of years ago? Upon hearing this, the third prince of the Wuji divine dynasty's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance paling, and his eyes filled with dread. The celestial demon clan? What precisely was that? Nearby, some unacquainted prodigies immediately cast their gazes in curiosity. Thousands of years prior, a wave of darkness had descended upon the Tianxian continent, within which lurked a bloodthirsty and belligerent race, known as the Celestial Demon Clan. They emerged from the shadows, birthed from the abyss. This race possessed extraordinary talents and formidable cultivation capabilities, evolving to a terrifying scale within mere millennia. By the time the cultivators of the Nine Realms became aware of their existence, they had already exterminated several top-tier factions, devouring the flesh of cultivators and refining their blood, committing heinous acts without restraint. At that time, numerous mighty emperors allied in an attempt to extinguish this celestial demon clan. Yet, they returned in defeat, with some emperors even perishing in the process. In an instant, the infamous reputation of the celestial demon clan spread far and wide, instilling unparalleled fear across the Nine Realms. The third prince of Wuji took a deep breath and spoke slowly. What? They could consume top-tier forces in merely a millennium? And even the combined might of emperors was powerless against them? Upon hearing the third prince's words, a profound terror flashed in the eyes of the prodigies within the grand hall. Fortunately, this terrifying clan had gradually faded into obscurity thousands of years ago. Otherwise, with their terrifying cultivation speed, it is likely that they could enslave the entire Tianxian Nine regions in merely several millennia. However, a question arises. Why has such a formidable clan suddenly vanished without a trace? After all, even a coalition of numerous emperors could not contend with them. Meanwhile, not far away, a young girl in a white dress listened with rapt attention, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager to discern the unfolding events. She had an inkling that the disappearance of this powerful demonic clan might be intricately linked to a certain nefarious individual. As if aware of the audience's perplexity, the third prince of the Wujiga dynasty sighed deeply, his expression turning grave as he slowly articulated, because the Tianma clan has provoked someone. Someone? Within the grand hall, the assembled prodigies were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Surely it cannot be so. A coalition of emperors had failed to exert any influence over the Tianma clan, with some even perishing as a consequence. Yet, this clan has seemingly fallen into decline merely by incurring the ire of one individual? How is this conceivable? Initially, this prince too was skeptical. But the ancient texts of our dynasty do not err. The third prince of Wujagod sighed once more. That individual is our human race's most resplendent emperor, yet also the most peculiar, known as the Bandit Emperor, who leaves desolation in his wake wherever he treads, causing relentless headaches for the strong of the Tianxian 9 regions. He has even achieved the audacious feat of robbing tens of thousands of cultivators single-handedly. Truly, he embodies the quintessence of a bandit. However, prior to the arrival of the divine path, the celestial demon clan had previously taken action against the friend of the formidable bandit emperor, ultimately inciting the wrath of this mighty ruler. Consequently, this being single-handedly infiltrated the celestial demon clan, and as the top 10 demon emperors prepared to ascend the divine path, he annihilated the celestial demon clan, nearly leading to their total extinction. Furthermore, upon the divine path, he faced off against the 10 9 tribulations demon emperors. Though he ultimately perished, he succeeded in eradicating 7 of the demon emperors and grievously wounding the remaining 3. Upon recounting this, the eyes of the Prince of Infinite flashed with excitement. 1 man against 10 9 tribulations demon emperors and a slaying of 7, regardless of who it was. Such a feat could be boasted about for a lifetime. Hiss! 1 man against 10 9 tribulations demon emperors, killing 7 and injuring 3. Upon hearing this, the distinguished individuals within the grand hall could not help but draw in a sharp breath, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had initially wondered how such a formidable bandit emperor could be regarded as the most illustrious emperor of the human race. Yet now, the answer is clear. Throughout history, no emperor has ever achieved such dazzling accomplishments. 10 against 1, with 7 being slain. Could one assert that the terrifying top 10 demon emperors were merely playing? Certainly not. It can only be said that the formidable bandit emperor was indeed fearsome. Suye, they could not possibly be referring to you, could they? At this moment, within the grand hall, the maiden's beautiful eyes sparkled with stars, her heart brimming with excitement as she couldn't help but inquire about Su Yi in her mind. In response, Su Yi merely replied with indifference, "Basic skills, don't overthink." What of it? Has he not completely fallen? Meanwhile, the 3 demon emperors of my celestial demon clan have ascended to the divine realm and have become true demon gods. Fang Yuan let out a cold snort. Though he claimed to be indifferent, the fear within him manifested in his very demeanor. The thought of that human emperor made his formidable demonic body tremble. At that time, he was merely a peak ruler of the Saint Master realm. Although not the strongest across the 9 domains, he still held a significant position. Yet on that fateful day, when a human emperor descended upon the celestial demon clan, a mere glance in his direction caused Fang Yuan's entire demonic form to shatter, leaving him with no room for resistance. Truly, a single gaze could lead to annihilation. Had the master not preserved a fragment of his soul, he would have long been obliterated by the laws of the universe. The divine weapon emperor merely smiled with pride. He single-handedly faced 10 adversaries, slaying 7 of them. That sufficed. Chapter 69. My dear girl, may I wield the sword of an old acquaintance to eradicate the scum of the demon clan? Upon hearing the nonchalant laughter of the divine weapon emperor, the expressions of Fang Yuan and his companions transformed into one of utter dismay. Although in retrospect, their celestial demon clan emerged victorious by slaying the human emperor, the cost was devastating. Their clan was nearly annihilated, vanishing from existence for millennia. Even among the 10 demon emperors, only 3 remained alive. It was indeed a profound humiliation. No matter how radiant that existence was, it ultimately fell completely, his body shattered by the master into countless pieces, and even his soul was bound to the demonic flames, which burned for a full millennium before finally extinguishing. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. However, he failed to notice that below, in the grand hall, the girl listening to his words revealed a fleeting chill in her beautiful eyes, instinctively clenching her small fists. So, it turns out my soul has been bound to the flames of magic for tens of thousands of years. No wonder my rebirth took so long. Sui furrowed his brow slightly, yet he bore no grudge against those old dogs for their treatment of him. It mattered little. After all, When his physical form was reconstituted, he would personally pay them a visit to express his gratitude. Luo girl, why have you fallen silent? He raised an eyebrow, noticing the sudden shift to icy coldness in the girl's demeanor, momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had seen such indifference in her gaze. They treated you this way? I will take revenge for you. The girl gritted her silver teeth, her expression earnest. Upon hearing this, Suyi was momentarily stunned, a warmth blossoming in his heart. And he responded with a gentle smile. Rest assured, your brother you will not let those old dogs off easily either. Yes, yes. The girl nodded vigorously, already eager and ready for action. After that existence fell, did not you, his closest friends, end up suffering one more than the other? How could your lives be any better than ours, the heavenly demon clan? Are you not all facing death, fleeing, or suffering wounds? Years have passed, and our heavenly demon clan has gradually regrouped. Our first order of business is to eradicate everything that he held dear. Let's start with you. The remnant soul that clings to life. Fang Yuan let out a sinister chuckle. As these words escaped, a glimmer of icy intent flickered in the depths of Su Ye's soul. Is that so? Back then, the three of you were nothing more than insignificant insects, swiftly obliterated by Su Xiazi's mere gaze. Did you truly believe that acquiring the power of those ancient hounds made you formidable? Even though this remnant of my soul is exceedingly frail, today I shall eradicate the three of you completely. The divine weapon emperor bellowed, and with that, an overwhelming aura of imperial might surged from his colossal soul form. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, countless divine weapons manifested, relentlessly charging towards the three demonic bodies. Old weapon master, while your forging skills may be unparalleled, in terms of combat prowess, you are likely the weakest within the heavenly palace, are you not? Upon witnessing the multitude of divine weapons, the three demons of Fang Yuan displayed no signs of fear. With a cold snort, they unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, directly advancing toward the celestial onslaught. Observing this scene, the expressions of the numerous prodigies within the great hall shifted dramatically. They hastily sought refuge, only to find no escape, their eyes brimming with despair. After all, this was a confrontation once fought by a great emperor. Even if his strength had waned, should they be caught in the crossfire, they would surely meet a tragic end. However, at that moment, the ethereal hand of the divine weapon emperor waved, enveloping all present in a gentle yet formidable aura of imperial might. The divine weapon emperor of your? For a brief moment, the prodigies were taken aback, their hearts stirred with emotion, as they gazed upon the ancient phantom with eyes filled with reverence. Among you, perhaps there exists a soul. Even if the probability is merely 1 in a billion, I shall forever hold on to the belief that he yet lives, hidden away in peace. The divine weapon emperor sighed, urging the celestial weapons to arise. Luo girl, let your brother log in. Miide, suye softly murmured, hememe. The young lady nodded slightly. Yet at that moment, an extraordinarily gentle force of the emperor unexpectedly manifested, coursing through the girl, seemingly attempting to impede his actions. What does this old weapon master intend? Sui furrowed his brow. Boom, boom. At that moment, the divine weapons clashed violently with the surging demonic energy. Crack, crack, crackle. One divine weapon after another shattered. Witnessing this scene, the divine weapon emperor felt a profound sorrow. Each weapon, regardless of its strength, was painstakingly forged by his own hands, a testament to his dedication. Alas, as time passed, he no longer possessed the vigor of his former self, and these weapons fell into ruin alongside his decline. You old fool still believes that fellow is alive? What a joke. His body shattered into countless pieces, his soul burned for millennia. Even if a god were to arrive, he would undoubtedly perish, unable to be reborn. He is no different. Very well, since you cherish his memory so dearly. Once I enslave this remnant of your soul, I shall take you to witness the infernal pillar that consumed his soul in flames. The voice of Fang Yuan erupted in laughter. Subsequently, the three demons began to summon their malevolent energy, and in an instant, countless divine weapons lay in ruins. Though the three demons were not as formidable as the divine weapon emperor in days of yore, they have since transformed, bolstered by the dark energy bestowed upon them by their master, the demon god. Now, the divine weapon emperor, reduced to but a flickering remnant of his former self like a candle-s flame swaying in the wind, stands no chance against them. Demon wheel turn. The trio of Feng Yuan shouted in unison, as the towering figure behind them coalesced dark energy into three razor-sharp, spinning demonic blades, hurtling towards the divine weapon emperor with ferocity. Divine weapon shield. The divine weapon emperor furrowed his brow upon witnessing this, with a swift motion of his aged hand. Countless ethereal weapon apparitions materialized behind him, forming a formidable shield to protect him. Bang! Shatter! Yet, the terrifying power within the demonic wheel of Feng Yuan and his companions was overwhelming. With a single strike, the divine weapon shield was marred by a massive crack before ultimately shattering, collapsing upon the divine weapon emperor himself. Divine weapon emperor, elder, the onlookers, filled with awe and trepidation, gasped in horror at this scene. Suye, witnessing this, Luo Qinghuan's expression turned grave, her delicate face etched with concern. Luo girl, leave it to your brother Yi, Su Yi declared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, disregarding the gentle imperial authority of the divine weapon emperor that sought to restrain him. He could not idly stand by and watch as his old friend's soul was enslaved, condemned to eternal suffering. Cough. Ha ha. Who would have thought those three old hounds harbored such deep-seated hatred for the young man, willing to risk exposure to seize but a wisp of demonic energy from him? However, at this moment, the divine weapon emperor wore a bitter expression, seated upon his throne. Ultimately, his gaze fell slowly upon a broken sword resting before him. In light of this, the old man must resort to the final remnants left by the young Su. He let out a deep sigh. What? That existence's artifact? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Feng Yuan and his companions shifted dramatically, filled with an overwhelming sense of trepidation, rendering them hesitant to act. The remnants I left behind? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze falling upon the broken sword, unable to recall what he had left. Alas, it is a pity that in my current state, I cannot wield it myself, though I can bestow this power upon another. The divine weapon emperor sighed heavily. Senior, choose me, I am capable. As these words were spoken, the eyes of the surrounding prodigies gleamed with excitement, and they eagerly raised their hands in self-nomination. The elderly gaze of the divine weapon emperor swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on a young girl in a white dress. Little girl, I perceive in you the demeanor of a long-lost acquaintance. Might you wield this sword, which I never had the chance to bestow upon my old friend, to vanquish these vile demons? A notification for everyone. I have revised the system, originally designed as a darkening female protagonist cultivation system. It has now transformed into a darkening investment system with the following function. Under the influence of the host, Luo Qinghuan will receive rewards each time she darkens, which can be invested or not invested, with investments yielding even greater rewards for the female protagonist. This alteration was made to facilitate easier writing and to streamline the naming process during book testing. To avoid starvation, this change was necessary. However, rest assured, there have been no modifications to the preceding plot. Chapter 70. The Master himself takes the stage. Is he not powerful? As the words of the divine weapon emperor echoed through the chamber, his gentle, aged gaze fell upon the girl in the white dress, causing a momentary pause among the competing prodigies within the grand hall, who subsequently turned their attention to her. Me? Upon sensing the scrutiny of the crowd, the girl visibly froze for an instant, a subtle flush gracing her delicate features. Why was she chosen? Why deny us this chance to shine? Furthermore, if one were to bear the power of the esteemed divine weapon emperor, should the selection not be based on the highest realm and strongest prowess? How could she be the chosen one? Observing this spectacle, the assembled talents cast envious and perplexed glances toward her. The divine weapon emperor attained his status through the essence of weaponry. He alone could comprehend 10 sacred artifacts. Can any of you do the same? The phoenix goddess crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing her words, the prodigies found themselves at a loss for retort. To say nothing of 10, even a single sacred artifact was beyond their reach. What now, Su Yi? It's all right, Luo girl. Let your brother Yi take the stage. Sui gently shook his head. He was equally curious to discover the final legacy left by the old man of divine weapons. Indeed, the girl obediently nodded. Then, unnoticed by anyone, the girl's previously fragile gaze suddenly shifted, transforming into one that was icy and composed. The Emperor of Divine Weapons, with a grand gesture of his skeletal hand, summoned a rusted and fragmented sword that materialized in his grasp. He gazed upon the broken blade and sighed. This sword could be considered the most formidable weapon I have ever forged. Is this truly the strongest? The assembled prodigies glanced at the shard of a sword, momentarily taken aback. The blade, covered in rust and incomplete, devoid of any semblance of purpose, seemed hardly worthy of being called his greatest creation. Alas, that young man departed in haste, and this sword could not be bestowed upon him in the end. Had my forging skills been somewhat more refined back then, perhaps I could have lent him assistance during the harrowing imperial battle on the ancient path to divinity. The Emperor of Divine Weapons sighed, his tone laden with self-reproach. With another sweeping motion, he sent the broken sword soaring before Luo Qinghuan. Child, I perceive a familiar essence within you. This sword harbors a fragment of my dear friend's primordial power. His intention was for us to use it for self-preservation, yet I believe that young man, so extraordinary, would not perish so easily. Thus, I chose to retain this power, never having wielded it, merely hoping that one day it might return to its rightful owner. The Emperor of Divine Weapons sighed again, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Luo Qinghuan. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he were conversing with a long-lost friend. Meanwhile, the trio, known as Feng Yuan, dared not make a single move, their eyes filled with apprehension as they were compelled to listen. After all, the fear instilled by that existence is indelible, deeply etched into their souls. The primordial power? Sui furrowed his brow and raised his hand to grasp the broken sword, instantly feeling an incredibly familiar aura. At that moment, he comprehended the essence of this so-called power. Before embarking on the ancient path to divinity, he had shared a fragment of his own primordial essence with his dear friends, intending it as a safeguard for them. However, he had never anticipated that even before his demise, the Divine Weapon Emperor would never consider utilizing this force, merely believing that he would not perish easily. This primordial essence could still aid him. This stubborn old man, on the brink of death, still worried about others. Although Su Ye's words were reproachful, he could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With such a friend, his previous life was not lived in vain. Meanwhile, a small soul clad in a white dress deep within his spirit was already weeping profusely. Oh, the Divine Weapon Emperor is truly a good person, Wu. Now, my dear, focus intently on the power within this broken sword, and rest assured, I shall lend you my assistance. The Divine Weapon Emperor inhaled deeply, his expression gradually turning grave. Then, in the eyes of the onlookers, the young girl nodded coolly, extending her jade hand to grasp the broken sword. Could she truly wield it? This sword contained the power of the most resplendent emperor of the human race. Upon witnessing this scene, the numerous prodigies within the grand hall grew tense and apprehensive, for their fates were now intertwined with the girl's actions. Should the remnant soul of the Divine Weapon Emperor be enslaved, they too would be doomed to the fate of being consumed. What a sensation it is! Yet, under the intense gaze of the multitude, Sui merely lifted the corner of his mouth slightly. Why should he strive to consciously feel the power that rightfully belonged to him? Does one not simply possess it by thought? Suddenly, with a firm grasp on the hilt of the broken sword, a dazzling radiance emanated from it, and an overwhelming force surged into his body, enveloping the entire hall in a miasma of death. Hiss! Did she just make contact and already sense the power of that existence? Sister Luo is truly remarkable. In that fleeting moment of explosive power, the expressions of the other prodigies in the hall, who were initially concerned that the girl could not perceive the strength, transformed into sheer astonishment. By heavens, this is astonishingly smooth. To put it bluntly, Sister Luo's ability to sense that being's power is more seamless than my own bodily functions. Fellow cultivator, your words are rather crude. In that instant, the prodigies collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Since Luo Qinghuan could perceive the power of that being, it meant they still had a chance to survive. Ha ha ha! Little girl, I indeed did not misjudge you. You possess the bearing of one with a storied past. I shall assist you." The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily, then transformed into a beam of light, plunging directly into the broken sword. What? What is this? This aura? Could it truly be that being? The faces of Feng Yuan and his companions paled. Terror etched into their eyes as they felt the familiar dread awakening deep within their souls. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That fellow has been dead for thousands of years. Even if some semblance of power remains, it would hardly be formidable, especially in the hands of a mere girl who could not possibly harness its might. Do not panic. Feng Yuan was the first to regain composure, dark energy swirling around his demonic form, as he quickly addressed the two companions beside him. Indeed, we must accomplish the task entrusted to us by our master today. Song Huntingyi Tianqing exchanged glances and nodded gravely in agreement. Is that so? However, upon hearing the words of Feng Yuan and his companions, the young girl's red lips curled into a subtle smile, her exquisite visage revealing a captivating expression that sent shivers down the spine. Others harnessing this power? How fortuitous! Little did they know, the very essence of this strength belonged to her. Chapter 71. The demon god frightened away at a glance as the girl's cold voice resonated. A stunning smile graced her beautiful face. In the next moment, with a resounding boom, the light of the broken sword in her hand intensified magnificently. Astonishingly, a colossal and formidable figure materialized behind her, clad in black garments, as if standing between heaven and earth, though its visage remained obscured. Or rather, the gathered individuals were not worthy of beholding its true countenance. This, could it be, the notorious bandit emperor? Upon witnessing the towering silhouette behind the girl, the expressions of the assembled prodigies shifted dramatically. Even a mere shadow, formed from the essence of power, evoked a suffocating sense of oppression. This, is it not Suyi? Deep within their souls, the small white-dressed spirit gazed upon the imposing figure in black, her beautiful eyes shimmering as if adorned with stars. How is this possible? How could this little girl possibly awaken the primordial power of that existence? In this moment, the three members of Feng Yuan finally lost their composure, their faces changing dramatically, eyes filled with terror, even their souls trembling incessantly. Flee! We must first report this to our master. The three demons were devoid of any courage to continue the battle. They decisively chose to retreat. After all, they had previously been annihilated with a mere glance from the nearby tyrant emperor, leaving them no trace of bravery to confront such a being now. Attempting to escape, observing their plight, the girl merely smiled faintly. As she raised her hand, the imposing figure cloaked in black behind her mirrored the gesture, lifting a palm that descended with thunderous force upon the three demons. With that strike, it was as if the world itself was being extinguished, reducing all to silence. No. Witnessing this scene, the demonic wheel turned. Blood sacrifice of the celestial demon. Demon Bloodblade. Amidst the surging demonic energy, the power was formidable. Yet, the girl maintained an unwavering calmness, so serene it was devoid of any tumult. As her jade hand pressed down heavily, struggling was futile. Boom! That strike fell, rendering all their demonic might and desperate efforts to nothingness. In an instant, the three colossal demon forms were utterly obliterated. Only three minuscule souls, smaller than one could imagine, remained, attempting to flee. Alas, how could they escape the gaze of Suyi? With a sweeping motion of her hand, she captured them and directly employed the indestructible soul technique to consume them entirely. At this moment, the great hall seemed to descend into an eerie silence. The faces of the elite were filled with astonishment. No one had anticipated that the three demons, who had recently managed to push the divine weapon emperor to the brink of death, could be so effortlessly obliterated by a mere strike from the girl. How formidable! The elite swallowed hard. Is this the power of that notorious emperor? Even after millennia of demise, a fragment of his primal energy remains astonishingly potent. How exhilarating it was during the days of the emperor. At this moment, so he could not help but sigh. Back when he was an emperor, he had no qualms about confronting anyone. A single strike sufficed. What do you think, Luo girl? Is your brother Yi powerful? He glanced at the tiny, white-dressed soul, which seemed to be in a state of stasis within the depths of his consciousness. And the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Yes, yes, yes. The little white-dressed soul fervently nodded her head. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed through the heavens. An invisible, terrifying force tore through the fabric of the secret realm, forcefully manifesting in this place. In that instant, the entire wild heaven domain reverberated with that furious cry, as if a demonic deity had descended. Who dares to harm my kin? In an instant, as the roar resonated, the entire wild heaven domain erupted in chaos, with many cultivators from various factions plunged into panic. The five supreme forces were the first to detect this ominous presence that did not belong to the 9 domains. The Lord of the Infinite Divine Dynasty furrowed his brow, gazing at the heavens. Being situated in Central State, the closest to the divine weapon secret realm, he was the first to sense this terrifying aura, which rendered his expression exceedingly grave. This aura is that of a demonic deity? How could the presence of an upper realm demon god descend upon Central State? Meanwhile, within the Taishang Wuqing Palace, a beautiful, noble woman furrowed her delicate brows, gazing at the vast expanse of the sky. In the Zhan Tian Hall, the powerful figures of the Dan Alliance observed with keen interest. Upon sensing this formidable aura within the extreme Demon Valley, the Valley Master was consumed by an overwhelming excitement. This was the presence of the Master. Could it be that the Master was coming to retrieve us? However, just as the powerful beings across the vast wasteland turned pale and grave, a towering figure clad in black suddenly emerged amidst the realms of the wasteland. Upon its appearance, the leaders of the various factions waiting around the divine weapon secret realm were taken aback, feeling a terrifying pressure that rendered them breathless. How could one stand here waiting and yet be drenched in sweat? This figure is. Simultaneously, the leaders of the 5 supreme factions also beheld this imposing silhouette, their brows furrowing in deep apprehension. This figure was inscrutable, even to them. Who in this small 9 domains dares to harm our kin? In the skies, an enraged, demonic voice reverberated, as if a demon god's projection was about to descend. Yet, at that moment, it caught sight of the imposing figure in the black garb standing in the central region, and its body shuddered. What? How? How can you still be alive? This is impossible. In the next moment, the various factions of the wasteland were left in stunned silence. Is this retreating? The demon god merely glanced and fled? Who exactly is this towering figure? The Valley Master murmured, pondering. Who is that? Meanwhile, the Lord of the Wuji Divine Dynasty, closest to the divine weapon secret realm, momentarily froze, as if he had glimpsed a diminutive figure beneath that towering presence. Was that a young girl? The divine weapon secret realm. To think this old hound, even after attaining divinity, remains so timid. As the magnificent silhouette faded, Sui cast a glance at the sky and couldn't help but chuckle softly. That recent manifestation of the demon god was likely one of the 3 demon emperors who had survived. It appeared they were faring quite well in the upper realm. Otherwise, why would they so casually project the image of the demon god into the 9 domains? However, after such a commotion, they ought to refrain from recklessly descending with the demon god's image. Allow yourselves a bit more leisure, for once your brother Yi ascends to the upper realm, it will be the end for you old hounds. Chapter 72. You are. Su-boy? What was that just now? At this moment, within the divine weapon's secret realm, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. They had just felt an overwhelming surge of terrifying demonic energy. A colossal shadow, seemingly poised to shatter the very fabric of the divine weapon's secret realm, as if it would descend upon them at any moment. Yet, just as the fear gripped them, that demonic aura suddenly vanished. Could it be because of that individual? The young prodigies in the hall, still shaken, turned their gazes toward the girl in the white dress. At this moment, the terrifying aura surrounding her had dissipated. An imposing figure behind her was gradually fading as well. Hiss! Sister Luo had wielded that individual's power with such remarkable finesse. It was as though the very demon emperor himself had arrived. Gazing upon the serene maiden, one cannot help but recall how she had effortlessly dispatched 3 demons with a mere slap, leaving the onlookers in awe. Ah, little girl, You truly embody the spirit of an old friend of mine, boomed the voice of the elder god of weapons, resonating with a hearty laughter as the radiance from the shattered sword dissipated, revealing his colossal phantom. He beamed at the girl clad in a flowing white dress. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder," the young maiden replied, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her voice barely above a whisper. At that moment, Suyi had relinquished control, allowing her to regain autonomy over her own body. "May I inquire as to which sect you hail from, and what name you bear?" The elder god of weapons fixed his gaze upon her. "Luo Qinghuan? A splendid name indeed," he exclaimed with another hearty laugh before continuing. "Might I ask, dear Qinghuan, if you would indulge this old man in a drink? After thousands of years of waiting, I have finally encountered someone worthy." Upon hearing this, the assembled prodigies momentarily stood in stunned silence, their eyes brimming with envy as they regarded the maiden. It was evident that the elder god of weapons intended to bestow the true legacy of the divine armament secret realm upon Sister Luo. For millennia, none had met his expectations until now. Had the long-awaited talent finally emerged? After a brief pause, the maiden nodded, though hesitation flickered across her features. "Esteemed elder, might I only partake in a single cup?" she inquired, concerned about her limited tolerance for alcohol, fearing that intoxication would lead her to utter foolishness and become the subject of ridicule from the insufferable Suyi. "One drink is perfectly acceptable." The elder god of weapons chuckled heartily, his intention never truly focused on the act of drinking. He then turned his attention to the assembly of young elites. "All right, little ones, it is time for you to take your leave." Upon concluding his words, the divine armament emperor waved his hand, and a radiant light enveloped the phoenix goddess and the other prodigies, transporting them out of the divine armament's secret realm. Simultaneously, as the prodigies emerged, the powerful leaders of various factions waiting outside the secret realm turned their gazes toward them. What transpired within the secret realm? Upon witnessing the appearance of the prodigies, the faction leaders promptly inquired, eager for explanations. However, before the phoenix goddess and her companions could elucidate, an ancient voice resonated, declaring to all present, "I am the divine armament emperor, and I have resolved to bestow my legacy upon Luo Qinghuan of the Xian sacred sect. This legacy embodies my imperial might. Those who dare to seize it shall confront the formidable power of my ultimate imperial authority." The emperor's proclamation served to protect Luo Qinghuan, ensuring that she would not become an object of covetousness. After all, even without his declaration, it was evident that the legacy of the divine armament emperor had been claimed by Luo Qinghuan. Only by asserting that the legacy contained his ultimate imperial might, which could not be wielded by anyone unworthy, would he instill caution in others. What? A disciple of the esteemed Xian sacred sect has acquired the legacy of the divine armament emperor? Even the prodigies of the 5 great factions have met with failure? What an astonishing revelation. Who is this Luo Qinghuan? Moreover, how is it that so many prodigies have vanished after entering the secret realm? Even the 3 remarkable prodigies of the extreme Demon Valley are nowhere to be found. In that moment, upon hearing the words of the divine armament emperor, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with astonishment. Has that girl Qinghuan truly obtained the legacy of the divine armament emperor? The supreme elder of the Xianming was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with incredulity. "The grand elder, it is as follows." The phoenix goddess crossed her arms and recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm. As her words gradually subsided, the expressions of those present transformed dramatically. "What? The legendary celestial demon clan has possessed the 3 prodigies of the extreme Demon Valley? With the assistance of the divine weapon emperor, Luo Qinghuan comprehended the primal force of the bandit emperor, annihilating those 3 demons?" Upon the mention of the bandit emperor, the attendees were visibly shaken, their faces etched with solemnity. They had all heard of the illustrious reputation of this formidable emperor from tens of thousands of years ago. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the young maiden could grasp the essence of such a being's primal power. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that my Xian holy sect could produce such a prodigy? The supreme elder of Xianming laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, beneath the 9 springs, Han Feng mused, So was my demise in vain? Simultaneously, within the divine weapon secret realm, the divine weapon emperor waved his hand, causing the surroundings to shift. The grand hall vanished, revealing a secluded courtyard before the two. In the courtyard stood a stone table, adorned with 2 wine cups. However, the divine weapon emperor had transformed the wine into tea. Come, Qinghuan, have a seat. The divine weapon emperor beckoned, resembling an ordinary elder as he poured a cup of tea for the young maiden. Thank you, esteemed elder. The maiden obediently seated herself, cradling the teacup in her hands and taking a gentle sip. Instantly, a delicate fragrance lingered upon her lips and teeth. How delightful! A glimmer of light flickered in the maiden's beautiful eyes. Ha ha, you truly resemble that lad, sharing the same fondness for the tranquil tea brewed by this old man. The divine armament emperor chuckled. Do I really bear any resemblance to that scoundrel Suyi? The maiden blinked her enchanting eyes and pouted slightly. Not at all, not in the slightest. That mischievous fellow bullies her daily, yet she has never dared to bully Suyi. By the way, Luo Qinghuan seemed to recall something. Setting down her teacup and gazing at the divine armament emperor. You often remark that I possess the grace of an old acquaintance. I wonder in what way it manifests. As for that, the divine armament emperor pondered for a moment before pointing at the storage ring adorning the maiden's delicate hand. If I am not mistaken, the contents of your storage ring should encompass all the divine armaments from my secret realm, correct? That lad, upon first meeting me, also perceived this place as a treasure trove. Hearing this, the maiden's charming face flushed, feeling a tad embarrassed. Alas, it is a pity that the lad, in his arrogance, insists on challenging the 10 great emperors. I had advised him against it, but he would not heed my words. The divine armament emperor sighed. Old man of divine armaments, have you only prepared 2 teacups? Do you not intend to invite me, your old friend, for a cup? Just then, a teasing voice from a young man echoed through the small courtyard. The divine armament emperor was taken aback, glancing at the maiden. She covered her mouth and shook her head. It wasn't me. In the next moment, a dark spirit gradually materialized behind the maiden, seemingly smiling as it observed the divine armament emperor. Are you Suyi? At this moment, upon beholding the pitch-black soul, the divine weapon emperor was taken aback, his aged eyes abruptly becoming glistening with moisture. Chapter 73. Not for ascension, but to bring back the little junior brother. Although the soul before him appeared as a chaotic void, rendering its visage indistinct, the profoundly familiar voice and aura undeniably confirmed that this individual was none other than his long-awaited old friend, the most resplendent emperor of humanity from millennia ago, the fearsome bandit emperor, Suyi. Ha! Ha ha ha! I knew it. I knew you hadn't perished. The divine weapon emperor bellowed with unrestrained laughter, his tone brimming with elation, and the corners of his eyes grew increasingly moist. Oh, how did you know I was still alive? Suyi inquired with a smile, gazing at the divine weapon emperor. As the saying goes, a calamity leaves a stench for eternity. For a rascal like you, who wreaks havoc across the 9 domains, even a legacy of 10,000 years would be an understatement. The divine weapon emperor chuckled heartily. Wreaking havoc across the 9 domains? Upon hearing this, Suyi raised an eyebrow, grinning as he shook his head. How could that possibly be considered wreaking havoc? Borrowing their treasures merely aids them in refining their skills with greater diligence. You rascal! The divine weapon emperor shook his head in disbelief. Then, what of your foray into the divine pill hall, where you looted their freshly forged imperial pills? Their alchemical skills are abysmal. Brother Yi is merely assisting them in refining their craft. And after your assistance, turning around to sell them back at a premium, what does that signify? Service fees. Suyi replied nonchalantly. Puffed. Listening to the playful banter of the two, the young girl couldn't help but smile, delicately cradling her teacup as she sipped her tea. By the way, Su, my friend. He glanced at the obedient girl beside him and couldn't help but frown slightly. What exactly is your current state? It is a long story. Currently, Luo's spirit and I exist as one entity with dual souls. I can take control of her body, as I did when I just vanquished the 3 demons. Suyi refrained from elaborating further, opting instead for brevity. I see, the old man remarked, suddenly enlightened, then furrowed his brow and said solemnly, Do the 2 souls share a single body? In that case, you might seek out your senior sister Mu. Perhaps she can assist you in reshaping your corporeal form. Senior sister Mu? Suyi was taken aback. The image of a gentle woman gradually surfaced in his mind. Mu Wanqing, the most formidable alchemist in the heavenly palace, aside from himself. After traversing to this realm and enduring numerous trials, he had joined a sect known as the Heavenly Palace, which was distinct from other sects due to its mere dozens of members. Being the youngest, he was affectionately referred to as the little junior brother. The senior brothers and sisters of the Heavenly Palace treated him with great kindness, becoming akin to family in this foreign world. Had they not ascended to the higher realms? Suyi furrowed his brow. During the ancient path to divinity thousands of years ago, he alone, a prodigy, had attained the status of a 9-tribulation emperor, while some acquaintances, including the divine weapon emperor, had only reached the 1-tribulation emperor level. The chasm of power between each tribulation was vast, making it exceedingly difficult for them to traverse the ancient path to divinity. Thus, ultimately, among the familiar faces, only Suyi ventured forth alone, ultimately falling after battling 10 demon emperors along the ancient path. However, thousands of years have elapsed since then. They should have all ascended to the 9th tribulation emperor, entering the divine path to godhood. Yet, according to the words of the divine weapon emperor, it appears that the senior brothers and sisters from the heavenly palace have not ascended to the higher realms. Could it be that something's gone awry? Contemplating this, Suyi felt a tinge of anxiety. The subsequent remarks of the divine weapon emperor only deepened his furrowed brow. The divine path to godhood. They did embark upon it. However, they abandoned it midway. What? Abandoning it midway? Suyi was taken aback, his brows furrowing deeper. The repercussions of leaving the divine path to godhood midway are profound. Once one relinquishes the endeavor, they not only endure the terrifying consequences of the great Tao, but also suffer considerable damage to their cultivation and lifespan. Most critically, once abandoned, ascension to the higher realms becomes an impossibility, shattering the dream of becoming a deity. Ascending to godhood has long been the ultimate aspiration of all cultivators in the Tianxin continent. Those who are able to enter the divine path to godhood are nearly at the threshold of this ultimate goal. Yet it is astonishing that his brothers and sisters from the heavenly palace would choose to abandon it midway. Could it be? At that moment, Su Ye's expression shifted, and he suddenly grasped the truth. The divine weapon emperor sighed deeply and said, "During the countless years of your fall, the people of the heavenly palace have never ceased their search for a way to revive you. They possess your source power, and if they could find even a trace of your lingering soul, there might be a chance. Moreover, since you fell along the divine path to godhood, your remnant soul is destined to be scattered along that very path. Therefore, whenever the ancient path to divinity is unveiled, a figure emerges from the celestial palace, stepping onto the road to transcendence, only to bear the weight of fate and depart midway." Upon hearing these words, Su Yi stood frozen, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "Ooh, Su Yi, your senior brothers and sisters are all doing splendidly," a nearby girl exclaimed, her emotions overwhelming her as she wept openly. "How detestable! Who would dare to slip a dagger into someone's tea? Alas, those 3 old hounds obliterated your soul when they ascended to the higher realms, leaving the celestial beings with naught to gain." The divine weapon emperor sighed. "This bond is indeed profound. By the way, old man of divine weapons, you Haven T also ventured onto the ancient path to divinity, have you?" At this moment, Su Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated unwaveringly on the elderly figure before him. "Hell, what? Do you look down upon me, old man? I am, after all, a great emperor of calamity." The divine weapon emperor stroked his white beard, laughing heartily. "I have grown old, and those youngsters in the celestial palace were still in their prime. How could I bear to watch them suffer the consequences and deplete their lifespans? Thus, when you fell, I was the first to tread upon the ancient path to divinity." Su Yi fell silent once more. Now it all made sense. The divine weapon emperor was indeed a formidable figure, possessing a long lifespan. Due to his skills in forging and his wide circle of friends, it was nearly inconceivable that anyone within the 9 domains would dare to challenge him. How could he possibly have fallen? It turns out that this old man was the first to enter the ancient path of ascension. Seeking the remnants of souls, and enduring the burdens of karma. His already limited lifespan suffered a significant loss, leading to his premature demise. The divine weapon elder. Suyi furrowed his brow. Why indulge in such melancholic musings? This is not like you, young Su. The divine weapon emperor chuckled casually. Then his gaze settled on Suyi. At that time, my days were numbered. Whether I perished early or late was inconsequential, so I chose to die with purpose. At the very least, I knew that you, young lad, had survived. By the way, he continued, that demon who possessed Feng Yuan mentioned something about the dead, the fleeing, and the wounded. What could that possibly mean? Suyi, recalling something, hastily inquired. The heavenly palace has long since fallen into decline. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the divine weapon emperor sighed, then slowly elucidated. After your fall, the three great demon emperors ascended to the higher realms. With their assistance, the celestial demons, whom you had once eradicated, found an opportunity to breathe again and were revived. Witnessing this, the people of the heavenly palace could not simply stand by and watch. However, they departed midway through the ancient path of ascension, suffering damage to their own cultivation and bearing the burdens of cosmic karma. Over time, they became unable to contend with the celestial demon clan, who had the support of the demon gods from the upper realms, leading to the gradual decline of the heavenly palace. Thus, the talents of the heavenly palace scattered across the 9 domains, hiding away as they awaited the opportunity for your revival. Meanwhile, the celestial demon clan established their influence throughout the 9 domains, intent on exterminating the remnants of the heavenly palace. Chapter 74. With the presence of these two, the future of the 9 domains should be quite splendid, shouldn't it? As the words of the divine weapon emperor lingered in the air, Su Ye's expression had already turned exceedingly grim, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. The celestial demon clan was indeed detestable. Beside him, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows, a trace of frost emerging on her fair face. It is not merely detestable. Suyi shook his head, correcting her. They have already paved their path to demise. Indeed, the young girl nodded earnestly, fiercely shaking her small fists. Rest assured, Suyi, I will diligently cultivate to assist you, and avenge both senior divine weapon and the esteemed seniors of the heavenly palace. They have already paved their path to demise. No, it is more accurate to say they have found their path to rebirth. We shall guide them towards rebirth. We are the righteous ones. Path to rebirth? At this moment, the divine weapon emperor, upon hearing these words, appeared somewhat dazed, as if he glimpsed the shadow of the once reckless Su from the endearing young girl before him. For words flashed through his mind. Fearless wife, bandit husband. A faint smile crept upon the divine weapon emperor's lips. Thousands of years ago, a bandit emperor had caused the celestial demon clan considerable suffering. Who could have anticipated that millennia later, the bandit emperor not only survived, but also nurtured a female bandit? He could almost envision the future where the two would join forces, leaving the celestial demon clan in utter despair. Alas, he would ultimately not witness it with his own eyes. Su, I have little time left, since you have arrived. This primordial power and the strongest divine weapon I forged shall return to its rightful owner. With a grand gesture, the divine weapon emperor summoned the shattered sword to materialize upon the stone table. This fragment of his soul had endured for so long, yearning to discern whether among the myriad of prodigies, there existed one who was the reincarnation of an old acquaintance. However, after countless years of waiting, he did not encounter the rebirth of his friend, but rather the presence of his former companion. Thank you, venerable master of the divine weapon. Suyi spoke with an unprecedented gravity. Subsequently, the system revealed that only by accumulating enough darkening value to fill the small pagoda deep within his soul could his physical form be reshaped. Clearly, the process of remaking his body was far more intricate than it appeared. Upon hearing this, the divine weapon emperor furrowed his brow, yet chose to refrain from further comment. He had not anticipated that Su Ye's corporeal form would be so challenging to reconstruct. Old master of divine weapons, please safeguard me. I shall absorb the primordial power, Suyi declared, settling into a meditative posture to begin drawing in the essence that belonged to him. The weight of the gratitude owed to the divine weapon emperor and the denizens of the celestial palace was too profound to articulate. His intentions were straightforward, and the karmic repercussions arising from his actions must naturally be addressed by him. "You wretched boy, do you truly consider me your servant?" The divine weapon emperor chided with a chuckle, yet his hands remained in motion as he cast a formidable aura to envelop Su Ye's darkened soul, providing protection. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan, observing the scene, stealthily approached. "Little Qinghuan, you can't possibly be hoping to uncover some tales about Su Yi, can you?" The divine weapon emperor smiled knowingly at the girl as she drew near. The young girl immediately nodded fervently. "Well then," the divine weapon emperor chuckled and proceeded to recount the events that had transpired with Su Yi. As she listened to the tales of Su Ye's past, the girl's beautiful eyes brightened even more. "By the way, divine weapon senior," at that moment, Luo Qinghuan recalled something. Her gaze fell upon Su Yi, who sat cross-legged, his dark soul spirit emanating an enigmatic aura. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her red lip and inquired, "Is Su Yi handsome?" Upon uttering these words, the girl seemed to realize that her question might be inappropriate and hastily added, "Divine weapon senior, please don't misunderstand. I am merely curious. That insufferable Su Yi keeps claiming he is handsome, and I'm just intrigued." After finishing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Well, this feeble explanation was so lacking that even she couldn't convince herself. "I understand, Qinghuan girl," the divine weapon emperor laughed heartily and continued. "That young lad was once hailed as the most handsome man across the 9 domains. Though I am reluctant to admit it, I must confess that even in my youth, I cannot rival his looks. For a man to acknowledge another man's handsomeness speaks volumes about Su Ye's true charm. In those days, not only celestial maidens, but also the saintesses of various holy lands and the Empress of the divine dynasty were his admirers. Oh, how fortunate he was!" As he spoke, the divine weapon emperor sighed enviously. A fickle-hearted lad." The girl pouted and huffed softly. "Not at all," the divine weapon emperor chuckled, shaking his head. "That young man has always been quite resolute in his refusals." "Will this scoundrel refuse?" The young girl blinked her beautiful eyes, pondering the mischievous Su Yi who bullied her daily, taking advantage of her in every possible way. Truly a rogue. Would he really turn down the advances of those saintly maidens and empresses? Naturally. The divine weapon emperor chuckled and nodded, saying that Su Yi remarked that if he were to become a Tao companion with them, he would no longer have the legitimate opportunity to plunder their sections. Luo Qinghuan inquired, "What does Su Yi look like? Could you show me a portrait, esteemed elder?" It would be better for you to witness him with your own eyes when he reconstructs his physical form." "Ha!" The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily. He then handed the broken sword on the stone table to the girl. "This sword, which was never delivered to Su Yi, shall now be entrusted to you, my dear." "Me?" The girl hesitated, for this was a divine weapon crafted for the troublesome Su Yi by the esteemed elder. "Take it, child," the divine weapon emperor urged with a smile. "Since Su Yi trusts you, I shall do so without hesitation." "Thank you, esteemed elder." The girl nodded gently, no longer hesitating, and accepted the broken sword. Do not be fooled by its shabby appearance. It simply has not recognized its master yet. My dear, if you sincerely attune yourself to the sword's essence within your body, its form shall transform, the divine weapon emperor explained. "Now begin your comprehension." The girl nodded lightly, cradling the broken sword as she sat beside Su Yi, closing her eyes in focused meditation to begin her understanding. As the divine weapon emperor observed the two individuals entering a state of secluded cultivation, he took a sip of tea and glanced at his own gradually fading form. Chuckling softly, with the presence of these two, the future of the 9 domains should be quite remarkable, don't you think? In this moment, Su Yi remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. He was focused on absorbing a fragment of his own primordial power. Though tens of thousands of years had passed, this thread of primordial energy, while diminished, still belonged to him, providing some assistance in his quest to regain his former peak. To his astonishment, within this primordial essence lay the very laws he had previously comprehended. Su Yi murmured to himself, gazing at the dark primordial force, faintly sensing the chilling aura it emanated. This was the laws of heaven and earth, the essence of death. Without further hesitation, Suyi chose to devour this deathly aura, simultaneously consuming the 3 demon souls that had been absorbed by the indestructible soul art. Regrettably, these 3 demon souls were weak. Their power granted by the demon god. The host has absorbed their own primordial essence, gaining mastery over the power of the laws of death. The host has consumed the souls, elevating their soul realm once more. The current realm is 2 stars of the great ability stage. As the voice of the system echoed in his mind, a flicker of joy crossed Suye's eyes. He murmured, "In my previous life, I barely brushed against the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth upon reaching the Emperor realm. I never imagined that in this life I would so swiftly grasp the power of the laws of death." It seemed that, in addition to gradually corrupting and investing in the girl Luo, he now had another ambition to pursue. With a deep breath, Suyi slowly opened his eyes, only to find a young girl beside him, cradling a broken sword. Her eyes firmly shut as she absorbed it. Upon opening his eyes, the god of divine weapons immediately turned his gaze towards him. "Yes," Suyi nodded. "Young Su, you must refrain from revealing this fragment of your soul lightly," the god of divine weapons cautioned gravely. "You are no longer as you once were. If those 3 old hounds discover that you are still alive, they will stop at nothing to eradicate you completely." "Yes, I understand," Suyi replied with a slight nod. He was indeed aware. However, he would not simply sit idle, since those 3 old hounds intended to extend their claws of the celestial demon clan across the 9 domains. Pursuing his senior brothers and sisters, he would systematically sever each of those hands. "All right, once that girl Qinghuan comprehends this divine weapon, you may take your leave. But it seems you possess a damaged imperial artifact." The god of divine weapons observed Suyi with a smile. "If you would, while I still draw breath, hand it over to me, and I shall assist you in its restoration." The Kunlun mirror, is it?" Suyi suddenly recalled that there was indeed a formidable being present who could repair the damaged Kunlun mirror. Without hesitation, he retrieved the mirror and handed it to the god of divine weapons. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, within the demon god domain. "What, third brother? Are you saying that fellow is not dead? How is that possible?" In the grand hall, a tempest of demonic energy surged, as 3 colossal shadows of demon gods loomed ominously. Upon hearing the words spoken by the demon god, the other 2 demon gods furrowed their brows and turned to look at the demon god who had fled in fear at the mere glance of Suyi. I do not know. However, I beheld a towering figure clad in black. The terror that emanated from my very soul is unforgettable. That figure was undoubtedly him. The faces of the 3 demon gods were etched with deep concern as they spoke in hushed tones. As for whether he is alive or dead, I cannot say. Upon uttering these words, the hall fell into a profound silence. After a tense pause of several seconds, the other 2 demon gods slowly spoke again. "Regardless of the truth, we must treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Inform the 9 realms of our celestial demon clan to closely monitor this situation. If that fellow has indeed been reincarnated, we must eliminate him at all costs." It was evident that the fear instilled by Suyi lingered in their hearts, indelible even in their ascent to divinity. In the divine weapon secret realm, the divine weapon emperor addressed Suyi. "All right, young lad. I have completed the restoration of this imperial artifact. As for its capabilities, you shall gradually uncover them." As the radiance from the Kunlun mirror faded, the divine weapon emperor returned it to Suyi. "Thank you, esteemed divine weapon master," Suyi replied with a light smile. Just as he was about to examine the restored Kunlun mirror for its properties, he suddenly noticed the broken sword cradled in the maiden's arms, gleaming with a resplendent golden light, accompanied by the faint sound of dragon roars. It seemed that the girl Qinghuan was also approaching a conclusion. Witnessing this scene, the divine weapon emperor smiled. Could this sword be the legendary divine sword, Luo Qinghuan? "Master, have you forged it?" Suyi cast a glance at the radiant golden weapon cradled in the girl's arms. A faint sound of dragon roars reverberating through the air, momentarily taken aback. It was merely a stroke of fortune. The weapon emperor smiled benevolently. "Did you not mention that a demonic dragon had tormented you in the Sea of Annihilation? I, along with your master brother, ventured there and extracted the essence of that dragon, transforming it into a sword." Suje. When I reached the Emperor realm, I intended to seek vengeance, yet I have failed to locate that dragon. It seems that the weapon Emperor had already forged it into a sword ahead of me. Nevertheless, my capabilities were limited, and I could not create a true divine artifact. It is but a semi-divine weapon. However, it possesses a unique characteristic: the stronger its master, the mightier the Luo Qinghuan sword becomes. I hope that you and this young lady can elevate the name of the Luo Qinghuan sword to resound throughout the entire Tianxian. The weapon Emperor smiled as he began his final farewell. Very well. Su, my boy, this last remnant of my soul can no longer endure. I shall not wait for the girl to conclude, lest her heart be burdened with sorrow. In any case, knowing that you are still alive fulfills my greatest wish. After my spirit dissipates, this secret realm will endure for a while longer. Farewell. As his words faded, the weapon Emperor waved goodbye to Su Yi with a smile, his soul gradually transforming into countless golden specks of light, slowly dissipating. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi remained silent, merely observing in quietude. Su Yi, Senior Weapon Emperor. I'm well. As the young girl opened her eyes, eagerly wishing to showcase the Luo Qinghuan sword to the two individuals, she suddenly realized that, apart from Su Yi, the figure of the old man had vanished from the courtyard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Su Yi, what about the esteemed weapon master? She inquired, though she already sensed the answer within her heart. The last remnant of the weapon master's soul has dissipated, Su Yi replied calmly. The girl fell silent, her eyes growing moist. However, at that moment, Su Yi continued, raising his hand to reveal a wisp of golden aura. This old man preserved my primal power for thousands of years. It would not be unreasonable for me to retain a fragment of his soul's essence, would it? Chapter 76. The darkening of Luo Yatu is this, the soul's essence of the weapon master? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan glanced at the golden aura in his hand and could not help but ask, with this fragment of soul's essence, can we bring the weapon master back to life? Perhaps. Su Yi shook his head, uncertain about the resurrection of the weapon emperor. But it was certainly preferable to watching a dear friend fade away helplessly. The girl pondered for a moment, then clenched her small fist, her delicate face adorned with determination. All right, Luo Yadu, let us depart. Our journey through the secret realm of the weapon master has yielded considerable rewards. Luo Qinghuan not only acquired the semi-divine weapon, the Luo Qinghuan sword, but her prowess also ascended to the realm of creation. Moreover, she absorbed her own essence, transcending to the great power realm while mastering the laws of death. Most importantly, she became aware of the sacrifices made by the celestial beings of the heavenly palace on her behalf. The young girl nodded, securing the semi-divine Luo Qinghuan sword before turning to depart. Outside the sacred weapon mystic realm, a multitude of cultivators from various factions remained stationary, unwilling to leave. Clearly, they were eager to witness the extraordinary grace of the young maiden from the Xian holy sect, who had been acknowledged by the divine weapon emperor. After all, over the millennia, countless prodigies had entered this secret realm, yet none had garnered such recognition, underscoring the girl's remarkable talent. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens. What is happening? The crowd turned their gaze toward the towering sword, which stood 100 feet high, piercing the clouds. At that moment, it emitted a magnificent sword cry before transforming into countless specks of golden light, dissipating into the air. This signifies the last remnant of the divine weapon emperor's soul has vanished. It appears that the disciple of the Xian holy sect has comprehended the inheritance of the divine weapon emperor. As the golden light faded, a young girl clad in a white dress materialized before the onlookers. Qinghuan, upon the appearance of the graceful figure in white, Elder Xuanming's gaze immediately fixed upon her, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. Is this the renowned Luo Qinghuan? Enchantingly beautiful, she is indeed a rare gem among mortals. It is astonishing that the Xian holy sect boasts such an outstanding prodigy. Sister Luo not only possesses striking beauty, but also remarkable strength. One can't help but fantasize about being supported by her, chuckling at the thought of who might benefit in the future. As the gaze of the formidable beings present fell upon a young lady clad in a flowing white gown, They were momentarily stunned, utterly captivated by her exquisite visage. Qinghuan, over here, beckoned the esteemed elder Xianming. When a young lady approached, he was momentarily taken aback. Where's that lad Han Feng? Initially, he had not noticed Han Feng and presumed he was still within the secret realm awaiting Luo Qinghuan's return. Senior brother Han Feng. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan slightly turned her face and spoke. Senior brother Han Feng forcibly attempted to comprehend a sacred artifact and was ultimately struck down by it. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Xuanming's brow furrowed deeply, and he sighed. I had long suspected that lad's temperament was flawed. It was only a matter of time before calamity befell him. Yet I did not anticipate it would be so sudden. Alas, such is his fate. After a heavy sigh, Elder Xianming turned his serious gaze towards Luo Qinghuan and inquired earnestly, Qinghuan, have you truly comprehended the legacy of the God Weapon Emperor? At this proclamation, the surrounding powerful figures swiftly turned their attention towards her. The young lady gently nodded her head in affirmation. After all, the elder of the God Weapon had already declared this, and she saw no need to refute it. However, aside from the semi-divine weapon, the Dragon Abyss Sword, and its intent, there were no other inheritances left. The art of forging had not been passed down to posterity. According to the inauspicious Su Yi, though the world proclaims that the forging techniques of the Divine Weapon Emperor are unparalleled across the 9 domains, rightfully earning him the title of the foremost craftsman, the venerable master himself harbors a contrary belief. He perceives his forging skills as lacking refinement. Had he truly been the indisputable master, he would not have failed to forge the Longyuan sword for the young Su before he embarked on the ancient path to divinity. Thus, the Divine Weapon Emperor chose not to pass down his techniques to future generations, articulating that if he were to bequeath his craft, it would lead posterity to mistake it for the pinnacle of forging, aspiring only to replicate his methods instead of striving to surpass them. Astonishingly, she has indeed grasped this art. Does this imply that the prodigies who have ventured into the secret realm over the millennia are outclassed by a mere girl? Upon hearing this, the powerful figures of various factions gasped in awe, their eyes alight with newfound admiration for Luo Qinghuan. Should they forge a favorable relationship with this young maiden, she might one day assist them in crafting divine weapons. Little girl, why not demonstrate the legacy bestowed upon you by the Divine Weapon Emperor? It would surely be a feast for our eyes, one leader of a prominent faction urged. Indeed, we too wish to witness the grandeur of the Divine Weapon Emperor's forging prowess. As these words echoed, many around them readily agreed, eager to witness the marvel. The esteemed elder Xianming furrowed his brow, hesitant to assist the young Lady Qinghuan in her refusal, as the formidable powers gathered around were all esteemed entities, and offending them would not bode well for the Xianin sacred sect. As the gazes of those present fell upon her, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows knitted together, and even the expression on her enchanting visage turned cold. Ah, it was indeed the first instance of witnessing such a demeanor upon Luo's countenance. In his mind, upon observing the girl's expression, Su Yi propped his chin, adopting a posture of a bystander keen on the unfolding drama. The mastery of forging possessed by the esteemed divine armament ancestor was not merely a spectacle for the audience, nor a mere amusement, especially when it came to crafting a night vessel. Elder, are you belittling the divine armament ancestor's illustrious forging techniques? The young lady lifted her beautiful eyes, for the first time devoid of any anxiousness, and addressed all present with a voice that resonated with icy clarity. She had witnessed the regret of the divine armament emperor, who, due to insufficient forging prowess, was unable to assist Su Yi. She had also heard Su Yi recount tales of how, when the celestial demon clan threatened the entirety of the 9 domains cultivators, the divine armament emperor had forged countless protective armaments, bestowing them upon the cultivators of the 9 domains. In the eyes of the divine armament emperor, his forging art was indeed a technique capable of saving lives. As the young lady's chilling words reverberated, an encompassing silence enveloped the surroundings. The forging art of the divine armament emperor was, without a doubt, a savior's craft. In the past, he had granted many cultivators the means of protection against the celestial demon clan. Congratulations, Luo Qinghuan has completed a transformation, rewarded with the divine armament forging technique. Would you like to invest? Just then, the voice of the system abruptly echoed in Su Ye's mind. Chapter 77. Divine Tier Artifact Forging Technique. Infinite Divine Dynasty Artifact Forging Technique. Investment successful. Luo Qinghuan has mastered the artifact forging technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Divine Tier Artifact Forging Technique. Divine Tier Artifact Forging Technique. When forging divine weapons, the artifacts will manifest attributes, which the host can augment the forged items with. These attributes possess formidable effects, such as the one sword to seal the throat attribute. When the Long Yuan sword is imbued with the one sword to seal the throat attribute, it can achieve a single strike to incapacitate enemies whose realms do not exceed 3 minor levels. The system's voice resonated incessantly within his mind. Oh, exclusive forging attributes? Upon hearing this and observing the system's detailed explanation, a glimmer of delight flickered in Su Ye's eyes. If the attribute of invincibility could be attached, wielding a divine weapon with the invincible attribute would indeed render one truly invincible. Certainly, however, the prerequisite is that the invincible attribute must manifest within the divine weapon. Although one cannot actively add attributes, it is still a commendable outcome. Su Ye was content to comprehend the divine tier artifact forging technique. Su Ye, why do I feel as though something has entered my mind? At that moment, Luo Qinghuan's puzzled voice rang out. It's nothing. Just your brother Yi helping you grasp some artifact forging techniques. Su Ye chuckled softly. Artifact forging techniques? Could it be those of the esteemed artifact masters? The young girl gasped in surprise. Indeed. Su Ye nodded with a smile, saying, Dear girl, practice diligently. Your brother Yi is looking forward to you forging that Long Yuan sword into a true divine artifact. The young girl nodded vigorously, filled with determination. However, she soon questioned, But why do you not forge it yourself? To which she quipped, Because you, brother Su, are lazy. The girl pouted in discontent, exclaiming, Humph. Treating me merely as a tool, you wretched Su Yi. As the girl began to draw circles in the air, cursing the insufferable Su Yi, the first-rate power strongman, who had initially spoken, wore a grim expression. Her words had turned him into a mere jester seeking attention. Xianming, is this how your Xian-in holy sect teaches the young to address their elders? Such blatant disrespect. The strongman glared at Elder Xianming, his face a mask of displeasure. Elder Xianming furrowed his brow, but before he could respond, the girl, with her delicate brows knitted, retorted mercilessly, And what of you, Elder of the Fire Fist sect? Is this how your sect instructs you to disrespect the forging techniques of our esteemed predecessors? Such utter disregard for one's superiors. Her words echoed the strongman's earlier remarks, wielding little physical harm, yet laden with profound insult, leaving the Fire Fist sect's strongman crimson with rage. You audacious little brat, how dare you? The strongman's expression shifted, his aura flaring, as if ready to strike. In response, Elder Xianming stepped forward, shielding Luo Qinghuan behind him. How dare you? Just then, a voice resonated, filled with authority, belonging to a middle-aged man, who has permitted you to show such disrespect towards our esteemed predecessor. As his voice faded, a terrifying imperial might suddenly descended upon the formidable warrior of the Fire Fist sect, who, before he could even utter a cry of despair, was crushed into a mere pulp. Hiss, imperial might, an emperor-level powerhouse. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding factions gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. An emperor-level expert has arrived. Who could it be? Father? At that moment, a voice filled with surprise emerged from the crowd. It was the third prince of the Wuji divine dynasty, exclaiming, Father, were you not in seclusion? How did you suddenly appear here? Father? At this utterance, the powerful figures of various factions were momentarily taken aback. In the entire wasteland domain, there was but one individual capable of evoking such a response from the third prince of the Wuji divine dynasty, Emperor Tian, the ruler of one of the 5 great powers. The powerful figures quickly turned their gaze upward, where they beheld a man clad in a golden dragon robe, with sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of authority. Indeed, it was Emperor Tian, the sovereign of the divine dynasty. We pay our respects to the sovereign of the divine dynasty. We pay our respects to the sovereign of the divine dynasty. Upon witnessing this, the crowd hurriedly bowed in reverence. And even the members of the Fire Fist sect, despite witnessing their own warrior being publicly slain, dared not utter a word but followed suit in their salutation. After all, this was an emperor-level powerhouse. Not only they, but even the leader of the Fire Fist sect would likely applaud and commend the act. Sensing the commotion, Emperor Tian remarked calmly, before his gaze fell upon the young woman amidst the crowd, scrutinizing her intently as his imperial might gradually manifested. You are Luo Qinghuan? The legacy of the esteemed divine weapon has now fallen into your hands? A terrifying imperial might emerged, seemingly intended to instill a sense of trepidation in the young maiden. Under the overwhelming pressure, even the venerable elder Xianming felt an extraordinary weight bearing down upon him. Child, summon your brother Yi, he commanded. The girl, with a slight furrow in her brow, clenched her silver teeth in determination. Yet, she soon heard the reassuring words that filled her with a sense of security, prompting her to quietly retreat into her soul space and observe from the shadows. When Su Yi made his appearance, a subtle shift occurred in the girl's captivating eyes. She lifted her gaze and met Emperor Tian's stare directly. Emperor Tian was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment coursing through him. He had not anticipated that the girl would dare to engage him in direct eye contact, and within her gaze, he detected not a trace of fear, only a tranquil serenity. In that moment, it was as if the young maiden herself embodied the essence of an emperor, perhaps an even mightier one than he. Truly, she was worthy of the recognition bestowed by the divine weapon's predecessor. With the legacy of the divine weapon emperor entrusted to you, I can rest assured. With that, Emperor Tian's demeanor softened, and he explained, a millennium ago, I received aid from the divine weapon emperor, which enabled me to gradually expand the boundless divine dynasty. Since the fall of the divine weapon emperor in my middle state, I have quietly taken on the role of its guardian. Therefore, I cannot stand idly by and witness the legacy of the divine weapon's predecessor fall into the hands of the mediocre. My previous actions were merely a test for Miss Luo. I apologize for that. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding powerhouses gasped in astonishment. Unexpectedly, the young girl has completed the trial set by the Emperor of the Heavens without anyone realizing it. How could they possibly know? Under the overwhelming pressure of the Emperor, they were unable to lift their heads, let alone be aware that the girl dared to meet the Emperor's gaze. The girl nodded slightly. I have come here for two matters, the Emperor said slowly. First, to test the heir of the divine weapon emperor. Second, I seek a favor from this heir. Chapter 78. The Emperor of the Heavens educated as a junior. What? The esteemed ruler of the divine dynasty, a powerful emperor, has a request for that young girl. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the powerful figures present all changed their expressions, for who could have anticipated that such a formidable emperor would find himself in need of assistance? What is it? The girl inquired, her cold gaze fixed on the emperor. When the emperor met the girl's captivating eyes, he found himself momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, he felt an odd sensation, as if the girl before him were the true emperor, and he the mere junior. No matter how he tried to convince himself of his own status, each time he beheld the girl's clear, cold eyes, that illusion would resurface in his mind. How could this young girl's gaze instill such fear within the emperor? A shiver ran through the emperor's heart. When he locked eyes with the girl, it felt as though a towering figure cloaked in black was watching him from behind her. When you gaze upon a girl, your elder brother also gazes upon you. Is it truly the case that the esteemed emperor of the divine dynasty must seek assistance in such a manner? In Su Ye's eyes, a cold glimmer flickered, and his tone was tinged with a hint of anger. When did a mere sixth tribulation emperor dare to act so arrogantly? Having received the benevolence of the ancestral divine weapon, why then unleash pressure upon the benefactor's successor? Is this not somewhat inappropriate? Presently, he still possessed two emperor's strike cards. At worst, he could clash with this divine dynasty emperor. However, the stakes were different in Su Ye's hands. This was not merely a life-saving trump card, but rather a means to instill fear in others. If he were to suffer humiliation, would he still be the notorious emperor of bandits? Upon hearing the young lady's words, Emperor Tiantian was momentarily rooted to the spot. Strangely, instead of feeling angered by her reprimand, he found himself devoid of any ire, as if he had been rendered speechless. At that moment, as the crowd witnessed this scene, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a junior admonishing a senior, and most strikingly, this junior was none other than the Divine Dynasty's Emperor Tian. Su Yi was undeniably impressive. As this unfolded, the ethereal spirit in the little white dress gazed on with wide, admiring eyes, filled with adoration. It was, indeed, my oversight. I hope Lady Luo can forgive me. After a moment of silence, Emperor Tian spoke with a hint of contrition. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable sense of dread began to surface within his heart. If he failed to correct his demeanor, this dread might very well materialize into reality. Upon uttering these words, the powerful figures from surrounding factions collectively inhaled sharply. No one had anticipated that the esteemed ruler of the Divine Dynasty would voluntarily apologize to a junior. Goodness gracious! The elder Xianin beside the young girl widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing incredulously at her. What a surprise! When did Qinghuan become so formidable? This is a great emperor. Even the leader of their Xianin sacred sect has only reached the pinnacle of the Saint Lord realm, and he would never dare to speak so boldly to an emperor like Tian. Yet, this young girl has the audacity to reprimand a powerful emperor directly? The most astonishing part is that Tian appears almost like a junior before her. Her actions have left elder Xianin utterly stunned for a millennium. May I ask why the Lord of the Divine Dynasty seeks my presence? With Tian's demeanor appearing somewhat acceptable, Su Yi retracted the Empress strike card and looked up at Tian. Many years ago, the esteemed senior divine weapon bestowed upon my Wuji Divine Dynasty a tower of heaven and earth creation for the cultivation of our dynasty's prodigies. However, in recent years, this tower has lost its former glory. Thus, I wish to invite Miss Luo to visit my Wuji Divine Dynasty to see if it can be restored. Tian said slowly, the Tower of Heaven and Earth Creation? Is it not the legendary tower forged by the senior divine weapon for cultivation? It can absorb the most concentrated spiritual energy from the world, allowing for greatly accelerated cultivation within its confines. So, this tower is located in the Wuji Divine Dynasty. No wonder the prodigies from the Wuji Divine Dynasty have dominated the rankings over the years. Upon hearing Tian's words, the surrounding powerful figures could not help but reveal a hint of envy in their eyes. Oh, so the old divine weapon granted this tower of heaven and earth creation to the Wuji Divine Dynasty. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, maintaining a facade of composure. When the divine weapon emperor enthusiastically constructed this tower, he was the first chosen to test it. This tower possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the most concentrated spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, divided into 10 levels. With each ascending level, the potency of the spiritual energy multiplies several times. Back then, he ascended to the 10th level with just a couple of steps, rendering it nearly useless for him. However, in order to support the elderly divine weapon craftsman, he had deliberately placed an opportunity at the 10th level. One wonders if, after all these years, any prodigies from the Wujishan dynasty have managed to reach that pinnacle. If not, it might be a chance for young Luo to ascend to the 10th level and seize that opportunity. Heaven and Earth Transformation Tower. Add entry, Divine Speed, Tower Master. At that moment, a voice resonated within Su Ye's mind. Could it be the entries that can be added to the Heaven and Earth Transformation Tower? He paused for a moment, then glanced over. Divine Speed. Adding this entry significantly enhances the speed at which cultivators within the Heaven and Earth Transformation Tower absorb spiritual energy. Tower Master. Designate one individual as the Tower Master. All cultivators entering the Heaven and Earth Transformation Tower for training must contribute the spiritual energy they acquire. The Tower Master will receive a substantial increase in the energy harvested. These two entries appear to be quite advantageous. Upon reading their descriptions, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Ye's eyes. I wonder what Miss Luo thinks. At that moment, the question arose, what benefits would this entail? As the words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd gazed at the young woman with astonishment, while Elder Xuanming's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't the advantage rather evident? If we assist the Emperor in repairing the Tower of Creation, Would that not grant us the favor of a powerful emperor? Such a favor from an emperor is invaluable. Sui, do you not think this might be somewhat inappropriate? A timid voice from within the depths of the soul, belonging to a small figure in a white dress, inquired. She felt a twinge of fear that Su Yi might provoke the ruler of the divine dynasty. Not at all, Su Yi replied with a smile, shaking his head. The two communicated through their souls. Lo, our principle is to seize every opportunity. What of an emperor? There are far more treasures to be had from an emperor, and we must take advantage of that. Understanding dawned upon the small figure in white, and her delicate face lit up with realization as she hurriedly took out a notebook to jot down notes. Even the emperor was momentarily taken aback, though he felt no anger. Instead, he admired the girl as audacity. Well then, he pondered for a moment before continuing. If Miss Luo can indeed restore the Tower of Creation, I can grant you access to my imperishable imperial tomb. Chapter 79. The imperishable imperial tomb? Unfamiliar, but intriguing. What? Father, how can this be permissible? The imperishable imperial tomb has long been the resting place of fallen great ones from our divine dynasty. How can we allow an outsider to enter? As those around pondered the nature of the imperishable imperial tomb, within the crowd, the third prince of the imperishable divine dynasty, Di Yun, suddenly changed countenance and hastily interjected. Yun, be silent. The emperor cast a mere glance at the third prince. Hearing this, though Di Yun wished to protest further, he hesitated, his lips moving but ultimately choosing to remain silent. The mention of the imperishable imperial tomb hung in the air. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what exactly is this Wuji imperial tomb? The petite spirit clad in a white dress paused momentarily, her curiosity piqued. A place filled with treasures, a venue where we can procure supplies, Su Yi replied with a smile. Oh, I see, exclaimed the little spirit, her eyes sparkling as she discreetly assessed the contents of her oversized sack. What are you babbling about? I don't understand. Sack procure. However, the prerequisite for this venture is that we must restore the Tower of Creation forged by the esteemed divine weapon master. The young girl furrowed her brows slightly. Although Su Yi had just imparted the art of divine weapon forging to her, she had yet to grasp its intricacies. Fear not. You possess a connection, he reassured her. Connection? You mean the Knight Brothers connection, right? Understood. Once the girl settled her mind, Su Yi turned towards Emperor Tian, nodding in agreement. Then let us proceed as per the esteemed words of Emperor Tian. With that, he declared indeed, whether it was obtaining the legacy of the divine weapon emperor or facing a sovereign with unflinching composure. It was evident that this young girl had already surpassed the illustrious prodigies of their Xian In holy sect. Very well, Miss Luo, follow this emperor. Emperor Tian spoke in a deep tone. With a wave of his hand, he led the girl, along with Emperor Yun and the other members of the Wuji divine dynasty, stepping into the void and vanishing from sight. Xian In holy sect has indeed produced an extraordinary prodigy, they murmured in awe, as the surrounding factions sighed in admiration and gradually departed. The Wuji divine dynasty, situated in the most prosperous region of the Zhongzhou, in stark contrast to the multitude of sects that thrive in the other four states of the desolate realm. The central state is dominated solely by the unparalleled divine dynasty. With a population numbering in the billions and countless cultivators, it is a realm of immense vitality. Soon, within the royal city of the divine dynasty, as the firmament above shattered, several figures materialized. Upon witnessing the appearance of these figures in the sky, numerous powerful individuals of the divine dynasty swiftly emerged to extend their greetings, their anticipation palpable. However, amidst this gathering, Emperor Tian chose to disregard the assembly, his gaze fixated on Luo Qinghuan as he spoke. Young Lady Luo, should you find yourself unfamiliar with the surroundings, you may request for Emperor Yin. At this point, Emperor Tian furrowed his brow, opting for a different approach. Perhaps Emperor Yin may be somewhat occupied. Therefore, I shall have my daughter accompany you on a tour. No need, esteemed Emperor Tian. I am quite capable of exploring on my own. The young lady promptly shook her head, graciously declining the offer. After all, she was not alone. The insufferable Su Yi would be accompanying her as well. Very well. Emperor Tian acquiesced without further comment. Since Miss Luo has just comprehended the inheritance of the esteemed divine weapon, I shall refrain from intruding. Please take your rest. When the Tower of Heavenly Creation opens, I will personally inform you. Understood. The young lady nodded gently. Subsequently, Emperor Tian arranged for several maidens to escort her into the royal palace, leading her to the most opulent guest chamber. Who is that young lady? She is exceedingly beautiful, and the emperor treats her with remarkable courtesy. Witnessing this scene, the powerful beings of the divine dynasty were not only captivated by Luo Qinghuan's beauty, but were also taken aback by Emperor Tian's respectful demeanor, leaving them intrigued about the young lady's true identity. In the realm of the Xian holy cult, there exists a distinguished figure, Luo Qinghuan. Emperor Yun elucidated. The Xian holy cult? Is it not merely a first-rate power? Upon hearing the third prince's words, the assembly of formidable beings furrowed their brows. It is one thing to regard a genius of first-rate power with disdain. However, even the sovereign need not extend such courtesy to her. She is different, scoffed Emperor Yun. Though he held a lofty opinion of himself and looked down upon the prodigies of first-rate powers, he could not deny the prowess of the young woman. After all, he had witnessed her single-handedly procure the 10 sacred artifacts and grasp the formidable strength of that notorious emperor, annihilating the 3 demons. She is different because she has inherited the legacy of the godly weapon emperor, Emperor Yun remarked coolly. What? The legacy of the godly weapon emperor? Upon this revelation, the powerful figures of the divine dynasty became visibly unsettled. It is important to note that due to the divine dynasty's ruler, Emperor Tian, being the keeper of the godly weapon emperor's tomb, they have been granted more opportunities to enter the secret realm than the other 4 major forces. Yet, over the years, the prospect of obtaining the godly weapon emperor's legacy had seemed utterly unattainable, not only for their divine dynasty, but across the entirety of the desolate celestial domain. No prodigy had ever been acknowledged by the godly weapon emperor. But now, the third prince claims that the young woman who just departed has received the godly weapon emperor's recognition. This revelation sent a shiver through the assembly. Had she truly eclipsed the ancient prodigies? The expressions of the divine dynasty's strongmen turned grave as they collectively adopted an air of seriousness, hastily inquiring, "Is that so?" Thus, Emperor Yun proceeded to recount the events that transpired within the secret realm in their entirety. Upon conclusion, a multitude of formidable figures from the divine dynasty were profoundly astonished. Thus, Your Majesty, do you intend for Miss Luo to assist us in repairing the Tower of Creation? A minister furrowed his brows, speaking with hesitation. But Miss Luo has only just grasped the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. Can she truly manage this task? If she cannot, then can you? Emperor Tian cast a languid glance in his direction. Your Majesty jests. The minister's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to obediently fall silent. The Tower of Creation must be restored without delay. The millennia-long foundation of our Wuji divine dynasty cannot be allowed to crumble in an instant, Emperor Tian murmured, a shadow of gravity crossing his gaze. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of several palace maids, Luo Qinghuan was led to a lavish courtyard within the royal palace. This place was relatively tranquil, enriched with spiritual essence, ensuring she would not be disturbed. Clearly, Emperor Tian had invested considerable thought into providing the young lady with an environment conducive to fully comprehending the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. Miss Luo, we shall take our leave now. The palace maids curtsied elegantly to Luo Qinghuan before departing. Indeed, the top-tier forces display a more extravagant approach compared to first-rate ones. As even the spirit-gathering array was present, Sui glanced at the small courtyard, noticing a delicate array operating upon the ground. A spirit-gathering array? The young lady mused with curiosity. Sui, arms crossed, replied nonchalantly, "Do you know how to operate it?" The young girl was momentarily taken aback, lacking interest in learning but eager to remove the object. Sui spoke with utmost seriousness. Luo Qinghuan responded with a silent acquiescence. "All right, my dear Luo, take these days to rest well." In the sanctuary of her soul, Sui stretched lazily, seizing the opportunity to delve into the mysteries contained within the Kunlun mirror, which had been restored by the divine weapon emperor. Though no longer damaged, this imperial artifact, while not on par with the semi-divine Longyuan sword, remained a genuine imperial treasure. The young girl lightly nodded, pushing open the gate to the courtyard and stepping inside. Days passed, and when the Divine Weapon's secret realm concluded, news that the legacy of the Divine Weapon Emperor had been passed on to a young woman from the Xian holy sect reverberated throughout the entire wasteland domain, creating quite a stir. Although many with ulterior motives contemplated seizing the opportunity, they were ultimately deterred by the last words of the Divine Weapon Emperor and chose to abandon their schemes. After all, the overwhelming imperial might of the Divine Weapon Emperor was not to be trifled with, even by powerful emperors of the same realm. Within the Xian holy sect, upon hearing that Luo Qinghuan had triumphed over numerous prodigies and gained the recognition of the Divine Weapon Emperor, the 8 peak masters and a host of elders were left utterly speechless. They acknowledged Luo Qinghuan's remarkable talent, yet none had anticipated that she could reach such an extraordinary level. Only Yuji, while astonished, did not share the same degree of shock as the others in the Xian holy sect. She was aware of the existence of a formidable protector behind the girl, and with such a guardian coupled with her extraordinary talent, it was only natural for her to eclipse all other prodigies. However, at this moment, she was somewhat anxious. There was not much time left before the selection of the Divine Maiden of the Supreme Forgetting Palace. It was certain that the Supreme Forgetting Palace would make Luo Qinghuan the new Divine Maiden to exert control over her, while that formidable protector would undoubtedly not allow the Supreme Forgetting Palace to succeed. What choice should she make? Alas, Yuji sighed. Neither the Supreme Forgetting Palace nor that formidable protector was an entity they from the Xian holy sect could afford to offend. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, ultimately plunging them into the abyss. Very well, I shall observe for now. Yuji sighed softly. Just then, a frail figure appeared in the sky, accompanied by a massive cane striking the ground. The elder of Xianming approached with the support of his staff. The elder? Yuji focused her gaze, but saw only the elder of Xianming, not that girl in the white dress. Where's Qinghuan? Yuji was momentarily taken aback. The Wuji divine dynasty? A look of solemnity flickered in her beautiful eyes. Yet another presence they from the Xian holy sect could not provoke. Moreover, our leader, it seems that Qinghuan has lost her senses. At that moment, the elder of Xianming spoke again, his face awash with alarm. That girl actually dared to reprimand the ruler of the divine dynasty, and the ruler did not even dare to retort, appearing as if an elder was educating a younger generation, while that younger generation was, in fact, the ruler of the divine dynasty. The elder of Xianming recounted the events that had transpired. What? Upon hearing the elder's account, Yuji stood frozen in place, her mind racing. Could it be that Tian, acting like a mere junior, allowed Luo Qinghuan to reprimand him solely because of that formidable protector? A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips at this realization, and the hesitation in her beautiful eyes transformed into unwavering resolve. With such an extraordinary protector, what was there left to doubt? Simultaneously, was it possible that their dissatisfaction with her actions played a role? How infuriating. I must investigate. I am eager to uncover the origins of that young girl, who could resonate with the power left behind by such a being. In the central continent, within the royal courtyard of the Wujing King city, Suyi diligently examined the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror. This is a spatial confinement? Once the Divine Weapon Emperor restored the Kunlun mirror, its capabilities expanded beyond mere spatial creation and storage. It now possessed attributes of divine weaponry. The spatial confinement was one such ability. When activated, it could ensnare selected foes within a confined space, restricting their movements, effective against cultivators of any realm. However, the greater the disparity in strength, the shorter the duration of confinement. As Suye's gaze fell upon the description of this spatial confinement, a grave expression flickered across his eyes. This martial art of the divine weapon appears quite extraordinary, while its effectiveness diminishes with the difference in power. Even a mere second of control could prove invaluable in life-and-death battles, potentially altering the course of conflict itself. Indeed, Suyi nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, he briefly explained to Luo Qinghuan the function of the Kunlun mirror's martial arts spatial confinement. Upon hearing this, the young girl widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. How incredible! Spatial confinement. Does that mean one can do anything they desire? Indeed, Su Yi nodded, then smiled brightly as he continued. Luo Qinghuan. I've learned something new. Chapter 81. The Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion. At this juncture, while expressing her newfound knowledge, the girl raised her delicate brows, seemingly struck by another thought. She furrowed her brows slightly and murmured, "This technique could also be useful for helping other cultivators purify themselves, right? We should prepare a few more bags for that." Su Yi replied, "Indeed, indeed. This girl has truly learned to think critically. By the way, it might be beneficial to employ the divine-level inscription forging technique to see what additional inscriptions can be added to the Kunlun mirror." With this thought in mind, Su Yi immediately activated the divine-level inscription forging technique. As his gaze fell upon the Kunlun mirror, a faint inscription began to materialize. Indeed, there was one. He quickly examined it. 1v1 True Man Combat. Adding this inscription allows the cultivation level of any cultivator confined within the spatial barrier to align with that of Luo Qinghuan. In just a few short words, Su Ye's eyes widened in shock as he gasped in disbelief. This is utterly outrageous. If the one trapped is an emperor, even if only confined for a second, with this inscription, during that fleeting moment, the emperor's cultivation level would align with Luo Qinghuan's. Even if it doesn't lead to the emperor's demise, that brief second could be sufficient to inflict serious injury. Is this the sensation of having an advantage? It is simply delightful, Su Yi could not help but exclaim. Had there been such a boon in my previous life, this continent would not be known as the Heavenly Xian continent, but rather as Su Ye's private garden. Luo girl, your brother Yi has once again provided you with an advantage. What kind of advantage? The young lady inquired curiously. You will find out in due time. Su Yi replied with a cryptic smile. Oh, I have heard that the royal city of the Wujie divine dynasty is the most prosperous city in the entire wilderness heaven domain. There must be numerous sights to behold, delights to experience, and delicacies to savor. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, if you wish to go, then let us go. Su Yi responded with a smile and a nod. Having spent many years in the Xianyin sacred cult, Luo Qinghuan's desire to explore a thriving place was entirely understandable. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the brightness in her eyes intensified, and she nodded slightly. Then let us be on our way. Wujie royal city. Truly, it deserves its reputation as the most prosperous city in the entire wilderness heaven domain. The bustling streets were filled with the shouts of vendors, and the throngs of cultivators created a lively atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, a girl in a white dress was particularly eye-catching, wandering curiously among the various stalls, her every smile and frown captivating many passers-by. Whose daughter is this? She is remarkably beautiful. The admiration was palpable. However, at that moment, the young lady paid no heed to the gazes directed toward her. She stopped before a vendor selling meat buns, her curiosity piqued. "Miss, we have a new product. Durian meat buns, 10 spirit coins each." Durian, meat, bun? Luo Qinghuan raised her eyebrows slightly. How could these words possibly be combined? Yet, after a moment of hesitation and the encouragement from Su Yi, she ultimately decided to purchase one. However, as she gazed at the peculiar durian meat bun in her hand, doubt crept back in. Su Yi, perhaps it's best to pass. Luo Qinghuan's lips moved, lacking the courage to bring it to her mouth. "If you want to eat it, let your brother Yi have it," Su Yi remarked, equally curious about the flavor, having never tasted such a dish before her journey through time. "Well then, you eat it," the girl ultimately conceded. "Wait." However, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized the flaw in her reasoning. Although she would not partake, Su Yi would be consuming it, effectively using her body to do so. What difference did that make? Yet, her realization came too late. With a change in her expression, Su Yi logged in and silently took a bite. Oh no, a medicinal taste. The girl struggled, but it was futile. The next moment, an odd flavor flooded her palate. How does it taste? The vendor, noticing the girl's bite, immediately approached with a broad smile. The girl's face darkened. "It's delicious, but I shall never eat it again." Following this, when Su Yi relinquished control of her body, he discovered that after wandering about the royal city, the girl had clearly distanced herself from the food stalls, evidently wary of Su Yi logging in again to sample more bizarre delicacies. As she continued her stroll, not far away, a group of elegantly dressed young men, wielding folding fans, had already set their gaze upon the young lady, approaching her with smiles. My dear maiden, might you be inclined to accompany us to the Fengyue Tower for a poetic recitation? One of them inquired. As Luo Qinghuan strolled idly, she furrowed her brows slightly at the sight of them, then shook her head. I have no time. Suyi was taken aback. What error was this? Was there a misunderstanding? Fear not, dear lady, we are not ill-intentioned. We genuinely wish to invite you to the Fengyue Tower for a poetic exchange. The young men waved their fans, extending their invitation once more. Noticing this, Luo Qinghuan frowned. Suyi had mentioned that such persistent suitors could be dealt with through kindness, and they would eventually take their leave. Thus, the young lady prepared to draw her long yuan sword, ready to unleash the formidable aura of a transcendent being. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air. Impudent. What are you doing? A striking woman clad in black leather, wielding a whip and possessing an alluring figure, approached. The fourth princess? The young men exclaimed, recognition dawning upon them. Upon seeing this captivating woman, their expressions shifted, and they hastily bowed. Merchants nearby also paid their respects. Miss Luo, are you unharmed? What? A transcendent being? At this revelation, the crowd's demeanor changed dramatically. They had not anticipated that this young lady possessed not only breathtaking beauty, but also such formidable strength. Who are you? Luo Qinghuan inquired curiously, glancing at the alluring woman, particularly at her striking figure, and pouted slightly. Delhonor. In the realm of the infinite divine dynasty, the fourth princess, Delhonor, wielded a long whip as she made her self-introduction. With a disdainful glance directed at the group of young men, she exclaimed, how audacious of you to harbor ill intentions towards a distinguished guest of my dynasty. Your Highness, we are wronged. We merely wish to invite this young lady to recite poetry at the Fengyue Pavilion. The young men protested, their voices raised in defense. They promptly retrieved their storage rings, and with a flicker of light, various collections of poetry materialized before them. It seemed they truly were literary enthusiasts. As the young men recounted the events, it was revealed that the Fengyue Pavilion was hosting a poetry gathering today with the theme centered around enchanting beauties. It was for this reason that they had approached the stunning Luo Qinghuan for an invitation. Suyi interjected, what respectable place of learning would be named the Fengyue Pavilion? To dispel the misunderstanding, Delhonor urged the young men to take their leave. Turning her gaze back to the young maiden, she marveled at Luo Qinghuan's beauty before speaking with a smile. I have long heard of your deeds, Miss Luo, and have always wished to invite you to explore the imperial city. Alas, my father forbade me from interrupting your cultivation. Now that we meet in the royal city, may I inquire about your intentions? I'm just about to visit the Tiansheng Treasure Pavilion. If you have no particular destination in mind, why not accompany me? Tiansheng Treasure Pavilion? Upon hearing those four words, Suyi was momentarily taken aback. The name resonated with familiarity. Could it be that my third senior brother is the owner? What is the Tiansheng Treasure Pavilion? A flicker of confusion crossed Luo Qinghuan's eyes. In the desolate realm, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion can barely be regarded as a first-rate force. Yet its Heavenly Saint auction is undoubtedly one of the largest auctions among its peers. The explanation came from Delhonor. Oh, upon hearing Delhonor mention that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion spans the entire 9 domains, Suyi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his suspicions intensifying. His third senior brother from the Heavenly Palace, known as the Heavenly Treasure Taoist, had once aspired to amass the wealth of all cultivators across the 9 domains. Could it be that this Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was secretly established by him? What do you think? Delhonor asked, turning to Luo Qinghuan with a smile. Miss Luo, shall we go take a look together? It is said that this Heavenly Saint auction has many valuable items, perhaps something you desire. Suye, let us go see. Suye nodded in agreement. As Delhonor mentioned, there are indeed numerous treasures at this Heavenly Saint auction. If he could procure something useful for Luo, it would also serve to validate his suspicions regarding the owner of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, to see if it truly was his third senior brother from the Heavenly Palace. Although his senior brothers and sisters have diminished in strength due to the celestial laws, they remain formidable cultivators. If he could locate them swiftly and they were to acknowledge one another, Luo would then have several powerful guardians. This would facilitate his endeavor to reconstruct his physical form. Then let us proceed together. With Suye's affirmation, Luo Qinghuan slightly nodded. Very well, Miss Luo, follow me. Dailania flicket hia vip. Her hair cascading behind her as they made their way to the royal city, the most prosperous area within the realm. A magnificent vermilion pavilion stands tall, known as the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion. At this moment, as one of the largest auction houses in the desolate realm, the Heavenly Sacred Auction has begun, drawing numerous powerful forces from across the wasteland. The Heavenly Sacred Pavilion is now bustling with activity, with many cultivators lingering at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their turn to enter. Just then, two graceful figures appeared, instantly captivating the attention of numerous cultivators. What stunning beauties! One exudes fiery allure, while the other radiates pure sweetness. Their beauty truly unparalleled in the mortal world. Oh, why are they not in line? They can enter directly? While the cultivators marveled, they noticed the two young ladies effortlessly making their way inside the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion. Of course, did you not see the woman clad in a black leather outfit, wielding a long whip? That is Delana, the fourth princess of the infinite divine dynasty. No wonder as whispers circulated around them. Delana led Luo Qinghuan into the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion. Upon their entrance, a representative of the pavilion promptly approached, bowing to Delana, then casting a curious glance at the maiden in white beside her. May I inquire who this is? Miss Luo is a distinguished guest of our infinite divine dynasty. Accompanying me to the Heavenly Sacred Auction, Delana introduced. Ah, so she's a guest of the dynasty. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Luo. Please, follow me, the pavilion's representative said, ushering the two young women into a private box, the Heavenly Box. One may isolate their breath as a means of probing, which could be considered a form of safeguarding the privacy of participants in the auction, Lana explained to Luo Qinghuan. The young girl nodded in acknowledgement. Once the two were settled in the private box, Su Ye's voice resonated within the girl's mind. Luo girl, do inquire whether she has any knowledge of the owner of the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion. The owner of the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion? A flicker of confusion passed through Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. Indeed, I suspect that the enigmatic figure behind the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion may very well be my third senior brother from the Heavenly Palace, Su Yi replied solemnly. Could the mastermind behind the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion be your third senior brother, Su Yi? Upon hearing this, the girl widened her enchanting eyes, realizing that Su Yi was not an ordinary individual, and neither were those in his company. Just moments ago, Lana had mentioned that the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion spanned 9 realms, possessing immense financial resources. Thus, how affluent must Su Ye's third senior brother be? All right, I shall inquire shortly. Luo Qinghuan responded with a slight nod. While the auction had yet to commence, the two women engaged in considerable conversation. Luo Qinghuan seized the opportunity to ask about what Su Yi had suggested. Fourth princess, do you happen to know who the owner of the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion is? The owner of the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion? A hint of uncertainty crossed Lana's beautiful eyes, followed by a moment of contemplation. The Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion is widespread across the 9 realms, with each pavilion governed by its own master. If we are speaking of the master of the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion in the Desolate Heaven region, it should be Master Qingfeng. As for the masters of the other realms' Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilions, I am unaware. Leitna Ashukiahit. Su Yi, is that your third senior brother then? Luo Qinghuan immediately inquired within her mind upon hearing her response. Su Yi shook his head. Lo girl, there is no need to inquire further. Since Delana can only discern the identity of a branch leader, it is improbable that she possesses any knowledge of the mastermind behind the scenes. Delana, perplexed, asked, why did Miss Lo suddenly bring this up? It is merely out of curiosity. After all, the one who established a treasure house spanning the 9 domains must be quite extraordinary. Luo Qinghuan replied softly. Indeed, Delana nodded in agreement, then sighed. However, the master of the Heavenly Sacred Treasure House has never revealed himself to the public. He remains shrouded in mystery. Well then, Miss Lo, I have heard that you have been residing in the Xian Sacred Sect. This is your first time attending the Heavenly Sacred Auction, is it not? Soon, you shall witness the splendor of this auction. Splendor? A hint of confusion flickered in Luo Qinghuan's eyes. What could be so extraordinary about an auction? Do not underestimate the Heavenly Sacred Auction, for its prominence as one of the largest auctions in the Wasteland realm speaks volumes about its uniqueness. After all, it offers everything imaginable for sale, D. Launer said with a mysterious smile. There are even catgirl maids and wolf dog butlers available for auction. If Miss Luo is interested, perhaps you could try bidding on one. Upon hearing this, the young girl's face flushed crimson, and she quickly shook her head. At that moment, D. Launer added, moreover, there are artifacts capable of compelling obedience. Artifacts that can compel obedience? The moment those words were uttered, the girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hee. Should we arrange a plan for the troublesome Suyi? After all, that wicked fellow bullies her every day. Suyi. My foolish girl, Luo. Have you not considered the possibility of being retaliated against? Chapter 83. The Fruit of Destiny. Yet to mature? Soon, after a brief exchange between the two women, the grand doors of the auction hall thunderously closed, signaling the commencement of the Heavenly Saint auction. Thank you for your patience. At that moment, accompanied by a woman's enchanting laughter, a figure clad in a red Chong Sam, her curves accentuated, gracefully ascended the auction stage, each smile and frown infused with allure. What a captivating woman, Luo Qinghuan remarked after casting a glance at the Chong Sam-clad lady. The charm of this woman was perceptible even to Luo, a fellow female, let alone the crowd of male cultivators, their faces flushed and hearts racing at the sight of her. In her mind, Suyi calmly noted that the beautiful and alluring woman was deployed to ignite the passions of these cultivators, invigorating the atmosphere for the ensuing auction where they would likely clash fiercely. As the saying goes, a smile from a beauty can be worth a fortune. Oh, Luo Qinghuan pondered thoughtfully. If I were the auctioneer, would I evoke a similar effect? You? Suyi Skolfoot. The auctioneer not only possesses beauty, but also a figure that captivates. You, on the other hand, resemble an elementary school student. Luo Qinghuan. She felt that Su Yi was ridiculing her. Moreover, she had evidence. Wasn't he the ancient divine garment supposed to enhance one's figure? She had secretly worn it for so long, yet she had not noticed any significant changes. Suye, come out, and I promise I won't bite you. The young girl pouted. Is that so? I fear once night Gu emerges, you won't dare to bite, Su Yi replied, crossing his arms with a smile. What do you mean? The girl paused, somewhat perplexed. Why wouldn't I dare to bite once he appears? This girl was the premier auctioneer of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion, known as Moonflower. Beside her, D. Launer slowly remarked, it seems this auction will feature many exquisite items. For Moonflower rarely makes an appearance. When she does, it's certain that a plethora of treasures will be auctioned. At this moment, just as Suyi had suggested, when Moonflower emerged, the assembly of cultivators gazed upon her with the fervor of famished wolves. To catch a glimpse of Miss Moonflower, I would wait 100,000 years if need be, chuckled a young man wielding a folding fan. Ha! The heavenly sun is jesting. Moonflower appeared amused by his flattery, covering her mouth with a laugh and shaking her head. 100,000 years? You, a mere son of the sacred land, are hardly worthy of such longevity. The surrounding crowd dismissed the heavenly sun's flowery words with scorn. Esteemed guests, without further ado, let us commence the heavenly treasure auction, Moonflower announced, clapping her hands. A maid approached, carrying the auction items. First up, we have the Earth Tier Moon Spirit Cultivation Technique, starting bid at 200,000 spirit coins. The minimum increment is 10,000 spirit coins. Let the bidding begin. With her words, the surrounding cultivators immediately launched into a frenzied contest for the items. Not everyone belongs to the pinnacle of power or the elite forces. Thus, the Earth-level techniques provide substantial assistance to them. 250,000 spirit coins. 270,000 spirit coins. Ultimately, this Earth-level technique was acquired by a formidable individual from a second-tier force for the price of 500,000 spirit coins. The auction continued unabated. Within the celestial box, D. Launer occasionally placed bids herself, while Luo Qinghuan merely observed in silence. It was not a lack of funds. Rather, Suyi had remarked that bidding on such trifles was a sheer waste of money, suggesting it would be better to wait for someone fortunate to carry these insignificant items, allowing her to assist in their disposal. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows can be deemed one of the highlights of this auction. At this moment, With the sound of Yuehua resonating, a maid approached, carrying a wooden box. Without even opening the box, a refreshing fragrance wafted forth, instantly captivating the senses. What could be contained within this box? The crowd, upon sensing this aroma, felt that the contents were extraordinarily remarkable. While this item might hold little value for those present, it would serve as a tremendous boon for the younger prodigies within their sections. Yuehua smiled mysteriously before gesturing for the maid to unveil the box. Inside lay a fruit resembling a seed, its surface shimmering with radiant colors, exuding an aura of profound principles. This is, the spectator's pupils constricted in astonishment. The fruit of creation. Yuehua spoke softly. What? The fruit of creation? In the legends, the realm of creation was meant to seize the essence of heaven and earth, forging one's own destiny. Yet, can the essence of heaven and earth be claimed by just anyone? Thus, the realms of creation in later generations are mostly mere imitations, lacking the authentic aura of celestial creation. Apart from a select few prodigies who can genuinely seize the essence of heaven and earth, the majority of talented individuals must rely on the fruits of celestial creation to attain true mastery, rather than remain in the realm of counterfeit creation. Alas, to discover such a remarkable treasure at this auction. Upon hearing Yuehua's words, the assembled cultivators were taken aback, their breaths caught in astonishment. Their gazes on the fruit of creation within the wooden box now ablaze with fervor. I bid 1,000,000 spirit coins. Just perfect to procure a fruit of creation for my precious granddaughter. 1,000,000 is nothing. I offer 2,000,000. In an instant, before Tianhua could announce the bidding price for the fruit of creation, chaos erupted throughout the auction hall. The fruit of creation? The young girl was momentarily stunned, and even Dilaner beside her felt an overwhelming surge of desire. After all, this treasure holds immense allure for any prodigy within the realm of creation. While others may lack the essence of creation, remaining in mere imitation, absorbing this fruit of celestial creation would elevate one to true mastery. The disparity is monumental. The fruit of creation appears to be fated for you, Luo girl. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Suye's eyes. While it would allow Luo to comprehend the wonders of creation, possessing the fruit of creation would undoubtedly facilitate the process. Did you also consume the fruit of creation back then? Luo Qinghuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. After all, it was her first encounter with the distinction between the realm of creation and the false realm of creation. What conditions did I have to do so? Suyi retorted with an exasperated roll of his eyes. Even if he had wished to seize the fruit of creation, he would have had to be wary of the formidable powers lurking behind it. So, were you in the false realm of creation at that time? She pressed on. Not all, Suyi replied, scratching his nose. Since I lacked the fruit of creation, I ventured to perceive the wonders of heaven and earth on my own. And surprisingly, it proved to be rather straightforward. Everyone, please calm down, Yuehua interjected, raising a hand to quell the commotion. There is one important detail I must clarify. This fruit of creation is not yet ripe. It requires an additional 500 years to mature. 500 years until it is fully mature? As Yuehua's words echoed through the auction hall, the crowd collectively furrowed their brows, their previously fervent excitement doused, as if doused by a bucket of cold water. The fruit of creation, requiring 500 years to reach maturity, cast a shadow over their aspirations. They're currently bidding for this fruit of creation for the prodigies within their sect. If they were to wait a century, these prodigies might have already transcended the realm of creation. After all, if one were to linger in the realm of creation for several centuries, they could hardly be deemed a prodigy, nor would they be worthy of this fruit of creation. Well then, esteemed guests, the words of Yuehua have been spoken. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. Yuehua concealed her smile with her hand and subsequently announced the price of this fruit of creation. The starting bid for this fruit was set at 10,000,000 spirit coins, with each increment no less than 100,000 spirit coins. 10,000,000. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures present could not help but gasp in astonishment. This was merely an immature fruit of creation. Yet the starting bid was already a staggering 10,000,000 spirit coins. How high would the price soar for a mature fruit of creation? The celestial sanctuary is willing to offer 10 million spirit coins. Just as the powerful figures hesitated, a voice resounded from a VIP box. It was the young man with the folding fan, the celestial prince, who boldly drew back the curtain of the box, showing no concern for revealing his identity. He, the celestial prince, indeed a scion of a top-tier sanctuary, displayed remarkable generosity with his bid. As Yuehua smiled and frowned, she had the celestial prince completely under her spell, intensifying the heat in his gaze. With the celestial prince's bid of 10 million spirit coins, is there anyone willing to offer more? As Yuehua's words faded, a scoff interrupted. Celestial prince, your current strength is but at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm. Do you truly expect to break through the realm of creation in a century? Perhaps it would be better to yield it to this old man, a descendant of a future generation. The elder of the Blood Moon sect proclaimed a bid of 15 million. With a disdainful snort, he rose to his feet. 17 million, 20 million. In an instant, apart from the elder of the Blood Moon sect, both the auction hall and the various private boxes were filled with powerful individuals eagerly placing their bids. Although the fruit of creation had yet to mature, it did not diminish the fervent desire of the crowd. They could always secure it now and bestow it upon the prodigies of their sex 500 years hence. When it comes to financial strength, my heavenly dome's sacred land fears no one. The sacred son of the heavenly dome scoffed, raising the bid to 30 million. Suyi, we are terribly impoverished. As the price of the fruit of creation soared beyond 30 million spirit coins in the blink of an eye, the young girl's face contorted with frustration, feeling an overwhelming sense of destitution. Although Su Yi had previously acquired 100,000 spirit coins from Yin Yun, in comparison, it seemed woefully insufficient. Poor, you say? Su Yi chuckled softly. He had never held a tangible sense of value regarding spirit coins. Perhaps for the cultivators of the 9 domains of Tianxian, spirit coins served as the sole universal currency. But for him, the bandit emperor, spirit coins were not the only means of trade. After all, it was rather cumbersome to first acquire spirit coins and then purchase valuable treasures. It was far more efficient to directly acquire the treasures. Nonetheless, this fruit of creation must be ours. The fruit of creation is not due to mature for another 500 years' wait. As Luo Qinghuan uttered these words, she quickly realized her error. The fruit of creation may take 500 years to mature for others, yet this is not the case for her and Su Yi. In the realm of Kunlun lies the everlasting medicinal field. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the young girl's beautiful eyes. Indeed, Su Yi nodded with a smile. The everlasting medicinal field not only facilitates rapid growth, but also enhances the quality of the spiritual herbs cultivated within it. By planting this immature fruit of creation in the everlasting medicinal field, not only can its maturation time be accelerated, but its grade can also be elevated. Luo, let us set the price at 40 million. 40 million? The girl was taken aback. Su Yi, where do we have that many spirit coins? Your lack does not imply that your brother Yi is equally bereft. Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. Have you forgotten about the Kunlun mirror? The old man of the divine weapon helped us repair it, and the self-protection barrier has been lifted. The Kunlun mirror is essentially the private treasury of the Kunlun emperor. Do you think an emperor would be impoverished? Just how many spirit coins does the Kunlun emperor's treasury hold? The girl giggled, displaying a charmingly greedy expression. I haven't calculated. I estimate it should have at least several billion spirit coins. Su Yi shook his head. Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Several billion? Su Yi, we are about to strike it rich. 38 million spirit coins. This holy sun shall see who dares to compete with me for this fruit of creation. At this moment, the heavenly dome, holy sun, let out a cold snort. The original price of 33 million spirit coins has been directly raised to 38 million. Upon uttering these words, he cast a triumphant glance at Yuehua, exuding an air reminiscent of one who would spend a fortune merely to elicit a smile from beauty. This fool, driven by his passions, insists on the exorbitant price of 38 million for an immature creation Dao fruit, which would normally cap around 30 million. Observing this scene, the powerful figures within the auction hall could not help but curse inwardly. While the creation Dao fruit is indeed formidable, It merely presents an opportunity for cultivators in the creation realm to potentially seize the world's creation. The actual ability to attain such creation ultimately hinges upon the cultivator's innate talent. In the esteemed box, Emperor Lanner hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to forego bidding. This was not due to a lack of funds. As the princess of the supreme force, the Wujishan dynasty, she could certainly afford it. However, just then, a voice from beside her broke the silence. 40 million. The moment those words echoed, the entire auction hall fell into stunned silence, and once they regained their composure, their astonished gazes turned towards the distinguished box. 40 million? The heavenly son of the celestial dome appeared taken aback, his expression darkening. Chapter 85. Heavenly son of the celestial dome, do you take everyone for fools? The esteemed guest from the box had placed a bid of 40 million spirit coins. Are there any higher bidders? If not, the creation Dao fruit shall belong to the patron of the distinguished box. Upon hearing the young girl's bid, Yuehua stifled a laugh and inquired of the crowd. 45 million spirit coins. The celestial son let out a cold snort and once again placed a bid. 4,510,000. The voice of the maiden resonated again. 50 million. 5,010,000. Subsequently, regardless of how much the celestial son offered, the girl in the Tianzi box would merely add a mere 100,000 spirit coins to his bid. Gasp! Inside the Tianzi box, De Lanner inhaled sharply, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the girl beside her. Could it be that Miss Luo is actually a wealthy heiress? Although Luo Qinghuan is also a prodigy of a first-rate power, she is unlike the celestial son, whose father is the celestial sovereign, essentially the master of the celestial realm, making his wealth entirely reasonable. However, the girl is fundamentally just a prodigy within her sect. Surely, her financial resources cannot surpass those of the celestial son. Yet, it seems, the girl appears to possess considerable wealth. Su Yi, do you think it's inappropriate for us to merely increase the bid by 100,000 spirit coins each time? ISNT that a bit too cheap? At this moment, the girl paid no mind to De Lanner's astonished expression, quietly inquiring of Su Yi in her heart. Cheap? No. Su Yi simply smiled and shook his head. This is called frugality, saving wherever possible. Oh, I see. Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. Soon, with their continued bidding, the price of this divine fruit had soared to over 50 million spirit coins. Celestial son, at this rate, we will be unable to participate in the subsequent auctions. Meanwhile, within the celestial box of the celestial son, the elder behind him furrowed his brow, unable to endure the situation any longer, and hastily offered a reminder. Fear not, old Lu, this son of heaven is well aware of his own path. The celestial son narrowed his eyes, then lifted his gaze towards the heavenly box, and through the delicate veil, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the enchanting figure within, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. This young lady, though her affiliation to any sect remained a mystery, perhaps it would be prudent for her to grant this son of heaven a favor. Might she relinquish the Tao fruit of fortune to him? However, upon uttering these words, the young lady within the heavenly box paid no heed to his proposition, instead silently increasing his bid by 100,000 spirit coins. Hearing this, the expression of the celestial son darkened further. Wretched woman, do not let me discover your identity. Should you fall into my grasp, I shall surely indulge in your torment. What if this fellow continues to raise the stakes? Pondered Su Yi. Inside the heavenly box, Luo Qinghuan glanced at the celestial son, her delicate brows knitting together. Though they had recently acquired wealth, such extravagance was unwarranted. As for this matter, Su Yi contemplated for a moment. Then a gentle smile graced his lips. It is quite simple. Allow your brother Yi to assist him in clearing his transgressions. If he lacks funds, what can he use to raise his bid? Clear his transgressions? Here, the young lady was momentarily taken aback. Have you forgotten the new skill you just acquired? Su Yi smiled mysteriously, and without a moment's hesitation, he initiated a spatial blockade against the celestial son's box. For the mere realm of the celestial sovereign was insufficient to withstand such a confinement for several hours. However, Su Yi chose not to proceed in that manner. Instead, he opted for a mere 1-second lockdown. This brief interval was sufficient to cleanse the sins while ensuring that the act went unnoticed. Space lockdown successfully implemented. Target: the celestial sun. As the system's voice faded within the celestial compartment, the celestial sun suddenly felt a sense of ethereality, as if he had been forcibly transported to another realm. A flash of black radiance swept past him in an instant. Just as he pondered this peculiar sensation, it vanished after a fleeting second. The celestial sun paused, feeling an oddity wash over him. "Celestial sun, is something amiss?" inquired the elder beside him. Being of considerable strength, failed to perceive that the celestial sun had just been momentarily drawn into an alternate dimension. Did the celestial sun just venture elsewhere? Elsewhere? The elder furrowed his brow, then shook his head. "No, the celestial sun has remained within this celestial compartment." "Is that so?" The celestial sun frowned, instinctively reaching for his storage ring, but the sudden emptiness in his hand caused his expression to shift dramatically. He looked down in alarm. His storage ring was gone. "What? Where's my storage ring?" he exclaimed, as it contained a substantial sum of 500 million spirit coins, which his father had entrusted to him for the auction. "What? Oh, celestial sun, where's your storage ring?" The elder, now fully aware of the situation, looked utterly bewildered. The holy sun was at a loss. The expression on the countenance of the heavenly sun shifted dramatically, as he suddenly felt a searing pain radiating from his face. "By the heavens, holy sun, your visage appears as though it has been struck by a heavy hand," the elderly man exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" The heavenly sun retrieved a bronze mirror and was met with the shocking sight of his once handsome face now grotesquely swollen like that of a pig. In that moment, the heavenly sun stood bewildered. Had he encountered a specter? Not only had his storage ring vanished without a trace, but now his face had also suffered an assault. At that moment, the voice of Tianhua echoed once more, announcing that a patron in the Tian box had bid 53 million spirit coins, inquiring if the heavenly sun would raise the bid. "Raise the bid? What nonsense! My storage ring has been pilfered. Not only has it been stolen, but my handsome face has also been struck." The heavenly sun bellowed in fury, drawing aside the curtains, allowing the onlookers to behold the ludicrous sight of the heavenly sun transformed into a pig's head. Upon hearing this, Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, her delicate brows furrowing. "Heavenly sun, do you mean to say that, in the eyes of all these formidable cultivators, not only has your storage ring been stolen, but the thief also had the audacity to slap you?" She gazed at the heavenly sun, her expression suggesting she viewed him as a fool. "Do you believe that the assembled crowd is blind? Who could possibly break into your box before everyone's eyes, steal your storage ring, and then strike you in such a manner?" Indeed, the heavenly sun covered his face and nodded earnestly. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing these words, the assembled cultivators regarded the heavenly dome holy sun as though he were a fool, erupting into hearty laughter. Could it be that the holy sun lacked the means to negotiate, fearing disgrace before Tianhua, and thus orchestrated this farce? Yet, he is indeed a ruthless individual. Is he truly inflicting such a blow upon himself? How infuriating! As he perceived the incredulous gazes of the crowd and Tianhua, the holy sun realized his gaffe. His face flushed crimson, gritting his teeth in a manner that bespoke his fury. Meanwhile, within a certain VIP box, a young lady could no longer suppress her laughter at the unfolding scene. Chapter 86. A Semi-Imperial Artifact? "You wretched Su Yi, you are truly wicked. You have purified his sins, yet why bestow upon him a slap?" she inquired, stifling her amusement. The entire auction hall regarded the heavenly dome holy sun with expressions of disbelief, yet only Luo Qinghuan comprehended that the holy sun's words were indeed grounded in truth. Moments prior, the insufferable Su Yi had activated a spatial blockade, forcibly drawing the holy sun into another realm, where he swiftly executed the purification of sins and delivered the slap within a mere second. Your brother Yi helped him cleanse his sins, and then rid him of his ugliness. Just look at his pig-like visage. It's rather endearing, at least no longer repulsive, Su Yi remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, the young lady struggled to contain her laughter, exclaiming, "You truly are insidious, Su Yi." Indeed, This Tao fruit of creation is effectively a gift from this fellow to us, Su Yi concluded, casting a cursory glance at the Holy Sun storage bag, which contained several 100 million spirit coins, nodding in satisfaction. He, the celestial sun, is truly remarkable. Beside her, Luo Qinghuan chuckled as well. Miss Luo, what is it that you are feeling? Observing the smile gracing Luo Qinghuan's lips, Lanner could not help but feel a flicker of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Why did she have the faint impression that there was a hint of a rogue's aura emanating from Miss Luo? Ahem. Nothing at all. The young girl shook her head, cleared her throat, and then earnestly turned her gaze towards the auction stage, addressing Miss Yuehua. Miss Yuehua, since the celestial sun no longer possesses the means to bid, might it be time to announce the owner of this Tao fruit of creation? With the girl's reminder, the esteemed guests pondered whether they wished to raise their bids. Should there be no further offers, this Tao fruit of creation shall belong to the patron of the celestial box. As Miss Yuehua's words resonated, the surrounding powerful entities hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to withdraw. Thus, the Tao fruit of creation was finally secured at the price of 53,100,000 spirit coins, with the esteemed patron being the occupant of the celestial box. Immediately, Miss Yuehua declared the final result. How infuriating! In another box, this Tao fruit of creation was meant to be mine. Lu, keep an eye on that woman for me. Yes. The elder beside her nodded in agreement. Once Miss Yuehua announced the results, Luo Qinghuan settled comfortably in her seat. Now, all that remained was to exchange the payment for the item once the auction concluded. Miss Luo, I never anticipated you to possess such wealth. You are even more affluent than I. Lanner exclaimed in astonishment, unable to restrain her admiration as she gazed at the young girl beside her. Spending such a considerable amount of spirit coins without a hint of regret is quite remarkable. Ahem. Luo Qinghuan lightly coughed, turning her face slightly aside. Wealth, after all, is merely an external possession. Upon hearing this, Lanner parted her crimson lips in astonishment, gazing at Luo Qinghuan with surprise. She had not anticipated that Miss Luo could be so nonchalant, embodying a clarity rarely seen in the world. Luo Qinghuan remarked, since it is not my own money, I feel no sorrow. Meanwhile, Yuehua continued to preside over the auction proceedings. The subsequent items up for bid were quite remarkable, enticing a multitude of powerful factions to engage in spirited competition. During this time, Su Yi encouraged Luo Qinghuan to procure several useful items, which not only astonished Lanner, but also left numerous formidable figures bewildered. Who, they wondered, was this wealthy lady from the prestigious private box? All of this unfolded under the watchful eye of the celestial sun, who, lacking spirit coins in his storage ring, found himself deprived of the opportunity to bid, relegated to merely observing while desperately searching for his elusive storage ring within the confines of the box. At that moment, Yuehua suddenly clapped her hands, signaling for silence within the auction hall. Esteemed guests, please quiet down. We now arrive at the highlight of this auction, the final item to be sold. At her words, the atmosphere in the hall fell into a hushed anticipation. All powerful factions turned their curious gazes toward Yuehua, eager to discover what this last item might be. Finally, the moment had arrived. Those within the boxes who had already received prior intelligence exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. This item was forged from celestial meteorite iron, rumored to be the burial site crafted by an emperor for himself. The voice of Yuehua resonated throughout the auction hall, causing the expressions of those present to shift to one of solemnity. A meteorite from the heavens? A burial site crafted by an emperor for himself? Although the nature of the object remained a mystery, its association with an emperor assured its extraordinary significance. Bring it forth, Yuehua commanded with a gentle wave of her hand. Accompanied by several maidens, a pitch-black coffin was lifted, and an eerie, chilling aura immediately enveloped the entire auction hall. The formidable figures present could not help but alter their expressions, filled with trepidation. This object is known as the Emperor's Suppression Coffin. After careful appraisal by the masters of the Tianbao Sacred Pavilion, it has been determined that although it does not qualify as an imperial artifact, it undoubtedly surpasses the status of a sacred item belonging to the realm of semi-imperial artifacts. Its purpose, however, remains unknown. The starting bid is set at 100 million spirit coins, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 10 million spirit coins. Once Yue Hua concluded her introduction of the ominous ancient coffin, she announced the opening bid. 100 million spirit coins. A collective gasp echoed through the auction hall as the powerful factions absorbed this information. The very fact that the purpose of the Emperor's suppression coffin was unknown yet commanded an opening bid of such magnitude, simply due to its connection to the term Emperor, spoke volumes of the terror associated with such beings. However, even in the absence of knowledge regarding its function, the mere mention of it being a semi-imperial artifact was sufficient to incite fierce competition among the factions. I bid 150 million. An elder from the Blood Moon sect exclaimed, disdainfully declaring his bid. Do not even think of contesting me. His voice reverberated with authority, raising the starting price to 150 million. What is 150 million to us? The Thieves' Guild is never short on funds. At that moment, the atmosphere thickened with tension. A rotund monk stepped forward, letting out a disdainful snort. The thief sect has made its move. It is said that this sect is notorious for its penchant for thievery and is never short of spirit coins. Once they intervene, it is likely that the prices will soar to a terrifying level. Upon seeing the corpulent monk, the expressions of the powerful figures gathered immediately darkened. As expected, when the monk from the thief sect rose and forcefully slammed his storage ring onto the table, he declared, the thief sect offers. How much? Observing this scene, many strong figures felt a sense of trepidation. If the bid exceeded their expectations, they would have no choice but to withdraw. The thief sect monk let out a cold snort, poised to announce a price that would dishearten all the cultivators present, when suddenly, he noticed a light flickering in one of the private booths. Instantly, he trembled, his flesh quivering, and his voice diminished. A bid of 160 million from the thief sect. Upon hearing this, a multitude of question marks appeared above the heads of the onlookers. With such bravado, he merely added the minimum bid. Chapter 87. What is being transferred? A sack? TCH. I thought you were more formidable than that. An elder from the Blood Moon sect scoffed, then coldly declared. The Blood Moon sect offers 180 million, 200 million, 220 million. As the remaining powerful figures noted that the thief sect monk had not made a significantly high bid, they too began to raise their offers. With each subsequent bid, the price of this semi-imperial artifact climbed to a staggering 300 million spirit coins. Just then, a hoarse, commanding voice rang out. 500 million. Today, the imperial coffin in this town is destined to belong to my Blood Moon sect. The elder of the Blood Moon sect, driven by fervor, clenched his teeth and escalated the bidding price to an astronomical 500 million. 500 million. This Blood Moon ancestor has truly lost his mind. Surely, this old wretch does not intend to use the imperial coffin as his own final resting place? Upon hearing the 500 million bid from the Blood Moon ancestor, the powerful figures present at the auction collectively gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. I have declared that this imperial coffin shall be claimed by my Blood Moon sect. The Blood Moon ancestor snorted coldly. Su Yi, should we partake in this? Inside the private box labeled Tion, the young girl glanced at the obsidian coffin and inquired with curiosity. No need. We shall not wade into this murky water. Su Yi shook his head. This imperial coffin holds little value for us, and it is merely a half-emperor artifact, after all. Why? It is a half-emperor artifact. If we were to acquire it and employ the forging techniques of the esteemed divine weapon master to transform it into a true emperor artifact, would that not yield a greater profit? The girl stated with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Su Yi could not help but chuckle. Truly, she is the one he values. She possesses the spirit of a fierce rogue. My dear, have you considered what grade of weapon that Dragon Abyss sword, given to you by the divine weapon master, possesses? Su Yi asked quietly. The girl replied timidly, a half-divine weapon. Wow. Half-divine weapon. Only then did it dawn on them. Luo Qinghuan finally comprehended the formidable strength of the Long Yuan sword forged by the esteemed senior Shunbing. Merely a semi-emperor weapon incited such fervor among the powerful factions. How much more so for the Long Yuan sword, which transcends emperor grade, reaching the echelon of a semi-divine artifact. That insufferable Suyi. What should I do? I feel somewhat apprehensive about wielding the Luo Qinghuan sword, the young girl murmured. What troubles you? Suyi inquired, puzzled. Now that you realize the Luo Qinghuan sword's immense value, should you not wield it with even greater fervor? In terms of worth, the Luo Qinghuan sword is easily valued at hundreds of billions of spirit coins. Suyi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Luo Qinghuan. This only adds to my discomfort. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Blood Moon sect surveyed the now silent, powerful figures with a satisfied cold snort, then turned to Yuehua, saying, Miss Yuehua, is it time to announce the ownership of the Imperial Suppression Coffin? If there are no further bids, then this Imperial Suppression Coffin. Yuehua nodded, about to inquire, when suddenly a voice filled with authority resonated. 1 billion. What? 1 billion? Upon hearing this declaration, the faces of all attendees in the auction hall shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with disbelief as they exchanged glances, eager to discern who would dare to bid such an astronomical sum. Friend, are you deliberately seeking to oppose my Blood Moon sect? The ancestor of Blood Moon's expression darkened significantly. As he turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, his countenance changed abruptly. Within a private booth, lights suddenly illuminated, revealing a commanding figure seated within. Above that booth, only a single character, Emperor. This is not merely the Heaven private room frequented by many, but rather the Emperor private room. This implies that within this chamber resides a formidable figure of the Emperor realm, perhaps even a great Emperor. Senior. I beg your pardon for my previous indiscretions. This Emperor-subduing coffin rightfully belongs to you. We, the Blood Moon sect, shall withdraw. Upon discerning the character Emperor emblazoned upon the private room, the ancestral figure of the Blood Moon sect promptly chose to yield, hastily shaking his head in surrender. What a jest it would be to compete with a great Emperor. Even if we possess the means, do we possess the fate to contend with such a being? Oh, has a great Emperor intervened? Witnessing this scene, Suyi also felt a pang of surprise. Would a great Emperor truly deign to covet an item of half-Emperor quality? Why has my father also arrived? The voice's owner was immediately recognized by the nearby Di Lan'er as her father, the sovereign of the Wuji divine dynasty, Di Tian. So it is Di Tian. What could he desire with the Emperor-subduing coffin? Upon hearing Di Lan'er's words, Suyi furrowed his brow. Thus, the possessor of the Emperor-subduing coffin must be the esteemed guest of this Emperor private room. Yuehua subsequently announced the final item of the auction's ownership. Given the involvement of a great emperor, few dared to continue bidding, especially since 10 billion was already a substantial sum. Thereafter, Yuehua proclaimed the conclusion of the auction. The Heavenly Sacred Auction, hosted by the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion, has now come to an end. We extend our gratitude to all participants. Within the Heaven private room, Miss Luo, you are to retrieve that fruit of transformation next, are you not? Di Lan'er cast a glance at the nearby wealthy lady, Luo Qinghuan. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Lady Luo, I shall inquire with my father about the purpose of the imperial coffin, said Di Lan'er, rising to take her leave. Very well. Luo, my dear, let us retrieve those items we acquired without cost, Suyi remarked with a smile, recalling the millions spent, yet feeling as though it were not his own money, akin to acquiring them for free. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan was in high spirits. Finally comprehending why the insufferable Suyi claimed that such acquisitions brought joy. Indeed, she felt quite elated. In the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Pavilion, within a secluded chamber, Yuehua addressed the stunning young woman. Miss Luo, your auction winnings are contained within this storage ring. She gently placed a ring upon the table. After inspecting it, Luo Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction and handed over another ring filled with spirit coins. Yuehua merely glanced at it before instructing a maid to collect it, for none dared to claim items from the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Pavilion without settling their debts. Miss Luo, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Yuehua said with a smile, her allure captivating as she prepared to leave the chamber. Wait, the young woman's voice suddenly pierced the air. I would like to ask Miss Yuehua for assistance in delivering something. The girl spoke softly. Oh, at the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Pavilion, we offer services beyond auctions, including parcel delivery, Yuehua replied with a charming smile, her gaze fixed on the young lady. May I inquire what you wish to deliver, and to whom? Amidst the inquiries of Yuehua, the young girl fell into silence, her mind occupied with the sounds of two voices communicating. Suye, is it truly necessary to transfer this? Certainly. Suye nodded affirmatively. Very well. The girl bit her silver teeth and silently retrieved an item from her storage ring. It was this. What is this? Yuehua inquired. 3 lines of disbelief appearing on her forehead. A sack? Chapter 88. A sack? No, this is your brother Ye's supreme imperial weapon. Upon seeing the substantial sack in the girl's hand, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yuehua's beautiful eyes, and the lines of disbelief deepened on her forehead. Yet her professional demeanor compelled her to maintain a smile. Miss Luo, are you certain that the item you entrusted to me for transfer to the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion is this? Sack? At that moment, the girl's delicate face flushed crimson as she weakly nodded, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself in it. That insufferable Suyi. Why transfer anything at all if it had to be a sack? What do you understand? This is your brother Ye's supreme imperial weapon. If the master behind the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion truly is his 3rd senior brother, he will undoubtedly recognize this sack immediately. Miss Luo is indeed intriguing. Observing the girl's flushed face as she nodded shyly, Yuehua could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle lightly. Subsequently, she produced a brand new storage ring and placed the hefty sack inside. There will be no fee for this transfer. Consider it a gesture of friendship from the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion to Miss Luo. With that, she concluded her statement. Yuehua turned her gaze towards Luo Qinghuan and inquired, "By the way, may I ask to whom Miss Luo intends to transfer the sack?" Her tone was imbued with a sense of pride as she added, "Our Heavenly Sacred Pavilion can assist in this matter throughout the 9 domains. It is worth noting that their establishment's influence was unparalleled, with no other rival in sight." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qinghuan finally replied, "This item is to be entrusted to the master of your esteemed pavilion." "The master of our Heavenly Sacred Pavilion?" Yuehua was taken aback. "Is it Pavilion Master Qingfeng?" "The Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion in the Wasteland Domain is indeed Qingfeng." "No." Luo Qinghuan shook her head gently. "I'm not referring to the branch Pavilion Master, but rather the true owner of the Tiandao Sacred Pavilion." "What?" At this revelation, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yuehua's beautiful eyes, her lips parting in disbelief. "The Grand Master of our Heavenly Sacred Pavilion? It is a rarity for even Pavilion Master Qingfeng to meet him, let alone myself. The Grand Master is shrouded in mystery. This shall be." At this point, a hint of difficulty appeared on Yuehua's face. "Not to worry. If the opportunity arises, Sister Yuehua, I will be grateful if you could assist me in the transfer," Luo Qinghuan softly insisted, shaking her head. "Very well." Observing the young woman's resolve, Yuehua ceased her further inquiries and nodded in agreement. After their discussion concluded, Luo Qinghuan departed from the Heavenly Sacred Pavilion, making her way towards the palace of the Wujie dynasty. Meanwhile, as the young girl emerged from the pavilion, an elderly man's gaze immediately turned in her direction before he gradually vanished into the throng. "Saint Sun, we have located her." In the royal city, streets and alleys were bustling with a torrent of people. The young lady in the white dress strolled down the street, suddenly veering into an uninhabited alleyway. As she walked further, a chilling laughter echoed from behind her. "Humph, my dear girl, I never expected you to seek your own demise by daring to enter this deserted alley." A youth, holding a folding fan and bearing a face swollen like a pig's head, regarded the white-dressed maiden with a sinister expression, accompanied by an elderly man with a hawk-like nose. "Celestial Sun?" The maiden turned to face the 2 men. It appeared that the words of that vile Su Yi were indeed accurate. A benefactor had come to bestow her with fortune. No wonder she was lured into this desolate alley. Upon discerning the maiden's beauty, the Celestial Sun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glimmering with fervor. He had unexpectedly found an additional prize. "My lady, if you willingly surrender that fabled fruit of creation and spend a night in my celestial sanctuary, perhaps I might grant you your freedom. Otherwise," a cold smirk graced the Celestial Sun's lips, his gaze rife with avarice. "Otherwise, I shall imprison you within my sanctuary, turning you into my plaything." He was aware that the girl before him, Like himself, hailed from a prestigious lineage, likely of a first-rate power, yet she was alone, unlike him, who was accompanied by a protective elder. There seemed to be a disparity in their statuses. As long as he acted discreetly, who would ever suspect him? Celestial son, though your appearance may be unappealing, your thoughts are rather fanciful. I never imagined this little wench to possess such a sharp tongue. The celestial son's countenance shifted as the maiden's words struck a nerve. He had sought the counsel of the master regarding his swollen, pig-like visage. According to the imperial physician, his face had succumbed to decay, irreparably marred for eternity. This revelation meant he could no longer be called the celestial son. He might as well rename himself the pighead saint. This unfortunate fate was also the handiwork of Su Yi, whose singular strike against the celestial son contained a mere hint of the law of death. However, this pleased the saint. The celestial son licked his lips with a lewd chuckle. Old Luo, you need not intervene. Allow me to engage this young lady. He was already half a step into the realm of transformation, sufficient to look down upon most of the younger generation in the vast wilderness domain. Unless he encountered those exceptional prodigies. Old Luo nodded, his formidable aura intentionally radiating from him. Rest assured, upon witnessing this, the young woman calmly produced a sword with a jet-black blade and, with an expression devoid of emotion, unleashed a strike. A mere inch of sword intent pierced through the air. Is that all? The celestial son sneered at this unremarkable display, dismissing it entirely, his folding fan growing increasingly sharp. However, not far off, old Lu's gaze was fixed upon the sword intent emanating from Luo Qinghuan. His brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. Saint, be cautious. Her sword intent is not to be underestimated. What is so remarkable about a mere inch of sword intent? The celestial son frowned, still unperturbed. An inch was merely the size of his brother. What was there to fear? Clang! Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed from the inch of sword intent, expanding continuously during its flight until it reached a formidable length of several dozen meters. What? Upon witnessing this scene, the celestial son's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively raising his sharp and folding fan to shield his chest. Boom! However, as the sword intent surged through, the folding fan in his hand was instantly cleaved in two, leaving a deep gash upon his chest, blood gushing forth, with the rhythmic beating of his heart faintly visible at the center of the wound. You have reached the transformation realm. The celestial son collapsed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, casting an incredulous glare at Luo Qinghuan. Thank you for the compliment. Hee. The girl smiled sweetly. The insufferable Su Yi mentioned that this was a tactic to lower the enemy's guard, followed by a decisive strike. Chapter 89. Completely deceased. Outrageous. You dare to harm the holy son of our sacred land. At this moment, Elder Luo could no longer remain passive. With a surge of formidable energy, he transformed his hand into a claw and lunged fiercely at Luo Qinghuan. Elder Luo, save me. Upon seeing Elder Luo take action, the celestial son's eyes lit up with hope, as if he had found a savior. However, this glimmer of hope was short-lived. As Elder Luo approached, the girl suddenly raised her hand, utterly disregarding the terrifying aura of the formidable realm. Dark spiritual energy coalesced into a massive hand, which effortlessly seized Elder Luo by the throat, lifting him into the air. You are also at the formidable realm? Elder Luo struggled desperately, yet he was firmly restrained, unable to move an inch. The gaze directed at the young girl was filled with sheer terror. In his eyes, she appeared to have transformed into an entirely different being. Her once vibrant eyes now bore an icy indifference, and within her pitch-black orbs lingered a hint of death. This was the critical moment when Su Yi had arrived. A thought crossed his mind. Let me perish. Su Yi cast a casual glance at Elder Luo, dismissing him with indifference. The insignificant one-star of the great ability realm hardly warranted his direct involvement. With that, he unceremoniously discarded Elder Luo to the ground. Do you believe that if you wish for Elder Luo's demise, it will come to pass? Elder Luo's urgency was palpable as he urged, Hurry, kill her. Upon hearing this, the celestial son beside him erupted into a frantic roar. Old man, Yet at that moment, Elder Lu seemed to have succumbed to the whispers of a demon, rendered utterly immobile, with dark mist beginning to swirl within his eyes. The black aura thickened and enveloped his entire being. The next instant, a harrowing scream erupted, as Elder Lu's very essence was consumed by the encroaching darkness. Witnessing this scene, the celestial son's face turned ghastly pale, disbelief flooding his features. How could it be? A formidable warrior of the great ability realm could perish in the mere utterance of this young girl? The simplicity of his demise was utterly astonishing. You are truly a demon. Fear radiated from the celestial son as he regarded the girl before him. Is that so? Suyi replied with a gentle smile. What was that just now? So powerful. At that moment, in the realm of the soul, the spirit clad in a petite white dress beheld the scene, her enchanting eyes sparkling with wonder. The law of death. Suyi chuckled softly and explained. The law of death? What is that? It is one of the heavenly laws. You will naturally understand it once you reach the imperial realm, Suyi replied with a gentle smile. Oh, so one must attain the imperial realm to grasp this heavenly law? The girl nodded and curiously inquired. Well, ideally, yes, Suyi acknowledged with a slight nod. If I could impart this law of death to you during your transformation stage, perhaps Luo Qinghuan could grasp some of its power at that level. But that remains a mere thought. Achieving it would indeed be quite challenging. All right. Suyi shook his head and glanced at the terrified heavenly son beside him. Luo girl, you can handle this fellow. Once Suyi gave the signal, Luo Qinghuan turned her attention to the heavenly son. No, please don't kill me. Grand lady, this holy son has made a mistake. Seeing the girl's gaze, the heavenly son, fearing he would meet the same fate as Lu Lao, hastily pleaded for mercy. Disregarding his injuries, rest assured, I shall not take your life. Upon hearing this, the heavenly son exhaled heavily in relief. Just then, the girl's voice resonated once more. After all, you are such a good person. I am a good person? The heavenly son was taken aback. Indeed, if you hadn't supported me with so many spirit coins, how could I have won that Tao fruit of transformation and other items? So you see, heavenly son, you're truly a good person. Luo Qinghuan revealed a sweet smile as she gazed upon the celestial son. After a moment of stunned silence, the celestial son, who had just received a rejection, finally regained his composure. It was you who took my storage ring and delivered that punch. You need not thank me, the young girl replied with a gentle smile. With a sudden burst, the celestial son spat out a mouthful of blood, and the last remnants of his breath dissipated along with it, the vitality in his eyes gradually fading. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan could not help but sigh. If she were to perish, she could hardly be blamed. She had vowed not to kill him, and she would keep her promise. After all, Luo Qinghuan never lied. She merely chose to send the celestial son to the afterlife. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of dark value. As the system's voice echoed, a wisp of dark energy surged into the small tower, bringing her a step closer to the reconstruction of her corporeal form. Dark transformation reward. When seizing the essence of a universe, the host may manually alter the creation of heaven and earth. Will you invest this in Luo Qinghuan? At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Upon hearing the system's words, Suyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ability to manually alter the creation of heaven and earth? How splendid! The system truly is a timely boon, delivering exactly what I desire. With satisfaction, Suyi decided against immediate investment. All right, little Luo, clean up the scene and then withdraw, he instructed. 2 individuals, one harnessing the devouring celestial technique and the other wielding the indestructible soul secret, consumed the foundational essence of both the celestial prince and Elder Lu. It can be stated that the celestial prince and Elder Lu perished utterly. This is the first time the phrase utterly perished has been employed to describe such a demise. Once the scene was cleared, the two departed. Suyi had acquired nearly 10,000 units of foundational essence and intended to invest this opportunity in Luo Qinghuan next time. Upon returning to the serene courtyard of the royal palace, Suyi promptly instructed Luo Qinghuan to enter the Kunlun realm, seeking the longevity herb field to plant a Tao fruit of creation. Suyi, how long do you estimate it will take for this Tao fruit to mature? Luo Qinghuan inquired curiously as she gazed at the Dao fruit nestled in the soil. Perhaps a few days or a couple of weeks, he replied. The longevity herb field, enhanced by the system, possesses an accelerated growth capability. 500 years is merely a fleeting moment for it. Unfortunately, this phenomenon is beneficial only to spiritual herbs. Were it advantageous for humans, he would have long since planted Luo Qinghuan within it. Perhaps after several decades, she would ascend to the throne as an emperor. However, such thoughts remain merely fanciful. Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 90. Beneath the lava, a severed finger. In the depths of the royal palace of the Wujie divine dynasty. Father, please be honest, was it you in the emperor's box at the heavenly sacred treasure pavilion? Dilaner asked, shaking her father's arm. Indeed, Ditian replied, casting a fond glance at his daughter and affectionately patting her head. Father, what purpose do you have for the Zhendi pavilion? In our divine dynasty, do we not possess imperial artifacts? Why then must we expend considerable wealth to auction a semi-imperial artifact, particularly one of uncertain utility? Dilaner gazed at Ditian with a puzzled expression. To this, Ditian fell silent for a moment. Under the expectant gaze of Dilaner, he slowly uttered 4 words. Wealth allows for indulgence. Dilaner, taken aback, tightened her grip on the long whip in her hand. Were this elder not her father, she might have uncontrollably lashed out with the whip. The Zhendi coffin undoubtedly served its purpose. Ditian shook his head. Very well. Observing her father's enigmatic demeanor, Dilaner intuitively understood that he possessed knowledge he would not impart, and thus she resolved to cease her inquiries. The individual in the same VIP box as you must be Miss Luo, correct? At that moment, Ditian cast a glance at Dilaner and inquired. Indeed, Dilaner nodded in affirmation, stating earnestly, Miss Luo is quite the affluent lady, lavish in her spending, seemingly wealthier than I. It appears that Miss Luo is indeed extraordinary. Ditian furrowed his brow slightly. Luo Qinghuan, merely a prodigy of the Xian sacred sect, yet possessing wealth surpassing that of the elite forces prodigies, was testament enough to her exceptional nature. After Dilaner had managed to coax a few more spirit coins from her father and left in satisfaction, Ditian narrowed his eyes. He then stepped into the void, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself in the depths of the earth, surrounded by a realm of molten lava, where an invisible fire seemed to rage fiercely. Upon his arrival, even the aura enveloping him began to ignite. However, he remained unperturbed. He lifted his gaze slightly and beheld a towering edifice standing majestically at the apex of this molten space, seemingly exerting dominion over the area. At the base of the tower, several iron chains extended downwards, reaching into the abyss of lava. Each chain burned with fierce flames. Following these fiery chains, one could observe a palm-sized ember of imperial fire blazing intensely. Upon sighting this ember, a profound gravity flickered in his eyes, and he murmured to himself, what divine entity does this severed finger belong to? Within this ember of imperial fire lay a severed finger, elongated and exuding an endless torrent of violent power. Were it not for the layers of imperial flames suppressing it, and the continuous influx of heavenly essence from the towering edifice, should this finger be unleashed upon the realm of their imperishable divine dynasty, it would likely lead to the utter annihilation of their entire empire in an instant. This severed finger had materialized thousands of years ago, appearing suddenly above their imperishable divine dynasty. Its formidable power sent shivers through even the heart of this great emperor. Should it be pointed, their dynasty would be rendered non-existent. Yet, despite the passage of many years, the potency of the severed finger appeared to have waned not at all. Instead, the energies of the celestial edifice and the imperial fire had significantly diminished, and even the celestial edifice had sustained considerable damage as a result. Since the tower of heavenly creation and the emperor's flame cannot subdue you, it seems I must employ another means. The expression on Emperor Tian's face was exceedingly grave. After taking a deep breath, he waved his hand, sending a pitch-black ancient coffin towards the severed finger trapped within the emperor's flame. Boom! As the imperial might descended, the severed finger seemed to finally settle. Sigh! This situation cannot persist. Observing the now stilled, severed finger, Emperor Tian couldn't help but exhale in exasperation, feeling a headache coming on. Initially, he intended to relocate the severed finger elsewhere, as long as it was not within his boundless divine dynasty. But he soon realized he was utterly incapable of moving it. This signified that the owner of the finger possessed considerably greater strength than he did. Thus, he had no choice but to seal it deep within the tower of heavenly creation. As long as this severed finger remained, it was akin to a ticking time bomb, posing a significant threat to their boundless divine dynasty. He could only hope that Lady Luo would manage to repair the tower of heavenly creation. Even if only to 30%, that would suffice. Emperor Tian wearily rubbed his temples. Other sacred sects suppressed true demons or ancient demon lords, yet here he was, tasked with subduing a mere severed finger? This script is all wrong. Moreover, whose severed finger is this, anyway? Its strength is formidable, not to mention its insatiable greed, continuously absorbing the energy from the tower of heavenly creation and his emperor's flame. It's utterly ridiculous to be left with only a severed finger. And it still demands more. Is there no respite for cultivators? It is truly maddening. In 7 days, Lady Luo will arrive to repair the tower of heavenly creation. Emperor Tian sighed once more. A few days later, at the boundless royal palace, in the small courtyard, Su Yi exclaimed, "It has grown. It has truly grown." As the youthful voice brimmed with astonishment echoed, Su Yi rubbed his drowsy eyes and furrowed his brow in confusion, murmuring, "Grown? What has grown? Could it be? That shouldn't be possible." The ancient divine garment is supposed to improve gradually, not so swiftly. Surely, Luo girl hasn't he made any mistakes? He frowned, contemplating. Luo girl, your older brother will log in personally to check. This matter cannot be rushed, and you need not feel too inferior, for you are still in the age of growth. Inferior? Growing? The girl stammered. What? What are you talking about? Upon hearing Su Ye's serious remarks, she paused in astonishment, only to react sharply, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she shot him a glare. Ghoul, ghoul, ghoul. Scoundrel, I was referring to the Tao fruit of creation. What were you thinking? The Tao fruit of creation? Su Yi was taken aback. It turned out that the girl was speaking of the Tao fruit of creation. He had assumed. Ahem. To be honest, what your older brother mentioned was indeed the Tao fruit of creation. So he cleared his throat lightly. The girl immediately displayed a look of disbelief. Huh, you insufferable Su Yi. After spending so much time with you, do you really think I don't know what kind of person you are? Luo Qinghuan crossed her arms and chuckled coldly. Oh, then tell me, what kind of person is your older brother? The girl huffed. Humph, you are undoubtedly a... Suddenly, as she spoke, her words trailed off abruptly. The handsome figure undeniably charming. Thank you for the compliment. Su Yi smiled faintly. Luo Qinghuan exclaimed, you insufferable Su Yi. You must not secretly log in and use my voice to